One Piece The Infinite Powerhouse Chapter 1-20 Chapter 1 Old Taoist Chapter 1 The sky is high and the breeze is blowing slowly and the people are cool and comfortable. It is rare to have such cool and good weather in the hot summer, and there are many more pedestrians on the road than before. A young man wearing a blue half-sleeved t-shirt showing healthy wheat-colored skin, with short black hair like the dry and hard reeds in autumn but without a trace of oiliness. It looked clean and neat, and a pair of bright eyes shone with charming light. He walked slowly through the crowd. His name was Mu Feng. He was 20 years old and he was a sophomore at a certain university. Mu Feng, who didn't want to leave the house at first, didn't know what happened today, but the ghost sent a ghost out of the bedroom door and came to the pedestrian street. Rin is dazzling and has a wide variety of people. It is a good place for people to hang out and relax. Of course, it is also a dream place for energetic young people. They will always stand in a shady corner and comment on all kinds of beauty. In the sea, Comrade Mu Feng gradually lost his eye, making him unable to focus for a while. What? You say that Comrade Mu Feng is very lustful? Then you are wrong. Comrade Mu Feng is evaluating the beauties around him from an artistic perspective. It is definitely from an artistic point of view. Whether you believe it or not, Mu Feng believes it himself. Suddenly, a hot-looking beauty appeared in his eye. The beauty was wearing a pink shoulder-length suspender and a deep V-short shirt. With that unique aloof temperament, she looked like a fairy descending to earth, her snow-white skin glowing under the sunlight. From a crystal light, people cannot extricate themselves deeply linger. Mu Feng's eyes also followed the unknown beauty, and he continued to evaluate in his heart. Well, this is very good. How can this figure, coupled with her beautiful face, achieve a score of more than 90 points? She is an absolute beauty. Ah, not worse than Lin Ling. Just as he continued to evaluate, a black and postmodern big hand appeared in front of him, blocking Mu Feng's vision. I'm sorry, you're blocking my view. Mu Feng didn't look at the owner of the hand, but raised his hand to block it lightly, but immediately he was done, because the dark postmodern calm seemed to be deeply rooted in the underground. No matter how hard he tried, he didn't move at all. Although Mu Feng was not a strong man, he was also a young and strong young man. Mu Feng, who let out a sigh of relief, finally retracted his gaze, and then turned to the master of the black hand. An old Taoist priest wearing a neat 8 trigrams immortal robe and a dusty face appeared in front of him. To be honest, a clean Taoist robe, just like him. The skin that has not been bathed for a month looks awkward. That, are the clothes expensive? Mu Feng, who had been swimming around the old Taoist for a long time, finally said, haha, little friendly eye, this robe is indeed very precious. The old man was Isho, who was wearing kiba. Yeah, I think so too. Why don't you just wash your Taoist robe without taking a bath? Don't you feel like you're about to stink? Mu Feng, who was sniffing, frowned. The old Taoist was stunned by Mu Feng's word, but he immediately reflected. Isho, it's fine. It's good to look bright outside. As for the body, it's just a stinky sack. It doesn't matter whether it's clean or not. Really, it very zen. But how do you see that you are a Taoist priest? Why do you talk about Buddhist theory? Mu Feng, who took a step back and felt better, glanced at the beauty who was about to disappear. With some regret, it is really a pity that such a beautiful woman has left her before she could taste it carefully. The expression of Mu Feng, who Lao Dao didn't pay attention to, was a bit of a candy stance to block the mysterious Isho in front of Mu Feng. What? Don't you know that the Buddha is the Tao? Yeah, I've seen dreams. Fascinated. To tell the truth, it's well written, and it has created a genre of prehistoric time. Mu Feng was still immersed in endless regret, casually perfunctory. Haha, my little friend is really joking. The old Taoist didn't get angry. Isho said again. Don't look anymore. I've already walked around the corner. But Yuhi powder skeleton, if you look more, it will be a cup of loa sooner or later. Yuhi powder skull. Do you have any extra? I don't mind accepting a few. Mu Feng, who retracted his gaze, was also a playful Isho. It's all said to be a Yuhi powder skeleton. How can I have it? But I have this, and I will give it to you if you come, said the old Taoist priest. Took out a jade-like but not like jade from the Taoist robe. The thing could not help but hang on Mu Feng's neck, and then the inscrutable Isho said, don't look at it, Gray. It has a lot of background. Have you heard of Pisces' jade pendant? That is to say, it, as long as you can decipher his secret, you will. I will become a Superman, and the fate of saving the Earth and the Silver River system rests with me. Mu Feng scratched his head and interrupted the old Taoist reluctantly. I said, you liars, can you come? Order something new. Change the routine. Okay. Quote, yo, the little friend is very smart. Since you already know it, you still need the supreme cultivation method before this. Come and see which of these things you need. After saying that, the old Taoist became extremely angry. The ugly Mu Feng took out a few books from his body and put them in Mu Feng's hand. Come and see. It's definitely worth the money. It's super cheap. It's only 98 yuan. That's right, 98 yuan. Don't pass by. Miss it. Seeing the deceiver, but never seen such a persistent deceiver. They all said he was a liar, and he was so stubborn that Mu Feng was speechless for a while. But looking at the book in his hand, he was even more depressed and wanted to touch the ground with his head. What? Okay. 6 Meridian Divine Sword, King Kong Indestructible Magic, Tathagata Divine Palm, Dugu 9 Sword. There is also a business card, Wudang's office chief Xian. One Piece king of pirates. Wait, what's the trick? Why are there still comics? With his head down and a confused face, Mufeng shook his hand in front of Lao Dao with the One Piece king of pirate comic book. What happened to this One Piece king of pirate comic book? You robbed you. Seeing the comic book, old Daoist priest was also stunned for a moment, and then took the comic book from Mufeng's hand with a comic expression, and said righteously, this is the old Daoist book that I usually entertain myself. It is very precious and not for sale. The rest are really good stuff. Quote, Mufeng, who had some headache, let out a charming smile. That old immortal, he will be able to figure it out. How about you help me first? Haha, my little friend really knows people with discernment. I also know a little about this. What kind of marriage, wealth, or education do you want to count? After hearing Mufeng's word, the old Daoist straightened his back immediately. The way, as if nothing in the world can beat him. That immortal chief, can you help me calculate? Have I lost my wallet? I've been looking for it for a long time. Mufeng said sincerely. The old Daoist priest, who was still inscrutable, suddenly stared at Mufeng for a while, and then quickly reached out to retrieve those supreme secrets. Alas, what is that fairy master doing? What are you doing? I just found out now that you and I have no fate. I'd better take it back. The old Daoist said impatiently. Leave that business card. I will find you when I have time. Mufeng said. Take it down. I still printed this business card for $1. It's a waste to give it to you. I'd better save $1, and I will save it while printing. The old Daoist who grabbed the business card couldn't help but said with a high morale, and then stretched out his hand to pick the Pisces jade pendant above Mufeng's neck. At this moment, a sudden shout interrupted the movement of the old Daoist priest. You old man, don't run. Stop for me. A group of 5 or 6 people in white coats ran towards Mufeng in a hurry. On the snow-white clothes, the large fonts of a certain mental hospital are even more vigorous and powerful, and at first glance they are written by famous artists. Chapter 2 Kaku, One Piece king of pirates. P.S. Collection, flowers, evaluation, hehe. Contour integral, I can catch it. What is hockey? This is hockey. 5 white coats are like 5 tanks rampaging, crushing everything, and killing them like a whirlwind through the retreating crowd. The indignant old Daoist shivered when he heard the shout, as if he had been electrocuted. When he turned his head, he immediately flew into the sky, and the speed of running away was impeccable. His pace was as fast as a horse. The famous sprinter, bold as all scum, and he is not worthy to carry shoes for the old Daoist. He rushed into the crowd in a flash. As he ran, he muttered to himself, it's a big loss. I didn't cheat a penny, and I even put on a pendant, although it was from the inspection, but it also cost me a lot of hard work. Ah, no, I didn't think about this. It's time to run away, or you'll be taken back to the mental hospital again. Mufeng, who was originally focused on making fun of the old Daoist priest, was in a cold sweat at the moment because one of the 5 tanks was parked in front of him. The white coat of the mental hospital immediately showed unparalleled lethality, oppressing Mufeng's fragile nerve. Well, you don't think we're connecting right now? It's been a long time ago. Mufeng took a step back in discomfort. Oh, I didn't say you work underground. What are you afraid of? I can still tell the difference between a mouse and a human. The white coat waved his hand and asked mysteriously, what did that old guy tell you just now? Mufeng, who was in a good mood at first, is really in a mess now, and he doesn't know how to describe it. Seeing the mysterious white coat, he reluctantly explained what happened. Oh, so that's the case. I didn't know that Daoist priest clothes were stolen again. It's really troublesome to catch someone and have to change them back. The white coat frowned angrily, and then stretched out 2 toilet papers to Mufeng. This is how many. Damn, you really think I'm crazy? You don't even know about her. Mufeng, who was a little annoyed, replied angrily, staggering away from the white coat and walking away. Yeah, it's not really crazy, but it's just that my head is a little bit numb. Otherwise, how can I talk to the neuropathy for so long? The white coat also got the information he wanted, so he didn't pursue it anymore and went directly to the big army. Mufeng, who had just walked a few steps, listened to the words of the white coat, and the black lines all over his head almost got stuck, but he had no choice but to hold back his anger. Mouth can't tell. Mufeng, who was in a good mood at first, did not expect to encounter such an incident, and suddenly he was in no mood. He walked towards the school in a depressed mood, but he felt a black head just after walking a short distance. Mufeng, who didn't know what was going on, looked up and saw that a black cloud floated over his head, and then there was a muffled sound, and a white light flashed in front of his eyes instantly. A large hole of more than 10 centimeters appeared. Damn it, what are you doing? Who are you going to hack? Can you hit it on time? It's scary, you know. Mufeng shouted angrily after slapping his heart, which beat more than 200 times in a minute. Just when Mufeng was angry, a bolt of lightning thicker than before slashed across the sky and struck Mufeng with precision. In the blink of an eye, a charred black object appeared on the bustling street, causing a great uproar. Ah, the thunder struck me. Run away. What are you running? Let go and see how the person who got hit is. Are you familiar with it? I haven't seen anyone hit by lightning yet. Tis tis, what a great crime to attract Tianli. Could it be that the monster will not be able to transcend the calamity and become an immortal? It's a pity it didn't succeed. After a burst of uproar, the crowd discussed. However, Mu Feng, who was hacked, was spinning for a while, as if his soul was constantly floating out of his body, and then he lost consciousness. I don't know how long it took Mu Feng to slowly become conscious. He felt a pain in his upper and lower body. He tried hard to open his eye, but he felt that his eyelids were extremely heavy, as if he had been weighed down by 1,000 jinn. Just as he was struggling, a childish voice came into his ear. Dr. Mu Feng is awake. Look at how he's doing. Is he alright? After a while, rhythmic footsteps sounded, and he walked to Mu Feng's bed and stood still, and then Mu Feng felt a powerful hand lift his eyelid. A middle-aged man in a white coat was observing back and forth. After observing for a while, the white coat hee isho. Yo, I really didn't expect this little guy to be very tenacious. After receiving such intense training, he can still be struck by lightning. It's amazing to be alive. Doctor, so Mu Feng is not in danger. Tong Yin said. Don't worry, Kaku. This little guy Mu Feng has already escaped the dangerous period, and he will be able to participate in the training in 4 or 5 days. The white coat said leisurely. Oh, that's good. To be honest, I'm quite worried. Listening to the conversation between the two, Mu Feng was confused for a while. What training? Although it is true that he was struck by lightning, but now he has not trained in the military for a long time in the second year of his sophomore year. Where is the training? And Kaku? Who is Kaku? With endless doubt, Mu Feng fainted again in a daze. In the coma, he had a long nightmare, dreaming that he was an orphan, and then was adopted by some marine, and then entered a mysterious base to start inhuman hard training, until one rainy day he was struck by lightning. This dream slowly came to an end. In the dream his name was William. Mu Feng. When he was dreaming, the clear stream of cc flowing from his chest made him extremely comfortable. This kind of mental fear and physical comfort is really difficult to express in words. I don't know how long it took, but Mu Feng woke up leisurely again. This time, he was more energetic than last time, and his whole body was stronger and less sore. Slowly opening his eyes, Mu Feng saw the snow-white ceiling and tried to sit down. When he got up, he glanced around and found that it was a simple hospital single room. Except for the bed, a table, and a chair, there was nothing left. There were bursts of shouting through the bright window, as if many people were outside. Practice. After Mu Feng picked up the water glass at the head of the bed and drank a glass of water, he often let out a sigh of relief before he felt that he had truly come to life. Then, he just sat in a daze and tried to recall what happened after he was struck by lightning, but he couldn't remember at all. Suddenly, the snow-white door creaked softly, and a little boy with a bruised face and a long square nose walked in, carrying a kettle in his hand. When he saw the boy sitting on the bed, after seeing Mu Feng, he was stunned for a moment and then exclaimed, Mu Feng, you finally woke up. I thought you would wake up tomorrow. God bless you. The kettle was placed on the table with a sunny smile. Who are you? Mu Feng questioned. I'm Kaku. I don't remember. You see, my square nose is very characteristic. Kaku pointed to his nose and smirked. Looking at the smirking Kaku, Mu Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. The nightmare scene reverberated in his mind again, and at the same time a very famous comic also appeared in his mind. Mu Feng swallowed hard, his face also with a twist. Kaku. One Piece King of Pirates. Chapter 3 Queen Khalifa 3 Shift P.S. Collection. Please collect first and then watch it slowly. Thank you. Kaku. One Piece King of Pirates. Kaku, who had a smile on his face, suddenly became nervous, and quickly reached out to block Mu Feng's mouth. His small eyes turned around, and after making sure that no one was eavesdropping, he let out a long breath and whispered, Mu Feng, don't you talk nonsense. Don't say the word One Piece King of Pirates. That is the representative of the heinous crime. If Gaia Rear Admiral hears it, it will be a whip. When he said the 3-word Gaia, even Mu Feng shuddered. Gaia Rear Admiral is the highest commander on this island and their highest ranking teacher. He is an extremely powerful and terrifying figure. Said that he was going to have his left arm cut off by a powerful pirate before being promoted to Vice Admiral. After that, he refused to upgrade Vice Admiral and left the Marine headquarters to come here to concentrate and teach recruits. So this person especially hates pirates. Getting him to hear anyone talking about One Piece King of Pirates is a whiplash. Guy Alter Rear Admiral is a pain devil fruit power user. He can make people feel strong mental pain, and he does not hurt his muscles and bone. Everyone on the island has eaten his whip. That kind of pain it's deep into the bone marrow, and it's painful. After the Cold War, Mu Feng also reluctantly accepted the reality of transmigration. At this moment, he had no choice but to accept it. Although he did not want 1,000 or 10,000, it would not help now. Of One Piece King of Pirates is a world full of changes and changes. If you go out and meet someone and ask you how many people you have defeated, if you say the number is less than 1,000, it will make people look down on it with contempt. Live better in this world, then you have no other choice but to keep getting stronger. After the distress, Mu Feng shook his head helplessly. Kaku, I'm a little hungry. Can you help me with some food? After being in a coma for a long time, now Mu Feng feels that his internal organs are uncomfortably hungry, and he seems to be able to eat a cow. Isho, as Kaku nodded sharply again, and disappeared at the end of the room. Looking at the disappearing Kaku, Mu Feng was also moved by TV. It's good to have someone who cares about him in this strange world. In his memory, Kaku and himself were both wandering children who were taken by Marine a year ago. I came here to train. In the past, because Mufeng was 2 years older than Kaku, every time something happened, Mufeng was at the top, perfectly showing the image of a big brother. As for why Mufeng did not appear in the animation, I want to come. It was this lightning strike that killed the hapless man. A thumping sound of running interrupted Mufeng's wild thought. Kaku ran in with a strange-looking lunchbox the size of a small bucket. He put the extra-large lunchbox on the table beside Mufeng's bed and said a little coyly, "Miss Khalifa will come to see you in a while, so don't talk nonsense." What nonsense? I don't quite understand, Mufeng said in confusion. Then you were not fooled by the thunder. Don't forget that we are from a foreign faction, and Khalifa is from a local faction. Kaku looked at Mufeng in confusion and scratched his head. What? As long as you save your life, it's fine. Hey, are you so comforting? What other local faction? What foreign faction? Mufeng moved up and asked with a displeased face. This question really didn't stay in his mind. Under what impression? Those who have a marine relationship are from the local clan. We were recruited like this from foreign factions, so there will always be some friction between the two factions. Kaku opened the lunchbox, and a strong aroma of rice wafted out. He smoked after sniffing the nose. He continued, although Sister Khalifa is from the local department, she is not bad for us. Although she is a bit arrogant. By the way, your doctor was hired by her specially. Otherwise, there would be no such good doctor. I'll see a doctor for you. Be careful with your words later. Don't be as rude as you used to be. Allah is really long-winded. Why do I feel that you are becoming more and more feminine? Mufeng, who took over the job, replied casually. Although he said it casually, Kaku let out a light smile. After a while, the high-heeled shoes made a clicking sound when they intersected with the ground. From far to near, a pretty little girl appeared in front of Mufeng's eyes. She was dressed in a black dress with a mesh underwear and a flowing golden long hair. Her hair was draped over her shoulder. Her sharp eyes flashed with arrogance, and with her height of 160, Khalifa suddenly looked radiant. She strolled closer to the door, and then stood still and beautifully wrinkled. It's not dead. No, just I. Remember, you owe me a favor. Of course, if it wasn't for Kaku, at least to tell the truth, I would be too lazy to pay attention to this rude guy. Khalifa was like eating gunpowder, and when she came up, she was a mess, and Mufeng was confused for a while, and secretly said in her heart, how can people be polite to her with such an attitude? What kind of international joke? He didn't leak a single bit. He just watched Khalifa and kept eating without saying a word. Look at what? Do you know what you are doing? You are sexual harassment. Do you know? Khalifa, who was somewhat arrogant like a princess, snorted coldly. PFF. Mufeng, who was still eating and didn't want to pay attention to Khalifa, was choked to death by Khalifa's words and spat out the food from his mouth. Then there was a violent cough, which took a while for Mufeng to eat. Jinlai scratched his head a little and said, isn't it necessary to be so serious? You won't get pregnant after a few glances. Isn't it sexual harassment or harassment? Elder sister. I said yes. Well, since you are not dead, remember to go to training. I have to leave beforehand. Saying this, he shook his head arrogantly and disappeared in front of Mufeng's eyes with light depth. That she has always been like this. Is she so arrogant? Mufeng questioned. Who? Khalifa-sama. It's always been like this. Isn't it good? There are so many hockey. Kaku said with some admiration. Hey, aren't you the legendary queen? Mufeng asked in a low voice, looking at Kaku, who was showing admiration. At the same time, an evil image appeared in his mind. The arrogant Khalifa was wearing a queen's costume, holding a leather whip and smilingly looking at Kaku at his feet. Thinking of such a scene, Mufeng couldn't help but shiver, and quickly quelled the evil thought, not daring to think about it anymore. What queen control? I don't know what you are talking about. By the way, it's almost time. I have to go and train. Kaku stood up and walked out in a hurry. When he reached the door, he seemed to think of something and stopped. He stopped and turned around and said, yeah, by the way, Gaia Rear Admiral only gives you 4 days off, which means you can still train for 3 days. After 3 days, no matter how healthy you are, you must remember to train. Pedaling for a while and disappearing in the corridor. Chapter 4. Welcome to Hell on Earth. P.S. Thank you, everyone's support. Try to code words to return everyone. Psi Omega Omega Psi. People are iron, rice and steel. Don't eat a meal. You will be so hungry. The famous saying remains unchanged. Eat all the meals brought by Kaku. These meals should be replaced by ordinary people. Enough for 4 or 5 people. And Mufengkai, I feel very full. It seems that this new body has a lot of potential for development. After eating a delicious meal, his body immediately felt full of vitality. Mufeng stretched his waist and immediately heard a crackling sound. He lowered his head to observe, only to realize that he didn't know when. The charred skin that was struck by the lightning had begun to start. It has solidified and is now falling off, and the white and tender skin is faintly seen in the cracklet. Mufeng, who felt that his whole body was not in serious trouble, got out of bed and walked back and forth white, and he was extremely puzzled. No matter how he was struck by lightning, he had to rest for 4 or 5 days before he would get better. It is strange that he can recover almost a little after only only one day of rest. Mu Feng, who sighed for a while, walked to the bathroom, preparing to take a shower and wash off all the dead skin on his body, which would make him feel more comfortable. The gurgling water sprayed down and washed away the dirt on Mu Feng's body, revealing the new white and tender skin, which was tough and elastic. I don't know if it was the result of his long-term practice or the effect of thunder and lightning. After washing for a while, his pupils shrank violently. He stopped all movements and stared blankly at a Pisces tattoo on his chest. There was absolutely no memory of this tattoo in his memory. And what did this Pisces tattoo look like? His jade pendant. A pair of thick eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. His face was weird, and his thoughts were a little messy. One question after another appeared in his mind. Why do you have such a tattoo? And why did you travel to One Piece, King of Pirates, since the memory in your mind is true? Ah, then the warm current at that time can't be fake. Could it be that all of this is ultimately caused by the Pisces jade pendant? Thinking of this, Mu Feng couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. What made people afraid? That is unknown. The more unknown something is, the more frightening it is. If all this is the ghost of the jade pendant, it seems that this jade pendant is not simple. Is it really like the Taoist priest said that the Pisces jade pendant has supreme power? When you touch the tattoo of Pisces, a warm current flows from the tattoo, although it is only in such a short moment, but Mu Feng still clearly felt the existence of that mysterious energy. It seems that his conjecture is correct. Everything stems from the Pisces jade pendant, but now it seems that his ability cannot solve the secret. Only I'm making plans in the future. No matter what, at least the jade pendant tattoos haven't done anything harmful to me, of course, except for transmigration. After taking a bath, Mu Feng immediately felt much refreshed. After changing into a set of clothes, he also quietly left the hospital and walked towards the training room according to his memory. Now he has inherited the older William Mu Feng's body, but he can't fully control this body now, and can't use his full strength perfectly, so he needs to do a short burst of recovery training. Since Gaia Rear Admiral gave him 3 days of course, he didn't want to waste the vacation, and only by constantly getting stronger can he live with it. Passing through the corridor, I also saw people who are constantly cultivating hard, children sweating like rain under the scorching sun, constantly doing various movements such as waving their arm, kicking their leg, etc., and some of them are running constantly. Lift weights to polish your strength. These are normal, but the next scene made Mu Feng a little bit painful because he saw teenagers wearing only shorts, crawling and rolling in the hot sand. Now it is summer. How can the temperature outside be? It has to be more than 30 degrees. Then the temperature of the sand must be at least 40 degrees. If a person rolls back and forth in the sand at 40 degrees and falls, this is life-threatening. But when he saw the later part, Mu Feng felt that he was happy to roll on the sand because he even played abusive on the playground not far away. The diameter of each strong marine man waving can be more than 30. The leather hammer of centimeters kept hitting the bodies of the teenager. The leather hammer, which weighed dozens of kilograms at a glance, was really merciless. With a loud noise, the teenagers were knocked out, and they walked back to stand still, accepting the neck blow. Of course, there were also those who couldn't stand the blow and refused to come back for the training, but were caught by the strong marine and hung on the tree, and then continued to attack. Although they didn't hit him, Mu Feng also felt a pain in the flesh. Damn it, this really doesn't treat people like people. It hell. Looking at a boy who was beaten and vomited blood, Mu Feng complained a little rudely, thinking that 3 days later, he would also will be one of them. Mu Feng suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Just as he kept complaining and sighing, bursts of piercing screams came into his ear. The screams were creepy and frightening, and he quickly ran a few steps to find the source of the scream. Mu Feng glanced at it bravely, and then his face suddenly paled. His face twisted and showed a look of horror. Deng Deng took 4 or 5 steps back, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. Mu Feng couldn't believe what he saw, but the incomparably tragic howl kept stimulating his hearing, telling him that everything was real. After gasping for a while, Mu Feng bit Kobo with a look of absolute expression on his face, wiped the cold sweat on his face, swallowed hard, and walked slowly to the window again, because he knew that no matter how terrible it was, how bad it was, cruelty, he has to face it. If he can't adapt better to the environment, then only death awaits him. But he doesn't want to die yet, so he must muster up the courage to face any obstacle. In the courtyard in the distance, the cooking smoke is wafting, and the steam is steaming. Huge water tanks are regularly placed in the courtyard. The tumbling hot water in the water tanks is constantly steaming, and in the steam, one by one teenagers are in the courtyard. There was constant wailing and struggle inside, and any teenager who couldn't help but want to jump out of the water tank would be whipped mercilessly, and then pressed into the churning hot water again. What is this for? Want to stew a living person? Or does Marine Base have a bad habit of eating people? Looking at these scenes, Mu Feng instantly felt that his calf was twisting a little, his stomach was a little tangled, and a trace of cold sweat the size of a silk bean continued to roll down from his forehead. Now there is only one sentence in his heart. I'm a thief. God, you really don't open your eyes. Why send me to such a hell on earth? Chapter 5. The Mad Dog. From there, standing in front of the window, Mu Feng's complexion gradually turned from pale to Yuhi's moisturizing, and his mood mood gradually calmed down. Whether it is heaven or purgatory on earth, he cannot take a step backward. He must learn to get used to it. Filled circle, filled circle. After a while, Mu Feng's eyes once again showed a firm gaze, and his spiritual cultivation was also sublimated, becoming stronger and more persevering. He took a steady pace and did not look back. Go to the training room. After a short time, Mu Feng came to the training room, found Shutuo lead blocked in it, and then sewed it into a weight-bearing suit and started weight-bearing exercises. 10 jins are tied to the leg, 5 jins are tied to the arm, and the last 20 jins are attached to the body, reaching a weight of 50 jin. This is just the beginning, so there are no high requirements. Mu Feng, who was ready, found a relatively quiet grove and began to rehearse the moves in his memory. Then he was doing countless basic movements such as squat, frog leap, side thrust, etc. The standard of movement and posture is in place, as if it has been honed for many years. As he practiced, his sweat poured like Izumi, and his clothes were wet in an instant, but he didn't rest or pause, but Kiba and persisted. He has a persistent belief in his heart. If he can't even endure this little suffering, he can't talk about how to live a good life. Forget it. People are still alive, or they can live actively and work hard. Then they can die quickly and don't waste it. Time and food. Sunrise and sunset. Apart from having meals and chatting with Kaku, to make up for incomplete memory, Mu Feng spends all the remaining time on his assiduous cultivation. Bao Jianfeng has been tempered, and the fragrance of plum blossoms has come from bitter cold. After 2 days of constant self-sufficiency, Mu Feng finally received the desired result. Now he truly controls this body and can fully exert his power. After comparing with the strength in his memory, Mu Feng came to a conclusion that his strength, speed, and agility had increased by 5 to 6 layers. His physical strength had doubled, and his overall strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching a new height. Before, he could only be perfect, except for the shaving in Rokushiki. Moonstep is only stumbling, but now he can control Moonstep, which has to be said to be a big improvement. Although the principles of shaving and Moonstep are the same, the medium is different. One is the earth and the other is air. If you want to use the Moonstep, you must have stronger legs. Looking at the sunset, Mu Feng Vivi Isho temporarily ended today's practice, but he did not leave immediately, but silently came to a small tree with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters. He held his breath and drank his right leg like a whip. He yanked it towards the little tree, and a crisp sound was heard in the helix, and the little tree snapped. Looking at the relatively neat fracture, Mu Feng let out a satisfied smile, then retracted his legs in the air, and picked up the clothes on the ground to face outward. Go and have dinner with Kaku, who is about to finish training. After passing through the courtyard, Mu Feng finally came to Kaku's training ground and casually said hello to the people he knew around him, but many people looked away and left in a hurry. Mu Feng didn't mind that he didn't know him well anyway. Strolling into the playground, he immediately frowned, finally knowing why those people had such expressions just now. On the huge playground, 2 groups of people are facing each other. The east is a team headed by a burly boy over 17 meters tall, and the west is the other team headed by Kaku. Unpleasant thing, Mu Feng walked over leisurely without the slightest hesitation, and at the same time heard their conversation. But yeah, you have to apologize for what you just said. Mu Feng is my eldest brother. Not everyone can comment. Kaku said loudly with a look of anger. Hey, Kaku, why do you still have to stand up for that unfortunate Mu Feng? Don't forget that you are my defeat. Baby looked at Kaku arrogantly. He smiled strangely and said, I am saying that Mu Feng is a bastard, an unlucky bastard. What the matter? What wrong? Otherwise, how could he provoke the wrath of the sky, be struck by lightning, and make me laugh to death? Ha ha ha. That's right. That's what Boss Beater said. Isn't that right? Mu Feng was struck by lightning with dozens of people. Obviously, he is a bad guy. Ha ha. That is. I don't know if he is dead or not. Everyone behind Bayat echoed. You bastard. I don't allow you to insult Mu Feng. I don't allow it. With a roar of Kaku, he was about to rush over to fight Beate like crazy, but at this moment, a big hand landed on his shoulder, pressing him down steadily. Who? Called Kaku in dissatisfaction, turned his head and was stunned. Mu Feng, why are you here? Are you all well? Ha ha. It's nothing serious. Mu Feng waved his hand casually, then glanced at Bayat Hihi Isho. I have nothing to do. I just heard a dog barking, so I came to see which house it belongs to. The dogs were not kept barking. Dog, where are the dogs? Kaku asked with a naive face after searching back and forth, finding nothing. It's just that there are dogs there. Mu Feng, you bastard, don't talk nonsense. Bayat said arrogantly. Look at Kaku. That mad dog has started to bark again. Come back and don't get bitten by the dog, or you need to fight the rabid dog nursery. Mu Feng with a dull face gently pulled Kaku to the side. Behind. Mu Feng, you bastard, don't talk nonsense. There. You won't talk about me again, will you? Bayat then pointed at Mu Feng and turned his back on his opponent. Is that bastard talking about me? That the boss seems to be. Vitar's men timidly said. Yo, it's not only a mad dog, but also a mad dog with a relatively long reflex arm. His head was squeezed by the door. How pitiful. Is such a big head full of tofu scum. It's amazing. Since it's a hostile relationship, there's no need to show mercy. What? Mu Feng, You bastard dares to insult this uncle. You are dead. Today I will let you see who is the first person in the junior class. Beate, who had reacted too much, suddenly turned ashen, and his anger went straight to the top. Liangmin really kept calling like a mad dog. Shave. Bitar's entire body flickered and disappeared in front of everyone's eye. Then he suddenly appeared in front of Mu Feng, shaking his hand into a fist and smashing the top of Mu Feng's head with a look of anger. Beate could not wait to punch Mu Feng into a dazzled face so as to relieve the hatred in his heart. P.S. Don't forget to favorite. Don't forget the flower. Chapter 6. What is the real moon step? Bitar's idea is good, but the reality is not as good as he imagined, and every action of his can't escape Mu Feng's eye. Infinity n airy summation infinity __. Bitar was not too slow on Mu Feng. Seeing the number of his attack, the corners of Mu Feng's mouth rolled up, revealing a confident smile. He knocked out with his left hand, easily deflecting Bitar's attack, and then his right leg was rounded. He kicked Bitar's chest with the door wide open. It was said that it was too late, and the right leg that hung on the sound of the whirring wind fell on Beate's chest in an instant. As soon as Beate was blocked just now, he knew that it was not good, and he did not dare to quickly withdraw his right arm and left arm without any carelessness. The arms were crossed in front of the chest together, blocking Mu Feng's ferocious leg. What? Although he caught Mu Feng's leg, Beate immediately exclaimed. He felt as if he had been hit by a train. Far, and then landed and slid 3 or 4 meters before standing still. Hey, isn't this true? Beate was kicked out by Mu Feng. I'm not dreaming. That's right. How is this possible? Beate is the strongest player in our junior class, and will be the fastest player to be promoted to the intermediate class. How can he be repelled? Why is this happening? Wasn't Mu Feng struck by lightning 2 days ago? It stands to reason that his strength should be regressed. Everyone around was shocked and couldn't believe it. Not to mention, even Kaku, who is most familiar with Mu Feng, has a suspicious expression. He is the one who knows Mu Feng's strength best, and he is also the person who knows the strength of the entire junior class. Myself, and then Sister Khalifa. Although Mu Feng was able to compete with Beate before, he was hesitant to nourish him from an early age, and his basic training was slightly inferior to Beate. So in terms of long-term battles, Mu Feng was not as good as Beate. Maple is indeed inferior to Beate, but the things in front of him have completely subverted everything before, and others may be worse, but Kaku himself is still very confident. He can see that now Mu Feng is absolutely stable in controlling Gaia. Such a change, how could he not let him wonder? Was it struck by lightning, and the benefits were still there? Just when everyone was puzzled, a Khalifa in a black suit and a pair of Yuhi-colored high-heeled shoes also appeared at the entrance of the playground. She was also puzzled, and secretly wondered in her heart, is this guy Mu Feng? You can't hide your strength all the time, huh? You dare to lie to me? I will pry your mouth open after you finish the competition, and I want to see what secrets you have. No matter how everyone guessed, Mu Feng himself was very satisfied with the defense and attack just now. This is the result of the 2 days of cultivation. No effort will be rewarded. It is true. Mu Feng, who held his fist and retracted his right leg, leaped a satisfied smile, and did not pursue the victory. He already fully knew the strength comparison between himself and Beater, and also knew that he had an absolute advantage in strength and speed, so he wanted to hone his actual combat experience more. Integrate previous memory. Beate, who was kicked out, was stunned for a moment, and then rushed over again with a loud scream. Impossible. How can I not have the upper hand? It's impossible. A loss just now made him even crazier. The attack became more severe. The sound of collision was incessant, and in an instant, Mu Feng and Beate fought again. Beate's attack continued like a surging river, but Mu Feng was standing like a rock, defending and attacking. Flashing fists and feet set off a whirlwind. Hey, they are so powerful. I was able to keep up with their speed just now, but now I can only see after images. Damn it. No one can be compared to us now. They have the strength to beat us all. The teenagers who kept retreating and dodging talked a lot. The battle between Mu Feng and Beate is constantly escalating, and their fierce battle is getting louder and louder, which immediately attracts a lot of people who want to eat after training. There are elementary classes, and intermediate classes are not lacking. Just as they were fighting fiercely, a middle-aged one-armed man with a sturdy figure and a dark complexion stood quietly at the window of the corridor above. He just stood there silently, giving people a sense of oppression from the top of Mount Tai, like a poisonous snake. Like a beast, it is awe-inspiring and dare not approach the slightest. His pair of eagle-like eyes shot out a sharp light, which made people dare not look directly. A gust of breeze supported him. His empty left arm sleeve and the righteous cloak fluttered gently, making him more majestic, like an admiral army commanding thousands of troops. As time passed, Mu Feng and Beate had fought back and forth for 40 or 50 rounds, and there was still no winner. After a loud bang, they both retreated with the impact. BVS panting. Mu Feng, with a calm expression on his face, casually shook his slightly numb arm, and Isho said, "Hey, if you have this strength, Beate, then I won't play with you. Go on." Indeed, after experiencing the touchstone of Beate, Mu Feng has gradually integrated his previous actual combat experience, so there is no need to be entangled. angle. What? Are you looking down on me? You really look down on people. Today, you can see my full strength. Beatty, who wiped the sweat from his forehead, shouted sharply, panting like a cow. Shave. Moon step. The roundhouse kick was a shave and quickly rushed to the front of Mu Feng, and then a moon step rose into the air. In the air, Beate's leg spun like a sword, and suddenly cut from the top. It's also called moon step. It's flashy. It's just an appearance. It's just insulting Rokushi. Mu Feng, who snorted coldly, pressed his feet, and the whole person swished like an arrow from the string, and shot 4 or 5 meters away from the shell. Art blow. With a loud bang, the bluestone slab that Mu Feng occupied just now was kicked into pieces by Beate, and countless stones flew around like bullets. It seems that you have this level of strength, so I'm sorry. Just lie down and let you see what the real moon step is before that. Mu Feng, who had withdrawn, pointed at Beate Vivi Isho. Shave. Moon step is the same move. Mu Feng's use is very different immediately. A Mu Feng who shaves his body into the air, pedals violently in the air, and the whole person jumps back and forth in the air at a high speed. The speed is getting faster and faster. In an instant, countless figures appeared in the eyes of everyone, making people dazzled, and it was impossible to tell which was the real body and which was the phantom. With a bang, Beater, who also couldn't tell the difference between the real and the fake, was kicked to the chest by Mu Feng, who suddenly appeared beside him. He spewed a mouthful of blood as if a cannonball spun and hit the wall of the playground. The wall couldn't withstand such a big impact, and after a soft click, it collapsed with a 2 to 3 meter wide gap. P.S. Flowers flower. Collect. Chapter 7 Exceptional Upgrade 1 Update. P.S. This is the first update, and there are 2 more to follow. Work hard to write. Everyone vote, and thanks for the collection. Omega filled circle S Omega __. With a loud bang, Beate vomited blood and fell from the collapsed wall. He fell into the dust without falling into a coma. He still tried his best to stand up, but there was always an infinite gap between ideas and reality. After working hard for a long time, he finally collapsed to the ground, staring at Mu Feng with a pair of eyes, revealing unwillingness and hatred. The first drone just passed him by. Bayat gaze made Mu Feng very disgusted. He frowned and really wanted to rush up again, smashing him savagely, or killing him outright to avoid future trouble, but Mu Feng didn't do it because this is Marine's training bait. It is allowed to spar with each other. You can seriously hurt the opponent during the sparring process, but you can't add additional damage when the opponent falls to the ground. In that case, you will be affected by the situation's severe punishment. Mu Feng is still very rational, and it is impossible to put himself in because of a beater, so he impatiently discarded this tempting idea, and then faced Beater coldly. Isho, why are you not convinced? No. Be willing. It's just a clown jumping on the beam. As long as you dare to come, I will always wait for your challenge, but next time you may not have such good luck. After saying that, he turned to Kaku and the others and walked over. Mu Feng said. Wherever they passed, the teenagers all gave way in fear. The playground that was a little noisy just now was silent, and terrifyingly silent at this moment. This competition has finally come to an end. Some people are happy and some are worried. The foreign faction represented by Kaku is very happy, because they will not be bullied by the local faction in the future, but the local faction headed by Beate is very sad and does not know the future. Will it be better? Everyone was worried about Mu Feng's revenge. Just as Mu Feng was enjoying the baptism of complex gazes such as admiration and hatred from the crowd in a victorious manner, a figure slipped down from the sky like a dopung, spreading its wings and landed firmly in front of Mu Feng. In an instant, Mu Feng felt an invisible momentum surrounding him, and then continued to oppress him, as if he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders, which was extremely heavy. Plop, plop sounded one after another, and several teenagers who couldn't bear the pressure fell to the ground one after another, squeezing a surprised voice from his throat. Gaia, Rear Admiral. Mu Feng was also surprised, biting on Kiba Guan and working hard to straighten his weight. He raised his head and looked hard at Gaia, Rear Admiral, who fell. A burly, sturdy middle-aged about 2 meters tall appeared in his eye. The dark in, the axe-like resolute face and the eagle-like eyes gave a lot of pressure. The snow-white military uniform and the windlass and automatic cloak also added the majesty of Gaia, Rear Admiral. Gaia, Rear Admiral, who was like a wall, silently just looked at Mu Feng in front of him, and then the momentum on his body suddenly changed, and a strong murderous aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushed out. In an instant, Mu Feng felt that he had come to the hell on earth. Cold sweat like Izumi wet his clothes in an instant. He wanted to escape this aura, but he couldn't move even an ounce, and the murderous aura condensed into him. The whole body trembled involuntarily. The straight spine was also slowly bent by the oppression, and the trembling leg seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and would collapse. This was a mental deterrent, and it was more terrifying than a physical blow. Two people with very different strength. The strong can definitely oppress the weak with one momentum and cause the weak to lose their minds and die. Such a blow is more direct than killing people. And now Mu Feng is this ant-like weakling, but he does have an unyielding will, and he keeps shouting in his heart, I can't fall like this. I can't fall down. Mu Feng's Kiba Guan clenched tightly. His muscles kept worming. his blue veins burst out, and a trace of blood was left in his clenched hand, and his body kept making creaking sound, as if his bones were about to be crushed, but Mufeng ignored it and worked hard. Standing with the support of his feet, the bluestone slab under his feet also made a clicking sound at this moment, and was shattered by his stepping. Standing, he must stand, because once he is oppressed and humiliated by this kind of momentum, then his heart will definitely be impacted, making him afraid of all terrible things. Then he will not be able to become stronger, unable to become a real powerhouse. Just when his consciousness was about to collapse, a trace of warm current flowed out from his chest, quickly moving his whole body so that he was once again gaining a trace of strength. Under the action of this strength, Mufeng, I felt a suffocation in the oppressed chest cavity, and I wanted to vent it. Ah! Resounded in the sky above the entire playground, and Mufeng, like an awakened lion, burst out with a strange momentum, which slowed down Gaierti's Rear Admiral's murderous aura. Seizing such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he once again stood tall and straight. His unyielding eyes stared at Gaiert's Rear Admiral in front of him. Many ignorant teenagers around were also shaken by Mufeng's strange aura. Hey! Gaiert's Rear Admiral, who was agitated by Mufeng's aura, also let out a small sigh, and then all his aura was withdrawn, and a gleam of light flashed in Mufeng's eyes as he silently looked at Mufeng, like a girl who found a toy, but immediately he returned to normal and nodded lightly. Okay, very good. Your name is Mufeng, right? Yes. From now on your vacation is cancelled. Tomorrow you will be upgraded to the intermediate class and receive more rigorous training, and I will also personally I'll give you a week. Then Gaiert's Rear Admiral disappeared in front of everyone's eye, and he didn't even look at Beate, who was lying under the wall. Looking at Gaiert's Rear Admiral who was leaving, Mufeng raised his hand with difficulty to wipe the cold sweat from his head, and secretly said in his heart, is this the strength of Rear Admiral? No, it should be said that it is the strength of Vice Admiral. Really terrible. Haha, that great. Mufeng has finally been promoted to the intermediate class. Haha, it's still an exceptional promotion, and now we're proud of it. Yeah, that's right, except for the former legend Rob Lucci. Mufeng is the second genius who jumped grade. Kaku and others also started cheering and celebrating after Gaert disappeared, but Beate Valet didn't feel like saying a word of nonsense, but ran to the infirmary with a grumpy expression on Beate's face for fear of Mufeng's retaliation. After the appearance of Gaert Rear Admiral, the other teenagers also left the stage one after another, constantly spreading what they had just seen. This is also an entertainment activity on this island. Chapter 8 Date Invitation. The PS2 updates are coming, and there will be one more in the evening, or any product or this kind of 3 shifts is considered make up for yesterday's 1 shift. The noisy playground gradually calmed down, and Mufeng had been standing quietly since Gaert Rear Admiral left. Vivi raised his head and looked at the sunset reflecting Yuhi's clouds in the distance. Kaku cheered happily. They were also sent by Kaku to the cafeteria to have meal. Mufeng and Kaku were the only people left on the huge venue. Some excited Kaku ran to Mufeng and gave a deep hug, and then said with some envy, "Great, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Mufeng, and you've even upgraded. It's really amazing." After listening to Kaku's word, Mufeng Vivi Isho touched the top of Kaku's head, who was slightly shorter than him. "What is there to be happy about? If you work hard, you can do it." Then he continued, "Then can you stop hugging? Follow me. You also know that I don't like men. I only like women. I'm very troubled by you. Really, it would be nice if there was such a day." Kaku, who smirked for a while, automatically filtered out the words behind Mufeng, but he still let go of Mufeng and said, "Let go. I already let those guys fight. The best meal. Let's have a big meal today to celebrate." "Yeah, okay, but let me say it first. I don't have much money." Mufeng looked up at the sky with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, but he didn't move a bit, Allah, it's not a problem for all of us to collect money." Kaku said and walked out, but after 2 steps, he realized that Mufeng hadn't followed. He also looked at the sky for a while, seeing something. He asked, "Boss Mufeng, you should go. Are you still waiting? Don't you think the clouds in the sky are beautiful? Look at it for a while to cultivate your sentiment." Mufeng said indifferently, "It's nothing to see. 10 are all the same." Kaku looked at Mufeng strangely, and then asked mysteriously, "You don't find anything special?" "No," Mufeng answered very succinctly and clearly. "Then why don't you go? Hey, do you really want to know why I didn't leave?" Mufeng retracted his eyes from Isho. "Of course." Kaku nodded vigorously. Mufeng's equally mysterious Isho waved to Kaku, and then said in Kaku's ear, "The reason why I don't want to go is that my legs are a little cramped, and now I can't walk." "What?" Kaku exclaimed, and then said with some dissatisfaction, "Boss, you are playing with me. I thought you made a major discovery." "What's so strange about this? I was forced by Gaerti's Rear Admiral's aura, and I was a little out of my strength. I used too much force. Didn't you see that the stone slabs under my feet were broken?" Mufeng said righteously. Then he put his hand on Kaku's shoulder, jumped slowly, and accelerated the blood circulation. "Hey, don't look like this. Okay, this is also a major discovery. Okay, it's easy to get cramped steps after taking off the fort. Be careful. I know. Kaku waved his hands helplessly. After jumping back and forth a few times, Mu Feng, who felt that there was nothing serious, then stepped forward and dragged Kaku out of the field, but when he reached the door, he was blocked by a jade-like hand. Khalifa, who was wearing a black-handed suit, stood quietly in front of Mu Feng and the two of them. Her bright eyes looked back and forth on Mu Feng. She gently fluttered her long golden hair, and said slightly charmingly, Mu Feng, it's hidden very deep. Ah, I'm a little interested in you now. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in green apple. Mu Feng glanced at Khalifa's green breasts and said with a sincere expression, you bastard, where am I from the young apple? Can you point it out? Hearing Mu Feng's word, Khalifa took a step forward in annoyance and glared fiercely at Mu Feng. Tis, there is still such a request, then I will show it to you reluctantly. Mu Feng, with a smirk on his face, stretched out his hand and pointed at Khalifa's chest. Boss Mu Feng, what are you doing? Kaku, who was a little stunned, asked with a saliva. Oh, it's nothing. Didn't Comrade Khalifa ask me to point it out? Since she is so humbly asking for advice, I can't help but give advice in a serious and responsible manner. After awakening from his chaotic thought, Mu Feng looked upright. But as soon as Mu Feng's word fell, there was a harsh scream. The sound was sharp and thin and pierced the eardrum, causing Mu Feng's eardrums to hurt. After the scream, it was Khalifa's big mouth, but she did miss out. Mu Feng took a step back when she was screaming. You bastard, you shameless bastard. Khalifa shouted angrily with a face ashamed of Yuhi. Hey, you have to be reasonable when you speak, and it also depends on the situation. You asked me to point it out, but you don't want to. It's really hard to serve. Mu Feng, who took a step back and buckled his ears, said, and don't be so loud that others think I have done something. My words are too young to interest me. You bastard, you scoundrel, you are really a villain. Khalifa kicked Mu Feng with her jade leg. Mu Feng sneered at Isho, raised his left arm to block Khalifa's attack, and then the evil Isho said, Hey, wearing a skirt and kicking so high, why do you want me to see what the background color is? Mu Feng said. Feng really bowed his head to the neck. You bastard. Another screaming Khalifa immediately retracted her jade leg, her face ashamed of Yuhi apple, and angrily pointed at Mu Feng's nose. You shameless fellow. Mu Feng sneered at Isho, and tugged at the corners of his mouth to reveal a mouthful of white fang teeth. Don't talk nonsense. You see my Kiba teeth are very healthy. How can I have no teeth? Don't talk nonsense without research. Khalifa, who had been choked to death by Mu Feng, opened his apricot eyes and wanted to start again, but when he thought of what Mu Feng had just said, he immediately stopped and said angrily, after dinner, we will meet in the woods behind the number 1 playground. If you don't come, there will be consequences. Be conceited. After speaking, he snorted and disappeared in front of Mu Feng's eye. Wow, boss, you are really strong. Is this a date invitation from Miss Khalifa? You are so happy. Kaku looked at Mu Feng with admiration. A fart date? It's not a good thing. If you want to go, how about taking you at night? Mu Feng glared at Kaku and said, that's not necessary. Ha ha ha. Yes, let's eat. Yes. Thinking of Khalifa's terrifying queen attitude, Kaku immediately shrank his neck subconsciously and scolded Isho. Chapter 9 An Almost Impossible Agreement. 3 Shift 2. P.S. It may be a bit dull at the beginning, but it will be better in the future. I hope everyone will collect it. The update of more than 7,000 words a day today is quite powerful. Because of Mu Feng's extraordinary upgrade, everyone held a small celebration. It was all homeless children and they were happy to eat. To be honest, this is a hell. No one knows if they can complete the training alive. With Marine, the faction of the relationship may be a little better. It is really unbearable, and it can be transferred to another place as an ordinary soldier or an officer, but they can't. These wandering teenagers have only 2 choices on this island. Either they successfully cultivate and go out gloriously, or they have to bury their bones here. So whenever there is something worth celebrating, everyone will happily spend a good time here. Make a good memory. After the meal, Kaku also secretly asked Mu Feng why he always seemed to be true to Khalifa, and Mu Feng didn't hide it. Isho answered him, because he hated Khalifa's high-spirited attitude and the kind of ignorance of others. The expression in his eyes is disgusting. It should not be said that he is very disgusted. As the sun sets in the west, a bright moon quietly climbs the branches, scattering a little bit of silver light. The whole earth is slightly hazy in the silver light, depicting another kind of beauty in the world. Mu Feng walked slowly on Silver Way with a baseball cap and came to the woods behind the playground number 1 invited by Khalifa. Although he didn't want to come, he had to come. Although others didn't know who Khalifa's father was, he only knowing that her father has a lot of energy, but Mu Feng knows Khalifa's father is an important member of the current CP9. He once participated in the Buster Call in Robin's hometown O'Hara. He is definitely a real power faction. Of course, it is relative to this EP training base. The place to go is EP9, so as long as Khalifa's father says a word, Mu Feng's body can definitely be left without a trace. Mu Feng, who came to the grove, stopped and silently looked at Khalifa, who had been waiting for a long time. Khalifa seemed to have learned the lesson of the afternoon and put on a pair of tight tight-fitting jeans, a pair of flat shoes, and a long flowing golden hair. The headband was tied tightly behind her head, looking neat and clean. Kaku, why are you here? Mu Feng didn't come, Khalifa asked, standing under Gecko. Hey, what's your look? I'm Mu Feng. Okay, if you are short-sighted, you can come out with glasses, Mu Feng said slightly angrily. Oh, it's really you bastard. I thought it was Kaku when I saw the baseball cap, Khalifa said. Can you be any more idiot? Mu Feng shook his head with a black line, then waved his hand and continued. Forget it. Tell me, why are you looking for me? I don't think your eldest lady is dating me. My purpose and simplicity is to fight you, and I must win you, Khalifa under Gecko said proudly. Khalifa, who disappeared with a shaving brush, appeared in front of Mu Feng and then his jade leg swept across, kicking Mu Feng's head. Mu Feng frowned, raised his leg at will to catch Khalifa's attack, and then bounced her away with a little force. If there is nothing else, I will not accompany you. To be honest, I still hate you so high above. Facial expression. Let go there. We haven't finished fighting yet. Khalifa rushed forward again involuntarily, punching and kicking together to launch a fierce attack. Bump! Mu Feng, who picked up a few moves back and forth, his eyes narrowed, and then he grabbed a flaw in Khalifa and punched her in the lower abdomen, and then fell over the shoulder, knocking Khalifa to the ground. There is no need for us to compete at all. You are not my opponent at all. Mu Feng, who took 2 steps back, Isho said again. Also, there is no difference between a woman wearing a skirt or a pair of pants. What do you mean? Said Khalifa, who was thrown to the ground. Because wearing trousers only makes men take off more slowly, but it doesn't really have much effect. Mu Feng evilly said Isho. You bastard, why are you so powerful? Why is God so fair? Khalifa, who sat up, pointed at Mu Feng and cursed, and then suddenly burst into tears. Why am I a woman? Why? Looking at the crying Khalifa, Mu Feng was also stunned. He usually looked high, as if Khalifa of a proud little hen also has such a fragile side, which really makes Mu Feng a little helpless. Mu Feng, who stood silently for a long time, walked to Khalifa and patted her shoulder lightly. I don't know why you cry, and I don't know why you hate you for being a girl, but I know that a strong man will not believe in tears. Strong? Don't you want to be strong because of me? Do you know how much I have paid to become strong? I have never made friends, never really visited an amusement park, never watched a movie, except for training, but I still can't beat you, and it's not because I'm a woman. Khalifa roared with tears in his eyes. After listening to Khalifa's word, Mu Feng was also dumbfounded. It turned out that it was not Khalifa who was arrogant anymore, but that she didn't know how to make friends and how to face others. In her life, there seemed to be nothing but training. In fact, she is quite pitiful when you think about it. Mu Feng, who sighed, sat silently beside Khalifa and asked softly, why are you working so hard? Because of my father. I want to prove to him that even a girl can be as strong as a girl, and a girl is no worse than a boy. Khalifa's tearful eyes flashed with determination. I want to make him regret doing this kind of thing. I regret doing this to my mother. Silver Kiba clenched Khalifa, waving her fist hard as if to let everyone in the world know her determination. Looking at such a persistent girl, Mu Feng's thoughts began to drift, and a picture appeared in his mind. Zoro, why am I a girl? Why? The girl cried. What wrong with the girl? Isn't it nice? The green-haired Zoro replied. Because I'm a girl, I can't become stronger. I can't inherit this gem. I can't become the world's greatest swordsman. Don't talk nonsense. You are so powerful. I have never beat you once. You are already very powerful, and I believe you will definitely become a great swordsman. No, we can all become great swordsmen, and then go the one competing for the number 1 in the world is called. Quote. The picture faded. Looking at Khalifa, Mu Feng felt a little bit in his heart how similar Khalifa and Kuina are. They are both constantly working hard to prove themselves, but they are discouraged because they are daughters. Suddenly Mu Feng realized that Khalifa, a persistent pursuit girl, wasn't so annoying. He put his strong arms around Khalifa, making her cry on his shoulder, and then said, don't be discouraged, although you are a girl, but I am equally convinced that you can be a strong man, and you will. Quote. Really? Khalifa, who was crying on Mu Feng's shoulder for a while, stuck his head out and asked with some lack of confidence. Of course, Mu Feng said with certainty. Then why Khalifa's tears and comforted. Do you know that the 4 emperors, those are the great pirates under One Piece, king of pirates, stronger than admiral, one of them is a woman, and Shichibukai, which is currently being prepared by the government, heard that there is also a woman in it, which means that girls can also stand on the top of the world. Quote. 4 emperors, Shichibukai. How did you know? Khalifa tilted her head. Ooh, I accidentally leaked. Now the 4 emperors have just existed, and Shichibukai has only just been prepared. Such important news will not be known to outsiders. Mu Feng, who secretly screamed badly, broke down in cold sweat. Knowing it's wrong, then you can't go further on the wrong road. So Mu Feng immediately pretended to be confused. Then what are you talking about? What 4 emperors? What Shichibukai? I don't know what you are talking about. The moonlight today is good. Ah, said Mu Feng, jumped up and wanted to run away, but was caught by Khalifa. Khalifa's misty eyes revealed a mysterious color, and a charming smile spread on her face, like a peach blossom blooming. It seems that you know a lot of secret. If I go to inform. Khalifa suddenly stopped talking like a little fox who steals thing. And Isho said again, as long as you do me a favor, I will always keep your secret for you, and I will sponsor you a lot of money. Haha, it's good to talk about money. It's good to have money to do things. Come, what are your requirements? Say it directly. Seeing that Mufeng couldn't hide his path, he had to accept Khalifa's request. What? If you kill Khalifa, don't be fooled by such an important person as Khalifa. If you want to kill him, kill him. After you kill him, you will die. Hee, it's not too difficult. As long as you help me become a strong man. It doesn't need to be too strong. Just reach the level of Vice Admiral. Khalifa said with a smile. Hey, elder sister, can you be more realistic? For example, let's eat some cake, some wine or something. Mufeng scratched his head. No, Khalifa said very seriously, and then whispered into Mufeng's ear. As long as you can make me a strong person, I will grant you any request. That, you don't have to imply that I'm okay or not. I'll think wrong, and I really don't like green apple. Mufeng said helplessly. What do you think is your business? I just want the result. The result, Khalifa said firmly. Okay, that I can only do my best. If I can become the world top powerhouse, maybe I can fulfill your wish. Mufeng, who sighed, replied weakly. Very good, then it's settled. After saying that, Khalifa happily ran away, leaving Mufeng alone in the lonely woods blowing the cold wind. Chapter 10, the beginning of devil training. P.S. Collection, flowers, common, intersection, sci-fi intersection. Yesterday, the cold wind was blowing in the middle of the night. This morning, it was bright, and Mufeng, who was woken up by a wake-up call, washed his face indiscriminately and hurriedly ran to the intermediate training ground. There is an unwritten rule here. If you don't show up for a minute, you will be whipped. The punishment will not be allowed to eat for a day. The training intensity will not change. There is no sympathy here. Some are just ruthless. If you want to live, you must abide by the rules and regulations here. Mufeng, who hurried to the outside of the venue, was stopped by a major before he could enter the venue. Name: William. Mufeng. Yes, I am the officer. Mufeng, who gave a military salute with a snap, replied loudly. Very well, come with me. After the major said a word, he didn't speak again, just walked away. What is this for? Are you not training at the intermediate training ground? Could it be that you can't train alone? Mufeng, who was guessing at random, didn't dare to ask more, but just followed closely behind the major. Here, you should ask what you should ask, and if you should not ask, it is a violation of discipline, and the consequences are very serious. Therefore, you only need to say 2 sentences to the commander. The first sentence is, yes, sir. Second sentence, understood, sir. Don't say the rest of the words, you're going to rot to death. Under the leadership of the major, he came to a small independent courtyard in a short time. When he arrived at the door, the major asked Mufeng to wait outside, and then he went in and returned to his light. The major came out again after a short time and walked in with Mufeng. This is a courtyard with tens of thousands of square meters. It has all the training equipment outside, and it is more advanced and more diverse. At first glance, it looks like a high-level training venue, but now there are no teenagers receiving training. Looking at the quiet space around him, Mufeng had a bad feeling in his heart. I'm afraid that the days to come will be very sad. Just when he was a little distracted, Gaia, Rear Admiral's tall figure appeared in front of him, and looked at the straight Mufeng standing blankly. I don't want too much nonsense from the little guy. Said, from today onward, you will begin to receive my exclusive training guidance. I hope you have a good time. Speaking of which, Langding slapped Mufeng hard in the lower abdomen. In an instant, Mufeng felt the pain of overturning the river and the sea from his internal organ. He spat out a few mouthfuls of bitter water, and then his face became wet. The pain almost made him shout out, but he still died. The character that was about to die in his throat choked back, and then endured the severe pain to straighten his back again and stand stably, his eyes extremely firm. Haha, my willpower is good. I didn't cry out, or else you will have to suffer today. Gaia Vivi Isho nodded with relative satisfaction. My training is slightly different from those outside, because I will keep doubling your will, your physical fitness, and even raising your limit. As long as you don't die, you will have unexpected benefit, which is really good news for you. Quote, okay, good your sister, good mother. I haven't trained yet. Just hearing you say this will make my egg hurt. I don't know what it will be like to receive training. Mufeng kept complaining in his heart, but on the surface he didn't dare show half. Are you upset and scolding me? Gaierti's eagle-like glasses seemed to see through the heart. No, sir, Mufeng said loudly against his will. Haha, the more you scold me, the happier I am. Hey Isho, Gaiert suddenly said with a sullen face, because I will double train you, torture you, make your life worse than death, and let you finally connect. I don't have the strength to curse. Damn, devil, this is the real devil, but fortunately, it's only for a week. As long as you get through it, you will escape. Mufeng thought to himself. Okay, it's all said. Now I'll explain to you the rest of the 4 poses: land lag, Shigan finger pistol, iron nugget, and Kami E's cultivation methods and process. Gaia, who seems to have found a plaything, he continued to explain. Kami with the keen judgment of the Rokushiki user, the airflow and muscle changes of the opponent's move are used to determine the opponent's attack route in advance, and then use it to dodge. Iron nugget, the strong muscles are hyperinflated in an instant, and through consciousness they induce light hypnosis and paralyze the nerves of the body so as to resist external forces. Those who have reached ultimate can use it on the move. Shigen, finger pistol, use the principle of iron to make the fingers extremely hard, and then at the moment of piercing, the muscles inside the arm rapidly contract and stretch many times so that the arm contains a lot of kinetic energy so that the force of the piercing finger is extremely concentrated in order to achieve an indestructible effect. Rankyaku, tempest kick, the muscles in the feet rapidly contract and stretch to create kinetic energy and then quickly exit the leg. After the speed of sound is exceeded, the air compresses in front of the leg, forming a gas blade to injure the enemy. Hearing Gaierti's Rear Admiral's word, Mu Feng's brows moved, and this small movement was immediately captured by Carter. Why do you have any doubt? Sir, I have a small question, Mu Feng said boldly. Say, well, is Rokushiki's practice related to the rapid flow of blood? Does the rapid flow of blood drive the body's function? Mu Feng replied, stupid question. Rokushiki is the development of the human body's limit, and it has nothing to do with blood. Do you know what awaits you if you speed up the blood flow? Gaia looked at Mu Feng, who had some doubt, and said, what awaits you is a burst of heart and death. Don't talk nonsense, you know. Understood, sir. Mu Feng replied loudly, but he felt regretful in his heart. It turns out that it was all a lie. Seeing the humbly and educated Mu Feng, Gaia explained again slowly. It turns out that Shave and Moonstep are the easiest to master in Rokushiki, while the rest of the moves are very difficult to cultivate. Mu Feng saw it before. The process of juvenile training is just constantly honing people's muscles and bone, making them stronger and able to withstand huge impact. After listening to the detailed explanation, Mu Feng also seemed to understand a little bit. It turns out that these principles have some similarities with the iron cloth shirts of Shaolin Temple on Earth. They are all in the continuous improvement of the human body's eternal tolerance, reaching the realm of invulnerability. After spending a period of time explaining, Gaillard started his devil training in Rear Admiral. I don't know whether it was because Gaillard was interested in Mu Feng's potential or because he had hatred against Mu Feng in disguised form of revenge. It's just that the training intensity on the first day was 15 times that of the intermediate class outside. This finally confirmed Mu Feng's hunt. On this day, he carried a weight of 150 pounds for 25 minutes and ran a 10-kilometer cross-country run, 400 pounds of stone lock weightlifting for 15 minutes, 1000 time, and 10 minutes of rapids with bare hand, rock climbing, etc. With various survival tests, constantly squeezed Mu Feng's physical strength and tempered his will. If he couldn't finish it, it would be a severe beating. If he did not satisfy Gaillard, it would be a fat beating. During the training, Mu Feng also got out of a coma twice, but he was immediately injected with a nutrient solution by Gaillard, and then he punched and kicked, using the speciality of a painful fruit to stimulate Mu Feng's nerve. Wake up the comatose Mu Feng and then continuously squeeze his potential. Chapter 11 Survival Mission 2 more. After a day of dying struggle, when the sun went down, Mu Feng found that he was lucky enough to be alive, but he was in a terrible mood. It was an extremely long day, and it was like a year. At the same time, he kept cursing Gaillard in his heart. Rear Admiral, smashing all the most vicious adjectives it could think of on Carter. It's really abominable. The last time he fainted, he didn't even give him nutrient solution and threw himself in a big vat to cook. Does he want to eat human meat too? Mu Feng whispered while dragging his exhausted body. Reference mark. In the small courtyard where Mu Feng left, Major Luo who was standing behind Gaillard Rear Admiral, said with some doubt, Lord Rear Admiral, is it really good for you to train Mu Feng with such high intensity? I'm not afraid that he won't be able to bear it and his body will suffer. Crash to death. Major Lord, you've been thinking too much. This Mu Feng has unimaginable potential. As long as he has a good grasp of the scale and patiently cultivates him, he can definitely become a strong man. Gaillard Rear Admiral looked at Vivi Isho in the distance. Could he have more potential than Lucci? Lore said in surprise. Lucci. Gaillard Rear Admiral thought silently for a moment and then said, Lucci is a genius, a killing machine, but Lucci can't follow Mu Feng's footsteps because he has a mysterious power that can only appear in a million people. Anyone with this power is a big man who stands at the top of the world. Saying that, Gaillard touched his empty left arm with a gloomy expression. It's a pity that I found it too late. If Mu Feng had been stronger in the earlier days, he would have to use extraordinary means to speed up his growth. Of course, if Mu Feng wasn't that kind of material, I would have nothing to do with it. Destroying him without mercy, and destroying such a person is also a very interesting thing. Gaillard, who sneered while touching the empty sleeve, his face became more and more ugly. You guy, wait for me. I can't be ashamed, but I will definitely cultivate a marine who is comparable to you. Gaillard, who was in a bad mood, quickly disappeared into the night. The mysterious power that only appears in a million people. What is it? Does Mu Feng really have such a huge potential? Luo looked at the disappearing Gaillard Rear Admiral, and a huge question appeared in his heart. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Mu Feng has been under Gaillard's men for a week. This week devil training has all also made him stronger, more determined, and his physical strength has once again made a qualitative leap. But all of this is due to the tattoo on his chest, because every time Mufeng thought he was doomed, there would always be an air current running through his body, constantly recovering his wound. Therefore, whenever he woke up the next morning, he would feeling refreshed and exhausted. Mufeng, who had finished training for a week, came to the intermediate training ground happily, thinking that he could finally escape from Gaierti's clutches. But an unfortunate event happened to him and he was told that he would not come to the training ground in the future. Well, because he's been doing well this week, Gaiert's Rear Admiral is going to train him privately indefinitely. Hearing this news, Mufeng was no less than a thunderclap and almost fell, but he still bit Kiba and accepted the arrangement of his fate. But he secretly said in his heart, "Damn, it's not good for me to behave well. My mother is really unreasonable." Since then, Mufeng has lived under the pressure of Gaiert's Rear Admiral. Life is not as tragic as death, and the training intensity in the first half of the first month is 15 times that of the intermediate class. In the second half of the month, it was mercilessly increased to 2 times. In the second month and the third month, the training intensity was increased by 3 times, and in the fourth, fifth and sixth month, the intensity was increased by 4 times. Under this infinite oppression, Mufeng was dying every time. The magical tattoo, he didn't know how many times he died, but he was also growing rapidly. He learned all Rokushiki in just 6 months, which also set a legend, completely breaking Luchi's 1-year record, and the strength test even get the tall 850 value and let the tester call pervert directly, but these are only known to the top. After living in this hell for 6 months, Mufeng became more and more uneasy. "I seem to feel the coming storm." Sure enough, this day Mufeng came here. Gaiert's Rear Admiral's special training courtyard. Gaiert's special Rear Admiral uncharacteristically did not train Mufeng but gave Mufeng a task. Gaiert, who had a serious face, pushed a big box in front of Mufeng and said with a blank face, "This is a survival mission. After all, you have been cultivating here for so long, and it is time to hone it. Here are 2 a pointer, a permanent pointer, and a knot. Do you want me to go to sea, sir?" Mufeng said, "Yes, this island is not suitable for your survival training at all, so I choose an island called Caseri Island, which is more suitable for your play." This permanent pointer points to Caseri Island, where you live for a month. The recording pointer will be recorded. Then do you understand when you come back? Gaiert squinted and stared at Mufeng silently, with an unquestionable tone. "Understood, sir." After taking the pointer, Mufeng Shao picked up a pill and asked, "Report, sir. What is this?" "Oh, I almost forgot. You should take this pill first. This is a good thing and it was newly developed." Gaiert's Rear Admiral said, "He Isho. Your sister. This fucking is poison." "Okay, it's not like I haven't learned how to identify poison." Mufeng couldn't stop scolding in his heart. In addition to physical skills trained by CP, he would also teach assassination, poisoning, collecting intelligence and other subjects, so Mufeng naturally knows something. Although he knew that it was poison, and there were thousands of reluctance in his heart, he still accepted the reality and took the poison. Looking at Mufeng who had taken the poison, Gaiert Isho, "I think you already know what that is, so I warn you, you only need 3 months. By the way, it takes 15 days to sail from here to Caseri Island. That is to say, if you complete it satisfactorily, you will be able to come back in 2 months." Quote, "Understood, sir. Prudential will complete the task." Mufeng replied loudly. Although he felt uncomfortable, he could only endure. "Go down. I have arranged a boat for you. Just set off at the port by yourself." "Understood, sir." Mufeng, who saluted, strode out. Not long after Mufeng left, Gaiert turned his head and asked Major Lord, "Did I forget to say something?" Major Luo's eyelid jumped wildly, and then said with a strange expression, "Sir Rear Admiral, you forgot the most important thing. You didn't tell Mufeng there will be pirates on that island with a bounty of over 10 million yuan." Quote, "Oh, is that so? Didn't I say it? Haha, people's memory is not very good when they are old." Gaiert Rear Admiral laughed when he heard Lori's words. Chapter 12 Gathering on Caseri Island. 3 more shift for everything. PS Collection of Flowers. Evaluation. Or N-Airy Product I N-Airy Product S or The Great Root. Caseri Island is a misty island. Because it is surrounded by active volcanoes, this sea area is filled with smog all year round. As long as you enter Caseri Island, if there is no navigation pointer, you have great ability. It is also difficult to leave. At this moment, Caseri Island welcomes a group of uninvited guests. All of them are fierce and vicious, with murderous expressions on their faces, standing silently on the beach with swords in hand. A yuhi-faced man with a height of 180, holding a western longsword, glanced at everyone. "I think everyone already knows what to do. We can only get the pointer and the ship by killing the people sent by Marine. Only then can I hope to leave this hellish place." He flicked his sword lightly and said, "Of course we also have a leader. As for me, do you have any opinions on recommending myself? You bastard is a green onion. Why should we listen to you?" A middle-aged man with a big knife laughed strangely. "Really, it seems that there are objections. What can we do about this?" The man holding the western sword, a cruel smile leaked from the corner of Vivi's mouth and then suddenly appeared in his hand at a speed that could not not cover his ear. In front of the big man with the knife, his long sword quickly pierced the big man's chest. With a thud, the big man with the knife fell to the ground and died. Why did he dare to kill? Everyone went up to kill him. Wait, everyone, don't move. I know who he is. The bounty is 28 million Bailey. Cindy, the fast sword. A middle-aged man said. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after being detained for more than half a year, someone would still know me. Cindy the sword, I'm really honored. He stuck out Yuhi's tongue and tried the blood on the western sword. It's delicious. It's been a long time. Tried it. There will be no objections now. As long as we kill that guy, we can go out to sea again and enjoy a wonderful life. Cindy's cold eyes glanced at everyone. Just then, a blue-haired youth in his 20s patted the dust on his body, turned his head and walked towards the jungle. Stop! Did I let you go? Cindy shouted angrily. To be honest, I'm pretty sure I'm winning when I look up and down. Why should I listen to you? The blue-haired youth looked at Cindy silently, revealing a faint smile. Good boy, I have a little courage. I will give you a chance to apply for your name. Cindy narrowed her eyes with cold light. Cohen, the blue-haired youth said. Oh, I have some impression. Inspector Cohen, the bounty is 12 million Bailey. Cindy laughed strangely. It's a pity that you can't even get half of my bounty. So you dare to talk nonsense. I'll let you take a look today. The sword is powerful. After saying that, the whole person rushed toward Cohen, and the western sword in his hand shot quickly. Bumping, booming, and constant noises, the two started a fierce collision. More than 10 minutes later, Cohen, who had suffered several minor injuries, stomped Cindy under his feet. With a bloodthirsty expression on his face, he smiled strangely. I said it, you are not my opponent. If you still come to die, then Lao Su will give you a ride. Wait, be merciful. I am willing to submit. I will take you as the boss. As long as you let me go, I will listen to you. Cindy, who was in high spirits just now, seems to be begging for pity at the moment like a bereaved dog. Haha, that's fine. It just so happens that I'm also short of manpower. You are the second in command to help me integrate this rabble. Cohen, who laughed loudly, raised his foot and walked into the distance. I didn't expect that this Cohen turned out to be a devil fruit person. It seems that my dream is about to be shattered again. It's really hateful. Cindy murmured while gnashing Kiba's teeth while looking at the direction where Cohen disappeared. In the eastward of the CP training base of the Great Airway, a figure stared at the small sailboat in front of him in a silent daze, and cursed in his heart. Gaia, you bastard, will you let the uncle use a broken sailboat to cross the sea? Mu Feng, who looked a little ugly, circled around the boat that could only take 3 or 4 people, pointed to the empty board and said, why is there no food? An officer next to him checked the record. The records show that Mu Feng, a reserve member of CP9, goes to sea for a trial and needs a small boat. The rest will take care of himself. Oh, by the way, please leave your money and food. It was a direct order from Gaia Rear Admiral. Quote, don't leave me anything. Mother, do you want to starve to death in the sea? Mu Feng said angrily. Sorry, we can only execute the order. By the way, Rear Admiral ordered to leave you a meal for the day, and do you remember to save the phone so that we can contact you? Feng everything, and then waved his hand. I wish you a happy journey. Happy? I'm happy with your sister. You're a goddamn inhumane. Although Mu Feng cursed like that, he still pushed the boat over the sea, then looked at the permanent pointer on his hand, and started journey across the sea. The weather on the Great Route is fickle, and only sailing geniuses can grasp the changes in the weather and make countermeasures, and Mu Feng is obviously not such a genius. Although he also learns a little sailing knowledge, it is only a fur, so he goes to sea on the first day. I couldn't avoid the storm in time and was drenched in chicken soup. The next day, the strong wind directly overturned his boat. Mu Feng had no choice but to carry the boat and use the moon step to travel across the sea. On the third day of the food crisis, he had no choice but to go into the sea to fish for food and clothing. The seventh day was Comrade Mu Feng's lucky day. He unexpectedly met a group of little pirates, threw them all into the sea, robbed them of their food and their boat. Mu Feng, who finally had a shotgun for a cannon, happily drove the three-tailed sailboat to Kobo. Starting from Caseri Island, Mu Feng, who was tired from running around for several days, finally got a good night's sleep. When he woke up, he found that he had deviated from the waterway. Depressed, he had to turn around again, secretly thinking that if he met a pirate, he would definitely grab 2 laborers. Mu Feng's boat fluttered, and after 12 days of sailing, he finally arrived at his destination, Caseri Island. It turned out that the 15 days that Gaia said was based on the voyage of his small boat, and Mu Feng, who had changed to a big boat, naturally much faster. Although he arrived at Caseri Island, Mu Feng did not go to the island immediately. Instead, he rested on the boat for a day, adjusted his condition to the best, and then started to fight on the island. He knew that Gaia was a man. It would never be easy for him to spend a month on the island safely. There must be a secret in it. As for the secret, Mu Feng did not know, but he knew there was nothing wrong with being careful. After stopping the boat in a shoal, Mu Feng jumped off the boat and headed towards the interior of the island. Chapter 13 Moon Black Wind High Killing Night. Carefully, Mu Feng walked towards the interior of Caseri Island. He needed to find out the general situation of the entire island, and then he could make corresponding preparations to be foolproof, because he always had a vague feeling feeling that this month must not be so good. Stable, all the knowledge learned from hiding, sneaking, reconnaissance, control, etc. are all applied, which perfectly shows all the elements of an assassin. Mu Feng, who was fully alert, walked for a whole day. Except for some blind beasts, he did not find any abnormality. At night, he looked for a cave and made a few simple traps to prepare for vigilance. After practicing hard, he will be beautiful. Take a nap. It was the next morning when I woke up. I ate some barbecued meat that I made in the cave last night and set foot on the journey again. After walking for a long time, Mu Feng finally found a hint of doubt. In the dense deep forest, there were even traces of sharp weapons. This indicates that there are people on the island. It is not known whether they are natives or foreigners. However, this discovery also made he was doubly alert and seemed to sense a hint of conspiracy. I simply ate some food I brought with me, regained my strength and moved forward again. After walking for about an hour, I finally heard the sound of gurgling water. Well, it's really lucky to have water. Mu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was secretly happy. To survive in the wild, food and water are all essential and important component, and there are often more places where there is water. Many discovery. Holding his breath, Mu Feng slowly walked towards the water source, walking through the lush vegetation, and a sparkling stream appeared in front of him, like a ribbon running through the endless virgin forest. Mu Feng, who was quietly hiding in a big tree, did not act rashly, but observed the surrounding environment by himself. He could only show himself if he did not find any hidden danger. This is a rule that killers must abide by. Mu Feng, who didn't notice anything, just wanted to jump off the tree, but suddenly stopped his movement, frowned and listened, when a rustling of leaves came into Mu Feng's ear. Huh, is it a human or an animal? Mu Feng, who was quietly squatting on the tree, guessed silently. Two big men in ragged clothes appeared before Mu Feng's eye. The big Hanjia mumbled with some dissatisfaction. Damn, Cindy knows the instigator. If you don't come to find it, but let us suffer this crime, it's really a goddamn bad luck. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Be careful to let that cruel guy hear you. It's not like you don't know. 4 or 5 people have already been killed by him because of bad things. Guarantee. Yi Dayan persuaded. Looking for Marine. Looking for Marine. Such a big island. It take 2 or 3 days to walk all around. How can it be so easy to find a person? Jia said. That's right, it's not easy. B replied. Actually, it's not a difficult task. It just depends on how careful you are. Mu Feng, who was only 2 people, fluttered lightly on the beach with a branch on his toe. Aren't you sick? You said it was difficult and now it's not difficult. Pirate B said angrily to Pirate A. Don't talk nonsense. When did I say it's not difficult? Pirate A asked in confusion. Ha, let me say something. I said what I said just now. Seeing these 2 idiots, Mu Feng had no choice but to interrupt their conversation. Hearing Mu Feng's word, the 2 pirates were immediately startled, and then looked around, and saw Mu Feng standing alone in marine uniform with a smile on his face. Marine? Pirate A asked excitedly. It's really Marine, and it's a child. Ha ha ha, we've developed. Pirate B also shouted excitedly, then raised the big knife in his hand and rushed towards Mu Feng. Brother, let's go together and kill it. This little guy, we'll be free. Yes, kill him. The pirate armor that matched the voice also rushed up. Hey, you want to kill me, but it's a pity you don't have the strength. Looking at the 2 pirates rushing over, Mu Feng revealed a contemptuous smile. Shade, Shigen, finger pistol. As Mu Feng whispered, Pirate B was easily pierced through his heart by Mu Feng's Shigen, finger pistol, and the cord fell to the ground with a thud, while Pirate A was grabbed by Mu Feng's throat and held it above his head steadily. Looking at the swaying pirate, Mu Feng's cold isho, like eternal freezing people's heart. Tell me your number. Purpose. All. Pirate A has already been frightened. How dare he hide it, and tell Mu Feng everything he said he knows. After listening to Pirate Armor's speech, Mu Feng's face suddenly became a little ugly, and he used his hand to send Pirate Armor to the Western Paradise Pure Land, and then took out his phone and dialed it. Brew. After the phone rang for a while, a voice came. Oh, it's student Mu Feng. Why do you have any questions, or do you have any requirement? It's Major Lore. Is Guy Rear Admiral here? Mu Feng asked without a trace of emotion. Rear Admiral is out. You have something to say to me? I can turn Lord Rear Admiral. Alright, I've already arrived at Caseri Island, so I want to ask what the mission is this time. Mu Feng asked. Haha, it seems that you have already discovered it. It's true that the final mission this time is to bring back Cindy and Cohen's head. As for surviving for a month, it's just a side mission. Mu Feng, who snorted coldly, hung up the phone and complained while looking at everything in front of him. I knew that Guy must have no good intentions, and sure enough, hey, one has a bounty of 28 million, and the other is even more. The difficult devil fruit ability person seems to be very difficult to handle. No matter how difficult it is, now he must face it and break through layers of obstacles in order to live better. After replenishing enough water, he galloped towards Cindy's station. Since he already knew the ultimate purpose of the trip, there is nothing to say. Let's explore the details first, and then make the next decision. After a few hours of rushing, I finally arrived at the pirate station. This is a valley basin, surrounded by mountains and greenery. There are more than a dozen pirate building simple houses in the valley, and a few are dismembered lumbering beast. Look, it looked like I'm going to cook. Mu Feng, who was lying on a boulder, was motionless, quietly observing. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 32 people. From the behavior of the people below, Mu Feng also guessed a lot of things. It seems that the guy below with a western sword is one of the targets. Cindy. However, Mu Feng did not find another target, Cohen, but this is also good news. Facing one powerful enemy is always safer than facing two. Looking at the sky, Mu Feng leaked a smile. The moon is dark and the wind is high to kill the night. P.S. It's a bit out of date. Haha. It's a bit watery. Haha. Chapter 14. Mu Feng asked Cindy, 2 more, for everything. The night is black and the wind kills the night. Intersection sci-fi intersection. This is Mu Feng's decision. After all, he has to deal with a guy with a bounty of 28 million. To be honest, he does not have much confidence, so it is best. The solution is of course to cut off his subordinate and then try to assassinate him. Of course, even if the assassination cannot be done, it will be a one-on-one scene to reduce unnecessary trouble. Time passed, and Mu Feng was also constantly waiting patiently, waiting for the best moment. It was about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when Mu Feng finally opened his eyes and simply ate something and started his meal with Gecko. Take action, because this time is the time when people are most mentally relaxed and tired. Mu Feng was like an elf in the dark night, silently traversing the darkness, and with a swoop he appeared behind 2 pirates who were standing guard and sentry. Go! According to the memory of the day, one by one, the shot was quick and without delay, and the assassination of 30 people was completed in an instant, and then he quietly touched the last indie. Hiding in a dark corner to hide his figure, with the light of the bonfire, he silently observed that Kuei was still asleep. Mu Feng looked at Cindy expressionlessly and said in his heart, I'm really sorry. Now, don't come to me if you know Izumi. You have to look for that bastard Gaia. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be like this. After sighing, he pressed his feet hard, and his body swayed like a cheetah. In front of Cindy, Shigen finger pistol is like a sword's right index finger pointing to Cindy's heart. A metallic hissing sound of clang sounded. The sleeping Cindy suddenly opened her eye, then let out a smug smile, and used the blade to block Mu Feng's surefire blow to her chest. Haha, I thought you would come early. I didn't expect it to be so slow. I'm running out of patience when I talk. Mu Feng, who didn't succeed in one hit, immediately stepped back, opened the distance from each other. His eyes narrowed, and he also responded with a sneer. It seems that you were prepared, but I didn't leak anything. You didn't leak anything, but 2 bastards didn't come back at night, so I started to pay attention. Cindy, who stood up, replied Isho. Oh, I don't understand why you think I killed it. Not by other beat. Mu Feng, who was on guard, then added, and why don't you tell people outside to be on guard? I'm not sure it was you who did it, but do you know why I'm still alive? Because I know the trade-off, and I know how to be careful. As for the life and death of those bastards outside, what does it have to do with me? It can be seen that the ships will not be very big, but if you take action to solve them, it will save me from doing it. Cindy, whose eyes were glowing, stuck out her tongue and licked her lip. Finally, a question for you. You have a nautical pointer and a boat with you, is it? After asking the question, Cindy stared at Mu Feng with a pair of glasses, and his expression was a little unnatural. He very much hoped to get a positive answer, but he was afraid that he would be disappointed. Oh, everything is there. Mu Feng from Isho continued, but you won't need them anymore. Why? Cindy asked. Because dead people don't have any needs, said Mu Feng. He jumped up and grabbed the rock above his head with both hands. Land leg. Chaos. His leg kicked out countless vacuum slashes again and again, whistling and flying towards Indy. Dang dang sounded again and again, and Cindy, who had been prepared for a long time, did not sit still. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. The western sword in her hand seemed to be spitting out its core by a spirit snake. The sword light flickered, and Zuo Ko took another attack from Mu Feng. He came down, but his face also showed a look of surprise. It's a very strange move. It can kick out a vacuum cut out of thin air, which opened my eyes, but it must be me who survived. Blocking Mu Feng's attack, with the cover of the gravel falling from the top of the cave, Cindy moved quickly and appeared in front of Mu Feng in an instant. He swung his long sword and quickly stabbed Ri's sword, and the sword was swift and violently enveloped Mu Feng, front, chest and arm, and between the eyebrows. Mu Feng's body seemed to be blown by the wind, fluttering under Cindy's sword, and then leaned forward and turned to Cindy's left. Shigen, finger pistol. He quickly stretched out his right hand, stabbed Cindy's left rib with a slam, and then kicked Cindy out with a kick. So the fast sword Cindy with a bounty of 28 million is just like that. With a clatter from the cave wall, Cindy, who had slipped, stretched out her left hand and touched the blood on a handful of wound, and then licked her tongue with her eye. A bloodthirsty light of Yuhi suddenly appeared in her eye, and a grim smile appeared on Yuhi's face. Ha ha ha, kid, you succeeded in angering me, and you will pay the price. What? How fast? Where is the person? Mu Feng, who had the upper hand, suddenly froze, and Cindy, who was in front of him just now, suddenly disappeared. Quick swordsmanship. Sword rain. Silver. Light flickered like stars falling from the sky, extremely fast, and suddenly appeared in front of Mu Feng, making him unavoidable. With the wind brushed like a piece of paper. Mu Feng dodged back and forth in the storm's attack, but he never expected that this fast sword. Cindy seemed to see through his movement the number of ways. The sharp western sword left many scars on his chest and arm. Catching the impact of the sword, Mufeng quickly slid into the distance, out of Cindy's attack range. He carefully observed the slender wound on his body, and frowned. It seems that you sacrificed yourself strength in exchange for an instant explosive power. Beat up your movement and swordsmanship, and stab several swords faster than the airflow. It is indeed very clever, but the attack power does not seem to be very powerful. Haha, where are you kidding me? Even if my attack power is not wrong, it will hurt you differently. I just let you see the power of my fast sword. This time I will definitely pierce your throat. Cindy, disapproving, laughed for a while, and then attacked again. Fast swordsmanship, sword rain, iron block. Dang dang, a violent crash resounded through the entire cave, and the rain of swords hit Mufeng like raindrops. All the western swords hit the rock. What? Why is this happening? Cindy, who was smiling just now, was stunned for a moment, with a look of horror on her face. I said long ago that sacrificing strength in exchange for a quick attack is really useless. It's not much stronger than a mosquito. Hihi Isho, S. Mufeng. His eyes widened with a shocking light, and his right leg kicked out violently. Kicked Cindy into the air. Shave, Shigan, finger pistol, Nanda. Swiped Mufeng, who appeared in front of Cindy, who was still flying in the air, with countless hand shadows with both hands like flowers blooming. The sound of puffing was incessant, and in an instant, countless finger holes were punched out of Cindy's body, and his internal organs were smashed to pieces, and Cindy's dead body fell to the dust with a plop. P.S. Flowers, collection, and comments should be smashed. It may be a little late for the day shift update tomorrow. Chapter 15, The Fruit Harder Than Iron. P.S. I started writing after work today, but it was very uncomfortable. The more I wrote, the more I felt that my writing was not good. It seems that it is no longer in state today, so I will update it today, and try my best to make up for it tomorrow. Looking at Cindy's dead body, Mufeng didn't hesitate, picked up Cindy's long sword and cut it on his neck, cut off Cindy's head, and then sprinkled it with the special potion he brought. The potion can keep the human head incorrupt for a long time, and it has the effect of antiseptic. Mufeng, who had done everything well, came and sat cross-legged on a large rock at the entrance of the cave, silently feeling the gains brought by this battle. The life and death struggle is fundamentally different from the usual training type fight, which is the mentality of people. Life and death struggle will make people feel more, which is incomparable with ordinary training. This battle made Mufeng see his own shortcoming. It turned out that he was just a frog at the bottom of the well. He thought that he would be a character after learning Rokushiki. He still has a long way to go, and gradually understands Gaia Rear Admiral's thought. It turns out that Gaia needs him to understand this point before he has this trial. Time passed. The morning sun rose slowly, and the golden light sprinkled on Mufeng's body, as if wearing a golden coat, so mysterious and noble, as if a fallen mortal god had an inviolable majesty. Mufeng, who had tightly closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eye, and two rays of light flashed in his eye. He slowly stood up like a general with a faint majesty, and looked at the two pirates who woke up below. There was a faint smile on the delicate face. You two can get out of here. Go and tell Cohen a month later. I will wait for him here. There will be a duel of life and death. The living will leave here. Dead people. After a burst of laughter, Mufeng stopped talking, because he didn't need to say more nonsense. The dead have no right to choose. And then he used his feet to fly up the sky like an eagle and disappear into two seas. In the eyes of a thief. A long time later, somewhere in Caseri Island, a young man with long blue hair looked at the two shivering pirates in front of him, revealing an icy smile, while his fists, which were shining with black crystals, beat him fiercely. On top of the heads of the two pirates, the brains of the two pirates cracked and died. Looking at the two dead corpses under his feet, Cohen sneered, I am not a garbage dump here. There is no need to live for things that have no value. His voice was cold and terrifying, as if the sound of hell made everyone around him shudder, trembling all over. Cohen, who is aloof, enjoys the pleasure of dominating other people's life and death. Yuhi the gorilla licked the blood on his fist, and let out a night owl-like laughter. Haha, it's good. I'll let you marine kid live longer. A month. But at this moment, Mufeng felt silently in a deep jungle. He originally wanted to continuously assassinate Cohen to exert spiritual pressure on Cohen, but in the end he temporarily changed his mind because at that moment he seemed to feel something that could make him stronger. He knew that as long as he could understand the feeling of that moment, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. At that moment, he seemed to feel the breath of all things in time, that he seemed to be integrated into nature, that he seemed to be back in the arms of his mother, that he could feel the rhythm of every part of his body beating, and that vague aura. It's good to be angry. Gaia once mentioned to him that in order to practice Rokushiki to the peak, you must feel the breath, connect the breath inside and outside, let your consciousness integrate into every part of your body, let yourself fully control the body, let oneself become stronger. Yes, it is called the return of light. 1,000-year-old cultivator of the mountains and sea. Drink the wind dew for meditation. Get rid of the mortal bones and open the sky. Realize that life can be returned. After more than 20 days of hard comprehension and training, Mufeng finally mastered the true true meaning of the return of light and further tempered himself, which was further strengthened from the inside out. This morning, Mufeng woke up from his practice and showed a satisfied smile. At this time, Mufeng seemed to have changed a person, with a more natural breath, less impetuous, and became aloof and simple. Ate some breakfast and then hurried to the battleground. An hour later, Mufeng came to the valley again, and saw dozens of pirates standing neatly in the valley, with a blue-haired youth sitting firmly among them. Haha, I didn't expect you to come so early. You can't be reincarnated in such a hurry. Koan, who was sitting in the middle like a coon king, let out a smile. Haha, I don't really think so. I came earlier, but I wasn't rushing to get reincarnated, but I wanted to give you a ride early. Maybe you'll be able to catch up with the lunchtime on the Huang Izumi road below. Mufeng, gently throwing off some of the worn-out clothes on his body, leaked out, and his muscles were as strong and solid as steel. It's a lifeless brat. Don't compare it with Cindy's rubbish. I'm much better than him. Horn, who kicked the wooden table in front of him, suddenly stood up and glanced at Mufeng with icy eye. Hang, looking at it vertically. I have a good chance of winning. I really don't know how much confidence you have from there. Quote, it's just a clown jumping on the beam. You really think you are the #1 in the world? Today, the young master will teach you a lesson to let you know that there are people outside the world. Mufeng snorted coldly and swaggered about the valley. Come, little devil, you have successfully provoked Lao Su. Today I must break all your bones to see if your bones are as hard as your mouth. Saying that, Koan waved his hand. Kill this brat for me. Lao Su will take you out of this hellish lake. With a single order, 40 or 50 pirates, just screaming as if they had taken stimulant, rushed towards Mufeng desperately. No matter how much garbage there is, it's still garbage. Mufeng scorned Isho, and then his body swayed and rushed into the crowd. Mufeng was like a lion rushing into the sheep, rampaging his hands and waving his hands repeatedly. Shigan finger pistol, frequently attacked, swept across the spot with a destructive force. 40 or 50 pirates were as vulnerable as paper, and all of a sudden screams rang out. Sure enough, there are two throats, but you can't beat me like that, so give me death. Seeing the fallen subordinate, Koan finally couldn't hold his breath and slammed forward, drawing a black phantom. Black crystal fist. It's good. With a loud cry, Mufeng's eyes flashed with excitement. Iron nugget, iron fist. Bang! Mufeng's iron fist and Koan's black crystal fist met suddenly in the air. In an instant, a whirlwind was generated between the two, blowing smoke and dust. What a hard fist, comparable to the strength of steel. Is this your fruit ability? Mufeng, who took advantage of the impact to back up a few steps, raised his brows and snorted lightly. Haha, you know how strong I am. I have the ability of obsidian fruit, stronger than iron. Mufeng, who was forced to retreat with a pun, laughed proudly. Chapter 16. Mufeng is in danger. The strange fruit ability. One more, ask for everything. P.S. There is one update first. There are still two more. Please give some motivation. Flowers, collection, and smash. Element of she, element of a fruit capable person harder than iron. Mufeng, who felt Vivi's pain and Yuhi's swelling on his fist, frowned secretly. The strength of the iron block that I use at will can definitely be comparable to the hardness of real iron, but it can't break Koan's defense, and instead shock himself. It seems that Koan didn't panic. His obsidian fruit ability, really there are some ways. Mufeng, who had not achieved any result with one blow, changed his face lightly and shook his hand lightly, thinking constantly. Haha, the kid knows how bad I am, so obediently hand over the pointer and the boat, and the uncle may spare your life when he is happy. Looking at Mufeng, whose face changed slightly, Koan let out a wild and unbridled laugh. There are some powerful devil fruits in the world, Logia fruit, and some powerful and weird Paramesha fruit, which can make a person who is powerless to become a strong man immediately, and my obsidian fruit definitely belongs to this kind of fruit. It can make me have a hardness that surpasses steel and achieve immortality. Koan, whose whole body was fruited, only half of his face leaked out, waved his fist wildly. Is it really beyond steel? It seems that the hardness of his body should be between grade 5 and 6. If things in the world are divided according to hardness, they can be divided into 10 grades. Diamond is the highest, grade 10. It is called the hardest object in the world, but the hardness of iron is only 4 or 5, and the hardness of steel is only 55. It seems that there is a tough battle today. After listening to Koan's remark that Mufeng kept recalling the knowledge he had learned, he initially confirmed Koan's level. Haha, let me hand over the pointer and the boat. Your head is in the water. Do you really think that if you have a body as good as steel, I can't do anything about you? Hehe Isho. Mufeng stared at Koan silently. Oh, you have other trick that you can't do. What did you use just now? Although the iron fist is somewhat firm, it is still very weak. It seems to be massaging the uncle. Haha. He twisted his shoulders and moved his arm. Koan laughed. Come on, kid, let me see if you can really talk big. Very well. Since you have such a hobby of being abused, then I will satisfy your request. Shade. As soon as the phantom flickered, Mufeng had come to the arrogant Koan. Iron block, maximum hardness steel. Iron block, steel fist. Iron block, whip leg. Being underestimated, Mufeng naturally wanted to get his face back. This time, he didn't hold back at all. The highest level that he could reach, he launched a series of ferocious attacks. In the blink of an eye, Mufeng punched punched 40 or 50 punches in a row. All the punches hit Koen in the chest, and then he kicked him fiercely. Go out. Lan leg. Banyu. Knock Koen out. Mufeng didn't keep his hand and made a 4 or 5 meter long half-moon vacuum slash at the moment Koen flew out. With a muffled boom, the specter corn shot out. His body sank deep into the rock on the mountain wall, and with a thud, countless shattered rock rolled down from Korn's side. Hey, what the effect? Isn't it cool? Mufeng, after a series of attacks, joked as he looked at Koen hanging on the mountain wall with a smile on his face. Cough cough. After a rush of coughing, Koen, with blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, walked out from the mountain wall with a livid face. His clothes were damaged and a huge hole was drawn, and crystals flashing inside leaked out. Glossy and tack in. Yeah, I didn't expect that the vacuum slash from Lan's leg could be blocked. It seems that the slash and Shigen's finger pistol point-to-face attack seemed to be ineffective against him. Mufeng, who was smiling at first, slowly restrained his smile. Be on high alert and dare not relax a little. Yo, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to improve so fast. The fist that was weak just now suddenly became fierce. But I still have a good chance of winning. Boy, now you can see my method. Koen's eyes were at this moment. There seemed to be a raging flame burning, and the dust on his body shook violently, and then a black light rushed towards Mufeng, who snorted coldly, did not show weakness and disappeared from the spot. He instantly appeared in front of Koen and kicked his head violently with the wind. Touch! Mufeng's high-speed kick was firmly caught by Koen. At this moment, Koen was completely different from just now. He seemed to be a different person. His body was extremely fast, and he even kept up with Mufeng's movement. Koen, who caught one leg, showed a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. You beat me up just now. Now it's my turn, kid. Rainbow Fist, the great river drake. Rainbow Fist, the bird returns to the nest. There was a light buzzing sound, and the colorful rays of light burst out suddenly in front of Mufeng's eye. In an instant, it seemed that he entered the colorful world, making his eyes dizzy, and he instantly lost his vision and could not see everything in front of him. Not good. The moment he lost his vision, Mufeng knew that it was not good and wanted to fly away, but it was too late. After the colorful rays of light appeared, Qinwan continued to attack violently. Iron, deal. Mufeng, who knew that he couldn't dodge, used iron to hard connect, with his arms slightly bent to try to protect the vital points of his body. Consciousness is a little dazed, so using Kami E will only make more mistakes. Bomb was hit by a violent storm, and Mufeng was instantly heavy with 20 or 30 punches, and then he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and then the whole person flew out violently. After breaking 2 or 3 trees, he stopped, and Mufeng, who spat out a mouthful of blood, slowly stood up. He felt a burning pain in his chest and lower abdomen, coughed lightly, and his eyes recovered his vision. Staring at Koen coldly, with a look of surprise, I didn't expect you to have such a strange ability. It really opened my eyes. Haha, I didn't even think that you are so durable. You've been beaten by me for more than 20 times, and I feel a little bit of admiration, but I still have a good chance of winning. Hehe. Koen sneered again. The strange fruit ability. Haha, is it? I'll show you the more strange ability now. Obsidian. Elimination. Just as Koen slammed his drink, a black light rose from under his feet to the top of his head, and then Koen became magically radiant, and the injury just now seemed to be completely healed. What this is? Seeing such a strange scene, Mufeng was also shocked. Haha, see it, see it. This is the magical effect of obsidian to subside the negative effect. It can not only subdue fatigue, but also subdue minor injuries, so that I have unlimited motivation. Ha ha ha, it is really an invincible fruit. The excited Koen let out a laugh, and the night owl-like laughter echoed over the valley. Chapter 17. Who can laugh at the end? The King's counterattack. P.S. The second update. Take a break, eat some food, and write the third update. Filgware. Kai. Filgware flowers. Collection. Haha. With a weird smile, Koen flashed a strange black light under the sunlight, as if it cast a faint ghost on him, making him even more mysterious, like a piece of eternal ice exuding a biting chill. Captain Koen. Invincible. Captain Koen, you are really my idol. Let's see your wonderful performance. The pirates who were beaten up just now finally found their backbone and began to cheer. Ignoring the crowd who were arguing like wild dogs, Mufeng just thought quietly and relied on the ability of obsidian fruit, the ability to reflect sunlight into colorful rays to blind opponent, as well as the strange ability to restore physical strength and minor injury, and comparable to the hardness of steel. It is really a relatively perfect fruit, but it still has a big deficiency, that is, its impact resistance. As long as it can hit a shock wave that surpasses his defense, it can break his defense and directly injure him. Inside. Hey, what a wonderful compliment. It makes my blood boil. Koen, waving his arm, pointed at Mufeng. Did you see that, kid? Come and let me teach you a good lesson to fulfill everyone's wishes. Do you really think you can defeat me with this trick? You underestimate me too much. Mufeng, who was silent and upright like a pine, suddenly changed his aura, becoming even more formidable, and a faint power emanated from him, burst out from the body. The kid who only talked big. Give me death. Koen was contradicted. His face became gloomy again, and he rushed over with a loud drink. Sombra Fist. The great river clothed. Black Crystal Fist. God Elephant comes out of the mountain. The black fist, with the humming sound of the wind, enveloped Mu Feng's whole body with lightning speed. Iron, deal fist, iron, fight. Mu Feng kicked hard under his feet, and the rock burst with a sound, and the crack continued to extend, and his body bounced out like a bullet, colliding violently with Cohen in the air. Touching each other, the bodies intersected as if rolling and muffled thunder resounded through the valley. The whirling air current raged, gusts of wind blew, and countless gravels were tumbling. Boom! Mushroom-like smoke clouds emerged in an endless stream, and the smoke and dust rose in an instant, shrouding the two figures in it, blinding the vision of the surrounding people so that they could not see everything inside. Ah, you bastard! I'm going to let you die! I'm going to let you die! Cohen's angry roar suddenly came from the thick smoke. Rainbow Fist, flying bird, is surrounded by colorful rays of light again, and then the phantom like a bird spreading its wings appears in the smoke and dust. Haha, you thought I would still make mistake. You are too naive, Cohen. Now I will show you my full strength. Mu Feng, who was laughing, was full of energy. His aura suddenly changed. Return of life. Listen to the wind. This is the result of Mu Feng's continuous ascetic practice in the past month. After using the return of light, his speed suddenly increased again, and the flexibility of his body reached an astonishing level, and every part of his body you can also clearly feel the flow of incomparably slight air, and you can constantly avoid Cohen's punches even without using your eye. Damn guy, nasty physical skill. Cohen, who frequently missed his hand, became more and more impatient, and began to get angry, constantly roaring, but how can you dodge like this? Can you defeat me? Haha, I already have a way to defeat you. Although your fruit can be quite strange, you are not enough to see it. Let your name of the ghost, Keen, be the cornerstone of my growth. Mu Feng shouted. Bright, his eyes also showed excitement and madness. The combination skill, Tomahawk, kicked out in a rapid 360-degree rotation in the air, as fast as a thunderbolt. You can't break my defense at all. Even if I have some minor injury, I can continue to recover. You what? Cohen, who was full of confidence, suddenly felt an unimaginable force kick in the ground. A footprint appeared in his chest. His chest suddenly dented. There was a loud bang, and Cohen, whose face was inconceivable, was kicked by Mu Feng to the top of the mountain, hitting a big hole, and Cohen's whole body was deeply immersed in it. Haha, this combination skill of mine is very unusual. It combines my iron block, lantern leg, and shaving to send out a powerful impact in an instant. It can completely break your defense. You are too arrogant, Cohen. He contempt Mu Feng of Isho, stomped in the air and chased down again. Iron, steel fist. As soon as it hit, the gravel flew like firework, and Mu Feng's powerful punch hit the air, and he shuddered violently, and he screamed, not good. Obsidian, elimination. At the same time, Cohen vomited blood. Heijing grabbed Mu Feng's arm with a big hand, and then violently threw Mu Feng on the mountain. You hateful little brat. Do you think this kind of blow can kill Lao Su? Who is Lao Su? Lao Su is Cohen, and the devil is Cohen. Mu Feng, who spat out a mouthful of blood, just bounced off the ground. Cohen's figure was already in front of him. Cohen, who seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit, slammed a few punches, and then kicked Mu Feng out with a kick full of resentment. At the same time, Cohen ran fast, and all the rocks in the place where he ran were smashed. With a muffled sound, Keen Manon's angry punch was firmly caught by Mu Feng, who had a grim fate, but Mu Feng's feet also plowed 2 trenches on the rocky ground. Then, Mu Feng, who punched with force, showed a smile with his white teeth, but his bloody smile was incomparably terrifying. Are you the Spectre Keen, Lao Su or Mu Feng? Give it to me to die. Combination, Iron Fist. The blow that fused the iron block and Shigan finger pistol together distorted Cohen's face, and his body immediately hunched up like a boiled prawn. Combination skills, King Spear. Kiba closed Mu Feng, who was biting tightly, and slammed his fist on Cohen's chest with both hands. Touch, click sounded 2 consecutively. Cohen's obsidian crystal body, comparable to the strength of steel, finally began to disintegrate under this incomparable blow. 2 fist marks were deeply imprinted on his chest, and the whole person also flew. It slammed into the mountain from a distance of more than 10 meters, and the mountain wall could not bear the huge impact. Bury more than half of Cohen's body underneath. Cohen, who was strongly impacted, began to blur his consciousness, and he could no longer maintain his obsidian form, and slowly changed back to his human form. Shave, iron block, knife. Mu Feng, who also endured the pain, appeared in front of Cohen with a swipe and slashed into Cohen's neck with his palm, slashing his neck bone into pieces, and he finally let out a long breath as he vomited blood. In any case, finally completed the task. Chapter 18. Shanks, godlike man. 3 shift, ask for everything. PS 3 more. Give some flowers, give some collection. N airy summation, element of N airy summation. It's a guy with tenacious vitality, and his neck bone is broken and he's still not dead. Mu Feng looked at his feet, and Cohen, who was still breathing slightly, also let out a light sigh. Why, I will lose to you, you little brat. Cohen, whose pupils were dilated, said with difficulty, why? It's a good question, because I have the belief that I must live, the reason why I must live, and the ambition to stand at the top of the world. Because of these reasons and dream, I must live. Mu Feng, who was carrying the gravel on his body, replied solemnly, dream, haha, dream. Cohen, who spat out a mouthful of blood, slowly closed his eyes with a smile on his face, and died died silently, so peacefully. What? How could this be? Captain Cohen laughed. What do we do? Will we die too? Run quickly. Don't rush. If you don't run, he is a devil. The pirates who woke up from the shock acclaimed in surprise, and then they dispersed with a buzzing sound and ran in all directions. With a light sigh, Mufeng turned his head and looked at the crowd of birds and bees scattered. He shook his head gently and didn't pay much attention to for these pirates who had no sense of resistance. He really didn't need to kill them all and let them stay on this island. Destroy yourself. Picking up a steel knife, he cut off Cohen's head for a simple treatment, wrapped it in a rag, picked up his tattered marine uniform, put it on, and slowly walked out of the valley. But at this moment, a voice came. Well, it's delicious. The captain didn't expect to see such a good show on this uninhabited island. Haha, Lard. Lu can't stop your mouth even when you eat. A magnetic voice came again. After listening to their conversation, Mufeng suddenly felt terrifyingly stiff, as if he had been petrified. Countless cold sweat came out of his forehead, which instantly wet his clothes and roared in his heart. It can't really be them. Full of doubts and fear, he turned his head with great difficulty and looked in the direction from which the voice came. Not far from him, there were more than a dozen people at some point in the uphill mountain. The leader was casually wearing a snow-white shirt, a pair of gray shorts, a pair of large slippers, and a yuhi-colored strip around his waist. To bring, a young man with a western long sword hanging on his waist, a piece of yuhi-colored hair swaying casually in the breeze, his cloak and the empty left arm sleeve drifting back and forth in the air. The young man's slight with a smile like a spring breeze on his black face. He felt incomparably cordial. If this man appeared in the field, you would definitely think he was an authentic farmer, but if you really think so, then you are wrong, very wrong, because he is Kunlingson world with the title of the Four Emperors. He made Shanks a difficult man like a god. Mufeng swallowed his saliva, as if something was stuck in his throat. He could only spit out a word of you with difficulty, and then it was difficult to say half a word. Oh, me, what's wrong with me? With a smile like a spring breeze, Shanks walked down the hill slowly, his seemingly light steps but with unparalleled power. Like a king, a god, all the green grass in front of him was caught by his aura and fell to the ground, welcoming the arrival of the king. Every step Shanks took brought a heavy sense of oppression to Mufeng. Looking at Shanks, who was getting closer, Mufeng's heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and the pressure on his body was getting bigger and bigger, as if an invisible mountain pressed against his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe, and his legs were constantly shaking. Although there was a mountain pressing his shoulders, Mufeng still tried to straighten his weight, biting Kiba and insisting on standing. A roar. At the same time, a breath permeated from his body, and he struggled with the same effort. Shanks, imposing impact, slowed down. Oh, what an interesting marine kid. Shanks, who was laughing aloud, swooped over with an unparalleled power like a tidal wave. Mufeng, who was able to hold on to it just now, is like a flat boat in the sea, and was instantly overturned by the sudden turbulent waves and sank into the deep seabed. Mufeng, who was still a little awake just now, immediately became confused and thumped. He rolled over and fell to the ground. As he was dying, a thought echoed in his mind. Is this the conqueror Haki of the Four Emperors? Am I lucky, or am I unfortunate? Ha ha ha, I've gone too far. Shanks, who was laughing, looked at the fallen Mufeng with an embarrassed smile. I don't know how long it took. Mufeng gradually became conscious, slowly opened his eye, and found that he was lying on a hospital bed, and his injuries had been treated for him. Looking at the empty room, Mufeng was silently in a daze. Could it be that Shanks and the others did it? Slowly getting out of bed and coming out of the house, they saw Shanks holding a banquet on the deck of the big ship, shouting and drinking happily. Yo, the little devil is awake. Come and have a drink. It's a good wine, Shanks said with a laugh, with the care of an elder for a junior. Well, I don't know how to drink, Mufeng said a little embarrassedly. What? Men don't know how to drink, so what's the fun in that? Shanks, who was sitting in the distance just now, miraculously appeared in front of Mufeng, and poured the wine into Mufeng's mouth involuntarily. Haha, does that make you look like a man? Mufeng, who was drinking, was coughing violently. He had no choice but to take the wine jar in Shanks' hand. He could see it. Now there are only two choices: drink by himself or be drunk by others. Since it's all drinking, it's better to drink it yourself. After taking the wine jar, Mufeng took a sip and said with some doubt, why save me? Help me. First a marine. Marine? What's wrong with marine? Looking at Mufeng, who was drinking, Shanks grinned with satisfaction. Aren't we the enemy? The enemy? What's wrong with the enemy? Can the enemy not be saved? What a foolish child. As long as you put down your arm, hatred, we are all friends. Shanks touched the top of Mufeng's head with a smile, and then asked his friend, am I right? Haha, that right. The drunken crowd echoed. Quote, ... Is this the mind of a Shanks? Mufeng held the wine jar in his hand, like a wooden clay sculpture, where he stayed silently. Chapter 19. I can give you a ride, one more, and quote, ... Is this the mind of a Shanks? Mufeng held the wine jar in his hand, like a wooden clay sculpture, where he stayed silently. I really can't understand. I can't figure out what kind of person Shanks is and what kind of big heart he has. Some people say that the human heart is bigger than the sea. Today's Mufeng is really seeing it. Did the Luffy who went to sea in the next 10 years also get the a true biography of Shanks. Whether pirates or marines are in trouble, they will lend a helping hand. Is this an essential element to be a peak powerhouse? Mu Feng said, a little tangled. The brain is not enough. By the way, kid, when we first came, we found out if a three-tailed boat was yours. Shanks, who patted Mu Feng's shoulder, said with a hearty smile, well, if there is a small lifeboat on the boat, and there are several million Bailey, I think it should be the boat used for the arrival. What wrong? Mu Feng, who really couldn't understand, stop going, wasting brain cells, drinking alcohol at will. To be honest, the drinks that Shanks brought are really good. Haha, nothing that your ship has been looted by us. There are about 3.5 million Baileys on it. I won't charge you 2 million Baileys to treat your injury. Well, the price of friendship. By the way, your food, the accommodation fee is only 500,000 Bailey. How much is the total? 2.6 million Bailey, or 2.7 million Bailey. Oh no, it seems like 2.8 million. Shanks silently drank the wine. Looking at his toes, he kept muttering in his mouth. Shanks kept looking at his toes and immediately caught Mu Feng's attention. At first he thought it was something on his feet, but after listening to it silently for a while, his head was full of black lines. Shit, how could such a big four emperors not be able to settle account, and to break their toes for such a simple calculation? That eldest brother, don't count your toes. You're not counting your toes right. It's only 2.5 million Baileys in total. Okay. Road. Oh, is that so? Haha, you're a smart and clever kid. You're out so quickly, and your math grades are good. Shanks, who looked back from his toes, didn't look like he was trash at all. With a remorseful expression of arithmetic ability, as if all this was taken for granted, Bululu said after a slam dunk, yes, then 2.6 million Baileys will be fine. Quote, ... Brother, is someone of your status very short of money? Mu Feng, who had a bitter face, asked in a low voice. No shortage. What wrong? Shanks asked rhetorically with a smile on his face. Then why do you always put money into your kabuto? Obviously 2.5 million. How can this become 2.6 million Bailey? Shanks, thief Isho, very coquettishly said a very philosophical paragraph. Haha, what is your occupation, kid? What is my occupation? Robbery. Who would be less robbery, don't you think? Ha ha ha. Quote, Mu Feng could see it at this moment. It turns out that this unscrupulous big brother is not at all unable to settle account, but is confused with him. After all, he is also the fish on the knife board and let others slaughter it. Let talk less. Just a few words, but this revenge has to be repaid anyway. 500,000 food and accommodation expenses have also been paid, and I am very sorry for the sacrifice coins if I don't eat it back. So Mu Feng is no longer cautious. Eat as much as you want. Haha, the young man has a good appetite. It's very different from my appetite. Do you want to get on our ship? I'll ask the captain for your favor and let you join. How about it? Mu Feng slapped Mu Feng and shook like Lu gnawed on a piece of meat and laughed like a matria Buddha. That fine. I don't think your career with money is suitable for me right now. Maybe I will consider it later, but I don't need it now. Politely declined the invitation. Haha, what an interesting kid. Come and drink. Yusok, who touched the wine jar with Mu Feng, drank the wine in one gulp and then touched his mouth. It's really good wine. By the way, Captain, did you forget? What did you say to this kid? Oh, what? Did I forget something? Shanks, who was constantly joking, stroked Yuhi's hair. His eyes lit up after thinking for a moment, and then there was a burst of laughter like a spring breeze. By the way, if you don't tell me, I will forget about this little thing. Shanks, who grabbed Mu Feng beside him, smiled and gave Mu Feng a jar of good wine, and continued with impassion. Hey, little brat, your three-tailed boat, let me give it to those colleagues on the island. No matter what, they can't be trapped on this uninhabited island, and men must sail freely on the sea. Oh, just give it. It's not. Who? Mu Feng, who spit out Shanks' face full of booze, stood up abruptly, pointed at Shanks' nose and cursed angrily. You bastard, this is also a trivial matter. You are crazy. You gave them the boat. How can I get back? Do you want to swim back? Hearing Shanks' words just now, Mu Feng immediately became a little excited, but when he finished speaking, he immediately wanted to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. That regret. Mother, who is this scolding? I scolded the four emperors. I'm dead now. I don't know if I will be smashed into pieces, leaving no bones left. Mu Feng, who was standing there dumbfounded, suddenly felt that he was standing in the wind and snow wearing open crotch pants, and the wind was blowing cold. A dilemma for a while. The deck, where there was still laughter and laughter just now, was suddenly silent and terrifying. The demon kings who murdered without blinking their eyes widened their eyes and silently stared at Mu Feng, like a group of wolves staring at a little sheep. Immediately, Mu Feng felt like he was falling into the eternal ice cave. His body was cold and his limbs were stiff, and large beads of sweat fell from his face. Now Mu Feng really wants to say, Masters, don't look at others like this. They will be shy. I'm not joking. If I'm not joking, I guess there is no chance to be funny anymore. Next year's day is probably my own. It's the anniversary of his death, and I don't know if someone will burn 2 pieces of paper money for him Matsuri to pay his respect. Just when Mu Feng was thinking about it, the people on the entire silent and terrifying deck burst into laughter. One person was laughing back and forth, and even more, he even rolled back and forth on the boat. Ha Haha, did you hear it? Did you hear it? The captain was scolded. Haha, that's right. It's so funny that someone called the captain a bastard. And he sprayed his face with alcohol. Really embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Just now, it was a group of wolf people, all of whom burst into laughter in an instant, and then ate and drank like no one else. Shank, who was stunned for a moment, then wiped the wine on his face, also laughed heartily. Haha, is the little guy very courageous? But you were right. I really didn't think of this question just now. Shank, who patted Mu Feng's shoulder with some encouragement, said very seriously, but don't be afraid. It's all right. I'm familiar with your Marshal Sengoku and your Garp Vice Admiral. Where do you want to go? I can give you a ride. P.S. Favorite. Collect. Flower. Where? Chapter 20 Chess Pieces and Chess Layers. P.S. First update. Eat some food and write Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. Element of she, element of what? If you want to give me a ride, let forget. It doesn't feel good. Mu Feng, who was somewhat recovered, flipped over the Byakugan and waved his hands again and again. Haha, it's okay. I'm not afraid, Shanks said boldly, as if it was as simple as saying what to eat for lunch today, without any pressure. Big brother, you're not afraid, but I'm afraid. Mu Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. Who is Shank? The fourth emperor of the New World, is one of the big pirates that Marine has the most headaches and is most concerned about. If Marine can see he was sent back by Shank, and it is estimated that as soon as he got off the ship, he would be invited to the Ennie's lobby for tea, and then impelled down as dark prison light. Haha, since that's the case, I won't force it any further. When I get to the next island and when I let you off the boat, it can be considered a compensation. Seeing Mu Feng's embarrassment, Shanks also guessed the reason. No more to say. Compensation. Is it possible to change the way to compensate? Mu Feng, who rolled his eyes, asked Isho. Change the way. Change the way. Shank, who sat cross-legged lightly, drank the wine casually, and looked at Mu Feng with a smile on his face, like an elder looking at a younger, full of love. Although this gaze and smile were a little weird, Mu Feng didn't care at all. He put the wine jar in his hand on the deck, rubbed his hands together, revealing that the big bad wolf saw the little you he had and smirked. That Captain Shanks, can you give me a little pointer on hockey as practice? Okay, no problem. Shanks agreed without thinking. Really, it's really good. Haha. Mu Feng, who achieved his goal, waved his fist excitedly, and was extremely grateful to Shanks. He didn't expect everything to come so easily. Hockey, as long as you learn hockey yourself, the capital that hits the top of the world. Yes, but I'm charging very high fee. Why do you have to pay tuition fee? It doesn't need too much. 100 million Bailey. Looking at the excited Mu Feng, Shanks took a sip of wine. He said calmly, with a different smile on his face, quote, ... Are you kidding me? The arm that was still excitedly waving in the air just now stopped there. The smiling face was gradually fading, and a pair of bright eyes looked at Shanks in disbelief. If now that he can beat the guy in front of him, he doesn't mind hitting him 10 or 8 times to relieve his depression. Haha, don't you want to be so angry as a teenager? It's not like I can't teach you if you don't have money. Looking at Mu Feng, who was playing with the applause, Shanks laughed happily. Finally, you have a request. You can consider the rest except joining your pirate group. Mu Feng, who had rekindled hope, was not as eager as before, and his expression became dull. Yes, I have grown a bit, and being able to grasp my own mentality well is considered a progress. Boy. Shanks nodded approvingly and said, I don't want 100 million Bailey, but you owe me a favor. You will return it to me in the future. Ha ha ha. Quote. Captain Shank, are you sure you haven't drunk too much? Aren't you talking drunk? Mu Feng raised his brows, playing with the wine jar in his hand, full of doubt. It sounds a little untrue. I owe someone a favor. What an international joke. Does the dignified 4 emperors need this? If you need to call it casually, there will be 1,800 people vying for you, and it will not fall on his own head. Mu Feng is not a fool. He still has self-knowledge. Without answering Mu Feng's question immediately, Shanks just gently placed the wine jar under his feet, and then touched the sleeve of his left arm, with a happy smile on his face, as if he was immersed in wonderful memory. A kind smile leaked out from the top. I'm not drunk or too much. I'm going to bet the favor you owe me on the new era. Betting on a new era. After chewing on Shank's word, Mu Feng suddenly understood a lot. Is he going to pave the way for Luffy, who will go to sea in the future? Yes, Shanks has reached a peak, and his every move will involve too many things, so some things are inconvenient for him to do, so he needs some backhands and some secret moves to complete the layout of the new era. Why me? Mu Feng, who was groping back and forth on the wine jar, frowned. He really couldn't understand why Shanks chose him. Because you have this potential. Shank, who had withdrawn his thoughts, said with a rare serious expression. Potential? There are thousands of people with potential. I don't think my thin shoulders can carry a part of the wave of the new era you said. Mu Feng, who was not carried away by Shank's words of praise, drank, he said with a sip of wine expressionlessly. Because you also have conqueror hockey. That is the qualification of a king among millions of people, and your age is just right, so I chose you. Shank Vivi Isho then added, sometime you don't choose your destiny, but fate chose you, and I'm also optimistic about you. As he spoke, his big powerful hand lightly placed on Mu Feng's shoulder. What conqueror hockey? Are you you talking about me? Mu Feng asked suspiciously. Yes, although I have just awakened and my strength is still very weak, but definitely, I won't see it wrong, Shanks said with burning eye. Feeling the strong hands on his shoulders and Shank gave, Mu Feng's eyes flickered a little, and his mind was full of thought. He should have been happy, but suddenly he couldn't be happy, because he had another feeling of being manipulated. It's like a chess piece in someone else's hand, allowing people to fiddle with it at will. This feeling makes him very disgusted and powerless. Is this the fate of the weak? Do not. I don't want to be weak. I don't want to be another pawn. I want to be strong. I want to control my own destiny. Kiba and clenched his fist, sat silently there without saying a word. An unwilling fire burned in his eye. It looks like you don't want to, so treat it as if I didn't say. Isho, who withdrew his hand, Shank hearty, come and drink. No, I agree with your suggestion. Mu Feng, who had been silent for a long time, slowly loosened his fist and said with a firm gaze, why did you change your mind? Shank said with a smile, because I want to become a strong man. I want to master my own destiny. Mu Feng's answer was sonorous and powerful. Shank, who laughed for a while, didn't say anything, just drank happily. Thank you, Captain Shank, Mu Feng said sincerely after taking a sip of wine. Haha, thank me for what? I didn't do anything. Glinting Shank quietly looked at Mu Feng's resolute face. VV Isho, I know that you are teaching me a lesson. You are warning me that the weak have no room to maneuver, and only the strong can control everything, Mu Feng said with a respectful bow. One Piece The Infinite Powerhouse Chapter 21-40 Chapter 21 Shank's Last Lesson, 2 more. Mu Feng, who had a good drink, stumbled into the dreamed that he became extremely powerful, exhibited Kamui in the New World, fought against An, Kaido and even defeated Whitebeard, and finally became the strongest in the world, then swim in the arms of many beauties and enjoy the treatment like an emperor. Just as he continued to experience the fairy-like light, his ass seemed to be kicked fiercely by the beauty, and the whole person rolled down from the big bed in the sea of flowers, and had a close contact with the ground. Feeling severe pain, Mu Feng suddenly opened his eye, only to realize that everything just now was just a dream, that he was not on the warm big bed at this moment, but in a small room. It was standing with a grinning Shank face. Yo, isn't it a good boy's dream? How do you beat Whitebeard and the other two kings? And how does it feel to become One Piece King of Pirates without the title of Lao Su? How can I say that I am also one of the 4 emperors? Quote, well, it's just a dream. Why take it so seriously? Mu Feng rubbed her painful buttocks and waved her hands with a wry smile, but she thought to herself, damn it, just because I didn't dream of you appearing on the stage, you're going to be in pain. The killer gave me such a ruthless kick. Do you want to be so stingy? Although Mu Feng, who has experienced hard training, is not a steel and iron bone, he is not trained in vain. An ordinary person's kick will never make him feel so concentrated in pain. Obviously, Shanks intends to take revenge, and that kick is absolutely wrapped armament hockey. Okay, I won't talk about Whitebeard and the others, but why is there still Shichibukai Empress Boya, Hancock, and that Robin is also a woman? What are you doing? Shanks looked at Mu with interest. Feng said with a smile, that, you must have heard it wrong. I mean the female land, not the female emperor. You heard wrong. Mu Feng, who tried to pretend that everything was normal, Isho hurriedly interrupted. Captain Shanks won't have nothing to do with me. Let's chat about it. Let's talk about serious things. Oh, don't you want to learn hockey? That's why I'm here today, to give you some pointers. I didn't expect it. Haha. Shank, who had already become a master, naturally didn't say anything, but just laughed. After a brief joke, Shank dutifully told Mu Feng about hockey. There are 3 types of hockey: conqueror hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey. The 3 kinds of hockey correspond to people's spirit and spirit. To be clear, conqueror hockey is a spiritual force that produces coercion and shock, and can even cause substantial attack. People with conqueror hockey keep changing as their popularity grows strong, but also unexpectedly increases the effects of other hockey. Armament hockey is a kind of vitality. People will have this kind of vitality as long as they are born. To put it clearly, it is the innate energy, which is the source of all things. The Logia fruit ability is actually just separated from the innate energy, so those who have mastered armament hockey will have the ability to fight against the Logia fruit. At the same time, innate energy can also enhance a person's defense and attack power. Mu Feng seemed to understand a little what armament hockey was called Junchi in ancient China, which is a mysterious qigong, and in the island country it was called chakra, which was almost what it meant. Observation hockey, on the other hand, is divine consciousness. The prediction of the senses is that the pituitary gland of the brain has undergone some kind of tempering and stimulates the supersensory ability that can be stimulated. It is a bit like the sixth sense of a saint. However, the most important thing is awakening. Only when hockey is awakened can he continue to practice. The conditions for this awakening are extremely difficult. Some people may awaken automatically because of certain bloodlines or some natural condition, but some people can't even spend their entire life awakening. These all depends on one's potential and talent. After continuing to explain, Shanks also explained many of his experiences to Mu Feng, which gave Mu Feng a general direction and grasped the main points of hockey as cultivation. cultivation. Compared to the current Mufeng, Hockey's cultivation is relatively convenient because he has learned to return his life and he can freely consciously control all parts of his body. As long as he is careful to stimulate the pituitary gland, observation Hockey will naturally be stimulated and he can control his own perception breath to store it. The acquired chi in the body continuously fuses with the innate chi in its own cell, and naturally armament Hockey is developed, but this process may be more difficult and dangerous. One day has passed, and 10 days have passed in Caseri Island in a blink of an eye. It has been almost 2 months since Mufeng left the CP base. Although he worked hard during these 10 days, except for the perception of Conqueror Hockey, the rest still achieved nothing, but he is not in a hurry, knowing that the method will succeed one day. In the comic, it took 2 years for Luffy to learn Hockey, and it made Rayleigh feel like a genius, indicating that Hockey is not that easy to practice. This morning, Shanks, who is still enjoying the spring breeze, came to Mufeng. Haha, the boy is not bad, he is still working hard, but we are about to set off. Before we set off, I am giving you the last lesson. All come. After getting along for a while, Mufeng naturally understood a little of Shanks' character, so he followed Shanks to the shore without questioning. Shanks, who was standing opposite, suddenly turned around, and the momentum of the whole person changed abruptly, exuding a breathtaking aura of a king. Come on boy, fight me with the determination to die. Why is this? Mufeng, who was captured by the king's aura, raised his brows in doubt. Victory and defeat must be tasted. After the bitterness of running around, and the painful and sad memory, only men can truly be on their own. So today's last lesson is to let you try the taste of defeat. Shanks, with a serious face, holding the hilt of the sword between the eyes of the world, the greatest breath of the world permeates the entire battlefield. Okay, then I'll fight you with the determination to die. The tiger's eyes turned to Mufeng, and it became fierce, as if you were drawing a sharp sword. Life return. Combination skill. Instant flash. Iron. Steel fist. Bump. Rumbling smoke and dust filled the air everywhere. Mushroom clouds continued to rise. The earth shook, and gravel splashed. 5 minutes later, the dying Mufeng lay on the ground, tears flashing in his eyes, and he murmured weakly, "Is this what defeat feels like? It's so uncomfortable." Chapter 22. Khalifa is really scary. 3 more, for everything. PS for collection. Flower. After 15 or 6 days of voyage, the figure of the CP training base finally appeared in Mufeng's eye. To be honest, I was really excited. After leaving so long and going through so much, I will finally come again. I really want to shout, "Who Hansen, are back again." After the defeat that day, Mufeng followed Shanks' big boat away from Caseri Island, then sneaked off on the transit island, bought a small fishing boat and drifted for 7 or 8 days and finally returned to the training base again. As soon as Mufeng, who was in ragged clothes, drove the boat to the port, he was discovered by Marine, who was a guard. After checking all the documents, he released Mufeng. Under the envious gazes of the guard, Mufeng finally landed on the island and walked to his room, ready to change into his clothes and make up for a good night's sleep. He was not in a hurry for antidote or anything. Anyway, there were still about 10 the deadline of the day. As for the 2 heads, of course, they were thrown directly to the guards and asked them to submit it. There is no way to sail on the great route alone. It is really a laborious chore. It is hard to eat or sleep, and the physical fatigue is easy to say, but the mental fatigue is really indescribable. Mufeng, who had slept until dark, was woken up by a person who shook relentlessly. When he opened his eyes, he realized that Khalifa, who was wearing a black tight dress, was staring at him angrily. "Well, Comrade Khalifa has something to say. Although I know I'm handsome, you don't have to stare at me like that. I'll be shy too." Mufeng, who sat up with a grunt, joked with Isho. "You're also called handsome. Huh, you'll know when you look in the mirror. If you want to say beauty, I'm the embodiment of beauty and wisdom." She stroked her long blonde hair charmingly, and then leaned forward a little angrily. The wife asked, "You've been out there again these days. Why haven't you seen your people for more than 2 months?" There was a sense of resentment from a wife questioning her husband. "It's just to carry out an urgent mission. Why do you ask me so hard when I come back? Catch a raid. Is it necessary?" Mufeng straightened his body, looking at Khalifa, who was surrounded by mountains and mountains. He smirked. "Yo, I haven't seen Zhangda for more than 2 months. Do you want to massage yourself at night? How does it feel?" After getting an answer, Khalifa was satisfied with Isho, as if the cheerful little girl turned around Mufeng twice, and then said with great satisfaction, "Well, it feels good. And it is indeed a lot bigger. Do you have a body? I think in the future, whoever dares to say that I am a young apple, I will blow his head off." Quote, "Yeah, it's really not a green apple. It has finally started to mature. Come and let me see if it feels different from the previous one." Mufeng smiled and quickly stretched out his hand, but with a snap by Khalifa, knocked down. "Ah, you bastard is still such a rogue," Khalifa said with a look of anger. He jumped on the bed, pressed Mufeng under him, and his jade fist fell on Mufeng's body like raindrops. Since that night's agreement, the misunderstanding between them has vanished, and their feelings for each other have grown a lot, and it is common to joke around. "Yeah, very good. Go down and go down when you feel comfortable," Mufeng, who was covering his face, said with a look of enjoyment. "Okay, you bastard, do you really think I'm giving you another massage?" Khalifa said with a face Yuhi. Whatever. Hey, what are you doing? Don't take my belt. You think the old lady think you're stuck? Khalifa with an eager face slammed Mu Feng's chest. Don't move around. It's hard. You don't know. Oh, it hurt. Take it easy. At this moment, the door of Mu Feng's room was opened with a creak, and Kaku's voice came in. Is it not the right time for me to come? You guys continue and I will come later. Stop. Come back to me. Come back to Lao Su. What does it mean to come at the wrong time? Khalifa and Mu Feng shouted in unison. That eldest brother, you and Khalifa eldest sister are like this. I am very troubled to let me in. Kaku, who was standing at the door, said a little coyly. They said you don't move. You still move. Khalifa glared at Kaku. As Khalifa at the door tidied up his clothes, got off Mu Feng's body and pointed at Mu Feng's nose. It's over. These stockings were torn by you. The belt is scratched and I'm going to pay for a new one. Well, anyway, if you have money, you should just buy a pair. Mu Feng, who sat up and refastened the belt, said with a smile. If you have to pay, you will pay, and you will be responsible for the damage. Khalifa said angrily, pointing to the stockings leaking out of Snow White skin. Okay, I'll be in charge, and I'll be in charge if your people want me to. Mu Feng, who waved his hand casually, said helplessly. Yeah, it's alright, then you should also be responsible for my people. Khalifa, who was still angry just now, suddenly turned her face away, revealing the shyness of a little woman. That, I'm just joking, don't take it seriously. Mu Feng, who shrank his neck, whispered. To be honest, Khalifa is very beautiful and has a little strength. The only thing that is bad is the terrible cook. Once you have eaten one meal, you will never want to eat another meal in your life. The most important thing is that she insists on forcing you to eat it, which is the most terrifying thing. HMPH. It's too late. I will rely on you in the future. Khalifa stabbed Mu Feng's chest twice with his fingers, and then threw his long golden hair, holding up his head proudly as if he had won the battle. Little Hen Kaku, who pushed gate of opening, walked away. Kaku, who was standing at the door, didn't notice Mu Feng, who had a bitter look on his face. He walked in with a smile and clapped his hands happily and said, Mr. Mu Feng, you are really my idol. I didn't expect you to take Khalifa so quickly. You are so happy that you won it. Quote, happy. Good. Kaku, you are very good. Tomorrow I will ask Khalifa to make you a breakfast. Squinting at Kaku, who was talking sarcastically, he shook his fist in front of his eyes and said viciously, if you dare not eat it, I know you, but my fist doesn't know you. Looking at the fist in front of him, Kaku suddenly sweated coldly on his forehead, grabbed Mu Feng's hand and said excitedly, brother, I really know I'm wrong. If you want to hit me, just do it. Don't let Sister Khalifa cook for me. Yes, I beg you. Looking at Kaku, whose face was ashen with fright, Mu Feng shook his head helplessly and said seriously, Khalifa is really scary. At this moment, Khalifa's little head popped out of the door and said happily, by the way, I made soup just now. You two can drink it together. Mu Feng and Kaku suddenly turned green, and they both saw fear in each other's eyes. Chapter 23. Official members of CP9. One more. It was a waning moon night. After a guy with a long nose didn't know what to drink from a bowl, the fast-track infirmary cried and called for gastric lavage. The long-nosed comrade who didn't get treatment had no choice but to go to the bathroom. Had a great night with vomiting and diarrhea. In the early morning of the second day, Mu Feng, who was in high spirit, was very humane in the bathroom. Some dehydrated and immature comrade Kaku brought it up, and then spent 50,000 Baileys in the infirmary to buy a nutritional injection for Kaku. Comrade Kaku was really alive after the comrade injection. Brother, why are you okay with the soup we drank together? Comrade Kaku, who held Mu Feng's arm tightly, cried out loudly, because I learned a skill in this mission called Life Return, which can control the body and stomach with consciousness. So although I drank the soup, I spit it out after Khalifa left. Of course it's fine. Mu Feng patted Kaku's shoulder a little, gloating. With a bang, Kaku stood up abruptly. His eyes were burning, and he waved his fist fiercely. I must do my best, and I must work harder to learn all Rokushi. Yes, it is good to have the determination to know that it is good to work hard and make progress. I will also help you to fully develop your potential and let you learn it as soon as possible. Looking at Kaku, who is working hard, Mu Feng is also very touched and encourages Kaku's hard work. Morale. Yeah, don't worry, big brother. The old man will definitely work hard. By then, he will learn Rokushiki. Big brother, you must teach me the skill of returning light. I won't have to worry about Khalifa's food in the future. Kaku said sincerely. Quote, Do you want to learn Rokushiki sooner, or do you just want to learn to return your life to deal with Khalifa's food? Mu Feng asked with a black line on his head. Kaku, who clenched his fist tightly, said with a serious and impassioned expression, does it need to be said? As a member of the CP training base, of course, the ultimate goal is to deal with Khalifa's food. Understood. You work hard. Mu Feng said with an embarrassed expression. Yeah, I will definitely work harder. He disappeared in front of Mu Feng's eye. Looking at the missing Kaku, Mu Feng finally understood why the youngest Kaku's strength is the second highest in the anime. It turned out that this was all forced by Khalifa. Just when Mu Feng was thinking about it, Kaku, who had just left, ran back in a hurry. By the way, brother, I forgot to tell you one thing. That Jabra, Jabra, who is already an official CP9, has returned, and he threatened to pursue it. Khalifa-sama. After speaking, Haku disappeared again with a switch. Jabra pulls that old werewolf. This is to want the old cow to eat the tender grass. Oh, wrong. The old wolf eats the tender grass. If you want to get a beautiful woman, you also want to move the woman I ordered. Mew snorted coldly. Feng changed into a new suit, and then walked to Cart Rear Admiral's office. Anyway, get the antidote first, otherwise it's really not safe. Mew Feng came to Gaia Rear Admiral's office in a short time, knocked on the door first, and walked into the office with Gaia Rear Admiral's permission. As soon as I entered the office, I saw 3 people sitting on the 4 sofa chairs opposite Gaia Rear Admiral. Mew Feng recognized it at a glance through the memory of the anime Fukuro Way 2 and the old wolf Jabra, but Mew Feng just glanced at it and walked straight to Gaia Rear Admiral. Student Mew Feng, come back to report after completing the survival mission. I heard that you only came back yesterday. To be honest, you really disappointed me. You have wasted more than 80 days of the junk on Caseri Island. Guy, who lowered his head and signed the document special, he didn't even raise his head in dissatisfaction. Pirates on the island are indeed a bit tricky, and, with a snap, Gaia Rear Admiral, who slapped the pen in his hand on the table, interrupted Mew Feng's word, raised his head suddenly, and stared at Mew Feng with icy eye. What did you say? It tricky. I didn't listen. Wrong. A gloomy aura erupted from him, making Guyar look extremely gloomy. That right. I said that the pirates above are more difficult. Facing Guyer's Rear Admiral's aura, Mew Feng shrugged his shoulders casually. After Shank training, Mew Feng has already been reborn, and he is able to face Guyer's Rear Admiral's momentum with ease. That rubbish is tricky. You pointed out to me. Gaia Rear Admiral, who was still in anger just now, looked at Mew Feng now, and he felt that there was a cold spirit hidden under Mew Feng's relaxed expression. This kind of change is really beyond his expectation. Although he knew that Mew Feng would grow, he never expected to grow to this level, so his tone became less aggressive. Corn, an obsidian fruit-capable person. His body is as hard as steel, and he has some weird gills, which are a little troublesome. Since he asked this, Mew Feng answered truthfully. What? Cohen is still a fruit person, and these bastards can't even handle this. They are a bunch of rice buckets. Guy, who didn't know who he was scolding, also looked much better, and he waved his hand to get the antidote. He threw it to Mew Feng, then motioned for him to sit on the last chair and said, you seem to have something to say just now, right? Finished? After taking the antidote, Mew Feng finally felt relieved, and talked about his encounter with Yuhi, but he didn't dare to say that he had been on the Shank for more than 10 days, but only said that he saw Yuhi later. The boat he hid for more than 10 days, made a raft and ran back. This is also impossible. Who let Shanks let go of many pirates? Maybe that one said that he had seen Shanks on the island. If Mew Feng didn't lie like this, he would never be able to eat Kabuto if he was found out in the future. Go. After listening to Mew Feng's word, Gaia couldn't keep his composure any longer. He held on to the empty sleeve for a long time before he calmed down. It can be said that you are lucky to be able to escape under that man's hand. By the way, from today you are officially become a full member of CP9 with the rank of ensign. Quote, yes sir. He saluted Mew Feng with a slap, straightened his back and said solemnly, this kind of thing is quite serious and cannot be casually perfunctory. With another wave of his hand, Gaia, who let Mew Feng sit down, took Fukuro, fearful, and Jabra to accept Mew Feng in turn, and then said amicably, you will be comrades in arms in the future. I hope your cooperation will be pleasant. Chapter 24 Who's next? P.S. This is the second update yesterday. Sorry for being a little late. Parallel times Chi times S parallel. After listening to Gaia Rear Admiral's decision, the 4 members of the new and old CP9 chose to remain silent. The 3 members of CP9 headed by Jabra looked at Mew Feng with suspicion, and Jabra was the most annoyed. There seemed to be a trace of resentment in his eyes flashing again, and Mew Feng doesn't have much respect for the other 3. To be honest, he still has some good feelings for Fukuro. Although he is a guy who can talk about his mouth at any time, he also expresses that this person does not have much rudeness and is relatively straightforward. The other 2, especially the old wolf Jabra, felt the most unpleasant. For this guy who dared to touch his own woman, he was directly classified as the most unpopular. Yo-yo, Gaia, Rear Admiral, can this 15-year-old boy really become a full member of CP9? Although it sounds powerful, it's still a little immature. Kumadori, who seemed to lose powder in the blink of an eye, Kata jumped up on one leg and took the lead in attacking. What do you mean? Are you questioning my decision? Kumadori. Gaia, who had a gloomy expression, leaned back and squinted at Kumadori silently. Yo-yo, I really deserve to be damned. Questioning the decision of the superior. Kumadori took out a sharp knife from his body and stabbed him in the chest. Please allow me to cut the iron block in my abdomen. It's a pity that I can't die. Go back to your seat and don't sing in front of Lao Su. Gaia, who had some blue veins on his head, slammed the table, causing Kumadori to shut his mouth immediately, shrinking his neck and obediently returning to his own room. See, shut up and dare not say more. Come on, let me just say it. It's not right for Jabra to provide delicious food for a week, and it is very wrong to cooperate cooperate with Mufeng. Oh, it's bad and I said the wrong thing. Fukuro on the side felt when Jabra pulled the murderous gaze. He immediately realized his mistake and immediately pulled the zipper on his mouth like an angry child sitting shyly in a chair, not daring to say another word. Mother, I didn't make a move first. You have to do it first. I'm going to stumble, so you Jabra will see how I will deal with you later. Mew, who was very unhappy with Jabra. Feng, even more unhappy at this moment, but he did not attack on the spot, just neared silently on the side. He knew Gaierti's character and strength, so naturally he wouldn't do anything too outrageous in front of him. Sure enough, after listening to Fukuro's word, Carter suddenly burst into anger and said, has Jabra pulled you tight again? Do you want Lao Su to teach you a good lesson? How dare you make small moves under Lao Su's eyes? After all what happened? Well, sir, you know, I'm 25 years old. I should find a partner, so I like Khalifa, but I heard that Khalifa and Mufeng were closer, so look to Gaiert, who was really angry. Jabra also had a tingling scalp and dared not hide the truth. I don't care what personal problems you have, but I hope you will be united because you are a whole. After listening to Jabra's remark, Gaiert became less angry and his eyes were fixed on Jabra and Mufeng. He glanced back and forth for a while and said, but Nian in Jabra is your first offense, so I won't pursue it further, so I will fine you 5 million Baileys as punishment. After speaking, he got up and left his seat with a flick of his sleeves and walked towards the door. Gaiert, who was at the door, stopped again. If you have any personal problem, I will solve them in private. Of course, the cost of breaking things will be borne by you. Also, don't make a fool of yourself in front of Lao Su in the future, otherwise you will look good. After turning around, Meteor strode into the corridor. What does it mean? Is this disguised acquiescence in the use of force among CP9 personnel to solve the problem? Is this encouraging competition among each other and promoting the common progress of everyone in a stalking way? Or is there another deep meaning? With a relaxed expression, Mufeng silently looked at the disappearing Gaier, and countless questions appeared in his heart. He couldn't see what the leader was thinking. Yo-yo, since the chief has spoken, then I'll try your little guy's strength first to see if you're really qualified to be one of us. Kumadori, who had been scolded just now, jumped out again, as if he wanted to save the face you just lost. Do you really want to be the first bird and become another gunman? I advise you to have some self-awareness, otherwise don't blame my ruthless subordinate. Carrying the dust that didn't exist on his body, Mufeng stood with a smile. Looking at Kumadori, who was about to move, he sneered, I don't mind leaving a bed for you in the infirmary. Yo-yo, there is no room for discrimination against men's dignity. Today I will teach you this little guy a lesson. Kumadori, who stood up suddenly, clasped his hands together. Return of light. Lion Shigen, finger pistol, turned his hair into a finger shape with his mind, and then quickly sent out Shigen, finger pistol, to attack Mufeng. Are you sure you want to make a move? You have to think about it. Once you make a move, you will be at your own risk. Mufeng, who was sneering for a while, suddenly became imposing, and a Haki, the king of beasts, erupted, forming a billowing invisible the air wave pressed toward Kumadori. What? Why is this happening? Kumadori, who was still confident just now, was also shocked at this moment. His bun didn't obey, and stopped suddenly at a distance of more than 1 meter from Mufeng, and then seemed to continue trembling. You're actually scared. Haha, it seems that the consciousness of your hair is more brilliant than your head. You know who can provoke and who can't provoke. Looking at the trembling long hair in front of him, Mufeng finally showed a contemptuous issue, as if no longer. It's like watching an acrobatic clown. Man, the dignity of a man cannot be violated. Kumadori roared, waving his staff and jumping up. Shigen, finger pistol Q's whistling staff burst out with a rain-like attack. Iron, steel. Looking at Mufeng, who was ready to take a full blow from him without dodging or dodging, a smug smile leaked from the corner of Kumadori's mouth. He seemed to have seen the scene of Mufeng, who was injured and fell to the ground because of his arrogance. A series of violent collisions of metal sounded in Gaierti's office. Kumadori's attacks all hit Mufeng's chest as hard as steel. Seeing Mufeng, who took his all-out attack but didn't step back and didn't have any scars, Kumadori acclaimed in disbelief, is this impossible? Nothing is impossible. Kumadori, you have to pay the price for your recklessness. Mufeng of Isho slammed his right hand with a fist. Iron, steel fist. As fast as lightning, a powerful punch hit Kumadori's chest firmly. With a puff, Kumadori, who vomited blood, was punched out by Mufeng, and smashed the window and flew outside the building. Mufeng, who calmly retracted his fist, looked at the remaining two. Isho, who's next? Chapter 25, Mufeng vs. Jabra Pull. One more. Although the battle between Mufeng and Kumadori had some prelude, the real action was only in an instant, and the victory and defeat were already divided between lightning and flint. Such a speed suddenly made Jabra and Fukuro stunned on the spot. Although they have secretly heard rumors about Mufeng, saying that he used to have 1,000 strength a few months ago, but the rumors are rumors after all. Downwind, they were not too surprised, but to deal with Kumadori so cleanly, they had to look at Mufeng at the top. This is definitely not something that a 1,000 strength person can do. Come on, it's really amazing explosive power. Is it really only 1,000 strength? Let me test it. Fukuro's expression was dignified and his hands clasped together. Although Kumadori was knocked into the air by Mufeng, he was not too worried, because there is absolutely no danger to life here. They are all in the wind and rain, living a life of licking blood, and no one has ever been seriously injured. Rokushiki playing skill, hand closing. Fukuro, like a ball, jumped towards Mufeng. With a bang, Fukuro, who flew over, was kicked back by Mufeng's random kick, bounced to the ceiling, and then fell down. Come on, my strength is 530, Kumadori's strength is 550, and Jabra's strength is 1350. So what is Mufeng's rank? Fukuro, who had said this, was suddenly stunned, and then opened his small eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Mufeng's strength is as high as 1850, second only to Rob Lucci's 2100 rank. What? You can't make a mistake, right? Jabra, who grabbed Fukuro's collar, was also shocked, shaking Fukuro with full suspicion and asked, did you eat something so bad that your body made a mistake? This how can the kid reach 1850? Even after my transformation, my strength is only 1830. How can he be higher than me? Jabra, who has always been arrogant, couldn't believe everything he heard. This result completely subverted his review. Although the biggest role of the 3 views is to subvert, it is too much. Appalling. Is there anything impossible? Don't think that the older you are, the stronger your strength is, and the older you are, you just eat 2 more years of right. As for Jabra's question, Mufeng was just a contemptuous issue. Then he moved his body again and hooked his hand to Jabra. Okay, stop gossip. Jabra, just now, didn't you want to do some tricks and give me a problem? You still want to rob my woman? Come and let me see. Do you really have that rank? Although Mufeng stayed at the CP training base for not too long, only less than 2 years, but the hardships he endured in the past 2 years were unimaginable by Jabra and others. Mufeng's body is special, and his bones have long been lost. In addition to this life and death trial mission, and Shanks' free guidance, his strength has made a qualitative leap. HMPA. Don't be too arrogant, kid. It must be Fukuro's own fault. Do you really think you can have 1850 strength? Jabra, who took off the sunglasses on his head, roared angrily, then rolled his eye. He seemed to have thought of something. It's not very good to fight here, kid. It will damage too many things, but it will cost a lot of money, so I will wait for you outside. If you are a man, I will come out. After saying that, he jumped up and followed the window where Kumadori flew out just now. Jumped out. It's just a clown jumping on the beam. How can I not dare to fight? Mufeng, who snorted coldly, followed, and jumped out of the window, but Mufeng, who was not far from the window, felt a bad wind on his head. Iron Fist technique. Shigen, finger pistol. Cross here. Jabra, who jumped on top of Mufeng's head, instantly changed into a human wolf form, with sharp 10-fingered wolf claws bent. Flashing cold light in the sun, he suddenly attacked Mufeng. What a despicable and shameful guy. Looking at Jabra, who was attacking in the air, Mufeng frowned. His eyes flashed coldly, and he cursed loudly. Despicable. There's no such word in my life dictionary. It's just that soldiers never tire of deceit. Learn more, kid. Jabra, who was in front of Mufeng in an instant, laughed complacently. Iron block. The heart is corundum. Iron block. Corundum fist. Mufeng, who was suppressed in the air, naturally wouldn't sit still and fight back with a fist that was harder than steel. The sound of constant bumping sounded in the space around them. The vibrating air hummed, and the pieces of glass burst out with strong shock waves by their hard hitting, and the shock shattered, and countless fragments rained from the windows of the building. Scattered down like this, the soldiers downstairs were frightened and avoided. It's a troublesome guy. Let me down. Jabra, who was occupying a powerful terrain that could not be attacked for a long time, suddenly shouted in anger. Iron nugget. Wolf Kiba. Lan leg. Liangxing of wolf. First was a fierce attack of extremely fast wolf claws, as if a violent storm disrupted the rhythm of Mufeng's counterattack, and then his body changed strangely. 2 wolf leg kicked violently. 4 the wolf-shaped slash instantly devoured Mufeng below. The iron block corundum fell in the air, and Mufeng, who couldn't use it to the fullest, had to protect the key points and make defensive. Boom! With a loud bang, Mufeng was kicked down by Jabra, making a close contact with the ground, and suddenly smashed the ground into a large pit half a meter deep, and the smoke, dust, and gravel splat. Wow! Jabra are the second most powerful person, and Mufeng is just a defeated general. Jabra, who succeeded in one move, burst into a smug laughter, and then fell suddenly, asking for Mufeng to come with the last blow. I want to truly defeat Mufeng. Iron block. Wolf claw. Boom! Mufeng, who had fallen to the ground, stood up angrily, and countless gravel fell from his body. At this moment, Mufeng seemed to have changed a person, exuding a fearful feeling all over his body. The cold air was like a piece of eternal ice, and his dazzling eyes shot out the cold light from Juyu, which seemed to have the power to freeze his heart, making Jabra, who was attacking in the air, tremble in his heart. With a gloomy face, Mufeng slammed into Jabra's wolf claw with a swift left hand, and then with a round of force, he slammed Jabra, who was in the air, onto the ground. With a loud bang, the blue stones, the ground was also smashed into pieces, and countless blue stones flew around like bullets. You little puppy, didn't you have a good fight just now? But unfortunately it's my turn now. Mufeng, Feng, who threw Jabra to the ground, let out a sneer. Chapter 26. Rob Lucci, Iron, Steel Fist. While his illness was healing him, Mu Feng certainly wouldn't give Jabra any chance at this moment. The fist that contained Mu Feng's anger continued to enlarge in front of Jabra. S-I-N-Airy product she S-N-Airy product _____. No, I want to move me. Jabra, who was a little scared, shouted, his head twisted to the side, and then the wolf's leg slammed on the ground, swiped and flew out, dodging Mu Feng's punch. Mu Feng, who smashed the bluestone on the ground with a punch, raised his brows, and the corners of his mouth twitched as if a sharp sword was unsheathed, showing his sharp edge. Do you think you can run? Life return. Combination skill. Shaving flat. Broke out the combo skill of shaving and Land's leg, which made Mu Feng's speed suddenly increase a notch, as if a whirlwind blew past, and he came to Jabra in the blink of an eye. Combination technique. Collapsing fist. Shigan finger pistol, combined with the iron block, bursting out a strong attack force, hitting Jabra's chest fiercely. Iron block. Jabra, who couldn't believe this was the truth, still made the best response, gathering the strength of his whole body on his chest, trying to defend against Mu Feng's powerful and swift punch. With a puff, blood spurted out, thinking that his strongest defense could resist Mu Feng's attack, but the final result was beyond Jabra's surprise. Mu Feng's punch seemed like a heavy bomb, instantly hitting his chest. It exploded more than 10 times in a short period of time before. Such a rapid offensive disintegrated his defense in an instant. His internal organs were tumbling, and the whole person was blasted out like a cannonball, and it fell deeply into the thick wall. What? It's unbelievable that this 15-year-old guy has learned the secret skills that I only realized in 3 or 4 years. He is really a monster. Kumadori, who was vomiting blood by Mu Fengda, also stood with Fukuro's help. When he got up, he was shocked when he saw that Mu Feng used his life to return it. Come on, you're right. I didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could defeat Jabra. Maybe only Lucci is his opponent. Fukuro was also very emotional. Shigan, finger pistol, Madara. Mu Feng, who kicked Jabra away, ignored the others and didn't stop, and then chased after him again, waving his hands continuously, and countless Shigan, finger pistol, attacked Jabra's whole body. Wait, I have something to say. Jabra, who was vomiting blood, shouted with great difficulty, I have a secret to tell you about Khalifa's life. Instantly stopped the offensive. Mu Feng frowned and stood firmly in front of Jabra. You better not lie, or I will definitely let you lie on the hospital bed for the first half of the year. Actually, I'm Khalifa's long-lost cousin, and the words I said were all joking with Khalifa. Jabra, with his eyes flickering, pulled his body under effort and slowly broke free from the wall. Is it true? Certainly true. Jabra, free, pulled the eerie issue. Iron block fist, heavy step wolf fist, which brought together most of Jabra's strength, attacked Mu Feng's lower abdomen violently. I knew you were lying. Since you should be panicking, don't blame my subordinate for being ruthless. He glanced at Mu Feng, who was pulled by Jabra, contemptuously, and pursed his lips. Issue. Combination skill. Battle act. Jabra pulls fast. Mu Feng is faster than him. Before Jabra pulls to hit Mu Feng, his man has already been kicked out by Mu Feng, and a bloodline is drawn in the sky. Mu Feng's kick can definitely let Jabra lie on the hospital bed for 2 or 3 months, but Mu Feng is not satisfied. Since he has already said that this guy will lie down for the first half of the year, it will not be as simple as 2 or 3 months. Shave. After a few consecutive dodges, Mu Feng caught up and raised his right leg and slammed down. A loud bang was heard in the helix, and 3 figures flew out. After stepping back 5 or 6 steps, Mu Feng, who felt his thighs numb, looked suspiciously at the boy next to him who had also stepped back 3 or 4 steps. Jian was wearing a dark suit and a cowboy hat. A snow-white dove fell on his shoulder. The sharp eyes of the young man and the arrogant evil smile all showed the extraordinariness of the young man. Ra, Lucci. Mu Feng, who twisted his right leg slightly, said somewhat uncertainly, "It down here, you or William." Mu Feng, I heard about you from Gaia Rear Admiral just now. I thought he was exaggerating, but I didn't expect you to be really powerful. The pigeon on Lucci's shoulder flapping his wing. Lucci looked at Jabra, who was in a semi-conscious state, and said excitedly, although this guy Jabra is arrogant sometimes, I don't like it very much, but you pay more attention. It also makes me a little uncomfortable. Quote, oh, you are a natural fighting maniac. It seems that you want to fight me too. Mu Feng, who put away his contempt, looked at Lucci with a solemn expression, and tried to adjust his breathing to keep himself in a best condition. Lucci is definitely not comparable to that old wolf from Jabra. He is definitely a tough guy. Both his fighting consciousness and his fighting ability are first class. Although he lost to Luffy in the comic, he definitely has the halo of Luffy's protagonist. Blessing, if there is a real power comparison, Lucci is definitely stronger than Luffy. Haha, that's exactly what it means. After the pigeon said a word, it fluttered and spread its wing, and Lucci Vivi Isho, with a flash of body, slammed his fist towards Mu Feng. Shigan, finger pistol, largest wheel gun, combination skill, Kai cannon. Mu Feng didn't dare to be slighted. It was the strongest attack when he came up. This was his powerful move to combine Shigan, finger pistol, land leg, iron nugget, and shade. It wasn't that he didn't need the strongest attack, the attack of the Sicking Spear, but the launch of the Sicking Spear should have such a short pause, not instant. There was a loud bang, and the surrounding air made a sound of sonic boom, and the sound of clicking was incessant. The bluestone under the two of them could not withstand the impact and began to crack, and a strong airflow formed a burst. The whirlwind blew their clothes. Dengadang slammed into the two, their faces chained, and then they were pushed back 3 or 4 steps by the huge impact before they could stand still. Mu Feng, who took 3 or 4 steps back, frowned. His right arm suddenly felt numb, and Vivi's pain came from his fist. At the same time, Lucci, who took 2 steps back, also looked suspicious. His right arm also trembled. Although he caught Mu Feng's punch, he definitely didn't want to be so relaxed. The two who seemed to be evenly divided did not act rashly, and the one who silently looked at each other seemed to be tied on the surface. But in a real life and death battle, 80% of the losers were Mu Feng, because Mu Feng used his life to return. This is a skill that is true, but it is absolutely impossible to use it for a long time without limit. Once the use time has passed, defeat is inevitable. It's not that Mu Feng's potential is not good, but that his age is too young and his training time is short, so his strength has not been developed better. At this moment, Gaia, who disappeared just now, suddenly appeared between the two of them, smiling and looking at the two who were arguing. You two are very good, so the competition is over. Now there is a new task. It take both of you to do it. Chapter 27 The Great Fire of Goa Kingdom. One more mission. Hey, I said, sir, did I make a mistake? I just finished the mission and now I have to accept the mission. You still don't let people live. Why do you have to have a vacation or something? Female sign $$ female sign. Mu Feng, who had released the return of his life, said with some dissatisfaction. Then let's not talk about the task. Gaia Rear Admiral glanced at Mu Feng, then pointed to the glass fragment, the pitted ground, and the broken wall. These are all caused by you. Yes. Mu Feng, who was taken aback by Gaia's jumping thought, glanced at the devastated scene, and thought to himself, this is to find someone to compensate. Ji Yu Feng, who guessed Gaia's intention, tidied up his clothes. Hey Isho pointed to the big hole on the ground and said, well, I only caused that hole, and you can find other 2 guys. I think they are very willing to compensate. Then he said to Kumadori, who was supported by Fukuro, hey, I am right. Yo-yo, Kumadori, who was about to say that I didn't want to, suddenly saw Mu Feng's raised fist, and the evil Isho immediately changed his word. I am willing to compensate. After hearing Kumadori's word, Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Oh, well, Kumadori will compensate for the glass, but the ground and walls are all up to you. Gaia raised his brows when he saw Mu Feng's action. Hey, how can this be? I just upgraded ensign. Okay, I don't have that much money, and I'm the winner. Playing rock, paper, scissors, or will the loser be punished? Mu Feng scratched his head in defense. For such unreasonable demand, it is natural to rise up to resist. Of course, the key is that he is really too poor. Except for the remaining 500,000 Baileys in this mission, he has no savings at all, and they can only perform missions. He was paid very little, which is why Lucci was later beaten by Luffy and had no money to pay for his injury. Do you want me to ask for money from a guy who's lying in a hospital bed for a month? Will his money be enough for his medical expenses? Gaia, who snorted coldly, glanced at the half-dead Jabra, cold, and then waved again. This time your mission is to clear the way for the world noble Tianlong to inspect East Blue, and secretly remove all the disturbing factors that may threaten Tenryubito. Of course, the reward for this mission is to compensate you for your damage. You and Lucci will set off together tomorrow morning, so don't delay the trip. Regardless of Mu Feng's protest, Gaia gave an ultimatum, and then happily Isho left the courtyard very elegantly. It's really unfortunate. I didn't earn a penny, and I lost a lot of money. Hey, Comrade Lucci is all up to you for this trip. Mu Feng looked at Gaia, who was leaving, and smiled. To Lucci, HMPH, what do I have to do with you? Lucci said with a serious face, we're not partners anymore, so it's still divided between you and me. Yours is not mine, mine is still mine, right? Mu Feng, who took a few steps and put his hand on Lucci's shoulder, said with a smile. Lucci, who knocked off Mu Feng's hand with a snap, glanced at Mu Feng and said, your face is really thick. Haha, this is also a skill. Thickened is not enough to eat. Thin-skinned is not enough to eat. Hey, don't go. I haven't finished yet. You can give me the pigeon on your shoulder. Seeing Mu Feng, who ignored him, shouted loudly. After walking a few steps, Lucci stopped and looked back at Mu Feng. You also like pigeons? Actually, raising pigeons is very good. Yes, I like pigeons very much. Mu Feng nodded in agreement, and then continued thoughtfully. When there is no food, roast pigeon is also a good delicacy. You're an asshole. Lucci cursed and left without looking back. After receiving the mission, Mu Feng and Lucci boarded the warship to ride the wind and wave, breaking through the windless zone and sailing for more than 3 months and finally came to East Blue. In the past 3 months, I tried to steal Lucci's pigeons for barbecue more than 10 times, but Lucci found out that they were disappointed. Although they failed to roast the pigeon, the relationship between Mu Feng and Lucci improved a lot. On this day, Mu Feng and Lucci came to the Goya Kingdom of East Blue, which was just the last stop of the Tenryubito cruise. I heard that this is the most most beautiful city in the whole East Blue. The streets are clean and the people are polite. It is a high degree of etiquette-esque country. Mu Feng, who was standing on the 10-meter-high city wall, looked at the pile of garbage in front of him, and his face was not so good-looking because it had turned into a sea of raging fire. What wrong? Since you came here yesterday, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Lucci, who was sitting next to Mu Feng, looked at Mu Feng strangely. Become like this. What do you think about this matter? Huogong Mu Feng, who was looking into the sky in the distance, suddenly asked, what the matter? Lucci, who was stunned, seemed to understand what Mu Feng said, and said blankly, I don't have any ideas. It's just a garbage mountain. This is the decision of the government of this country. You should do it well and don't interfere too much. Quote, isn't it possible that these people who live by the mountain of garbage are all burned alive, and in order to welcome a bastard Tenryubito, these nobles who are full of benevolence, righteousness, morality are going to do these heinous things? Some excited Mu Feng clenched his fists and glared at Lucci. Although Mu Feng has been here for more than a year, he is a good young man who really grew up under Yuhi's banner. You can let him kill some vicious guy, or just a person, but you have to let him watching thousands of innocent civilians being burned alive. He couldn't understand how he couldn't pretend he couldn't see it. It's not a big deal to sacrifice some ants for the sake of prosperity and a better future. Facing Mu Feng's questioning, Lucci replied calmly as usual, as if he cared about the lives of thousands of people, worse than pigs and dogs. Mu Feng, with a cold voice, was about to jump off the city wall, but was grabbed by Lucci. What are you going to do? You're only going to cause unnecessary trouble. You remember your identity, your CP9, and what you're doing is just removing the unsettling factor here. Lucci looked as usual reminded. Don't worry about me, I know what I'm doing. Shaking his shoulders shook Lucci's hand away. Don't worry, it won't cause you any trouble. You are in the city to deal with the crowds that are changing. I'll go take a look. Mu Feng, with a face of determination, flew down and disappeared into the night. Looking at the disappearing Mu Feng, Lucci also frowned. What a troublesome guy. Then he jumped lightly and walked towards the city, but after walking for a long time, he suddenly stopped and turned to the flaming garbage mountain again. Come running. Chapter 28 Monkey D. Dragon. Moon Step. Mu Feng, who was constantly walking in the air, observed the fire below and the panic crowd. On the one hand, Mu Feng really didn't want to kill too many innocent people. Ace and Luffy of the wave of the time, look at them as children. N airy product divided by N airy product. Looking for a place where there are many people and the fire is fierce. Mu Feng stopped. Life return. Land leg. Tornado. Mu Feng, who was spinning a few times in the air, kicked out the spinning hurricane with his right leg. Then Mu Feng floated down, like a god descending from the earth, appeared in front of the panic people, pointed to the passage in front and shouted, quick, run from this passage to the mountain, and remember that within a week, no one is allowed to appear here. Mu Feng, who stopped talking, glanced at everyone coldly, kicked out a rubbish dump and was instantly cut in half. Otherwise, it's just like this rubbish dump. Kill it. The people who were cheering just now suddenly turned into quails and they looked at Mu Feng in horror, feeling a little overwhelmed. Why don't you get out of here? Wait until I can do it. Mu Feng raised his brows and shouted loudly as he looked at the crowd standing blankly. With a bang, the people who were still stunned just now rushed like a dream, for fear that Mu Feng would change his mind and kill them in the trash Yamanaka. Oh, Rokushiki, are you a marine? Just as the people disappeared from Mu Feng's eye, a crisp and deep voice reached Mu Feng's ear. Who? The startled Mu Feng shook his head and watched, his whole body tense up, ready to fight at any time, and the person who could silently appear beside him was obviously not a simple character. A man about 21 meters tall appeared in front of him, a green cloak swaying freely in the wind, and with that resolute face, it seemed somewhat mysterious. Monkey D. Dragon. Seeing the person in front of him, Mu Feng almost shouted, and then he swallowed hard, looking nervously at the biggest revolutionary army leader in front of him. This guy is definitely more terrifying than the four emperors. A few years later, the whole world will tremble with a casual stomping. Oh, it seems that I guessed right, and you seem to know me too. It very strange. I see and remember when I saw you. This interesting little guy. Mu Feng said, by the way, why do you want to save these people? It's nothing, I just want to save. I don't have any special thought. Mu Feng said cautiously. Although he didn't see anything now, it was difficult to guarantee that Long would not suddenly attack. Haha, it seems that you also feel that this kingdom exudes a smell that is many times more rancid than this garbage dump. How do you want to do it with me? I am very optimistic about you. Long Ha Isho. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. It's a little devil with a personality. Long Yu, who said something casually, suddenly said, what do you think of this country? I don't have any opinion. Absolute power creates absolute corruption. Mu Feng, who really didn't know how to answer, had no choice but to move out the famous assertion in Shuan Qinji and send Long this guy, hoping that he would get the answer and disappear soon. After listening to Mu Feng's word, Long's eyes suddenly lit up. It's a very incisive conclusion. Then what unique insights do you have on how to build an equal country? Well, before answering your question, can you promise me one thing? You said. After After I answer you, no matter your dissatisfaction, please stay away from me. To be honest, I don't like this feeling of depression. Mu Feng said boldly. Haha, as long as your answer satisfies me, I can satisfy your request, and I also promise that Tenryubito will not be harassed these days. How about a good deal? Long Xiaohei said. The three principles of the people, democracy, civil rights, and people's livelihood. All I can say is I don't know what's going on. It's just hearsay. Mu Feng, who answered Long's question, prayed silently in his heart. I'm sorry, the father of the country, Sun Da, can only use the help of your theory is over. You have a spirit in heaven, don't blame me. The three principles of the people. Haha, it's another amazing move. Haha, the laughing dragon, his eyes twinkled with golden light, as if looking at a beautiful woman, stared at Mu Feng and said, what's your name, little devil? William. Mu Feng. Mu Feng answered truthfully. Haha, I remember you. I think we will meet again in the future. The dragon nodded silently, and with a wave of his hand, an extremely violent gust of wind raged through, and a kilometer-long fire-free passage stretched to the seaside. Goodbye then, Mu Feng. Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. After speaking, Long suddenly disappeared in front of Mu Feng's eye. Looking at the kilometer-long passage, Mu Feng swallowed hard. If you can't see it or not, the kilometer-long passage really shocked Mu Feng, and he had to admit that the dragon was definitely a man with a destructive power, the ability to destroy the land. Mu Feng, who was dumbfounded for a while, started the journey of looking for Ace and Luffy again. Since there was a dragon, he didn't have to do so much. Just as Mu Feng kept searching, the figure of the dragon appeared on the big boat by the sea. Ivankov, how is Shang's preparation? Hip-hop, it's just up to you to get everything ready. Ivankov, who was hiding under a huge cloak, continued, why did you come back so late? Haha, I haven't met an interesting little guy. Long Vivi Isho said again, whoever encounters William Mu Feng in the future, try to help him if you can help him. William Mu Feng. After listening to Long's word, everyone looked at me, and I saw that you didn't understand why, but they kept Long's words in their hearts because they deeply believed in their leader. I didn't expect you to be involved in a border country like East Blue. Ivankov turned his head and looked at the dragon questioningly and continued, is there anything here that you are particularly concerned about? This country is the epitome of the future of the world. In this world of survival of the fittest, happiness will never stop. Long did not answer Ivankov directly, but looked into the distance with a very firm gaze. One day, I will change this the world. Treading, taking steady and powerful step, Long walks about to look at the people fleeing in front of him, raises his right hand high and shout, those who are willing to fight for freedom, get on this boat. His voice was sonorous and powerful, resounding through the sky like Hong Zhang Dalu was deafening. Chapter 29. Be my master. One more moon step. Mu Feng, who was walking in the air, looked for a while but couldn't find Ace and Luffy. After all, he just glanced at them in the comic, and he didn't remember their specific location. Woo woo. The corner of Mu Feng's mouth, Vivi, who was still searching, curled up, revealing the evil Isho, and secretly said in his heart, Long, you guy just forced me to ask me, huh? When I find Luffy, I must beat him hard and get out. A bad breath in my chest. Ha ha ha. Quote, just as Mu Feng, who was constantly lustful, suddenly found Ace and Luffy near the city wall, he let out a long breath and landed on a garbage dump, found a clean place to sit down, and prepared to watch the scene for good show. You haven't said where the treasure is hidden. Hurry up and tell me, and give it to me before the fire burns up. Ah ha ha. The guy who looked like a captain laughed arrogantly. That's right, say it now, kid. The other pirates also echoed. You bastard can't even save their lives, and you still want treasure. Are you crazy, Brugum? Little Ace roared with a look of doubt. I don't need you to teach me when I do things. It's a waste if you don't take it. You should hand it over obediently. William squinted his eyes and said with some dissatisfaction, stop talking stupid. Those treasures are Ace and Sabo. Luffy roared angrily. No, I'll tell you. Ace interrupted Luffy's words with an unusually determined look. Why Ace? That's the treasure that you and Sabo spent a long time accumulating. That's the money you paid for going out to sea to buy a boat for. Luffy said excitedly. Don't worry, Sabo will understand. Now you're. Ace paused and said, no, it's our life. More important than those treasures. Mu Feng, who had Erlang's leg crossed, also nodded silently. Sure enough, Ace, who is 2 years older than Luffy, has a brighter mind than Luffy, and knows how to work around it. In this situation, life is of course the most important thing, and treasures are second. It seems that rubber fruit, it also turned Luffy's head into rubber, and he doesn't know how to think at all. No, I can't tell. Luffy, who was about to say something, was kicked to the ground by a pirate, and then slashed with the long knife in his hand. It could be seen that he was very annoyed at this uninterested person. Stinky kid. Looking at Luffy, whose life was in danger, Mu Feng, Vivi Isho, lifted his right hand and shot it in the air. Shigen, finger pistol, bullet. Using the principle of Land's leg, Mu Feng popped an air bomb with his finger and shot directly at the arm of the knife-wielding pirate. Ah! The pirate with the knife rolled over with his arms in his arm, and his big knife fell to the ground weakly after cutting off Luffy's weapon. At the same time, Ace also shouted angrily, don't touch Luffy. With Ace's roar, more. A faint Conqueror Haki suddenly burst out, shocking the audience, except for the pirate Captain Blue Gem. The rest of the minions were stunned to the ground. Yeah, it's really inheriting his father Roger's fine lineage. Conqueror Haki can also learn without a teacher. Mu Feng, who was a little touched, knew that he couldn't watch the play here anymore. What the matter? Is this kid doing it? Are you an outsider? Blue Yam was startled at first, and then yelled at Mu Feng. Ignoring Brugum, who was like a mad dog, Mu Feng walked right to Luffy, lifted Luffy up, and then slapped his ass twice. These 2 blows were not your physical strength. However, Armament Haki, who has just realized it recently, although it is only a faint trait, but there is no problem in hurting this guy Luffy. Let your dad scare me. Let your dad scare me. If I can't beat your dad, I'll hit you. Luffy yelled, and Mu Feng, who was in tears, felt relief. Who are you? Let go of Luffy quickly, Ace shouted, holding the iron pipe and slamming it at Mu Feng. Iron block. With a loud metallic neigh, Sijin's arms went numb. Dengadeng took 2 or 3 steps back, and looked at Mu Feng with a shocked expression. He couldn't believe that there was a person with similar physique. Haha, I heard you talk about treasure just now. I'm sorry, I'm a little tight recently. Give me the treasure, and I'll help you deal with this mad dog and make sure you get out of here safely. Luffy holding hands and feet, Mu Feng revealed an angelic smile and said to Ace, why should I believe you? Obviously Ace was also a little different, knowing that Mu Feng in front of him was not a simple person. Because I'm a marine, Mu Feng replied lightly, and flicked Luffy's little head again. Your name is Luffy, right? You're really a crybaby, and you're very disgraceful to your grandfather Garpvite. Admiral S.A. Yeah, you know my grandfather. Luffy, holding his head and wiping away the tear, raised his face and looked at Mu Feng suspiciously. Haha, it's just worship, but unfortunately I haven't met, but you're really disgraceful to his old man. Hihi Isho. Mu Feng played Luffy again, feeling very relieved. He threw it away and threw him away to Ace. How about it? How about exchanging your treasure for your life? Yes, although first don't like marine very much, but if you can guarantee our safety, those treasures are yours. Ace, who was stubborn, quickly caught Luffy, who flew by. Okay, let's make a deal. Mu Feng Hihi Isho said again. Now I'll get rid of this wild dog who has been clamoring for a long time. You bastard marine, since you dare to steal Lao Su's business, I think you don't want to live anymore. Lao Su is the captain of the Blue Chan pirates who offered a reward of 9 million Bailey. Lord Blue Yam said, in while Zhang Kiba clamored with claws. He raised his pistol high and aimed at Mu Feng, firing several shots in succession. You guys also have a bounty. Very good. It seems that I have an income. Ha ha ha. Disappeared in front of Bruga's eyes with a swish of laughter. Shave, Shigen, finger pistol. Mu Feng, who suddenly appeared in front of Brugum, inserted his fingers firmly into his heart, and Isho said coldly, since you hit me with a gun, I'm sorry. You have to pay the corresponding price, and I will accept your head. After that, he pulled his hand out of Brugum's chest, and then grabbed the long knife in his hand. With a flash of cold light, he had just yelled at Brugum to move his head in an instant, and the core fell to the ground with a thud. Ah, you bastard marine is really hurtful. Luffy, who was tearing up, jumped up and hugged Mu Feng's thigh. The stars in his eyes flashed. Ace, and I can't beat Blue Gem. You killed him in one fell swoop. You are so handsome. Be my master. I'm sorry. I never accept apprentices like idiot. Mu Feng, who casually rapped Bruga's head, said lightly. Chapter 30. Lucci dangerous. Idiot. Is Ace talking about you? Luffy, who forgot about the pain just now, turned his head around Mu Feng's thigh and smirked at Ace. Bastard. He's saying how are you? He punched Luffy into a big bag of Ace, and said angrily. Who said that? I am also very harmful. Some protesting. Luffy waved his small fists and said very firmly. I can eat 5 meals a day and eat a lot of meat. Do you think I am very harmful? Quote. At first, Mu Feng burst into laughter. Luffy is Luffy. No matter if he was a child or a big pirate with a bounty of up to 400 million years later, they all look the same. I'm sorry, my brother has caused you trouble. Ace, who had a black line, bowed deeply to Mu Feng and said, thank you for saving us. Haha, it's nothing. I also accepted your employment. Okay, I will take all your treasures according to the order. Mu Feng waved his hand with a smile. Then can you give up Ace's treasure? It's the wealth he and Sabo have worked so hard to accumulate. It's not easy. Luffy, holding his head, said pitifully. That's not easy to do. Well, for Garp Vice Admiral S.A., I'll take half of it from you. Touching Luffy's head, Mu Feng thought about it. He said with a smile, to be honest, asking Ace's money is it's just an excuse. For a stubborn guy like Ace, he will never accept it from others for no reason. This is also his self-esteem. Just when they were talking and laughing, a group of guys with guns and knives appeared, headed by a burly and fat woman who hurried over with a cigarette in her mouth. Ace, Luffy, it's really good that you are alright. Sabo, why is he not with you? Oh, it Dayton. Sabo isn't here. He's home. Luffy, Isho, sprinted to Dayton. Well, you are the king of the mountain. How much is the bounty? Mu Feng, who was scratching his head, said with some uncertainty. Yes, I'll be the bandit Dayton, because I became their nanny because of a misunderstanding, with a bounty of 5 million Bailey. Dayton, who patted Luffy's head dotingly, said silently, oh, you also have a reward, 5 million Bailey, although it's not much, but it's okay. Mosquito mosquito legs are also meat when they are small. Mu Feng, who led the head in one hand, hee isho. As his voice fell, the whole atmosphere in the air was condensed, and the smell of gunpowder continued to permeate. Wait a minute, master. Dayton is a good guy. Can you not do it? Turning his head, Luffy smirked Kiba for a while. You bastard, who promised to be your master? Don't talk nonsense. Mu Feng, who was scratching his head a little, shouted angrily. Haha, Dayton, my master is very powerful, and he killed the Blue Chan pirate captain Brugum with one move. Luffy, who didn't listen to Mu Feng's words at all, spoke vividly. Mu Feng, who was really helpless with Luffy, shook his head and sighed. Forget it, you all go. Remember not to be here for a week, or appear in the city. Why? Everyone questioned. Blue, the voice of the blue phone rang. Sorry, I'll take a call first. Mu Feng took out a phone from his body and said, hello, is that Lucci? Is there anything important? Mu Feng, hurry up and come to the seaside of the garbage dump. I found a big boat with some strange guys on it. This is definitely an uneasy factor, and I want to solve it. Lucci's voice came from the other end of the phone. Come over. After listening to Lucci's word, Mu Feng almost dropped the phone on the ground. Are you fucking crazy? Didn't I tell you to pay attention to what's going on in the city? What are you running out for? And don't you wait until I know. Mu Feng, who hung up the phone with a clatter, broke into a cold sweat. Damn, this Lucci's calamity on Earth doesn't have to provoke a calamity in the sky. You can also deal with the dragon. Even 10 or 8 Lucci are going to die. Since Lucci's side is already in a hurry, neither does Mu Feng. Their thoughts were on Luffy. Ace and the others were gossiping. They had to hurry to the beach and maybe save Lucci's life. Mu Feng, who said sorry, ignored Luffy and the others, and dashed towards the beach with a flickering figure. Looking at the disappearing Mu Feng, Luffy shouted excitedly, Ace, Dayton, let's go to the beach together to see the excitement. You bastard, be honest with me. Ace, who punched Luffy hard again, silently looked into the distance and said meaningfully, even such a strong guy is afraid. Obviously how terrifying the other party is. We still good to be back on the mountain. That's right, bring Luffy. Little one, let's go back to the mountain quickly. Dayton, who was awakened by Ace's word, immediately gave an order, and then gave the bandits beside him a wink, and then led the crowd to the mountain. Run away. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Mu Feng finally saw Long and the others parked by the sea, but he became more and more anxious because he saw Lucci being knocked to the ground by a shock wave from the bear, and then stepped on it. On Lucci, a huge air-compressed bear's paw appeared in front of Lucci. If he was hit by this blow, Lucci would have to lose half his life if he didn't die. Combination skill, shave flat, land leg, chaos, shouted loudly, and countless vacuum slashes flew towards Bartholomew. Big Bear, in an extremely urgent situation, Mu Feng could only interrupt Big Bear's attack to save Lucci's life. The pressure cannon, heard Mu Feng shouting loudly. The bear suddenly raised his head and waved a compression cannon to meet Mu Feng's slash in the air. With a loud bang, all the slashes disappeared. Combination skill, shock cannon. Mu Feng, who came to the Big Bear with a swipe, didn't hold back. It was his strongest blow to wrap armament hockey. Mu Feng knew the bear's strength very well. Not for nothing. With a bang, the neglected bear was thrown more than 10 meters away by Mu Feng's punch. With a bang, it sounded like a city wall was collapsing, and the bear's huge body smashed a big hole into the ground. Taking a deep breath, Mu Feng stood firmly in front of Lucci, glanced at Lucci who was severely injured and unconscious, raised his head and looked firmly at the dragon on the bow. Mr. Long, can you walk? For the sake of our one-sided relationship, how about letting us lie? Having reached this point, Mu Feng couldn't back down any longer. He had to rise to the challenge. Even if he died, he had to fight to save Lucci's life, no matter what. How to say he is his partner after all. Chapter 31 Calm after the storm. 3 more. P.S. Flowers. Collections. Where are they all? By the way, tomorrow is the day shift, so before 1 a.m. tomorrow, I will also post a chapter that is considered tomorrow. Female sign Biao. Mu Feng, who was standing silently on the shore, although his words were a little sullen, his expression was very different from before. At this moment, he was extremely solemn. His eyes were bright and clear without a trace of fear, and he flinched. 5 depths of blood bladder, heroic and unyielding aura. Compared with the giggling and arrogant just now, it is really different. Haha, it turned out to be Mu Feng, you little brat. Is your aura completely different from just now? You should be very clear about the strength comparison between it. Why don't you run away? Long, standing on the bow, stared at Mu Feng silently, as if the hidden dragon is dormant and there is a potential for a thunderous strike at any time. It completely different from just now, because now there are people behind me that I want to protect, so even if I'm shattered, I must not take a half step back. Mu Feng, who took a step forward, had a solemn expression, and his words were even more sonorous and powerful. The action has already represented his decision. Why do you protect the person you want to protect? Just rely on your thin shoulder. The dragon, who put away his smile, also took a step forward. The tiger's eyes widened and his momentum suddenly changed. A power of the Supreme King, a bird's eye view. Yes, with my thin shoulder, I have to carry a piece of the sky. If I want to hurt my partner, I have to walk over my corpse. The same Mu Feng, who did not retreat half a step, also also had the same momentum, as if the lion, the king of B, took off his weight with a clatter, his eyes like torches, as deep as the stars in the sky. Otherwise you won't even think about going one step. After his passionate word, his conqueror haki also burst out and swept the spot, thumping. Whether it was the poor on the boat or the countless people in the Revolutionary Army fell on the deck one after another. This was Mu Feng's declaration. Hip hop, conqueror haki, you little bastard actually has a conqueror haki like a dragon. Ivankov, who took a deep breath, said with wide eyes in surprise. With a bang, the big bear who fell on the ground also stood up suddenly, looked at Mu Feng in front of him with admiration, and then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was waiting for the dragon's final order without any extra action. Nothing is impossible. There are countless people who own conqueror haki in the new world, and I'm just one of them. Mu Feng, who had a firm look, replied casually, "Oh, is this your final declaration?" The dragon, who was not afraid of honor or disgrace, said softly with the same expression on his face, "Not bad. Hip hop, let me try first if you are a little brat." After saying that, a giant face suddenly fell to the ground and smashed a puff of smoke. Compared with his figure, his face was too prominent. Death wing, land leg, dragon whirlwind. Bang! The smoke rose and filled the air. At the same time, Mu Feng's figure also rushed through the smoke and appeared in front of Ivankov, launching a continuous surging attack. He deeply knew that he was definitely not a Shemale Ivankov, Wang's opponent, so he must continue to rush to attack, and it is best to bring huge damage to Ivankov within 10 minutes, because after this time, his incomparably rare armament haki will also be exhausted, and then it will also be exhausted, only to be slaughtered. Iron, steel fist, combination skill, Kai cannon, human fist, slashing the wind, facial afterimage, bang bang. What they learned from their solo exhibition, they collided violently, and they all fought back and forth in a lively manner. Shang, who came to the bow of the boat with a swoosh, whispered, "This little guy named Mu Feng is not bad, but he has 2 strokes. Haha, how about you, bear? You won't get hurt if you get punched by him." Long Vivi Isho said, different from the serious one just now. "It's trivial, it's no big deal." The bear, who was carrying the dust on his body with his hand, looked at the 2 people who were fighting fiercely for a while and said, "It's almost time for the dragon to end this fight, and we have to leave here. Don't worry, the winner will be decided soon. It's okay to wait a few minutes." Long Dao silently watched the battlefield. After 10 minutes, "Yo, Mu Feng boy, it really good. I didn't expect you to be beaten 20 or 30 times and still not fall down. You have reached your limit now. Why are you holding on until now?" Ivankov, panting, wiped away. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he grinned, embarrassed, with blood dripping on his face. Mu Feng was panting and swaying, trying to stand in front of Lucci, clenching his fists and staring at Ivankov, who was also in ragged clothes, swallowed his saliva and shouted with difficulty, I said I had to hold on because I had my partner behind me. It's almost the big bear. It's your turn to take action." Looking at the battlefield where victory and defeat are divided, Long nodded with a smile. With a swish sound, the figure of the big bear appeared in front of Mu Feng. One of his hands carried Mu Feng's shoulders and pressed him firmly on the ground, and then the other hand was placed on Mu Feng's chest. "Don't move. I get all your pain and fatigue out." "Yeah." Mu Feng raised his brows and then did not move. He waited quietly. People like them disdain to lie. After about 10 seconds, Mu Feng felt refreshed and refreshed. His body fatigue and pain were swept away. Looking at the bear's palm, Mu Feng said secretly, "What a goddamn god." Looking at the dragon who had done all this, his sleeve licked, and the king's demeanor showed. "Little Mu Feng, I'll let you go this time, but you should know how to do it. Don't worry, Mr. Long, my companions and I will absolutely forget what we have seen and heard today, and we will never reveal the slightest rumor." Mu Feng, who had escaped the catastrophe, patted his chest and assured, "Very good. I hope I can see you when I have the power to change the whole world." After speaking, he waved his right hand and said, "Set sail." Looking at the distant ship, Mu Feng also often let out a sigh of relief. "I really thank God. Long is still a very powerful man. If it were a guy with a small stomach, it is estimated that he and Lucci would definitely die without a whole corpse." Shaking his head, Mu Feng carried the unconscious Lucci on his back and hurried to Gaojun in the Goya Kingdom. He had to take the time to treat the hapless Lucci's injury. Obviously, the dragon wanted to teach Lucci a lesson, so he didn't let the bear heal Lucci as well. It's easy to do things if you have an identity. Take out the ensign officer's certificate of Marine headquarters, easily send Lucci to the best ward, and exchange Bruga's head for coin. After waiting for a day, Lucci also woke up. Under Mu Feng's persuasion, Lucci finally agreed to rot in his stomach forever. Now that Lucci has done it here, Mu Feng also went to Luffy's cottage one, took the money he deserved, and had a good drink with them. At the same time, he also warned Dayton to be optimistic about Luffy Ace these days and not to come out. It seems that everything has calmed down, but who knows that under the calm surface, there are already turbulent undercurrents, and the gears of the new era have begun to move. Chapter 32. 3 years in a hurry. Time flies like water. More than 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, many things have happened. First of all, the friendship between Mu Feng and Lucci has has become stronger because the half-conscious Lucci deeply knows Mu Feng. What did Feng pay for him? Then Kaku. Khalifa also completed Rokushiki as training, successfully upgraded to the full member of CP9, and their strength is stronger than them in the comic. There is also Mu Feng's credit here. Of course, Mu Feng and Khalifa is also the establishment of a super friendship relationship. As versus as. The last big thing is that a year ago, their top leader suddenly changed, and he was replaced by that insidious, vicious, greedy, hypocritical, twisted, pervert. In short, a guy who can be described by all derogatory word fandom. I don't know if he caught his father's wind and took over CP9, but where Mu Feng and the others also moved their base to Ennie's lobby and finally got rid of their previous misery. In the past 3 years or so, Mu Feng's strength has stepped on the fast lane, and he has achieved a qualitative leap because of the particularity of his system. As long as it is a particularly fatal injury, his recovery speed is more than 3 times that of others. His armament hockey can now be preliminary master observation hockey, and his armament hockey has also been greatly improved to the level of black hardening, which can be considered beyond the primary stage of only winding, but he has the ability of hockey. He only told Kaku and Khalifa. The rest of the people all chose to hide. This is his last trump card to save his life, and he will not show it easily. Da da da. On the smooth and tidy bluestone slab, the sound of leather shoes falling to the ground kept ringing. 2 teenagers in black suits, aged 18 or 19, walk slowly down the aisle. He has messy black hair, and the tie on his chest doesn't know where to go. The top buttons of the suit are also unbuttoned, and the 2 sleeves are rolled up. He looked like a rebellious teenager, but he is sharp. His eyes revealed his extraordinary net. The young man in the back looked more serious, with black leather shoes and a neat suit, but with a hippie smile and his long nose. He had some sense of why. Although the 2 teenagers seemed extremely out of tune with the environment here, the Marine soldier standing guard at the side of the corridor did not look at them with contempt or disrespect, let alone stop them from doing anything. It's Mu Feng and Kaku. They're back again. It seems that this mission has been successfully solved by them. No, Mu Feng's name has been resounding throughout the Ennie's lobby over the past few years. I heard that even Marshal Sengoku has heard of him. No, isn't it that exaggerated? What is exaggeration? You are new here. You don't know. I heard that Mu Feng caught a big pirate with a bounty of more than 80 million a while ago. My darling, he's so powerful. He's just pervert. He looks 18 or 19, and I'm 2 years older than them. Why is there such a big gap? Then you say Mu Feng and Lucci are more harmful. I really don't know this. Shish, don't talk about it. People are watching. Kaku, who was walking behind, turned his head to look at the 2 soldiers who were talking, and quickly chased after Mu Feng and said with some envy, "Hey, did you hear? They are talking about you. Just pretend that you didn't hear it. In the future, I will be stronger and more people will talk about me. Could it be that you don't want to hear it all?" Mu Feng just said lightly to the younger brother's word. "What? It's an honor. Big brother, you don't understand. If someone talks about me, I'll be too happy." Seeing that Mu Feng didn't care about Kaku and didn't say anything, he walked slowly forward with his hands in his pocket. After handing in the task, Mu Feng went back to his room and plunged into his bathroom with the toiletry. His bathroom was very spacious, and there was also a very wide and large 2-person bathtub. Mu Feng filled the bathtub with hot water, and then after taking off his clothes, he soaked his body completely, and the water vapor permeated the room. Every pore of his body could feel comfortable, as if countless pairs of warm hands were massaging his skin. Suddenly Mu Feng's bathroom door slammed, and Khalifa walked in and saw Mu Feng lying in the large bathtub with a face full of enjoyment, her cheek glowing, and her gentle eyes filled with shyness. "It's very comfortable in the bathtub. The water temperature is just right. Do you want to take a bath together?" Issue of Mu Fengxie, who was lying in the bathtub. "You bastard. Nasty." Khalifa was about to walk out shy, but was hugged by Mu Feng from behind. Mu Feng, who has already been married, will naturally not miss such an opportunity to intimacy, and he has to be assigned a task after coming back. He is a hard worker, and with such an opportunity to relax, he will naturally not give up. Khalifa, who was pulled into his arms by Mu Feng, glared at him angrily. "Stop making trouble." "What wrong? Come on, baby, let me do something as happy as a fairy." Mu Feng, who smirked for a while, walked into the room with Khalifa in his arms. The sun was rising, and a trace of morning light fell on the huge double bed along the bright glass window. Mu Feng lay there lazily, looking at Khalifa, who was busy on the ground. "Get up quickly. Do I want to make breakfast for you?" Looking at Mu Feng, who was still in the middle, Khalifa strolled over and pushed, and said with a serious face, "Drink centipede black chicken soup in the morning. Mustard soy bread, how about it? I heard that it is very nourishing, just to give you some nutrition." Quote, after listening to these 2 meals, Mu Feng suddenly felt cold all over, shivered slightly, and immediately said with a serious face, "Really? I am a major officer of the dignified. How can I forget the public for personal reasons, and breakfast is omitted? Right, I'd better go to hand over the task earlier." After that, Mu Feng jumped up like a rabbit, dressed quickly, and disappeared into the room in a hurry. Khalifa is good at everything, and she worked very hard. She has achieved excellent results in many aspects. The only shortcoming is her cooking cooking skill. There is really no room for improvement. People are in pain. Chapter 33 Nicole. Robin, one more. Mu Feng, who escaped from the room, finally let out a long sigh of relief and then swaggered toward Spandam's office. Under the envious eyes of countless Marines, Mu Feng casually kicked away the man in Spandam's office. At the door, he walked in without anyone else, found his sofa chair, and sat down in a comfortable position, completely ignoring Spandam's surprised gaze. Scene. Mu Feng, you bastard, can you knock on the door before you come in? And can you stop kicking in the future? This is the 8th door I've replaced. Spandam, who was surprised, said, with a look of helplessness. He said, although he is the highest commander of CP9, he really can't control these arrogant guys. It's not a big deal. If the door is broken, just replace. You are so rich, you still care about this little money, and the task you assigned me this time has been completed. Can I take a few months leave? To be honest, I haven't had a vacation for a long time. He casually unbuttoned the 2 buttons on his shirt, revealing his bronzed and healthy skin, and lit a cigar. Mu Feng said indifferently. Vacation. I still want a vacation, but who gave me a vacation? Spandam, who was sitting in his seat with a feeble plop, picked up a document and threw it to Mu Feng. Look, now it's all the Revolutionary Army is in chaos all over the world, and they put countless pressures on me, and now I am devastated. Quote, Revolutionary Army. It seems that this guy, Long, has been quite restless during this period of time. This also shows that the strength of the Revolutionary Army is rapidly growing, and finally attracted the attention of the world government. Looking at a part of the summary of the minutes of the world meeting just held by the world government in his hand, Mu Feng also frowned, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. What does this mean? There won't be another task, right? Yes, the meeting of the heads of state of more than 100 countries that has just ended focused on the dangers of the Revolutionary Army. Standing up and walking back and forth a few times, Spandam, who seemed to be ants on a hot pot, said with some annoyance, because we are very dissatisfied with the failure of our mission to find Hades, so from now on we cancel all vacation, and all our energies will be devoted to assassinating all figures related to the Revolutionary Army and cutting off all their support. Quote, here, this is your new task. Spandam walked to the desk again and threw a document to Mu Feng. What? Assassination of the Prime Minister of the West Blue Tata Kingdom, and the chairman of the Douglas Chamber of Commerce. After taking a look at the document, Mu Feng glanced at Spandam and hesitated. Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Are these 2 people really related to the Revolutionary Army? It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to place 1 person by mistake. Without success, there is no sacrifice. Spandam sneered extremely grimly. Okay, I accept the task, but after completing the task, I hope to have a 1-month vacation. Mu Feng Dao, who carefully kicked the 2 people's information in his arm. No problem, as long as you complete the task, I can consider your request. Got it. It's a life of hard work. Mu Feng, with a displeased expression, got up and left Spandam's office, and began to prepare for his West Blue trip. After 3 days of happy life, Mu Feng started his journey to West Blue. It took him more than 2 months to travel through the windless and brought to West Blue in a special marine warship. Mu Feng, who arrived at West Blue, immediately confirmed his goal. He first assassinated the Prime Minister of the Tata Kingdom, not to mention the other Tata Kingdom. Although it is a kingdom, its population is only a few million. It is a medium-sized kingdom, so even the guards around the Prime Minister are not too powerful, but the president of the Douglas Guild is different. Although I don't know how many masters protect him, he is considered one of the top 10 West Blue Guild. One of the first names in the meeting. Obviously it will not be a simple person. After more than half a month of lurking, investigating, and finally having another banquet, Mu Feng successfully attacked the Prime Minister of Tata Kingdom, and looted all his money, creating the illusion of robbery. How to make a conclusion is not what Mu Feng has to consider. He believes that there will be someone in the world government to do the finishing work. From that day on, after a 10-day voyage, Mu Feng finally came to the Barbie Island, where the headquarters of the Douglas Chamber of Commerce is located. He is an archipelago belonging to the Kingdom of West Asia. Island number 1 is the gathering place of some nobles and some large chambers of commerce in the Kingdom of West Asia. 2 is the headquarters of the 2nd Marine West Blue Detachment, which consists of a Marine Rear Admiral, 2 commodores and thousands of Marine officers and soldiers. The main task is to protect the safety of important people on Island number 1. 3 is an illegal zone where dragons and snakes are mixed. It is an important stronghold of dark trade and a deformed product driven by various interests. As long as the pirates here don't make things too much, Marine is also open. Close your eyes. After all, there are too many invisible things involved here. The landing site Mu Feng chose was Island number 3 in the illegal zone. He needed to further purchase more accurate information from the Douglas Chamber of Commerce. Sometimes the unseen information was more accurate and complete than the government agency. Mu Feng, who parked the small 3-tailed boat on the shore, saw a dozen or so pirate boats with pirate flag stagnant beside him. Looking at the various flags, Mu Feng pouted and couldn't help sighing. My dear, it's really blatant. It seems that the 3rd island is really a mess. Although it was quite emotional, he still stepped onto the island. in fact, the more chaos here, the safer it is for him. Carrying the luggage, he walked quickly into the city. In the process of walking, he saw countless small-scale battles and fights. Although Mufeng did not look down on it, it was still full of blood. All were seriously injured. Hey, have you heard? West Blue's famous big pirate, with a bounty of 77 million Bailey Hammer Chirac, retreated from the Great Route and just landed on the island not long ago. Really? Buffy, who had a bounty of 60 million, just landed on the island yesterday. Why is Chirac here today? What a big day, isn't? Well, everyone has made an appointment. So far, there are 6 or 7 big pirates with more than 20 million people. It's really a big gathering. Isn't it getting more and more chaotic here? I don't even dare to be a bounty hunter like I used to, for fear of meeting someone who shouldn't be provoked. That's right, it's better to be careful. Safety first. Yeah, it's really weird. Although West Blue is much stronger than East Blue's pirate, there are very few big pirates with more than 20 million people. Why did they gather here at the same time? Is there really another secret? Listen, Mufeng frowned upon hearing the crowd's word, but he immediately stretched out and said to himself, what are you doing with so many busy affairs? Just finish your own task. As long as these blind guys don't provoke me, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless and exchange your heads for 2 money. Mufeng, who had made up his mind secretly, suddenly stopped because the road the front was blocked by a group of guys watching the fun. Relying on his height of 2 meters, Mufeng also looked into the crowd with great interest. He saw a guy in a blue captain's costume was beaten with a dented chest and fell to the ground unconscious with serious injury. There were a dozen or so burly men, but at this moment they were all terrified. God, look at the logo on that captain. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that Carmen the Violent with a bounty of 28 million Bailey? It really him. How could he be beaten so badly? Did he provoke someone who shouldn't be offended? Just when everyone was talking about it. Hee hee, you blind guy. You dare to be arrogant in front of Lao Su. You don't know how to write dead words. An uncomfortable voice came from the bar, accompanied by the knight with an owl-like voice. A group of more than a dozen people appeared in front of everyone. The leader was a tall, sturdy, middle-aged man with big shoulders and round waist that was incomparably arrogant. The scars on his face made him look hideous. What? It turned out to be Buffy with a bounty of 60 million. No wonder Carmen was knocked to the ground. It turned out to be him. He is a legend, the guy who practiced Ba Shui boxing to a terrible level. I heard that when he was leaving his apprenticeship, he accidentally beat his master to death. Shh, stop talking nonsense. Don't you see him looking in? You want to die. Haha, Captain, look at these humble guys. They all turned ashen when they heard your name. A minion laughed. It's just a bunch of rubbish. Don't pay attention to it. It's really disappointing. Buffy, who snorted coldly, looked like a noble aristocrat, looked at everyone with incomparable contempt. Although the guy who punched Buffy sounded quite awesome, Mufeng's eyes only stayed on him for a second or two, and then his eyes fell on Buffy's side, who was wearing a half-sleeved purple shirt, wearing purple crop pants, a graceful woman in a white cloak and a purple cowboy hat. Although it was just a glance, Mufeng was stunned, and a name appeared in his mind. Nicole. Robin. Unlimited request. Everyone smashes hard. Chapter 34. Do you want the beauty to follow me? 2 more, and the purple bodysuit will be Nicole. Up pointing arrow. Up pointing arrow. Robin's concave and convex figure is vividly displayed. His straight legs are shining with a healthy sheen of wheat color under the sunlight, and a delicate and beautiful face is full of youthful breath, which made people have a sense of beauty, a feeling of wanting to be clothed. Mufeng, who originally wanted to buy some materials after watching the fun, changed his mind at this moment. Robin, a hard-working woman, is a person who is more admired and liked in the comic, although it seems that Robin's strength is not very strong. It's outstanding, but only those who have really experienced since the age of 8 have been displaced and struggled between cannibalistic demons know what kind of suffering it is. Robin is definitely an incomparably strong woman. In such a time of death, she can still live happily to this day. It really has to be admired from the psychological point of view. Therefore, when encountering Robin this time, Mufeng chose to follow her footsteps and take a look. As for the task, he was not in a hurry, following the Buffy pirates all the way forward. After walking for about 20 minutes, a relatively grand restaurant villa appeared in front of Mufeng. At first glance, this was the villa of some secret forces, because it was in the huge villa. On both sides of the group door stood a row of armed with live ammunition. Just when the rampant Buffy pirates wanted to enter the villa, a lazy voice came over. Oh, it's the Buffy pirate. Haha, I'm sorry, our president wants to think so. I want to be alone with you. When did the Buffy pirates, who are used to being arrogant and domineering, ever let people call them this name? They all shook their heads and watched with anger on their faces. I saw that there were 40 or 50 guns in their hands and uniforms not far away from them. A group of people, headed by a black-faced man. This person is over 25 years tall, with a strong physique and tight muscles, standing there straight like a black tower of iron, giving a faint pressure. Where the fuck are you? How dare you talk to my captain like that? An invisible scoundrel shouted angrily. Oh, then I'll introduce myself. I'm Khan, known as the Black Bear, and I'm now the chief guard captain of the Douglas chamber of commerce. The black-faced man pouted and looked at Buffy with disdain, and said lightly, "What, you are Khan, known as the Black Bear, with a bounty of 85 million Bailey. Aren't you on the Great Route? Why are you here?" Buffy, who was arrogant after listening to the other party's introduction, was also surprised and couldn't believe it. Asked, what's so strange? That fucking Great Route is a devil's road. Only those who really set foot on him know how terrifying it is. Not to mention the bounty of more than 80 million. Even if it exceeds 100 million, it is just a drop in the ocean. After listening to the other party's question, Kong Si, who was still contemptuous, suddenly turned ugly, as if thinking of something terrible. "Don't talk to Lao Su about the Great Route. The bullshit dream. The bullshit One Piece King of Pirates is the best only to live comfortably." Kong Si, who had woken up from his contemplation, said with a bad expression, "I didn't end. The Great Airway Boy, you are also here to compete for the position of the chief guard of the top 10 chambers of commerce. I advise you to get out of the way, because the chief guard already has someone, and it is almost the same for you to compete for the sub-captain. But before that, you will be the woman by your side. Leave it to me, or you'll get nothing." Mu Feng, who was in the distance, was also surprised. This kind of thing seemed to be more and more strange. While he was puzzled, he silently looked at Robin and immediately found that her eyes were flickering, her legs were secretly exerting force, and her hands were unconscious. The cross on the chest, looking at that look is the best preparation to fight or escape. "What do you mean?" Buffy said. "Is it not obvious enough? If you dare to say nothing, I will solve you now." Kong Si said with a strange smile. "You want Nicole?" Robin. "Why?" Buffy's expression was also a little ugly. "Why does Lao Su know? And you have so much nonsense. Give or not give a word." Khan, who moved his limb, stared at Buffy. Buffy, who was stared at by Khan, also felt extremely depressed. He looked at the people around him and then said, "Let me hand it over and you can show me your hand." He is not a fool, although he also wants to take. Robin handed it over in exchange for Pete. But if there is no sign of it, his pirate group is coming to an end. What a stubborn guy. Since you are looking for a dead man, I will fulfill you. With an angry shout, Kong Si suddenly became taller, and turned into a man bear shaped more than 4 meters tall. Bear strike. Hu Fan's bear paw slammed over Bashuichuan, the surging river. With a bang, the two of them met in the air with their fists, and then Buffy seemed to have been hit by a train. He vomited blood and flew out sideways, and fell violently on the ground more than 10 meters away, splashing billowing dust. "Just these 2 times. I dare to challenge my father. I really don't know whether to live or die." Kong Si, who was in the form of a human bear, pouted and spat contemptuously. "You win. Robin will deal with you later." Buffy, who staggered to his feet, said with an ugly face. At this moment, Robin, who was standing beside him, suddenly shot. 60 rounds of flowers blooming, throat locked. Numerous white jade arms appeared on Kong Si and his subordinate, then stuck their throats and slammed them away. The sound of clicking, and clicking continued, and several people were killed on the ground in an instant, but most of them broke away from her restraints and rushed towards her. The fastest is Kong Si. Robin's moves are just tickling for Kong Si, who is rough and fleshy and has amazing physical strength, and there is no lethality at all. Khan, who rushed over, appeared in front of Robin in the blink of an eye. In front of Robin, who was looking desperate, he raised his bare paw and slammed it down. If he was shot by Khan, Robin would at least be broken. Broken tendon can't afford serious injury. Just at this critical moment, a very abrupt leg appeared in front of Robin, who was already desperate, and the fatal blow was firmly followed. "It's not what a gentleman should do to shoot such a beautiful lady. Get out of your way, you beast." Mu Feng, who whispered softly, kicked Kong Si away with one leg, and then slowly stretched it out. "Shot. Would the beauty follow me?" "Don't worry, I will ensure your safety. Anyone who wants to hurt you must step on my body to do so." Robin, who was still terrified just now, was suddenly stunned, staring blankly at Mu Feng with a sincere face. Tears seemed to flicker in her big eye. Except for Saren Vice Admiral more than 10 years ago, she has been for a long time since then. She had never heard such words before, which warmed her heart. Chapter 35. A man more frightening than Beast. 13. This is the true portrayal of Robin now. I didn't expect that at the most critical moment such a situation would happen. A man I didn't know would come forward at this moment to protect her from the wind and rain. What kind of happiness is it? And this kind of happiness is so unreal as a dream, like a beautiful bubble that seems to burst when it is dabbed, leaving only colorful bubbles. Looking at the unruly and somewhat unruly man in front of him, Robin was in a turbulent mood at the moment, at a loss. The partner of many years' dream, relying on, it seems to have appeared at this moment. Saren Vice Admiral's words rang in her ears again, as if it happened yesterday. "Even if you are alone now, one day you will meet your companion. The sea is infinite, and one day there will be companions to protect you. Born in this world, you will never be alone forever." "Yeah, I won't be alone. I will find my own partner, my own happiness." Robin, who was in infinite reverie, stretched out her hand involuntarily just to meet Mu Feng. The moment her hands met, she hesitated. After more than 10 years of intrigue and life and death suffering, she was always on guard, and this feeling also erupted at this moment, preventing her from taking the last step. "What, don't you want to?" Looking at Robin, who who was hesitant to move forward. Mufeng said very gently, "Come on, stretch out your hand. I will bring you a new life, and let you in the future. Life is happier. Let all the unhappiness in the past go with the wind." The gentle and considerate Mufeng was like a big brother, showing a very sunny smile. Can I? Robin seemed to be asking himself, and Mufeng, "You can. No one is suffering in life, and everyone will have their own happiness," Mufeng said with a smile. His black and white eyes were clear and deep, like the stars in the sky illuminating the world, giving people a sense of trust. However, at this moment, an untimely voice sounded, breaking Robin's sweet dream and making her resolutely withdraw her hands. "Ziahaha, these are innocent words, a beautiful fairy tale. To be honest, I was moved to tears." Khan, who was pretending to be, touched his glasses with his fat bear claw, and then laughed arrogantly. "It's naive. It's so naive and cute. I said where the kid is really not knowing how to live or die, and it's really embarrassing to dare to gossip about the grass chamber of commerce." Yeah. Mufeng, who raised his brows, suddenly turned his head. He, who was wearing a sunny smile just now, is now as cold as ice, like a piece of eternal cold that exudes a chilly air. "What is the Douglas Chamber of Commerce?" Yelling in front of the young master. "Believe it or not, I will let your Chamber of Commerce disappear from this world in a few days." This is not Mufeng's threat, but a real statement. As long as he assassinates the current Douglas in 2 days, the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, then the entire Chamber of Commerce must be leaderless, and it is very likely that other chambers of commerce will take the opportunity to enter and be swallowed up in an instant. Kong Si was stunned for a moment, his face full of disbelief, and then he burst into laughter, bursting into tears, as if he had heard a big joke. "I'm really laughing to death. I really don't know how high the sky is and how thick the ground is. Boy, now the Douglas Chamber of Commerce is what you can imagine." Quote, Kong Si, who was laughing, suddenly stopped smiling. His face turned hideous. "Don't think that you can defeat me when you caught Lao Su just now. Lao Su is a great pirate who has been to the New World. Kong Si, today, I'll let you know how powerful Lao Su is." As the voice fell, Kong Si also jumped up, bursting out at a speed that was extremely incompatible with its huge body, and rushed towards him. Booming Bear's right is like the bare paw of a palm fan, with a icy cold wind, and the surrounding air makes a whimpering sound, as if it was blown up by his punch. Wow! A blow to the bear, another blow to the bear. It was just this move that made Buffy, who offered a reward of 60 million, vomited blood and fell to the ground. That's right, and now the chief of the guard seems to be in a hurry. This move is even more fierce than before. Haha, do you guys think that you will directly beat the boy on the opposite side into meat patty? The guards of the Douglas Chamber of Commerce kept cheering, as if they had seen the scene of Mufeng being beaten to pieces by Kong Si. "No, be careful." Robin, who was still a little overwhelmed just now, couldn't help shouting at this moment, "Take it." Mufeng, who casually threw his leeway to Robin, also gave her a reassuring look, and then he stepped hard, and with a bang, the street under Mufeng's feet was blown up by him, and he did not retreat. Mufeng, who turned back, was like a dragon going out to sea. With a faint king's momentum, he let out a long whistle that moved Zhoujiangtian. "How high is the sky and how thick the ground is? To you and you beast, my lord, I am the sky." Quote, iron, steel, Shigan, finger pistol, lotus, fluttered his arms lightly, like two big deer. His arms instantly turned into countless phantoms, hitting the air like a blooming lotus flower. So gorgeous. The violent two men met suddenly in the air, their figures flashed, their fists and fingers crossed, only to hear a puff, and then a muffled sound, and the two who had drawn two afterimages in the air suddenly retreated. Zizi stepped back 4 or 5 steps, and Mufeng, who had drawn 2 trenches with his little feet, also became serious, and he no longer had any contempt. Although the opponent did not break his iron defense, he also scratched his clothes, fragmented, and he also felt a hot pain in his chest. It seems that the pirates who have been to the New World are different. They are obviously stronger than the average 80 million guy. Compared with Mufeng's E, Kong Si looked extremely embarrassed. Mufeng Shigan, finger pistol, poked several holes in his chest. Although the skin injury did not hurt his bones because of his transformation, he still seemed incomparably hideous and terrifying. Kong Si's expression also changed greatly. The bearskin that was hard to hurt by swords was actually pierced by Mufeng, which reminded him of all the painful experiences in the New World and made him extremely nervous. What? Kong Si was actually injured. How is this possible? Everyone from the Buffy Pirates and the Douglas Chamber of Commerce were all horrified, looking at everything in front of them with their mouths open in disbelief. Even Robin, who was so worried just now, was taken aback. She opened her cherry mouth and couldn't close it for a long time. I didn't expect that a strange man who seemed to be only strong would have such strength, completely subverting her knowledge of the world. Really, a man stronger than B. 36 Untitled. It has been deleted. I really can't change the title, but it does not hinder. I'm sorry everyone. Chapter 37. Sorry. I don't accept my younger brother. 23. Begging for everything. Silent. Deadly silent. The streets were a little noisy just now, and now everyone can hear the sound of a needle dropping. No one expected such a result. One move is just one move. Fang's blood dripped, and he was completely different from the majestic Kong Si just now. After a long silence, it was was Kongsi who was the first to react, and Shang's eyes widened in surprise. Mu Feng, who shrugged his shoulders, raised Vivi at the corner of his mouth. I'm not your teacher. There's no need for you to answer your question. If you want to do it quickly. I have something to do. I don't have time to waste time with you. Han, who was in shock in his eyes, seemed to recall something, and then stepped back abruptly, shouting. Everyone listen to the boy and Nicole opposite. Robin shoots indiscriminately, regardless of life or death. Following his order, the guards of the Douglas Chamber of Commerce reacted immediately. All subconsciously raised their guns and attacked Mu Feng and Robin indiscriminately. The gunshots were loud in an instant, and the smoke filled the entire street. Shave, iron, steel. An extremely fast figure appeared in front of the somewhat panicked Robin, and then a hug hugged her in his arm. The clanging metal hissing continued to sound, and Mu Feng's suit was shattered by countless guns. Robin, who was trying to dodge just now, never thought that Mu Feng would hold her in his arms at this moment, using his body as a shield to block the flying bullet, and sticking tightly to Mu Feng. Robin in her chest suddenly felt incomparably safe and comfortable, as if she was back when she was a child, as if lying on Saren's chest, which made her linger, wanting to shrink in this broad chest forever, and in an instant her tears stopped. It couldn't stop flowing down, ticking down on Mu Feng's chest, wetting Mu Feng's clothes. It's a pity that such a powerful man sacrificed himself to protect a woman. What a pity, one of Buffy's men said regretfully. No, he is a man worthy of my admiration and respect. I just realized how pathetic I am. I am ashamed of everyone. I am so sorry for giving up my partner for my own life. I am an incompetent captain. Buffy, who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth fiercely, said a little decadently. No, Captain, you will always be the greatest captain in my heart, and we will not leave you even if we die. Buffy's subordinates, who were deeply moved, wept bitterly, although they were a little shaken just now, but at this moment, they have all strengthened their belief, and they will follow Buffy even if they die. After listening to the words of his subordinate, Buffy's eyes also flashed with tears, and then his eyes suddenly became decisive, and he raised his right hand and shouted loudly, Little guys, if you are willing to follow my footsteps, let's go to the bastards of the Douglas Chamber of Commerce together. Let's attack, rush. As soon as the word fell, he had already rushed towards the guards of the Douglas Chamber of Commerce, and at the same time his men followed like crazy, and a big melee started in an instant. Due to the sudden incident, the guards of the Douglas Chamber of Commerce were in chaos in an instant, and they also stopped attacking Mu Feng and desperately resisted the counterattack of the Buffy pirate. At the moment when the gunshot stopped, a cold light flashed in Kingsley's eye, and then the explosion was not to attack Buffy, but to target Mu Feng. He knew very well that these guys Buffy were just some ants in the autumn grasshopper. As long as he take down Mu Feng, he can definitely defeat them again. As for the life and death of his subordinate, that is not what he needs to pay attention to. Their assault. But what Kongsi never expected was that Mu Feng seemed to have glasses on his back. He could accurately determine his attack route, and then swayed his body lightly to escape easily, instantly dismantling his attack. Under the surveillance of Haide's observation hockey, Kongsi's attack became meaningless. Mu Feng, who pushed the beauty in his arms to the side of the road, looked at Kongsi with anger on his face. His silver kiba also creaked, and the raging anger in his bright eyes was burning. You bastard, really it's an unforgivable sin and you'll have to pay for it. Don't talk nonsense. I admit that you are better than me, but I don't believe that you didn't give me any injuries under so many guns and guns. Give me a death. Kongsi, a little timid, roared fiercely. I hope my roar will give me courage. The strongest blow, the whirlwind fist of the bear. Kongsi, who was spinning at a high speed, rushed towards Mu Feng like a whirlwind. Wherever he passed, smoke, dust, and gravel fluttered. Despicable guy, give me death. Mu Feng, who was furious, drank coldly. Shave lamb leg. Mu Feng, who was twice as fast as before, appeared in front of Kongsi with a swipe, and then kicked him into the air with a fierce kick. He vomited blood, and his eyes were full of fear and doubt. He really couldn't understand why Mu Feng suddenly became so powerful that he felt incomparably small. Moon step, iron nugget, armament hardened pun. What? Woo, armament hockey. You actually know how to hockey. Still high in the sky, Kongsi shouted in horror. The extremely angry Mu Feng never gave Kongsi any chance again, and directly used armament hockey, full of anger, and struck Kongsi's chest with a punch as fast as lightning. He heard a click in the helix, and Mu Feng smashed Kongsi's chest with a punch, and his body fell on the street like a bullet from its chamber. There was a loud bang, and the solid street couldn't bear the huge impact. Suddenly a big pit appeared, and Kongsi, with a dry face, lay upright at the bottom of the pit and didn't breathe. What? Captain Kons is dead. Captain Kons has been defeated. Let's run. The escort of the Douglas Chamber of Commerce, who was still fighting the Buffy pirate just now, immediately fell and disappeared without a trace. Landing firmly on the edge of the crack pit, Mu Feng silently lit a cigar, took a breath, exhaled a smoke ring, and said coldly, anyone who dares to attack my partner will have only the consequences. One is death, and you are not the first and will not be the last. Quote, big brother, you will be my big brother from now on. You are really handsome. Accept me as your little brother. Ignoring the guards of the Chamber of Commerce who fled in the wind, Buffy, who trotted all the way, was was full of adoring little stars. The way. I'm sorry, I don't accept my younger brother, and I'm not a pirate. Mu Feng, who glanced at Buffy lightly, said lightly. Chapter 38 Lie. Robin's counterattack. 33. All equal, all equal. Hey, how can you not accept my younger brother? You can rest assured that although my current strength is not good, I can guarantee that I will work harder and stronger in the future, and I will definitely keep up with my eldest brother. The page. Buffy, who was directly rejected by Mu Feng, was stunned for a moment, and then, Isho leaned forward again. I really don't accept my younger brother, and you are so old. It is not suitable for me to be your elder brother at such a young age. Mu Feng, who was somewhat helpless by Buffy's entanglement, waved his hands repeatedly to find a reason that was not a reason. What, am I very old? Buffy asked frantically. Mu Feng, who took a closer look at Buffy's face, said with certainty, looking at your face, you must be 35 or 6 years old. Brother, you're joking. How can I be so old? I'm only 28 years old. This skin is not good in the wind and the sun. I will start using Dabao tomorrow, and then I will do a facelift or something. I promise to immediately become young. The unwilling Buffy said diligently, as if it was a big sin for Mu Feng not to agree. Then I'm Marine. We're not in the same system. Mu Feng, who couldn't get rid of this candy, whispered, Marine. Buffy was immediately stunned by Mu Feng's astonishing word, then turned around and ran to his subordinate, muttering in a low voice. Looking at Buffy who was leaving, Mu Feng finally let out a sigh of relief and said to himself, finally get rid of this brownie candy. But what he didn't expect was that Buffy, who had been murmuring for a long time, ran back again enthusiastically, grabbed Mu Feng's hand, and said sincerely, brother, I have already agreed with my subordinate, no matter what you are, pirates or marine, we all follow you. You are our idol, and we are not afraid of being abandoned when we follow you. Quote, this time, it was Mu Feng's turn to be speechless. He really couldn't imagine that he had such a great charm there, that a pirate with a reward of 60 million would admire him so much. Could it be that this is the spokesperson for a hardcore fan? Mu Feng rolled his eyes, and suddenly straightened his back. He forcefully pulled his hand out from between Buffy's palms. He patted Buffy's shoulder with a serious expression, and said righteously, boy, why do you feel so awkward? Go ahead and do your very rich pirate career. I'm very optimistic about you. If you really make a name for yourself on the great route, by then you are looking for me, and I will definitely accept you as my little brother. Really? Hearing Mu Feng's word, Buffy's eyes suddenly burst into countless little stars. Kunzi said that 8 horses are hard to chase. Mu Feng said very seriously, and then walked towards Robin, who was in a daze. But he was thinking secretly in his heart, fool, when you go to the great route and become a supernova or something, someone will naturally catch you. When you are my little brother, I guess you would have been working in Impel Down by then. But I will be kind enough to send you a better lunch, which is considered an acquaintance. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely live up to your expectation, and I will definitely make a name for myself on the great route. Buffy clenched his fist tightly and said excitedly with tears on his face. Mu Feng, who casually told Buffy a name, ignored Buffy, who was like a brainless fan, and just walked away with Robin, who was a little too slow. Big brother, big sister-in-law, goodbye. We'll see you on the great route in the future. Looking at Mu Feng, who was far away, Buffy shouted with tears in his eyes. Hearing Buffy's shouting, Mu Feng almost fell a somersault. Captain, what are we going to do now? Are we still competing for the escort captain of the Chamber of Commerce, or continue to go out to sea to be pirate? What are you talking about? Didn't you hear what the idol said just now? He is very optimistic about me, saying that I will definitely become a famous pirate, so he also won the captain of the guard. That position has a hairy effect. Little ones, hurry up and prepare. We are about to set off on the great route, and that is our destination. Buffy, clenching his fist, said confidently, it's the captain. We are heading for the great route. Buffy also shouted enthusiastically. After walking with Mu Feng for a while, Robin finally came to his senses, but he didn't break free from Mu Feng's big hand. But Vivi Isho seemed to be in full bloom. You lied to Buffy just now, so you can lie too. Quote, who said I was a liar? Looking at Mu Feng, who had guessed what he was thinking, he asked with some doubt. When I saw your eyes rolling around before you spoke just now, I knew you were fighting a ghost and trying to deceive Buff. Yanran Isho, Robin continued. Do you think a liar is so easy to be a liar? Liars are also highly skilled profession. Quote, Mu Feng, who smirked for a while, scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It seems that I don't have the talent to be a liar, so I can only be an honest person. After listening to Mu Feng's word, Robin just took a look at Isho, who understood Mu Feng's understanding, and didn't say anything. Looking at the smart Robin, Mu Feng no longer quibbled, just took off his tattered shirt. What are you doing? Looking at Mu Feng, who was undressing, Robin immediately became alert. That elder sister, do you want to be nervous? I just want to change my clothes. Okay, you can't let me go out in a hole in the dark outfit. Wouldn't I be wronged if a beggar suddenly jumped out and said I robbed him of his job? Mu Feng, shaking his clothes that had been smashed into a sieve by the gun, stretched out his hand and took Jing Li from Robin's hand. Feeling that he had misunderstood Mu Feng, Robin snorted shyly, and then silently looked at Mu Feng, who was dressed up, and suddenly asked, are you Marine? screen. Yes, my name is Mu Feng, a member of the government's intelligence organization CP9. The neatly dressed Mu Feng replied casually. He had no intention of deceiving Robin, so he didn't keep it secret. As answer, what, you're a member of CP9, so come and catch me. Robin jumped abruptly, his hands crossed in front of his chest. Flower of rotation appeared on the main joints of Mu Feng's body, and then twisted back with force to subdue Mu Feng. PS update is completed, and I will be working on 3 shift tomorrow, asking for flowers, collecting and so on. Finally recommend friends book. One Piece King of Pirates The King of Pirate Come. One Piece King of Pirates The Storm Rising. Chapter 39 Robin's Heart 13. It's a pity that I thought there would be a miracle, but I didn't expect you to be CP9. It was to destroy my hometown and destroy the organization. You are the culprit. I will not let you go. Plus reverse tilde plus. Somewhat excited, Robin's complexion also turned ugly, and his watery and clear eyes also glowed with hatred. Although it is said that the destruction of Robin's hometown has nothing to do with Mu Feng's dying, it is undeniable that what Robin said is true, because Father Spandam's Buster Call caused the tragedy of O'Hara. Also let Robin start a life of life and death drifting from an 8-year-old girl, which is also the source of her miserable life. Mu Feng, who was surrounded by several arms, immediately put away his smile, and then shook with all his strength, breaking free from Robin's control and taking a step forward. The terrified Robin stepped back subconsciously, but didn't realize that there was already a wall behind her. She looked at Mu Feng with a complicated expression, and then bit Kiba and pulled out a slap from her boot. The dagger, the hand holding the dagger is also trembling. You don't come here. You do, or I'll be rude. Some frightened Robin kept waving the dagger in his hand, although she also knew that the dagger was nothing to Mu Feng. Ignoring the dagger in Robin's hand, Mu Feng continued to move forward. His face was a little angry again, and his right arm clenched, his fist slammed out towards Robin. Seeing the ever-growing fist, Robin felt ashes in an instant. She knew that once the punch hit her, the weaker one would break bones and tendons, and the heavier one would die. In this oppressive atmosphere, close the dagger in Robin's hand subconsciously pushed forward. With a bang, countless rubble splashed, and Mu Feng's fist blew a strong wind, passing through Robin's ear and hitting the wall behind her, punching a hole in the wall behind her. Am I already dead? A thought echoed in Robin's mind when the strong wind blew, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't feel any harm to herself. She asked suspiciously as she slowly opened her eyes. Immediately, he was stunned by everything in front of him. Mu Feng's punch hit the wall behind her, but her knife hit Mu Feng's belly without error. Fresh Yuhi's blood dripped down the sharp blade and dripped onto the street. It looked so dazzling. Why don't you dodge? You can dodge obviously. Robin shouted loudly when he released his grip on the dagger, but Mu Feng, who was right, didn't seem to feel it. He raised his right hand that had hit the wall and slammed it around Robin and pulled it into his arm. Robin, who was a little surprised, was instantly embraced by him. There was a bit of anger on the face just now, and a warm smile suddenly leaked. You stupid girl. Even so, I still love you, my partner, my woman. Looking up at the smiling Mu Feng, Robin burst into tears in an instant, sobbing and murmuring, Why are you doing this? Why are you so stupid? Why? Because I love you. Yes. Mu Feng suddenly found that when he hugged Robin for the first time, he felt deeply in love with this strong woman. He only saw Robin in the comic before. At that time, he just liked it, not love. But after he really met Robin, when he saw Robin who was so helpless and needed love and pity, his heart suddenly ached. He knew that he could not extricate himself from falling in love with this woman in his arms. This kind of love is different from Khalifa. Khalifa has been in constant contact for several years, and the sparks have sparked, while Robin is different. If you have to give a definition, it can only be regarded as love at first sight. Mu Feng raised his left hand and gently wiped away the tears from Robin's eye. If you don't cry, if you cry, you will become a little cat. You're not beautiful anymore, you know. You are so stupid. You are so stupid. Robin, who felt a trace of security in Mu Feng's arm, kept repeating, there is no stupid or not stupid. You have accumulated hatred for many years, and you are sad. Only when you release it can you live a better life and open your heart to meet a new life. So I did not hide. I willingly suffered from you, and I hope from now on, you will change back to the happy you. Gently stroked Robin's hair, Mu Feng with a sunny smile continued, don't worry, I will protect you wholeheartedly from today onward. By my side, I will protect you from the wind and rain and hold up a sky for you. Anyone who wants to hurt you must step on my body to do it. Quote. Hearing Mu Feng's sincere and touching word, Robin's tears poured out like a flood that opened the gate and wet Mu Feng's clothes. She lived in Mu Feng, and then burst into tears. After so many years of chasing, she finally found her own harbor, her own home. Looking at Robin crying in his arms, Mu Feng didn't move or persuade him, just hugged each other silently. He knew that Robin who cried this time would really open his heart and accept him. Robin, who had been crying for a long time, seemed to have thought of something. He raised his head abruptly, a little nervous, and said with concern, I'm sorry, it's my fault for stabbing you, and you should treat it quickly. Haha, it's not a big deal, it's just a skin injury. As Mu Feng said, he pulled out the dagger inserted in his lower abdomen. The moment he pulled out the dagger, his muscles squirmed, and the wound could not be closed. Another drop of blood is also a huge role in returning life. Mu Feng, who had done all this, carefully put away the dagger. Why are you keeping it? Robin asked in confusion. Haha, it's also a testimony. You must keep it well. Mu Feng, who put away the dagger, smiled so happily, so brightly. You're such a lovely big wolf. Robin showed the shyness of a little woman while stroking the wound that was no longer bleeding. Isn't it nice to be a cute wolf? At least you like it better, don't you? Yeah. Robin raised his head with tears in his eyes and hummed softly. One Piece The Infinite Powerhouse. Chapter 41 to 60. Chapter 41. When the assassination is underway. 33. 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. When Mu Feng woke up leisurely, his eyes became brighter, and his body became more energetic. He had adjusted himself to the best state, and the lion and the rabbit had to do his best, and there should be no negligence. It is also a good habit that Mu Feng has developed over the years. No matter whether the opponent is strong or weak, he will make himself perfect before each mission. Miscellaneous. Robin, who was reading with the help of the bright light, found Mu Feng, who woke up, and gently placed the book in his hand on the table. VV's Isho's bright eye, like two crooked moon, were all charming and touching. You're hungry? Come and eat something so that you can fully replenish your strength. Robin, who smiled happily, pointed to the dishes on the table. Haha, if you say that, I'm really hungry, so I'm welcome. After speaking, Mu Feng began to eat and drink, and after eating the food carefully prepared by Robin, Mu Feng also sighed in his heart. Yes, such a wonderful woman. Looking at Mu Feng, who was eating and drinking, Robin took a sip of Yuhi tea and said with a small smile, your mission is to assassinate Palladio, the president of the Douglas Chamber of Commerce. How did you know? I don't remember I told you. Mu Feng, who was eating meat, said vaguely. I analyzed it. The information you got when you came back was all about the Douglas Chamber of Commerce. After thinking about what you said today, it's not hard to guess your mission goal. He tilted his head and smiled. Robin looked at Mu Feng silently, with deep affection in his eye. Amazing analytical skill. If you are asked to manage a chamber of commerce, you will definitely make it flourish. Did Mu Feng from Isho deny it? But there are a lot of problems here. Haven't you discovered it? Robin said. What the problem? Palladio's fruit ability. And who is the big man? Robin, who pointed out the information, continued. Of course, with your current strength, as long as the opponent is not Logia, or has a particularly strange fruit ability, you can conquer, and I still have confidence in you. Quote. Robin, who had paused for a few seconds, changed the conversation and said very seriously, but this mysterious big man is indeed a strong source of anxiety. With Palladio's current status, it is obvious that he has to fawn on the other side. You forgot which department I belong to. Who do I serve? Mu Feng, who didn't take it seriously, waved his hand casually. Don't worry, there will be no problem. No, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Have you ever thought about the event? I mean, if the big man is Tenryubito, or another world noble, if you do the task today, the consequences will be very serious. Have you thought about it? Robin, who raised his eyebrows lightly, said solemnly. What do you mean? Are you telling me to give up the mission? After listening to Robin's analysis, Mu Feng stopped his movements and looked at her quietly. I don't want you to give up. I just want you to react to it and be foolproof. If there is any particularly important information, the above will notify me by phone. Now I haven't received a notification to prove that everything is normal. You are too worried. Like Robin, waving the phone in his hand, and then began to eat and drink again. Hey, I hope I'm overhearted, but do you need me to go with you at night? Although my strength is average, I can still help you a little bit. Robin, who was still a little worried, thought for a while. No, it's just a small person. There's no problem at all. Just wait here for my news. After eating the last portion of food, Mu Feng stood up and kissed Robin's cheek. I'm leaving. After that, he opened the window and disappeared into the night. I hope everything goes well for you. Looking at Mu Feng, who disappeared, Robin murmured in a low voice. 3 hours later, Mu Feng came. Outside Palladio's villa, he found a dark corner to recover his strength. After adjusting, he flew and jumped into the villa. After many twists and turns, he finally found the room where Palladio was. This is a spacious and bright room with a total area of about 100 square meters. With the help of light, Mu Feng can see the luxurious decoration inside. A good show. A short fat man was galloping violently on top of a hot woman. Looking at the good show in the room, Mu Feng did not act in a hurry, but was waiting for the moment when the wind and the rain rested. That moment is the moment when a man's defense is the lowest, and it is also the best time for assassination. A few minutes later, the short fat Palladio roared and slowly lay on the woman's body. It's now. Mu Feng naturally wouldn't miss this once in a lifetime opportunity. He slammed open the window that had already been destroyed by him. Shigen, finger pistol, Madara, brush, countless finger shadows, blowing the wind of death, violently attacking Palladio's vital point. Who, with Mu Feng's attack, Palladio also reacted, shouting loudly and then using his arm. His body burst back and tried to avoid Mu Feng's blow, but he hesitated to work too hard just now to let him speed up. After a slowdown, Palladio was knocked out by Mu Feng's Shigen, finger pistol. What a hard body. Mu Feng, who succeeded defeated in one hit, was not at all happy because although he hit Palladio, it did not cause him any major damage. Looking at Palladio who flew out, Mufeng secretly said, "It seems that this is his fruit ability. Ordinary people can't resist my attack at all." Palladio, who flipped somersaults in the air, landed deadly on the ground, his big eyes flashing coldly. "Who are you and dare to assassinate me? Don't you know who I am?" "You know who you are, of course, but you don't have to know who I am because today you're dead," Mufeng said in an amused issue. "What a ridiculous guy. Can you kill me? I'm Palladio, a man with the ability to eat eel fruit. He is invulnerable. The hand that attacked you just now was very uncomfortable. Haha." After listening to Mufeng's answer, Palladio laughed wildly. Recommend One Piece King of Pirates, The King of Pirate Come. One Piece King of Pirates Rising Storm. Chapter 42 Metals and Abandoned Sun. One more. At the moment when Mufeng confronted Palladio, the young woman who came to her senses took the sheet to cover her body indiscriminately, and then there was an extremely harsh scream. All equal. What a troublesome guy. Give me Pete. Mufeng's conqueror haki swept away the young woman with a light snort, knocking the young woman unconscious. The steel fruit gives the body the hardness of real steel. What did I say? Why didn't the attack just now work? That's why. Since you said your fruit ability, one of your feet has already stepped into the gate of hell. It gone. Mufeng narrowed his eyes and looked at Palladio with contempt. Mufeng has always had a bad impression on this guy who relies too much on the fruit's ability and doesn't want to make progress. HMPH. I'm crazy. You kid is more arrogant than me. Although your physical skills are a bit weird, you still can't hurt me. Haha. Palladio, who burst into laughter, rushed over and slapped him in the face. Iron block, steel jade, iron nugget, armament hardened whip leg. When he touched Palladio's palm, Mufeng sneered and then kicked him back with a violent kick. Palladio, like a ball, drew an arc in the air and slammed into the air. Above the wall that Kaka could not withstand the heavy blow collapsed with a bang, burying Palladio, who was vomiting blood. Just at this moment, the door of the room suddenly opened, and the guards of the dozens of chambers of commerce, armed with knives and guns, broke in like a ferocious god. The scream of the woman just now caused them to be alert, and they knew that something must have happened to Palladio. "Don't move, we'll shoot if we move any more," shouted the guard who rushed in. Shave. Mufeng, who didn't pay any attention to those trash fishes, came to the buried Palladio with a swipe, lifted the seriously injured Palladio, and said coldly, "I said that the body is as hard as steel. It's a piece of rubbish, and it can't save your life. You are surrounded now. Let me go and you still have a way to survive. Otherwise I will give them an order and let them beat you into a sieve." Palladio, who was swayed back and forth in the air by Mufeng, threatened, "It seems that you haven't figured out the situation. Even helping the trash can hurt me. You think too highly of them, and you underestimate my strength." After glancing at the people around, Mufeng said nonchalantly, "Shoot, bastard, shoot." Palladio, dancing in the air, shouted angrily, "Plop, plop." While he was yelling, Mufeng also released Conqueror Haki, and those trash fish were instantly stunned to the ground. "I said that these trash fish are just a bunch of garbage and have no effect at all. Now it's your turn, President Palladio." Ha ha ha. Mufeng laughed. You can't kill me or you will regret it." Palladio, whose face was covered in blood, shouted in panic, "Regret? Ha ha ha. I never regret what I have done. Let me die." Mufeng, who chuckled coldly, flashed toward Palladio's neck with his palm as a knife. Iron block, knife. No, I have. Before Palladio finished speaking, Mufeng chopped his cervical vertebrae with a knife. The dying Palladio stretched out his hand and grabbed it into the distance. It seemed that he wanted to grab something, but in the end, everything was in vain. Seeing Palladio's last movement, Mufeng was also stunned. He didn't understand what made Palladio so nostalgic. He dropped Palladio's body, and Mufeng looked in the direction Palladio pointed at last. "Isn't that the big bed in that direction? Could it be that there is still something important on the big bed?" Mufeng, who had doubt, walked quickly to the big bed, kicked the coquettish young woman under the bed, and inspected carefully, and finally found one in an inconspicuous corner of the big bed. Exquisite box. It seems that this is the thing which made Palladio nostalgic. After finding the thing, Mufeng clicked his finger a little, and the copper lock on the box was broken, and he opened the lid to get a panoramic view of the content. A few silver cards, a ledger, and a piece of paper. A medal is nothing. Wait, medal. Mufeng, who had not paid much attention to it, suddenly stopped there. I stared blankly at the medal in the box. This is not an ordinary medal. It is the highest level aristocratic medal issued by the world noble Tianlong. Anyone with a medal will be protected by the world government, and anyone with a medal can get it. A wish of Tenryubito. This medal is of great significance. Assassinating the person with the medal will also be against Tenryubito in disguise. The consequences are unimaginable. Mufeng, who swallowed hard, holds a trace of luck in his heart, hoping that the owner of this medal is not Palladio. Unfolded the paper. There were dense rows of words, but those Mufeng didn't pay attention at all. His eyes were only fixed on the last sentence. I hereby issue the Tianlong Senior Medal to Palladio as an encouragement. Seeing this sentence, Mufeng felt that this piece of paper was heavier than 1,000 ounces, and cried out in his heart, I'm scolding your mother's spandom. Are you and his son trying to trick Lao Su? You want Lao Su it's my life. However, Mu Feng looked at the date of issuance after scolding and suddenly felt extremely sad. Since this medal was issued a week ago, it seems that spandom has not received any news yet. Mu Feng, who was extremely annoyed, picked up the anonymous silver card inside, flew away from Palladio's villa and ran to his hotel. He really didn't expect things to turn out to be completely unexpected to Mu Feng. Just half an hour before Mu Feng assassinated Palladio, Annie's lobby CP9 Spandom's private phone call suddenly came to mind. Hey, Daddy, is there anything urgent? I'm sleeping. Dear son, have you given the order to assassinate Palladio? Yes, it seems that there is such an order. What wrong? Spandom wondered. When something big happened, Palladio got the attention of Tenryubito and issued a high-level Tianlong medal. I think you will understand the importance of this medal. What? Is this true? I already told Mu Feng to act, and according to the information that Mu Feng returned, he is about to act soon. Spandom, who was in a cold sweat, exclaimed, silent. After being silent for a long time, the other end of the phone came out with a gloomy voice again. If misfortune really happened, then treat William and Mu Feng as an abandoned child. Throw it away, and don't get into trouble, you know. Chapter 43 Sleepless Night 23 Spandom, who received his father's call, was no longer in the mood to sleep. He took out the phone and dialed Mu Feng's number, but there was only a busy tone from the other end. Hearing the busy tone, he was dazed and sweated on his forehead. Of course he knows what busy and means after the cooperation in the past 2 years, which means that Mu Feng is in action. Plus reverse Hilda plus. Frightened for a while, he called his father's phone again to report what he predicted, and then rushed to his office in a panic. The only thing he can do now is to waiting for Mu Feng's call or his father's call. The news that his father, as a senior official of the World Government Espionage Organization, is naturally 100 times stronger than him. At 3 o'clock in the morning, that is, half an hour after Mu Feng successfully assassinated Palladio, a middle-aged man in a gentleman's tuxedo answered the phone on a large boat with a Tenryubito sign hanging. Just say something. I'm busy. Report to your lord. Palladio was assassinated in his villa half an hour ago. What? Did you catch the murderer? Or know who did it? The middle-aged man said in surprise. No, and now there is a fire in the villa, and it is impossible to approach the scene. What are you eating? If Lord Rose-Ode is angry, you will all be reduced to slaves. The middle-aged man said with an ugly expression. Sir, you have to say a few more good words for us, and we will never forget your kindness when we look back. We will buy you a villa in the Holy Land. The begging person on the other end of the phone suddenly remembered something and said, report. Sir, although we didn't see the murderer, we did find a suspicious person in his photo. Yeah, I see. I think this happened suddenly. I can't blame you all. Did you send me the photo of the criminal? Hearing the promise of the other party, the middle-aged tone softened a lot, deliberately aggravating the term criminal. The person on the other side was obviously taken aback for a moment, and then he reacted immediately. Hey, Isho flattered. As expected, he is indeed the master manager. He is really quick in thinking. Let us admire it. Let's send you the picture of the criminal. It wasn't long. A photo of Mu Feng showing a triumphant smile when he defeated Kong Si appeared in front of the manager's desk. The manager, who took a look at the photo, made a phone call the next time. Is this the clubhouse of Lord Rose-Ode? Are you sleeping now? I'm the director. I have something to report. Who changed his arrogant expression just now? Tell the other end of the phone what he has learned. After more than 10 minutes, there was finally a reply from the other end of the phone, and a hoarse and cold voice said, Lord Rose, who is watching the opera, is very angry, so I hope Director Dees will cooperate with Marine to chase and destroy Lord Rose. Lord West. Life or death. Guys from Project Blue. Quote, at 4 o'clock in the morning, there was another loud bang from the office of Barto Rear Admiral at the headquarters of West Blue's 2nd Detachment, and a huge desk once again turned into a meal of sawdust. The soldiers standing outside the door were all silent, shivering everywhere, with a look of fear in their eye. This was the third table that Barto Rear Admiral smacked. With a touch, a middle-aged 4.5-meter tall giant walked out of the office, dressed in a straight Marine Rear Admiral costume. The cloak behind him swayed back and forth in the air as he walked, and a face covered with scars even more enhanced his sturdy aura. He waved his hand and said angrily, ring the alarm. All personnel are ready for first-level combat, and set off to Target Island 3 in half an hour to hunt down the criminal William. Mu Feng. Yes, sir. He slapped the soldier who gave a military salute and ran out quickly. It was not too long, and bursts of rapid sirens rang out over the two islands. Barto Rear Admiral, who was as burly as a city gate, had a livid complexion, which showed that he was in a very unhappy mood at this time. He was very unhappy. He was still asleep at 3 a.m. when he received an order from the government's top espionage organization to protect Bara. Dior's order, but I didn't expect that an hour later, Palladio was killed by William, a member of CP9. The news of Mu Feng's assassination, and then the phone call from the director of Tenryubito. In the short 2 hours, the phone calls were constant, and his mood was constantly fluctuating with the phone call. Damn, who can can tell what's going on. Why would the CP9 personnel assassinate the guy with the heavenly dragon medal? Will the world be in chaos? Although CP9 also came out with a message that it was Mu Feng's own behavior that had nothing to do with them, and also gave a reason, but that reason was too difficult to convince the public. In any case, he must lead someone to hunt down Mu Feng now. Although he, a veteran rear admiral, has little chance of being promoted to vice admiral, he is also the second in command of West Blue, and he is considered a top official in the frontier. Once the matter is resolved, it is very likely that it will affect his future. At the same time, radio wave flowed over the Barbie Island. The presidents of the other 9 chambers of commerce all received report from their subordinates that Palladio was stabbed to death. When they got the news, they immediately launched actions and continued to disintegrate and differentiate. They all wanted to be completely in the Douglas Chamber of Commerce, take a share of the pie before the fall, and start a battle without gunpowder in an instant. At this moment, Mu Feng, who didn't know how many people couldn't sleep peacefully because of one of his actions, also returned to the hotel where he was staying. After entering the room through the window, he immediately found Robin, who was anxiously waiting for him. "You're back. How did you succeed?" Robin asked impatiently when he saw Mu Feng coming in. "Something went wrong." Mu Feng, whose face was not very good looking, replied casually. "Could it be that that big man is really a noble of the world?" Robin is so smart. He has already guessed 8 or 9 points from the blood on Mu Feng's body and his expression. "Yes, it's Tenryubido. Hey, I wanted you to live a peaceful life, but I didn't expect it to be like this. I guess you will live a life of escape with me in the future." Mu Feng smiled bitterly. "As long as I can be with you, it doesn't matter what life is. It's not that I haven't lived a life of ups and downs." Looking at the unhappy Mu Feng and Robin with a faint issue, he said with relief, "It's just a Tianlong subordinate. Maybe it's not as bad as you think." "Oh, I hope." Mu Feng sighed, took out the phone and switched it to normal mode, and then dialed Kaku's number. Blue. After a soft ringing, Kaku's phone was connected. Before Mu Feng could speak, Kaku's urgent voice came from the other end. "Brother, run. Now the government has issued a reward order for you, and you have been rewarded." Chapter 44. The 96 Million Man. 33. "Brother, run. Now the government has issued a reward order for you, and you have already been rewarded." Female sign $S female sign. "What? Are you saying it again?" Mu Feng couldn't believe his ear. Did he hear it wrong? He was offered a reward. How could it be so fast? When did the efficiency of the world government become so high? Suddenly a flash of light appeared in his mind, and he seemed to know the reason. It seemed that Spandam had already learned of Palladio's identity, and in order not to cause trouble, he pushed himself to the foreground as an abandoned child. "Big brother, you have been offered a reward. The amount of the reward is 96 million Bailey. I heard that the reward order will be published in major newspapers during the day." Kaku on the other end said anxiously, "Don't panic. I'm fine now. Tell me what's going on." After knowing the result, Mu Feng calmed down. People tend to be anxious when they wait. Once the result is known, no matter whether it is good or bad, naturally not so nervous. Hearing Mu Feng's calm voice, Kaku slowly calmed down and said, "Brother, I don't know the specific. I just know that you were deceived by Nicole Robin, the son of the devil, and defected to Marine, and at the same time with Buffy. Chirac pirates and many other pirates gathered in the Barbie Islands to attack the second branch of West Blue, subvert the kingdom of West Asia and snatch the wealth of West Blue's top 10 chambers of commerce to revive the weapon of war." Pluto, what is this for? "It's okay, bro." "What? I rely on his mother. This is too nonsense. It's not fake to be with Robin, but with those pirates to subvert the kingdom of West Asia and snatch the wealth of the top 10 chambers of commerce. This is all that and that. These pirates are here to snatch the captain of the top 10 chambers of commerce. What does this have to do with me?" Hearing Kaku's word, Mu Feng was also taken aback, lamenting Spandam's ability to make up lies unparalleled. Mu Feng, who was complaining endlessly, changed his story. "So, brother, are you really with Nicole Robin? I'm done. Khalifa will be very angry. I'm afraid the good days are coming to an end." Kaku, who didn't pay attention at all, was on the other end of the phone. "Sighed. Khalifa, you're going to rot to your stomach. Don't let her know, or she'll make a big fuss because of her character. If you can't get her involved, I'll be very upset." "I'm passive. Don't worry. I'll be fine. You have to take good care of yourself, and take care of Khalifa for me, and I'll come back to you when I'm strong enough." Mu Feng hung up the phone with a little sadness after instructing him. With a look of anger, he secretly said, "Spandam, you bastard, I will make you pay double in the future." Looking at Mu Feng, who hung up the phone, Robin's expression was also full of remorse, with tears flashing in his eyes. "I'm sorry. It's all because of me that I made you come this far. Don't be stupid. It's none of your business. If I hadn't killed Palladio, none of this would have happened." Mu Feng, who gently held Robin in his arms, stroked her hair and whispered of comfort. After a while, Mu Feng said, "Let's leave quickly. First think Marine will come to Island 3 to hunt us down soon." "You're right." Robin, who nodded, left Mu Feng's embrace to wipe his tears, quickly packed his bag, and followed Mu Feng to the beach. Robin, who was walking, looked at Mu Feng, who frowned, and said, "Is there any problem?" Yeah, I don't understand why you want to associate me with those pirates, Mufeng said with a wry smile. It's very simple. In order to increase your crimes and at the same time eliminate these pirates to show the determination of the world government, or to give yourself a step in exchange for Tenryubido's forgiveness. Just like me more than 10 years ago, you think that the 8-year-old me can sink a warship. It didn't turn out to be a trumped-up charge for me, explained Robin VV Isho. Quote, As expected, she is a woman like Zhu, with super analytical skill. Just when Mufeng and Robin rushed to the port, 5 medium-sized warships and 10 small warships rushed to Island 3. Looking at Island 3 in front of them, a corporal quickly ran to Bato Rear. Admiral approach. Report, Lord Rear Admiral. We have blocked all ports on Island 3. Please indicate the next step. With a 3-meter-long giant axe, Bardo looked forward silently with a pair of leopard eyes, his expression gloomy as if water was about to drip. Very good. I ordered to attack all ships indiscriminately as soon as they arrive at the port, including fishing boats. The corporal who hesitated asked inexplicably, You bastard don't understand what I'm saying. It's all ship. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Bardo, who stabbed the giant axe on the deck with a bang, cursed fiercely with a fierce look in his eye. Understood. The scolded corporal no longer dared to defend himself, and quickly went to convey the order. Looking at the leaving corporal, Bardo looked at the middle-aged man in a tuxedo beside him and said, How about Director DC doing this? I'm still satisfied. Hey, I just cooperated with Lord Rear Admiral, and then reported everything I saw to Saint Rose. As for what to do, it is Lord Rear Admiral's business and has nothing to do with me. DC glanced at Bardo lightly. Bardo, who had hit a soft nail, stopped speaking, but despised DC in his heart. It's just a dog of Tenryubido. What's so arrogant? At the same time, Island 3 was in chaos in an instant. The chairman of the Douglas Chamber of Commerce was killed, and the news that Marine was angry to obliterate all the pirate bread like wildfire. With a bang, the door of a bright and spacious house in the villa group was slammed open, and a young man hurried in and shouted, Captain Chirac is in a bad situation. There are rumors that Marine is going to encircle all pirate, and they were ordered to kill. What? Mr. J, what news has come from the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce? We are here for their captain of the guard. Are they silent? A 2-meter-tall Yuhi-faced man said angrily. I don't know why. All the chambers of commerce are now unified, and they all say that there is no competition for the captain of the guard. Captain, we have been deceived. What should we do now? The young man replied hurriedly. Mummy, these bastards. I fought with them, and the little ones copied the guy. Chirac roared with a pair of copper hammers. This kind of scene is constantly being staged in all the pirate groups on Island 3, and the furious pirate groups are also bowing their bows, unsheathing their swords, and rushing towards the port like an enemy. On the riotous street, in a dark corner, a young man in a cloak made a light call. The news of the report leader has been spread. Very well. It's time to let this already decayed world know of our existence. The great root ball Diego Monk D_long hung up the phone and looked at Shirito VV Isho, who was endlessly looking at him. Is it Mufeng? It's the little guy who brought me love. P.S. It's a bit late. Ha ha ha. Asking for flowers. Comment and collection. Chapter 45. The War at Island Port Number 3. 1 update. At this time, the port of Island 3 was full of people and chaos. Countless pirates rushed to their own ships, shouting, scolding, and the screams of countless local people who were chopped down by angry pirates. Over the entire Island 3. Union. Captain, something is wrong. Marine's warship has arrived. What should we do? Bastard, is there any other way out? All follow Lao Su and break through Marine's blockade. A pirate captain shouted. Countless pirate ships also made the same choice. About 20 small boats flying the flag of the pirate regiment rushed towards Marine. Fire the cannon, sink all the ship, and don't let a pirate go. Barto Rear Admiral gave an order, and 15 warships fired together. Suddenly, fire snaked swarmed, the cannon fire rumbled, and countless fireworks appeared in the port. The ship was devastated by artillery fire and turned into countless wooden boards floating in the sea. Dong dong. The pirates who risked their lives to break through the siege also opened fire. Although the caliber of the artillery was not comparable to the marine artillery, it should not be underestimated. Countless artillery shells also splashed countless water around the marine warship. In an instant, the pirates and marine set off on the sea. The violent collision filled the smoke, and the screams of killing shook the sky. Report, Lord Rear Admiral, with a bounty of 77 million, the Hammer Chirac, and with a bounty of 56 million, the 2 pirates of Brightman the Killer, have exceeded the range of our artillery and are fleeing to the northwest. An ensign report rode. Bus Commodore, Sila Commodore, you are besieging these 2 pirate group with people. Do you know that you must defeat them? Barto glanced into the distance and issued a pursuit order. According to the order, the 2 commodores who received the order led the warship to follow and pursue. Ignoring the departing warship, Barto narrowed his eyes and said with a ruthless expression, is there any news about the criminal Mufeng? A marine officer said, report, get the tip. The criminal Mufeng is still on 3 How Island and hasn't left. Very good. Pass my order. Let's Eco Commodore take 5 Colonel officers, drive a medium-sized warship warship, 2 small warships and 500 soldiers out of the battle, and quickly interspersed and landed on Island 3 to conduct a carpet search. Feng immediately stopped me, and anyone who resists the search will be killed without mercy. Bardo ordered loudly. Master Rear Admiral, sending so many people for one Mu Feng, is it a fuss? Marine Ensign hesitated. What do you know? Mu Feng is definitely a dangerous guy. 4 years ago, when he was only 15 years old, he was able to kill a big pirate with a bounty of 30 million and 100 vicious pirates on a desert island. Now that he is stronger, I still feel a little weak for such an assignment, Bardo said in a low voice for the first time with a solemn expression. What? The ensign officer was stunned for a moment and then suddenly realized this subordinate understands. After speaking, he hurriedly conveyed Bardo Rear Admiral's order. Haha, Lord Rear Admiral, is that criminal Mu Feng really as powerful as you said? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Holding a glass of Yuhi wine and watching the scene of constant fighting at sea, DC said with some disdain. Seems to enjoy this feeling, and like to see the big scene of bloodshed. No, Director DC, Mu Feng is definitely stronger now. Even if he sends so many people, it is impossible to hold him back and capture him. Bardo, who had a dignified expression, said after thinking for a moment. Really, is it stronger than you, Lord Rear Admiral? Hihi Isho, Estes looked at the little giant Bardo Rear Admiral quietly. Bardo, who has always been a fast-moving and quick-talking man, suddenly hesitated for a long time before saying, Mu Feng should not be as good as me, but his strength should not be underestimated. Some time ago, he easily defeated several big pirates with a bounty of around 90 million. Although he said it with certainty, Dice still felt that Bardo had a little lack of confidence, but he didn't say anything, just didn't think he meant. Isho, if there are words as powerful as you said, Lord Rose Odes must be very happy, because that will have a powerful slave. Ha ha ha. Quote, but Bardo Rear Admiral didn't smile. He just silently recalled the words of his comrade Cart Rear Admiral. Bardo, are you going to fight Mu Feng? Then you have to be more careful. Although I am his instructor, I don't know what his strength is, but I always feel that he is hiding something, so don't be careless. Quote, with a loud bang, a medium-sized warship was attacked and sunk by the heavy hammer Shirak pirates and the Brahmin pirate. Moon Step. With a few stomps, Batu Rear Admiral was in the air, jumping continuously, and quickly came to the abandoned warship. The 3-meter-long giant axe slammed away and collided fiercely with Shirak. A few minutes later, the Shirak pirates were defeated by Bardo, and the seriously injured Shirak was rescued by his subordinates and fled in the direction of Island 3. Just at the port of Island 3, when the battle intensified, Mu Feng and Robin also came here. Looking at the big scene where thousands of people were fighting in the distance, Mu Feng also sighed that Marine was really crazy. Spicy enough. Mu Feng, what should we do? The port has been blocked by Marine. Are we avoiding the edge first and then trying to figure out a way? Facing so many Marine, Robin also looked nervous and asked in a low voice. No, we'll break through from here, Mu Feng said resolutely without flinching. Why? It's not better to hide and find an opportunity to escape? Robin asked inexplicably. You were wrong. Once Marine has defeated all the pirates, it will be even more difficult for us to escape. Now a Rear Admiral will lead the team. After a while, I am afraid that Vice Admiral from West Blue's headquarters will come here to hunt down. I can't guarantee that I will be able to escape from Vice Admiral's eyes with you, Mu Feng said calmly as he looked at Marine who was chasing him from a distance. Yeah, no matter what you decide, I'll follow you. Some Robins who wanted to understand also nodded and agreed with Mu Feng. It was not a good choice to catch the big riot between Marine and the pirates and take the opportunity to escape. Don't move, raise your hand. While Mu Feng and the others were discussing, Zai Commodore brought more than 500 Marines in the shape of a fan and surrounded Mu Feng and Robin. The leader, Shike Commodore, looked at Mu Feng and Robin with bright eyes and laughed. The criminal William, Mu Feng and the criminal Nicole. Robin, now I am officially arresting you in the name of Marine West Blue's second detachment. If there is resistance, kill it on the spot. Quote, it's ridiculous that even you stinky fish and rotten shrimp want to catch me. Hearing the other party's word, VV's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. Chapter 46. The battered Marine. 2 more. What? Arrogant boy. Who do you think you are? There is a Commodore here. 5 colonels and 500 Marine soldiers. Do you think you can still escape? Looking at Mu Feng's sarcastic smile, Shike seemed to hear what a joke. He laughed, looking at Mu Feng as if he were looking at a dead man. Infinity n airy summation infinity underscore. Whether it is arrogance or strength, you will know immediately. Mu Feng, who snorted coldly, was not ready to talk more nonsense with these garbage, and took a step forward in front of Robin. His step took a king's momentum and burst out on him, and Mu Feng's whole person was like a god descended from the earth, and people admired him, and he dared not have a trace of redemption. Go, shoot and kill these 2 criminals on the spot. Seiko Commodore, who felt the momentum, suddenly turned pale and roared in panic. What responded to him was the sound of countless Marines falling to the ground. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared in front of Shike. There were 500 Marines who were still alive and kicking. Now they all foamed at the mouth and passed out. There are only a dozen officers and himself on the huge tree. What going on? Mu Feng is using some kind of method. Could it be that his fruit ability is not enough? The lieutenant colonel, who was in a trance for a while, swallowed sharply and shouted in shock. It's not a trick, it's a conqueror hockey owned by only one person in a million. Looking at this strange scene, Shikei's face was ashes, but he didn't have the confident and contented expression just now. Yo, there is another guy who knows the good, but unfortunately it is useless for you to know, because you are all going to die here. Mu Feng, who was smiling, suddenly became very serious, and the figure under his feet disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. Shade, Shigen, finger pistol. The sound of puff sounded again and again, and in an instant, 4 or 5 marine officers were pierced by Mu Feng's finger and fell into a pool of blood. Don't be mad, even if you have conqueror hockey, it is impossible to defeat us. Justice is invincible. Zyke shouted, raised his knife and slashed at Mu Feng in front of him. Clear breed. Iron block. Corundum. With a soft clang, Shikei's broadsword was firmly caught by Mu Feng's arm. Go, let kill him. The remaining 4 or 5 marines also took weapons one after another, wanting to join the battle group. 60 rounds of flowers blooming. Eagle claw. A few people who were still shouting just now suddenly appeared, several arms in several important joints of their body, and then several arms twisted violently, and there were a few clear clicks. After the sound, several people suddenly collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Nicole, Robin devil fruit ability. He was surprised to see that his subordinate fell, Shikei, but he didn't think that Robin, who looked weak, also had such strength. Hey, you were distracted when you were fighting against me. You look down on me. After a whisper, Mu Feng slammed his right fist on Shikei's chest and knocked him out. Shade, iron block, whip leg, followed with a whistle and flew out to sight, and his right leg, like a steel whip, slammed down Psyche with a thunderous force. There was a loud bang, as if Shiko had been hit by a heavy hammer. Blood spurted wildly, and fell on the street, smashing a deep pit, and I don't know if I was alive or dead. Mu Feng, who landed gently, shrugged his shoulders and said, Isho, I said long ago that you can't catch me just with your stinky fish and rotten shrimp. After saying that, Meteor strode towards the seaside port, staring at the incomparably brave Mu Feng. Robin was also VV Isho, and then quickly followed, feeling full of security in his heart. 3 is also a court with broken arm, blood-stained sea water, and hundreds of people are struggling in the sea. Marine was compressed on the shore of the port, and countless pirates fled to the island frantically. Brubu, the phone rang hurriedly. After a marine answered the call, his face changed greatly, and he quickly ran to Barto, Rear Admiral. Panicking, report Master Rear Admiral, the big thing is bad, and the Buffy pirates have appeared in the back of our fleet, and now the escort fleet is behind. I can't stand it anymore, and they will break through soon. What did you say? When did the Buffy pirate go outside? You guys. Before Barto could finish his sentence, another marine ran over, rolling and crawling, and stammered, report that Lord Rear Admiral is bad, and the 500 marine soldiers led by Psy Commodore met on the island. 2 William. Mu Feng, now the entire army has been wiped out, and Mu Feng is killing here at the moment. What are you talking about? Barto, who was still very angry just now, grabbed the soldier who reported the news and lifted him into the air, shouting in shock. The 500 soldiers led by Zyke Commodore were defeated by Mu Feng on the island. At this moment, Mu Feng is rushing towards the seaside, and it seems that he is about to break through from the front. Yuhi's ears were red, and the soldier replied with his hands and feet, fuck, a bunch of trash. Barto, who threw the soldiers in the air to one side, shouted angrily, is Bass Commodore dead? Roll over to me if he doesn't die. In the angry roar of Barto, a middle-aged man with a bandage on his head ran over. Bass is here to report. The bullshit report. Now, immediately. Bring a warship immediately, and we must defeat the Buffy pirates behind. Can't let them open the gap, you know. Vascular Tongren angrily shouted at Guan Bartoli. Understood. The subordinates must complete the task. Bass promised to immediately lead the troop to lead. Kill me these pirates who are still stubbornly resisting to the end. One will not be left. One will not be left. Barto Rear Admiral roared with jumping feet. At this moment, the pirates retreating like a tide suddenly opened a passage, and 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. In front of them was a young man with a height of 2 meters and hanging 0, with colorful eyebrows and bright eyes. Xing, with a face like a crown of jade, tall and burly stature, walked slowly with 1,000 murderous aura, 1,000 majesty, like a king with a magnificent momentum, making people dare not look directly. Behind him was a slender young girl with a smile on her face that made people feel extremely comfortable. The 2 of them were like golden boys and girls, and they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yeah, William. Mu Feng, you finally showed up. I've been looking for you for a long time. Looking at the 2 approaching, Barto let out a loud shout. Haha, you are Barto Rear Admiral, right? I'm honored to see you here. Looking at Barto's face full of anger, Mu Feng laughed out loud. Chapter 47 The Legend of the King 1:1-3. Looking at Yunfeng's elegant, calm as usual, it doesn't look like a life and death fight, but rather like Mu Feng who is on a sightseeing tour. After being stunned for a few seconds, Barto violently tyrannized himself, and once the angry expression was taken away, he also changed. The The calm expression on his face, although it was only a faint glance, Bardo could sense from Mufang the strong aura under the calm expression like water. This kind of dormancy like a submerged dragon made him feel a strong sense of danger. Reverse Hilda. A master must first heal his soul. Disturbing the enemy's heart made him unable to maintain a calm state of mind, and naturally he can seize the flaws to defeat him. Bardo, a veteran rear admiral, has experienced countless battles and naturally has a deep understanding. Of course, he knows the same level of battle, the importance of a normal heart. Unconsciously, he has placed Mufang on the same level as himself. With a loud bang, Bardo's giant axe slammed on the ground, and a crater appeared on the ground with a bang. At the same time, countless cracks were densely extending into the distance, all of which showed your strength. Maybe I was honored to meet you before, but now you, a guy with a bounty of 96 million, gives me a headache. When the frightened pirates took a few steps back, Bardo Leopard narrowed his eyes, staring at Mufang Dao. Is it a headache? Then it better to let us go. Why not do it if it can cure your headache? Said Mufang Vivi Isho, who moved his limb. That can't be done. If I let you go, it will be the biggest stain in my life. With a dignified face, Bardo raised his axe and swung it in front of him. Giant axe, returning wind slash. A 5 or 6 length vacuum slash was instantly generated, and a strong wind slashed towards Mufang in the air. Rokushiki Kami E. Mufang, who was as flexible as a willow in the wind, swayed his body, and a huge slash flew over his head. With a bang, a private house behind him was forcibly split in half, and it collapsed with a bang. Haha, if you come and go or not, you will also pick me up. Mufang, who had dodged the slash, chuckled lightly, and his feet rose into the air with force. Lan Lag Banyu, the same vacuum slash with a height of 5 or 6 meters flew upright to Bardo, and the ground where the vacuum slash passed was also divided into two. With a bang, Bardo, who was turning the giant axe, made Mufang's attack invisible, but he saw the crack on the ground. Vivi frowned. As expected of a genius that has been rare in that organization for decades, it really did happen twice. Just when Mufang and Bardo were trying to make a move, the pirates behind Mufang also made a big noise and whispered. As expected of a man with a reward of 96 million Bailey, his strength is unfathomable, but when did such a big pirate appear in West Blue? Who is this Mufang? Who knows? I don't know either. If I hadn't said it to Marine, I would have thought it was a child from somewhere. Wait, I know who he is. You can see that the one behind him is not Nicole, the son of the devil, Robin. In this case, everyone should remember that yesterday during the day, it was rumored that a teenager easily defeated the Black Bear Cons and rescued Nicole. Luo Bin, he is the boy from yesterday. A pirate suddenly shouted. I also remembered when you said that. I heard that Buffy is still his little brother. It's no wonder that Buffy, who escaped, came back. It turned out to be to rescue his boss. This is really touching. That's right. He said that anyone who wants to hurt my companion must walk over my body. It's really touching. I'm starting to cry. After countless pirates were surprised, there was a burst of tears, and then there was a burst of crying. Mufang, who was still calm at first, listened, but the words of the pirates behind him were full of black line. He couldn't help but turn his head and shouted, "You bastard, don't talk nonsense." Okay, what? Boss Mufang told us to keep fighting. It's so handsome. It makes me fall for it. Captain Pirate Armor, with his eyes full of stars, said, I'm so touched. I didn't expect that at this moment of extreme crisis, Boss Mufang could stand up and keep encouraging us to keep fighting. Long live Boss Mufang. Let's follow you. We are willing to be you, my little brother. Pirate Sea Captain shouted hoarsely with tears in his eye. That's right, Boss Mufang. You are the idol in our heart, and you are the eldest brother of all our pirates. If anyone dares to say no, I will be the first to say no to Brightman. Blair covered in blood man shouted. We will always follow in the footsteps of Mr. Mufang. Long live Boss Mufang. The pirates, who were still downcast and demoralized just now, instantly became like a rainbow, murderous like the wind, one by one as if they had taken stimulant, and they were alive and kicking, and their shout rose higher and higher, as if to tear the sky apart. Looking at the pirates who were rushing to gather behind him like a wind demon, Mufang suddenly asked Robin in a low voice, did I just say I insist on fighting? I didn't say it. Hee. What if I didn't say it? Isn't it good now? With these guys escorting you, wouldn't we have more chances to escape? Robin replied in a low voice, and immediately turning his head and facing the people who rushed like a wave, he shouted, everyone listen. Captain Mufang has ordered Buffy to attack the Marine fleet outside, and they will be able to break through their encirclement immediately, as long as we work together to follow Mufang. Captain, we can definitely break the Marine by working together inside and out. Brother Mufang is really a genius. He has made all preparation. He is really our idol. He vows to follow Boss Mufang to the death. Yes, follow Big Brother Mufang to kill Marine. The group of excited pirates were all elated, screaming as if they had discovered a treasure that could rival the country. This Robin is so black-hearted. He just pulled these pirates along the east wind. This is to use them as cannon fodder, but this can also relieve his own pressure. My chances of breaking through are also much higher. After thinking about it, Mufang turned his face again. He really didn't want to see those brain-dead guys anymore. To be honest, he had a guilty conscience to face it. It seems my skin is not thick enough. Mu Fang's side was booming, but Marine's side was hit hard and his morale dropped. Even Bardo Rear Admiral was shocked. His face was ashen as if his father and mother had died. He never thought it would end like this. As a result, the pirate gathered in the sand and the pirate gathered together are completely two concepts. Chapter 48 The Legend of the King Part 2 23 Originally, I wanted to be like Chasing Duck, completely overwhelmed and easily won, but I didn't expect the change of Mu Feng. The current plan has been completely disrupted, and there is only a heart attack. N-Airy product divided by N-Airy product. From Yuhi to white, from white to black. Bado's face changes color like a chameleon, and it also shows the anger in his heart. He swung his giant axe and blew a gust of wind. Soldiers, we are just. Justice is impossible to fail. Kill with me. After drinking loudly, its huge figure showed extremely uncomplimentary speed, and it came to Mu Feng in an instant. The huge axe in his hand was brushed like a wheel by him. The brush enveloped Mu Feng's body. Brothers, follow me on everything. Let these self-righteous guys know how powerful we are. Since this is the case, then Mu Feng will no longer sure. No matter whether these pirates are sincere or fake, they must escape with them. Birthday. Iron block. Corundum. Now that he was determined to break up with Marine, Mu Feng was not prepared to use Haki first, and then after sensing Bado's attack route, he quickly evaded, and then launched a violent offensive. The battle that was temporarily suspended was ignited at one time, and the two teams collided violently like two rolling torrents. There was no beautiful music, no flowers, only dazzling blood and tragic mourning. Bardo is a veritable little giant with a height of 45 meters. His real physical strength is not bad. His moves are fast, and his momentum is heavy. Every time he is dodged by Mu Feng, his heavy giant axe will leave an indelible mark on the street. In the face of such a wild Bado, even Mu Feng with armament Haki would not dare to take Bado's axe easily. Armament Haki can increase defense and attack, but it also has a limit. Just like Battle Peach like Maru, there is a strong armament Haki, and he doesn't dare to take the attack of the Berserk Chopper. The fierce collision of bumps caused a huge aura between Mu Feng and Bado, pushing the others far away, making it difficult to approach half a step. This is strength. I really thought that you were able to use Haki proficiently. It really surprised me, Bado said with a solemn expression, who avoided Mu Feng's leg. You're not bad. Although Haki is not as good as me, with your strength, you're not a mediocre person. Mu Feng, who had fought for dozens of meetings, also expressed his admiration from the bottom of his heart. It's a big loss for you to defect to Marine, but you gave me a chance. If I win, maybe I can upgrade to Vice Admiral. It makes me happy. It makes me excited. Fuck me boy. Eyes bloody Yuhi. S. Bado, laughing, seems to see the long-awaited opportunity. A trigram's act technique. Regret heaven and earth shattered. In an instant, the wind was surging, and the 3-meter giant act with a chilling air stirred the surrounding airflow, and suddenly killed and charred. Not good. Mu Feng, who screamed badly, twisted his body hard to avoid the act. There was a loud bang. The ground shook and the mountain shook. Bardo slashed the street with an axe. With a click, a crack of more than 20 meters appeared on the ground. The people who were fighting on both sides of the crack were also scratched by the shock wave that passed by. Staggered. Ah, this is so scary. Didn't expect this Marine Rear Admiral to be so scary. If it were me, it would be split in half at once. The pirates were all in a commotion. Long live Rear Admiral. Rear Admiral is invincible. Marine cheered for a while, and his morale was immediately boosted. Although this blow was powerful and extremely fast, it still did not make Mu Feng lose his confidence. Instead, it inspired the wild and domineering in his bones. He had been drinking all his life, and the speed was suddenly mentioned, and a phantom was drawn. If you want to kill me, you have to have that ability too. Shave Flash. Combination skill. Guy Cannon, with a strong right fist of armament Haki, slammed into the surrounding air and was blasted with one punch, making a roar like a cannon. The experienced Bado also knew that it was not good after he stretched out his hand quickly and missed a move. With a flick of his arm, the giant axe flashed back to the defense like a huge shield blocking him. There was a loud bang, with a metal echo that stinged people's eardrum, and with a rumbling sound, the ground cracked. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, gravel flew around, and Bado, who was like a little giant, also threw his feet off the ground with a violent punch from Mu Feng. More than 10 centimeters high, flying 3 or 4 meters away and then stepping back 5 or 6 steps in a row to stand firm. What? How could you hit such a powerful blow? It's impossible. Bardo was also stunned and exclaimed just as he stood firm. Nothing is impossible, and I'm not easy to mess with. I used to hide my strength. Today, I'll let you see the full strength of the young master. Mu Feng, who is full of fighting spirit and high-spirited, Isho's figure flashed and stepped forward. Combination skill. Windmill Tomahawk appeared on Mu Feng above Bardo's head, spinning like a huge windmill, and then kicked it down with armament Haki. Kick. A trigram's act technique. Splitting the heaven. Bardo didn't dare to show weakness. His arms burst with blue veins. He held the act in both hands and swung it hard. Tut. The smoke and dust were everywhere, and with the sound of a powerful collision, Bardo's huge body flew out from a cloud of smoke and fell on the earth that was several meters long, like a city wall collapse, flashing countless countless smoke and dust. The other slightly thin figure, like the other, drew a long rainbow in the air, flew more than 10 meters away, and then landed, plowing 2 trenches on the ground, and at the same time, a 20-centimeter long appeared on his chest. The scars and blood instantly smothered Yin Yuhi's load. Are you all right? Do you want to? Robin, who hurriedly eliminated the enemy in front of him, quickly approached the runway and asked nervously. Mu Feng, who interrupted Robin's words by raising his hand lightly, did not look at his injury, and stared at Barto, who fell to the ground in the distance. Don't worry about me, take care of yourself. The battle here is still going on. It's not over. You have to be more careful. With a bang, his face was covered in blood, and the ferocious Barto bounced from the ground. Countless rubble fell from his body. A pair of bloody Yuhi eyes also stared at Mu Feng, and then he laughed wildly with bloodthirsty. Damn, I didn't expect you to have such a hand. Let me look at you again. Very good, very good. You have successfully ignited my silent blood for a long time. Then let you see my strongest move. Promise you will never forget. Quote, really, I would also like to see what kind of move it is. Gently pushing Robin away, Mu Feng strode forward, and the aura of the King of B suddenly rose. Chapter 49 The Legend of the King Part 2 33 Haha, as you wish. Woo woo. Barto, who laughed like a madman, took 3 steps forward abruptly, and then stood abruptly and roared. The momentum on his body suddenly increased after a chain. A breath of corpse and blood filled the air, exuding a strong murderous aura like Ashura, like a ghost walking out of hell. What a strong murderous aura. It is almost condensed into substance. It seems that you have killed a lot of people. Looking at Barto, who exuded a strong murderous aura, Mu Feng also frowned. Murder? Haha, can they be considered human? You are wrong. I just killed some ants. So far I can still see the pleading eyes of all the ants in that country. Haha, it's really wonderful. Barto's whole person also became a little mentally ill. That said, I also killed a lot of civilians. Constantly gaining momentum and moving forward, Mu Feng's complexion became ugly. So what if you kill them? Because they deserve to die, and everyone who opposes the government deserves to die, including you. Go to hell. Barto, who was screaming like a ghost, jumped up. Asura act technique. Vector killing. In an instant, the surrounding air froze, and a gloomy aura filled the air. It seemed that countless vector ghosts were rampant, rushing towards Mu Feng, wanting to devour him. It's a pity. Obviously I wanted to save your life just now, but it's a pity that you are courting death yourself. Shave laugh. Return of life to the Sick King's spear. Lion's roar cannon. With a swoop, Mu Feng appeared in front of Barto, and he used a move to fuse Rokushiki to the limit with full firepower. The double fist that condensed all Mu Feng's strength. The armament hardened in an instant, and a lion roar was fired, which was clearly visible to the naked eye. Qi Jin formed on Mu Feng's fist. Tut! The sound of the roar of the giant cannon sounded. Mu Feng's fist moved closer together like a giant cannon, and a phantom like a lion appeared, opened its huge mouth and roared, and violently collided with the oncoming special ghost. Together, there was a loud bang. The earth trembled, the smoke filled the air, the gravel filled the sky, and the huge roar was deafening. Bato's huge figure flew out of the smoke and dust, like a meteor falling, shooting into the distance and running through 5 or 6 buildings, and then embedded on the street. His steel giant axe was also smashed by Mu Feng's powerful punch, and the fragments were scattered like cannonballs. The billowing smoke dissipated, his fists were clenched, and Mu Feng, who was covered in scars, stood upright, like a mighty king accepting the worship of all the people. After this deafening roar, the people who were constantly fighting also stopped their movements suddenly, and their eyes turned to Mu Feng, with awe in their eyes. Shave. The Sick King's spear swiped Mu Feng, who appeared in front of Barto, and mercilessly punched again. Boom! After Mu Feng's blow, Bato's huge chest lumped down, and Mu Feng's huge strength also penetrated Bato's body, punching a large pit several meters deep on the ground. Step, step, step. After doing all this, Mu Feng jumped out of the big pit and walked towards the crowd. Every step he took, it seemed that he was in the hearts of the marine, which made them extremely fearful. How is it possible? Barto Rear Admiral was actually killed by Mu Feng. Bator Rear Admiral actually failed. Run! I don't want to die. The power of role models is endless. After a marine hurriedly fled to the beach, a frenzy of rout suddenly occurred, and countless marines who lost their will joined the escaping team. Kill these bastards marine, and snatch their warship. The pirates who saw the dawn of victory bravely took the lead and chased frantically. Stop for me. Looking at the pirates who were constantly chasing and killing, Mu Feng shouted. The pirates who heard the drink all stared blankly at Mu Feng, not knowing what he meant. Marine is also human, and they also have wives, children, and children. As long as we put down our weapons and don't resist, why should we kill them all? Let them survive. If there is time to kill them, it's better to rescue your partners as soon as possible. Maybe you can save their lives. Looking at the people who stopped, Mu Feng shouted loudly. After a brief silence, thunderous applause broke out immediately. Boss Mu Feng is so kind. Everyone quickly obeys Boss Mu Feng's orders and rescues our partner. Quick, get moving. Countless pirates shouted. And don't hurt the fallen marine. If you can, treat them as well. Looking at the pirates in action, Mu Feng suddenly remembered Shanks' word. Enemy. What's wrong with the enemy? The enemy can't I save it? What a stupid child. Just put down the weapon and hit hate. We are all friends. Although Mufeng couldn't have the same mind as Cheng, he could only do his best. Why are we saving those Marine? A pirate asked. You bastard, didn't you listen to Boss Mufeng's order? Do as the boss wants. How can you bastards understand what Boss Mufeng is thinking? Boss Mufeng is a real king. Many pirate groups, after being stunned, the captains ordered to follow Mufeng's instruction. At the end of the battle on the shore, the war at sea also came to an end. The Marine of 15 battleship came vigorously, and in the end, only 4 battleship fled back in embarrassment, and the rest were either sunk or pirate. The capture and the death of the highest rear admiral commander was undoubtedly an earthquake for West Blue. It was not too long, and everyone from the Buffy pirate boarded the shore with cheers and joined Mufeng and the others in victory. After a brief inquiry, Mufeng learned that it turned out that the Buffy pirates went to Island 2 to buy things yesterday, and later received a call from the mysterious man explaining everything about Island 3, so they killed it again. Buffy, who told everything, pushed a gray-faced middle-aged man in a dovetail costume to Mufeng, and at the same time gave Mufeng a phone number, saying it was the phone number of the mysterious person. Who are you? Make it clear what you're here for, otherwise. Without saying anything, Mufeng just wiped his neck. Just looking at this person's clothes, he knew that he was not an ordinary person, so Mufeng also came to be interested and said casually, I am the head of the world's noble, Lord Dis. You can't kill me, otherwise the future will be very serious. Dis seriously said. With a loud slap in the face, Mufeng looked coldly at DC Ran Isho in front of him. Sir, your mother-in-law. Sir, it sounds unpleasant for me to hear it. You lowly bastard, if you dare to hit me, you are doomed, and Lord Rose Odes will not let you go. DC, who had never suffered such a loss again, roared frantically. Shigan, finger pistol. A poop sounded through DC, who was barking like a mad dog. Mufeng threw the dead body aside with his arm, and said coldly, I hate threat to me, and people who scold me. Unfortunately, you have all of them. And Lao Su has been wanted now, and is afraid of a ball Tenryubito. You are really an idiot who doesn't know the current affair. Chapter 50 Malin Fedor's killing order. Smoke cleared, and a big battle that alarmed West Blue finally came to an end. The victorious pirate continued to rescue their partner, or collected the bodies of the dead, with joy on their faces, and also with a touch of sadness. This is war, and war is accompanied by death. N-Airy product N-Airy product _____. After the bodies of the dead partners were piled up and cremated, they were all scattered into the sea, allowing his soul to sail freely and swim freely in the sea. The sea is their final destination. Looking at the busy crowd, Mufeng sat blankly on top of a collapsed wall, Mukuro, silently thinking about the way out in the future. Now there is no way out. There are only 2 ways in front of him. One is to participate the Revolutionary Army. One is to go out to sea and become a pirate. To tell the truth, when this big storm came, Mufeng felt that there was an invisible big hand helping the flame to have such power to spread the news, and to accurately inform the people of the Buffy pirate. Except for the government, then there is only the Revolutionary Army. It seems that he owes the Revolutionary Army dragon a favor this time, but the favor belongs to the favor, so he is still somewhat resistant to let Mufeng join the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army is not small, but there are also many rules and regulations which are stricter than Marine. To be honest, Mufeng himself doesn't like these rules and regulations, so he can only choose pirate. It's also very good to be free. There will be many pirate groups who are willing to rely on themselves, and the strength of a large pirate group cannot be underestimated. While Mufeng was thinking constantly, Robin was also gently helping him to gently wipe the wound, and then smeared the wound evenly and carefully bandaged it, like a hard-working little daughter-in-law. But seeing the long scar on Mufeng's chest, Robin was still sad, and said softly, the injury is not light. Haha, it's not a big deal. A scar is for everyone's survival. I still earn it, right? Mufeng Vivi Isho gently stroked Robin's hair. But it's nothing to worry about. I feel very good now. A man's scar is an honorable medal. Mufeng with a sunny smile interrupted Robin's word, and then picked up the phone and called the to be done. Brew. After a burst of bell. Mufeng, you're not dead yet. Bottom's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Thank you for your care. I am still alive and well. Mufeng of Isho. His tone changed suddenly, extremely gloomy. But in the future, I am afraid that you will live a peaceful life. You bastard, wait for me. Well, Lao Su will come back, and then the principal and interest will be settled together. After a terrified scream, a busy tone came from the other end. What a piece of garbage. Mufeng spat contemptuously, and then led the pirates to make a brief rectification. Except for the second West Blue team, the Bobby Islands no longer had any marine power, and the rest it would be 2 or 3 days before the local marine came to support. Just when Mufeng and others were taking a break in the Barbie Island, 3 people were sitting quietly in a spacious and bright conference room at Marine at headquarters in Marine Fodor. On the main seat is Marine Commander Sengoku, on his right is Chief of Datsuru, and on his left is Garp Vice Admiral in a dog-skin hat who is constantly eating donut. A very prudent Sengoku will frown at this moment, silently staring at the information he just received. What do you think about Mufeng? His movement is not small. What are you talking about me? It's not bad, even if I haven't broken the previous record of eating donut, but it's almost less. Next time will definitely. Garp said. Suddenly there was a thunderous snoring sound, and a sparkling snot bubble rose and fell with his snoring, changing in a very rhythmic sense. You bastard, Garp, can't you give me some seriousness? Sengoku was helpless about this old guy Garp, and after roaring, he turned his head to his staff and said, "It better for you to talk about save the bastard. You are more reliable." Staff officer. He put his hands on his chin and thought silently for a long time. Obviously Mufeng is just an abandoned child. Those espionage organizations made a sacrifice to save Fate, but I didn't expect him to be so good. He can be pulled up in a short period of time. More than a dozen pirates fought together and killed Barto Rear Admiral. The level of danger is quite high. After a pause, the crane's cloudy eyes flashed a flash of light, and he pointed at the information with his finger and said, compared with the big incident in the Barbie Island, West Blue suddenly had a coup d'etat in 3 countries at the same time, which is a very scary thing. Quote, what do you mean? Are you saying that Mufeng is a revolutionary army? Did all he did in the babies just cover for those 3 countries? Hearing Crane's analysis, Sengoku was also startled, and then briefly thought, according to previous information, the possibility is very small. The possibility is very small, but it doesn't mean there is no. Now the revolutionary army is getting stronger and stronger. It is very strong, and it is out of control. We have to be more vigilant. Said, it's really a headache. Sengoku, who rubbed his head, suddenly thought of something. I remember Shichibukai's nomination of Violent Kun Basalami. It seems that the Big Bear is also involved in the revolutionary army. So, quote, you mean Dashang to deal with Mufeng? If he can deal with Mufeng, we will officially appoint Dashang as Shichibukai. Crane, realizing Sengoku's intention, looked at the Comte. Maybe this is also it's a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Quote, okay, let's do it this way. Isn't the Big Bear in West Blue? Give him an order immediately. As long as William and Mufeng are eliminated, we will officially grant him the title of Shichibukai. With the approval of the Crane, Sengoku no longer hesitated to make a decision immediately. Should we send another person? He hesitated. You mean Kuzan? It better to send him to be a supervisor. If Dashang is really related to Mufeng, let Kuzan kill them together. Sengoku, who punched the conference table, said solemnly, and then spoke with him. Crane got up and left the conference room to issue an order to kill Mufeng. Just after they left, the sleeping Garp Vice Admiral suddenly woke up, took out his phone with a sigh and made a call, said a few words and hung up gently. Fanwai 1 Road Robbery 12. Now that everything has become a fact, Mufeng is not talking anymore. He is definitely a master who is not afraid of things. Whatever his mother's trial adventure. Come on, it's just a big car on his head. What's so great? If it really hangs up, it means that you can only live like an ant with this amount of energy, looking up to the breath of the strong. Miscellaneous approximately equal the image approximately equal the image as. He took a leave of absence with Lilith, went out to tell Robin about the Pisces jade pendant, and then told her to be careful, and declared to the outside that he was going to retreat and didn't want others to disturb him. Mufeng didn't worry about others. He was most worried about not having his own. Suppressing this guy Enel will turn against the tide, and at the same time tell Robin that he can't hide it. So let her and Iger discuss escaping back to Burka or going to the Blue Sea. To be honest, Mufeng doesn't know how long he will be there. Although Lilith said that the space-time inside is twice as long as outside, which means that it is only 2 years inside and only 1 year outside, but sometimes it is not based on Mufeng's own will. Still wanting to be gentle with Robin, Mufeng felt Lilith urging. There was no way but to temporarily part with Robin. After another burst of dizziness, Mufeng came to God's domain again and saw Lily, who was waiting impatiently. Still, it's too slow. It takes so long to say goodbye to a woman, Lilith said with dissatisfaction, flapping her wings. Haha, then let's talk about this mission. Mufeng, who smiled awkwardly, went straight to the topic. Yeah, well, this is your first quest to gain access. It's not too difficult. It's a B-level quest, but before you enter the Slaughter City, I want to imprison your devil fruit ability. This thing is that face lane cannot exist, but in the future task, the authority will be released to use the fruit ability, so I won't say more. Lilith waved her white wings as she spoke. A halo enveloped this Mufeng, and he felt a mysterious force pulling violently, and his strength was also draining. Time was not enough to condense a silver-colored card in front of him, and there was a cloud symbol in the middle of the card. There is a line of small characters at the bottom. White silver advanced changeable devil fruit cloud. Holding the silver-colored card, Mufeng was confused for a while and said, what do you mean by high-level white silver? Ability level. Why do you ask so many questions? You will naturally know after you get the permission to use the jade pendant. Let go, let go. Lilith waved her wings impatiently. A rune under Mufeng's feet flat, and his body gradually disappeared into the realm of the god. It was another burst of dizziness. When Mufeng opened his eye, he had already arrived in a metropolis full of traffic, surrounded by high-rise buildings, and the endless stream of people was full of drunken aura, which made him feel like he was returning to his hometown on Earth again. again. Although he was very emotional, Mu Feng still checked his abilities first. Fortunately, Rokushiki's physical skills are still there. Hockey. I rely on this hockey to be here. Why is it so laborious to run as if I was disturbed? It seems that I have to work hard to practice control again, but this is also good. Once I go out of this phase, my control over hockey will also be improved to a certain extent. It seems that there are still a lot of gains from this mission. First, Mu Feng complained, but after thinking about it, it was not bad. Glan, the slaughtering city face position quest. Through at least 3 Gan teleportation quests, at least 2 women's body and mind. Haha, are you taking good care of you? A simple quest also gave you 2 beauty. Are you really here for the quest? Not to enjoy it. Hee. I hope you have a good trip, Lilith. Looking at the task list, Mu Feng couldn't help but curled his lip, then threw the task list in the air. The list lying in the air instantly burned, and then turned into ashes and scattered in the air. I flipped through it with me and found a card with my identity. After constant inquiries and discussion, I finally found it according to the address above. The home here is a large single room of about 50 square meters, and the interior decoration is also very simple. After looking around the new home, Mu Feng habitually took out his cigarette, only to realize that his clothes were empty in Kabuto. Mu Feng, who scratched his head, couldn't help but smile bitterly. After finding his wallet, it was good that there was some money in it, but he didn't know about One Piece. Can the silver card in the King of Pirates interface be used here? If it can't be used, it will be very sad, but this question will be discussed later. First eat some food, and then buy a pack of cigarettes. As for the task, Lilith is estimated to be early. It has been arranged. After changing his high school student clothes and putting on a fitted suit, Mu Feng locked on a convenience store that they had seen before and walked to the convenience store. It was not too long before Mu Feng walked back with a cigarette in his mouth. However, when they walked to a dim alley, they found 3 guys in sleek clothes, holding a dagger and surrounding a lady in the middle. With a cigarette in his mouth and his hands in the kabuto, Mu Feng disdained Isho. It seems that the security of the island country is also very bad at night. Mu Feng, who sighed in his heart, did not stop and walked inside, wanting to go home. It is also a path after all, but Mu Feng is too lazy to pay attention to such small scenes, because these have nothing to do with him. Whether killing or setting fire, Mu Feng has long been accustomed to it. Even in the face of pirate, his hands were covered in blood, but he still glanced at the besieged lady with interest. She is about 1.75 meters tall. She wears a pair of light blue jeans and a small black shirt and a single shirt. She has a hot body, with a bulging front and back, straight legs and a sturdy chest that can match Robin. Comparable, coupled with a mature face, it has the flavor of a royal sister. However, Mu Feng just swept away, and didn't stay on her for much longer. He continued to walk forward with steady step, as if he didn't see the 4 people in the alley. Mu Feng's actions seemed to be exciting. The 3 middle-aged men who robbed a yellow-haired guy with a dagger in his hand shouted angrily, "You bastard, stop for me, shall we let you go? Since we see it's an idiot for our robbers to come here." "That right, but that fine. Boss, we have an extra income, and then having sex with this beautiful woman is quite a wonderful thing." Isho, one of Huang Mao's subordinate, was flattering, and then turned upside down. The dagger in his hand looked at Mu Feng, as if looking at a fat sheep. Mu Feng, who didn't want to pay attention to everything here, also stopped and looked at the 3 people opposite, as if looking at the 3 clown jumping beams, and snorted. "Do you know what the consequences of holding that toy-like dagger in front of me are?" Following Mu Feng's word, the surrounding air became cold. FanY22 women 22. Following Mu Feng's cold snort, the 3 gangsters clearly felt that the surroundings seemed to be a few degrees cold. They couldn't help shivering, and took a step back involuntarily. Contour integral proportional contour integral. Even Sister Yu, who was surrounded by them, was startled. The calm face just now was now tense, and then a strange light flashed in her bright eye. "Yo, there's another one who's not afraid of death. Don't be so rude, and take out the money quickly, or I don't mind opening a few holes in your body." Huang Mao took a step back and swallowed. Holding the dagger in the handshake, he felt confident and arrogant again in his heart, and at the same time took a step forward and stabbed Mu Feng with the dagger in his hand. "Heaven has a way. You don't go. Hell has no way to cast your vote. Since you are in a hurry to report to the underworld, then I will fulfill you." I didn't want to pay attention to these ants-like gangsters, but they are so ignorant. Mu Feng naturally does not will stay. Looking at Huang Mao's slow movement, Mu Feng didn't even bother to take out his hands from Kabuto, and kicked Huang Mao's wrist with a kick. It was a sweep that kicked Huang Mao out more than 10 meters away. How could Huang Mao, an ordinary person, withstand Mu Feng's kick? And he was kicked to death with a splintered viscera. And then Mu Feng didn't stop at his feet and lightly touched the ground. Tread shade. With a swipe, the ghostly Mu Feng appeared in front of the other 2 gangsters. His thighs bowed left and right like a whip, and he made 2 muffled sounds. Elysium. It's too late and it too fast. All of Mu Feng's actions only took 2 or 3 seconds. After doing all this, Mu Feng seemed to be fine. He took out 4 or 5 purses from the 3 gangsters and took all the money from you in the bag. Anyway, these 3 guys won't be able to use them in the future, so it better to buy 2 packs of cigarettes cigarette for Mu Feng to smoke. After doing all this, Mu Feng swaggered towards the exit of the alley, as if killing 3 people was no different from stepping on 3 beds. My name is Ying Chusheng. Thank you for saving me just now. Facing the shocked Ying Chusheng who had just happened in front of him, he immediately reacted. Thank me? How do you thank me? Do you want to promise me with your body? He stopped and looked back at Ying Chusheng. Vivi Isho said again, I'm sorry, I didn't want to save you just now. If it wasn't those 3 guys are courting death, and I won't take action. Of course, even if I don't take action, you can also kill them. Ha! The stunned Ying Chusheng's eyes flowed. Looking forward to his appearance, Yuhi said with a smile on his lips, and Vivi, although I have practiced Muay Thai, I don't necessarily beat them. Besides, it's a fact that you saved me. Sister Shu, I can think about it. Ying Chusheng, who couldn't see a trace of desire in Mu Feng's eye, couldn't help joking. She clearly felt that Mu Feng was joking. Haha, it's straightforward enough. I like it, but I don't have time now. Bye. Mu Feng, who waved his hand, continued on. Hey, what's your name? And you don't have time to have a coffee together. I have to thank you anyway, but I don't like to owe others favors. Ying Chusheng, who was chasing after him, said. She seemed to be more and more interested in Mu Feng. Have a coffee. He stopped and looked at Ying Chusheng again. Mu Feng scratched his head and said to himself, it seems that this woman really doesn't give up, but she is a beautiful woman, so drinking coffee is not impossible. Just when Mu Feng was about to agree, he felt a mysterious force begin to pull. His brows twitched, and he also understood a bit in his heart. It seemed that he was going to be teleported to Gan's room. First of all, the next mission is about to begin. Therefore, Mu Feng was embarrassed by Isho. Sage Yingcho, right, I really don't have time now. Next time we meet for coffee, let's have a chat. Goodbye. After saying that, Mu Feng pressed his feet hard, and his body continued to grow. Shaking disappeared in the alley. She quickly chased after Ying Chusheng outside the alley, where she could still find Mu Feng's figure. Looking at the street without a figure, she couldn't help but Vivi Isho. What an interesting little boy. Just when Mu Feng left the alley, his whole body began to disappear into the night, and he was teleported to a room of about 20 square meters in an instant. Mu Feng had seen a little killing city before, although the current one, the storyline has become blurred, but he still knows that this is where Gan sent the dead to complete the mission. Glancing at the dozen or so people who had already appeared in the room, Mu Feng just sat casually opposite Gan's black ball, and silently waited for the mission to start. Feng was a little less interested, and just memorized a few names at random. Just as everyone was discussing and waiting, suddenly a pair of crystal white jade feet appeared in front of Mu Feng, and then, like a scan, the thighs above the jade feet appeared in front of Mu Feng's eyes little by little. Stunned, feeling extremely strange. Just when she was done, the woman was completely exposed in the room. Due to gravity, she was gently piled in Mu Feng's arm. At the same time, the small mouth of the jelly-like cherry was also imprinted on Mu Feng's double mouth. On his lip, Mu Feng felt a hint of coolness in an instant, and a hint of softness made him unable to take a sip. A strange feeling grew in his heart, and his arms would suddenly appear in his arm. Woman hug. There are cheap and non-stick bastards. Since Mu Feng is delivered to the door, he doesn't mind. Let's try it first. Hello, what is that guy doing? Is this indecent assault? That's right, it's still in the public eye. It's really daring. That guy is lucky. They're all dead people. Why don't I have such a good life? No, even if I can't try, I have to take 2 photos as a souvenir. Because of a young and hot woman who appeared, there was a lot of discussion in the room, and everyone made different action. A guy in his 20s was frantically taking pictures, and the others also had different expressions. Hey, it's almost as good as it gets, cheaper, so don't let it go. It's so risque. Let's drive them away. Looking at the 2 who were still making out, everyone had a feeling that they would say Portuguese before they could eat Portuguese. Sitting on the side at this moment, a burly guy who used to be an underworld guy stood up. With a lustful light in his eyes, he walked towards Mu Feng confidently, or more precisely, towards the woman. Extra Chapter 3. The first mission of the Scallion Star 13. The person here is a little shorter than Mu Feng and half a head, but his stature is a bit stronger than Mu Feng, and at first glance, he seems to be in the society with a suffocation. Maybe because this guy was a thug before his death, so he is also a little bit unscrupulous. He didn't pay attention to Mu Feng at all. It seemed that Mu Feng was just a family of tall students. The big man walks and Mu Feng stretches out his big hand and grabs the naked woman, and he said rudely, I should enjoy such a beautiful girl, and none of you come here, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Self-introduction. Everyone already knew that he was a thug, so he was naturally a little scared, and he didn't dare to make a sound and watch silently. With a light snap, Mu Feng slapped the big man with a slap, and didn't even bother to look at the big man, saying, go to the side. This woman has been branded as me from now on. Who wants what? I don't mind letting him die again. He picked up the somewhat sober naked woman and walked to the side corridor. Since kissing him is also a fate, of course, we can't expose her body anymore. Under the eyes of everyone, Mu Feng has not yet been so generous. The big man whose hand was open felt numb in his hand, and then froze for a moment, but his face became angry and sullen. He was considered to have been in the rivers and lakes. When did he get angry with this? He snorted and walked in. Gallery. Hey, what do these two want to do? Idiot. Obviously, I'm going to take a big shot for a woman, but it's a pity that such a beautiful woman doesn't have my share. That's right, you didn't look at those straight legs. It's just one place at a glance. If you think about it, it's a different flavor. The roar of the big man. Boy dares to go against Lao Su's wishes to keep me from being happy. Then I'll make your head blossom today. The big man with a loud roar rushed towards Mufeng and slapped him. The naked girl leaning on the wall had already understood at this time. She crouched on the ground and shielded her two hands in a hidden place, trying to make her own spring less exposed. When she saw the palm of the big man flashing over was a heart green, she finally understood what was going on. It was obvious that this big man was going to be rude to him. You really don't know how to live or die. It seems that I won't teach you a lesson. You don't know that Lord Ma has 3 eyes. Mufeng, who took off his cover and left a naked girl at will, has completely controlled the attack route of the big man. Shigan, finger pistol. Mufeng turned around and pointed his right hand. With a soft pop, the big man's palm was pierced by Mufeng's finger. Before the big man could cry, Mufeng followed with his right hand and grabbed the big man's broken palm. With one arm, he threw the big man out like throwing garbage and smashed it on the wall. With a muffled sound, a mysterious force removed the big man's impact, so the surrounding walls were still intact. The big man was not so lucky. After the violent impact, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, stared blankly at Mufeng with the eyes of Li Gui, and shivered under the wall. The people in the room who heard the sound of fighting rushed over with a hula, wanting to see what happened. The first one who ran in was a middle school student named Zan Yeji. When he saw the bloody big man, he was also shocked. Looking at Mufeng, he couldn't help but blurt out, "It's amazing." Behind him is a high school boy with a height of over 1.90 meters. He is Zan Yeji's playmate Kato Katsuya when he was a child. When he saw everything, he frowned. Amazing is awesome, but this way isn't it too domineering to beat someone to death? Hey, don't talk nonsense. Okay, be careful to be killed. A middle-aged man glanced at Mufeng, who was full of murderous aura, and took a step back and swallowed. "Hurry back, don't pay attention to them. Hurry up," said the first one to squeeze desperately into the room. Everyone who returned to the room asked with a puzzled look, "What did you mean just now? What do you mean? That boy is definitely not as simple as you think. He at least killed these people." The middle-aged man in a low voice stretched out a finger. "1 person. Zan Yi plan. Could it be 10? Looking at the middle-aged man who didn't nod his head, Kato Katsuki's expression changed drastically. "It's all wrong." Hearing what they said, the middle-aged shook his head and continued, "You haven't seen a guy who has really killed people, so of course you don't know the strong murderous aura on him. It must have killed more than 100 people. Even more people can have it." Quote, "What? It's impossible to kill so many people. How can you see that he is a middle school student just like us?" Zan Yeji exclaimed. "Haha, middle school student, you idiot." The boy standing in a corner of the room wearing black tights sneered for a while. "I didn't expect such a powerful guy to come this time. It seems that I have opponent, Nishijoichiro _you." Before everyone could accuse Nishijoichiro, a singing voice suddenly came from Gan, a black ball with a diameter of 2 meters in front of them. "A new morning is here, a morning to look forward to. Start 1 or 2. Is this the singing of radio gymnastic? What the hell is going on here?" Everyone who heard the singing was startled, and they forgot about Mufeng and gathered around the black ball. "The black ball has text on it." "Really? Look what's written on it." Just when everyone was puzzled, a text was displayed on the black ball. "Your life is over. How to use your new life is my freedom." That's it. What this? It looks absurd, but why do I feel so terrified? What are you doing? It's a lie. A person went up and knocked on the black ball and said inexplicably. Just as everyone was speculating, a change appeared on the black ball again. An ugly face and an image of a figure that looked like an onion appeared in front of everyone. "You are going to look for this guy, the onion star, who has strong characteristics and smell like things. Onion, friendship, catchphrase. As long as there are onions, it is enough." "What? It can't be a radio receiver. How could such a trick happen?" a person said inexplicably. With a click, the black ball suddenly moved on both sides, and then suddenly bounced out, with guns on one side and a row of boxes on the other, and the atmosphere in the whole room instantly became extremely strange. Chapter 4. Chasing and Killing the Onion Star. 23. Mufeng, who had already heard the gymnastic singing on the broadcast outside, was also moved as if the first mission was about to begin. Facing these strange things, Mufeng felt a little bit of excitement instead of fear. She down pointing arrow she, putting on his suit at a glance, as if wearing a short skirt. Mufeng Vivi Isho said, "What's your name?" My name is Kishimoto Wei." The two little hands tried their best to stretch the huge suit first, but the girl who wanted to cover a little more of the spring light with her said lively, "My name is Mufeng." Mufeng, who also signed up for the taboo, suddenly said again, "You are afraid of me, aren't you?" Kishimoto. "Yes." Kishimoto K, who replied, seemed to sense something was wrong, and waved his hands in a panic. "I'm not afraid anymore. That, thank you for saving me just now, or I can't imagine it." Looking at Kei Kishimoto, whose eyes eyes were flickering. Mufeng lit a cigarette and took a breath. Forget it. Whether you are telling the truth or lying, I hope you will follow me in the future so that you can live longer. Let go. The mission has begun. Mufeng, who did not explain much, quickly walked out of the corridor and came to the hut just now. Mission. Kishimoto, who was puzzled in line with the sentence, also followed Mufeng into the room. The appearance of Mufeng made everyone who was full of doubt feel scared for a while, and shrank their necks unconsciously, except for Nishijoichiro, who was wearing a black tight, who was watching Mufeng with interest. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Mufeng just stepped forward and looked at the same tab. Secretly said, "Song star person. It doesn't look that wrong." Then he found the box with his name and Kishimoto's name written on it, and took another one. "Take the gun back." He threw the box with K Kishimoto's name on it and the gun to Dao Kishimoto. "Put on these tight clothes, and then take the gun, and you have the ability to protect yourself. The clothes feel pretty good and seem to have a bit of defensive ability. As for the gun, Mufeng, he doesn't like it a bit. His body is the best weapon." But when Mufeng wanted to wear it, he realized that the clothes were too tight. Wearing a little ordinary clothes makes it difficult to wear tight clothes on your body. Although everyone didn't understand Mufeng's action, they still picked up gun. This thing seems to be different from ordinary gun. It seems to be some kind of pulse gun, but no matter what, at least they can feel at ease. Just when everyone took their weapons and clothes, the black ball changed again. The text and images on it all disappeared, and what replaced them was the time, an hour. At the same time, the people in the room began to disappear one after another, just like when he came to the dark room just now. Mufeng, who was unable to put on tight clothes, threw his clothes in the room at will, because he also felt the power of transmission from his head began to slowly disappear. What if he didn't have black tight? His body was still strong, and Mufeng had this confidence. "Ooh, I'm running out of time." Seeing Mufeng holding tight just now, Zanyeji seemed to feel that he took out his clothes and put them on tightly, but because of the short, he couldn't put them on at all. He had to throw off his shorts and wear it naked, but at this time he was only wearing one trouser leg and was teleported out. Kei Kishimoto, who was holding the box in her hand, screamed as she saw everything in her eye, and the box in her hand fell to the ground, hugging a dog beside her, seemingly frightened by such a scene. When Mufeng became conscious again, he had been teleported to an alley in a street, and the people who were in the room just now appeared around him. "There's a tram. This is the first district. Who knows?" The person who had teleported earlier looked at the tramway in the distance. "Who knows?" At this moment, Genoki-san, who was half-dressed, was also brought in. "Hey, what's the matter with this guy? Exhibitionist. He came without clothes on. Haha, why did you take off your clothes? It's so funny." Everyone around made fun of Huanya's plan. Zanyeji, who was laughed at by everyone, felt ashamed and slipped into a dark corner. Mufeng didn't laugh at him, but looked at Zanyeji with some admiration. This guy is still very smart, and he knows how to learn like others. Feeling that the newly born people laughed at Huanya's plan for a while, they also began to walk in group in the direction of the tram, as if they wanted to meet up. At this moment, Nishijoichiro suddenly shouted 10 million, and everyone who wanted to leave just now turned around. 10 million is not a small number for most of them. Seeing that everyone was almost energized, Nishijoichiro Vivi Isho began to talk about what this is, a TV entertainment program, and if you kill the black ball, you will get 10 million. Everyone also began to discuss with interest. It seems that a 10 million to splurge on them. Mufeng, who was leaning against the wall, was cold to Isho, and he didn't believe Nishijoichiro's nonsense at all. What 10 million? Shit, this guy must be an old man who has done tasks before, but what is his purpose? Mufeng does not, just watch things develop like a joke. The next step is much simpler. Nishijoichiro took out a PSP-like thing and pointed it to everyone, saying that the Yuhi point above represents the task character. Because of the stimulation of 10 million, 4 people have pointed to the Yuhi point. Run in the direction. Mufeng didn't care much. He just used observation hockey to feel everything around him, but immediately he frowned, and observation hockey could only vaguely feel the crowd, as if the reception signal was not good. Damn, it's a fucking plague. Compressing the hockey that interferes with him. Although this feeling is very uncomfortable, but Mufeng has no way to do it. He can only take one step at a time, but when he recovered, the one called Kishimoto K's girl even left with the other, as if she was a little afraid of Mufeng. Relying on the vague feeling, Mufeng also chased in the direction where everyone left, and he saw a good show in a short time. The 4 guys who went ahead actually found the so-called Onion Star people and blocked the Onion Star people in a corner. The Onion Star people, like children, held Onion in fear and said to themselves, "Don't kill me, I will give the onion to me. You, Galleon, I want onions to be useful, I want 10 million. But those 4 guys had already been fascinated by 10 million. How could they listen to them? They raised their pulse guns and slammed the trigger. However, seeing the Onion Star who was hit, there was no change at first, but immediately their bodies seemed to be full of energy. The deflated balloon exploded with a bang, and green blood splashed, and the guy named Kato Katsuya cried and roared, "How can you do this? This is killing people. It's unbelievable, you cold-blooded guy." Fanwai Killing Chapter 5 Beating the Younger to the Older, 30 34, asking for everything. Regarding Kato's accusation, the four of them laughed indifferently, and a guy who looked like a rogue college student carried a long pulse gun and said disdainfully, "What a hypocritical guy, what the matter? This onion star is not a human at all." Gun with the scanner above, you can see that his skeleton is completely different from that of a human being. Stop being so arrogant and look disgusting. That's right, it's just a TV show. There's no need to make a fuss, but this onion star exploded like a real-life explosion. It's really realistic. The guy with glasses said that in the torn apart of the onion star, people grabbing a handful on the court, his face immediately began to change because he felt that his hands were real flesh and blood. In an instant, the man's face turned pale, and he vomited loudly. The feeling of killing someone for the first time made him feel uncomfortable. Seeing the expression of the man with glasses, the others were also puzzled for a while. After they checked the body, there was another person who couldn't bear the pressure and his face turned pale. The other two guys who had been in the society didn't care. They had also seen the scene of the dead. The guy who was beaten to death by Mufeng glanced at Mufeng, who was standing on the ridge, and just wanted to shoot Mufeng with a gun, but he was stopped by the guy next to him. He shook his head. "Don't provoke that guy. Although you have suffered a little loss, you still have your life, even if you have a gun in your hand. We are not his opponent. That guy must be a ruthless killer who walked in the dark world." Mufeng, who was squinting at everything on the roof ridge, sneered contemptuously. If that guy didn't know his taste, he would be ruthless this time and let him go to see King Yama. Mufeng, who retracted his gaze from the two gangsters, began to think, the scallion star can't be so fragile. Except for 2 or 3 centimeters of sharp fingernails, it seems that he has no ability. It's so simple to solve it. It's a bit unreasonable. Is there any more? Can't other onion stars be successful? Just when Mufeng was thinking, the man with glasses also recovered and muttered to himself with a dull expression, "This must be a show to test courage and courage. It must be like this. I don't care about the show. What I care about is how the money get to the account. If I have money, I must find a girl to be happy." Kato, who was looking at the court, really burst into tears and said regretfully, "I'm sorry. I'll let you down if I didn't. I'm sorry." After hearing Kato's word, the four of them all gave him a dissatisfied look, but they didn't make any more excuses. At this time, a girl appeared upstairs opposite them. Seeing the girl who appeared, Kato seemed to have found a savior and shouted loudly, "Call the police! Call the police quickly!" "What did you say?" Kato's shout naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of everyone again, not to mention that even Mufeng, who was in the room, secretly shouted, "Silly X." However, what everyone didn't expect was that the girl shouted and pointed at them. "Mom, come and see." The wall of Mr. Wenjai's house on the opposite side suddenly collapsed. Everyone was speechless for a while, and the wall collapsed. Could it be that they only saw the damage of the wall, but not all of them in this bloody scene? This strange feeling reverberates in people's heart. What the hell is going on? After being silent for a while, the guy who looked like a rogue college student gave a helpless smile and said, "Have you seen the movie Ghost Eye? Sure enough, we are all dead. We are all ghosts, and living people can't see us. Don't be so funny." "Okay, I'm dead. Is I still alive and well?" Just as they kept arguing, Mufeng vaguely felt that something was moving towards him. Mufeng raised his head and looked into the distance. In his sight, a man with a face like old tree bark was moving towards here like a gust of wind. He was more than 2 meters tall with a large bag of green onions in his hand. "Hey, the guys below, be careful. There's a big guy here." Mufeng, who was standing on the roof, reminded Isho. Although he didn't like seeing these people, it didn't prevent him from reminding him. "Who is it? Is it a TV producer?" the man with glasses asked as if he were an idiot. The ghost believed. The half-dead lecherous man who was beaten by Mufeng just now had his arm cut off mercilessly by the star scallion who appeared. The pain made him manic, and he got up and howled like a wild wolf. At the same time, Star Onion's sharp and long claws also grabbed the lecherous man's head fiercely. In an instant, his knife-sharp fingernails had been clasped into the lecherous man's head, and blood was flowing. "Open, shoot!" The 3 exceptions, who were frightened, immediately slowed down and shot one after another. At the same time, the tall onion star also dodged, and at the same time, the sharp claws of his hands that were more than a foot long waved like crazy. "Fly! Don't move! I'll shoot when I move." Kato burst into tears from the shot. "I know you're sad and I know you hate them, but how could you do that?" Mufeng, who couldn't stand it any longer, jumped off the house, walked to Kato and looked at him like an idiot. "You're stupid. You can understand shit with him. Why don't you hurry up? Or get me out of the way." "Why? I will definitely be able to influence this grievance," Kato said with trembling arms. Resolve." Mufeng, who sneered for a while, threw a nail clipper to Kato and said, "If you can cut off his sharp nails, I will trust you." Kato, who was stunned for a while, was really cute and stupid, and he actually took the nail clipper and said to the onion star, "Cut your nails, we can live in peace." But the answer to him was the onion star's nail. "Go to the side for me, you idiot." Kato slammed violently, narrowly letting him escape the end of being dismembered, and then Mufeng swept his left foot violently. Iron nugget, whip leg. With a bang, Star Onion's huge body was kicked and dented, and then the body flew to the side of the wall. With a bang, the wall couldn't stand the huge impact, and instantly collapsed. Smoke and dust dust splashed everywhere. Yeah, the body is okay. It's as hard as cement, but you're still not good enough. Mu Feng, who chuckled lightly, swaggered towards the fallen Onion Star Man. After Chapter 6 Return to the Black Room, 44. It's amazing. Just now that person could only use a pistol to beat the Onion Star Man backward. I didn't expect him to kick the Onion Star Man out with just one kick. It's really strong. Parallel times parallel. Taking Kishimoto back to watch Zanyeji for a while, his eyes widened in disbelief. It very powerful, but it terrible and cold-blooded. Why didn't you save the other 4 people just now? I think he should have that ability. After all, Kato-kun is better. He is very kind. Kishimoto shrank his body, whispered, huh. The stunned Zanyeji looked at Kishimoto and thought silently, is there something wrong with this woman's head? Shaking his head helplessly, he quickly ran toward Kato, whose life was saved by Mu Feng. Tada! Mu Feng didn't go to see them, but kept walking towards the people from the Onion Star. He stopped halfway and said to the air on the side, what do you mean? I want to steal my prey. Nishijoichiro. Haha, I didn't expect you to feel the invisible me. I'm really wondering what kind of abilities you have. A flash of electric light. Nishijoichiro's figure appeared aside, looked at Mu Feng with a smile, and continued, it's okay to grab the monster. I just want to observe it, although I also need point. But this guy belongs to you. Wait, why do you have to kill him? Can't you just let him live? Kato, who had escaped the disaster, asked suspiciously. I don't know whether to call you stupid and cute, or call you stupid. Little people will never have the right to choose. Mu Feng, who replied lightly to Kato, came to the Star Onion, who got up. Shigen, finger pistol, Kaya. The blow of a violent storm smashed Star Onion's body like a sieve, but Star Onion seemed to have an extraordinary vitality, and was still immortal after a strong attack. His sharp fingernails lashed towards Mu Feng. Kami-e. Mu Feng, who was as soft as white paper, easily avoided the sharp claw. What the hell is this thing? It doesn't die like this. Do you have to take off your head? Mu Feng, who was swinging like a piece of paper in the air, was also a little puzzled. It's a strange guy, but you're right. These monsters have extraordinary vitality. Nishijoichiro was surprised to see Mu Feng's physical skill. Oh, that's a lot easier to handle. Mu Feng, Isho, who got the answer, punched the Onion Star Man on the wall, and then stood at a distance of 1 meter from him. Don't kill me. Spare me. The Scallion Star, who felt the breath of death, begged for mercy again and again. I'm sorry. If you want to blame it, you can blame the black ball of Gan. Mu Feng, who was a little regretful, said lightly, combination skill, Kai cannon. The roar of the cannon sounded, and the air seemed to be blasted. A shock wave visible to the naked eye steadily hit the head of the Onion Star, and the court fell to the ground with a bang. At the same time, the 2 behind the court fell. The wall was also shattered by Mu Feng's punch, and the rubble bounced out like bullets, hitting the surrounding houses and trees with a bang. Hey, there are some who don't have the master strength. Damn it. The change in the environment gravity caused a small error in Mu Feng's strength control. It seems that he needs to practice before the next mission, but that's fine. It can better consolidate the foundation and achieve fine control. Quote. Hey, isn't that true? Could it be that he can't have superpowers? Such a striking force is no different from a pulse gun. Seeing such a strong attack, Zanyeji exclaimed again. It's really a monster. Although I have heard that there are people in the world who can exert their physical fitness to an unbelievable level, I didn't expect to see it today, and it getting more and more interesting. Ha ha ha. Relative to the shock of Zanyeji and others, Nishijoichiro was extremely excited. What do you mean? There are still people like me in this world. Mu Feng, who retracted his hand, glanced at Nishijoichiro and said, is it weird? Superpowers, werewolf, and powerful vampires don't have the same abilities as you. The world is already very big. Isho. Nishijoichiro waved his hand. Don't talk about those useless. Well, it's time for us to go back to that room when we finish our mission. After listening to Nishijoichiro's word, Mu Feng's eyes flashed and he secretly said, it seems that this world is not as weak as you think. The dust fell, and Gan's teleportation started again. Mu Feng and the others returned to the room again. At the same time, Kato, who had just been slightly injured, also recovered as before. What going on? Kato asked in confusion, feeling the wound just now. Nothing. As long as you come back here, you can completely heal all your injuries in Gantz in one breath. It's that simple. I didn't expect so many people to survive this time. It seems to have taken advantage of you. Nishijoichiro, who made a simple answer, gave Mu Feng a meaningful look, then came to the black ball and knocked. Let's rate it. Did you give the name Gan? Kato stepped forward and asked. No, this name has been around for a long time. Nishijoichiro replied lightly, silently looking at the display on the black ball. Following Nishijoichiro's word, the time on the black ball suddenly changed, and a series of words appeared on it. The dog gored 0 point. A guy with absolutely no fighting spirit, always sticking out his tongue and wagging his tail too much, as if he knew what to say about himself. The dog whimpered and ran to the side in a depressed mood. Big breasts are 0 point. The breasts are too huge, and they always walk around naked. Are you talking about me? Kishimoto said angrily, pointing to the picture of himself on the black ball. The answer is already very obvious. obvious, so there is no need for others to answer. Kato has 0 point, a bad guy, and he probably won't be so lucky next time. Wes-kun has 0 point, with a cumulative score of 87, and there is still 13 points left to finish. Zanyi 0 point, how to evaluate it? A little lewd. Bastard, who are you talking about? Zan Yeji jumped in dissatisfaction. Mu Feng scored 3 points. He is really a guy who shouldn't appear. He is cold-blooded but very powerful. With 3 points accumulated, he is still 97 points away from the end. After the broadcast of Mu Feng's score, the black ball flashed and the screen went black again, as if there was nothing just now. The same happened. Hey, what going on? Why do you know so much? Seeing that everything was calm, Zan Yeji asked. Haha, it's not very simple, because I came here a year earlier than you, and I fought here for a year. Along with the death of countless old people, a new group of newcomers were welcomed. It just like this. Nishijoichiro Vivi Isho said. As his word fell, the room fell into a dead silence. Slaughter Chapter 7 Kishimoto Night Visit 13. After Shijong finished speaking, he came to the side of the black ball, twisted the ears of the bald man with a tube inserted in the black ball, and rows of black and white photos of dead people appeared in front of everyone. Proportional square root s proportional. After listening to Shijong's words and adding the photos of the dead on the black ball, everyone except Mufeng felt their scalp go numb and their hair stood on end. Those of them who had never experienced killing also felt how terrifying it was. The experience is like walking a tightrope between life and death. After a short silence, Kato suddenly shouted angrily, "Why didn't you tell us when we came in? Wouldn't that make more people live?" It's very simple. The moment when the monster kills is the most lack, and it is also the easiest time for me to succeed. As for the life and death of others, what does it have to do with me? Shijong tilted his head and said nonchalantly, "You bastard." Kato snapped. "Okay, be quiet, Shijong, share what you know." Mu Feng, who was smoking a cigarette, stopped this meaningless part. "And you're obviously very powerful. Why don't you take action earlier? So many people will die less." Hearing Mu Feng's word, Kato asked angrily like a mad dog that bites everyone. Mu Feng raised his brow, let out a smoke ring and snorted coldly, looking at Kato who looked like an idiot. "Whether you want to be a Buddha or an old coon, I didn't stop you, but you have to have that strength." "No strength. Just don't bite people with your character. If you don't change it, the next mission will be your death." Mu Feng, who spat out a mouthful of saliva, continued, "If you have no strength, you still have a feeling of pity for the world. It's not good. And don't forget that Lao Su saved your life. Talk to Lao Su politely." Kato, who was still annoyed just now, suddenly lost his temper. What Mu Feng said was a fact which left him speechless. That Kato-kun just wants more people to survive, so it's not a mistake. Kishimoto defended in a low voice, but she really lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Mu Feng's expression. "Well, don't blame Kato. He didn't mean to blame you." Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Zan Yiji also spoke out to discourage him. "He is a guy with a brain. Mu Feng's strength is very afraid of angering Mu Feng. I'm not your nanny. If you want to live a better life in the future, you must be strong. It's better to beg for yourself." After glancing at the crowd, Mu Feng sighed and said, "You and I are just little people, and there are no rules at all. Only the truly strong can control the fate of others, and you will understand it later." After that, Mu Feng stopped talking, and whether they could understand the essence of his words depends on their comprehension. Seeing that everything calmed down, Shijong also began to tell some things about this room. "This strange space will randomly select some dead people and copy them here to complete the task. As long as the points reach 100 points, there are 3 choices. 1 is to forget everything here and return to society. 2 is to exchange for more advanced weapons and continue to fight. 3 is to revive any person who died in the black ball space." Then Shijong pointed out that in the future, people who go out of a certain range of tasks will die. At the same time, it also shows that the room should not tell the things here to outsiders, otherwise it will be smashed by the bomb in his head. It doesn't matter to Mu Feng. He just has a brief understanding of what Dao knows, but the other 3 are shocked when they hear it. "It's hard to believe the fact that you and the others have died." After finishing the story, Shijong laughed and pushed away and left the room, while Mu Feng and the others also came outside again, briefly introduced them, and then took taxis to go home. Since that mission, Mu Feng's life has returned to calm again. After a day of high school life, he immediately felt boring, so he took a big vacation and began to continuously cultivate his ability, hoping to fully control it before the next mission. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Mu Feng, who came back from practice on this day, had not waited to go upstairs when he felt that there was a person at the door of his house. These 3 days of practice also made Mu Feng observation hockey a little small. It's not a problem to feel the breath of people, just don't know who it is. With vigilance, Mu Feng walked up the stairs and found Kishimoto, wearing a beige shirt and a black short skirt, curled up at the door of his house. Seeing Kishimoto's arrival, Mu Feng was a little puzzled, but he still walked in front of her and squatted down, like a stray puppy, so pitiful. Slowly walking to Kishimoto, he stretched out his hand to wake Kishimoto, who was sleeping like a cat. "What's the matter, Miss Kishimoto?" This is your student ID card." Then he took out out his student ID card from Kabuto and said, "It fell into my house when I was changing clothes." "Oh, it's nothing." Mufeng waved his hand indifferently. Now that he doesn't have to go to school, his student ID card is just a piece of waste paper. However, out of courtesy, Mufeng still asked, "Would you like to go into the room for a drink?" "Really?" Kishimoto, who swallowed his saliva, asked eagerly. "Haha, come in. It's just me living alone. It doesn't matter." Mufeng showed a sunny smile, and the gate of opening let Kishimoto into the room and poured her a glass of juice. Kishi was stunned when she saw Mufeng's smile. She didn't expect that Mufeng, who killed people without blinking in the mission, would still have such a sunny side. "Haha, slow down and no one is robbing you. I'll give you this bottle." Mufeng, who laughed loudly, pushed a bottle of juice to Kishimoto. Kishimoto's eyes lit up, and she even claimed that she was thankful and then took it and drank it violently. At the same time, her stomach grumbled for a while. It seemed that she was hungry. Some helpless Mufeng made a hearty dinner and left Kishimoto to enjoy it together. Looking at Kishimoto, who seemed to have not eaten for 2 or 3 days, Mufeng was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask any question. After all, everyone has own privacy. Kishimoto, who had eaten, left the door, but Mufeng felt that she was just wandering downstairs, and then seemed to make up her mind and walked up again. Extra Chapter 8 Pet Task again, 2 more, 2. Why is there anything else? Mufeng pushed the gate of opening and asked Kishimoto with a smile. She down pointing arrow she. That, do you have cats and dog here? Those pets? Kishimoto asked coyly, putting his hand on Yuhi's lip. Pet. Mufeng scratched his head and looked at Kishimoto in front of him. It was a little bit incomprehensible. Looking at the expression on Kishimoto's face, he said, "There should be that, right? I'm not too sure." "What are you asking about?" Yes, can you raise that one?" Kishimoto asked with hope. Mufeng glanced around and found no pets at all. He became more and more confused and looked at Kishimoto in confusion. Kishimoto shyly pointed at himself. "Yuhi, then can you keep me? It's like having a pet." Hearing what Kishimoto said, even Mufeng was taken aback. Raising her was like a pet. Does this mean that Mufeng would treat her like a slave girl? This is too direct. A not very harmonious scene appeared in Mufeng's mind. He held a whip in one hand and an iron chain in the other. The other end of the chain was tied to Kishimoto's snow-white neck. She was crawling at Mufeng's feet like a puppy, staring affectionately. "Master, please be gentle. I'm afraid of the pain." Thinking of such a scene, Mufeng also felt a shiver all over his body. He couldn't tell whether it was enjoyment or discomfort. He shook his head vigorously and strangled the discordant image in his fantasy mind, but his actions made Kishimoto misunderstand. She was a little disappointed and said, "I'm sorry, this is still not good." "That's not impossible. It doesn't matter if you are a person, but you said that it makes me feel awkward like raising a pet." Mufeng, who coughed dryly, also recovered from the embarrassing atmosphere. "Really? Then thank you very much," Kishimoto said with excitement in his eye, as if he had picked up 10 million, which made her happy. After experiencing the awkward atmosphere, Mufeng let Kishimoto into the room for the second time, poured a glass of juice for Kishimoto, and after sitting down again, Mufeng asked strangely, "Is something wrong?" After being silent for a long time, Kishimoto sighed and said, "I only found out that there is another me after I went home last time. So, well, are you saying that the one who committed suicide hasn't died yet?" Mufeng, who also poured himself a cup, finally calmed down. "That's right, that's what I meant. Kishimoto sobbed and was speechless. "I see, you can live here in the future, and treat this as your home." Mufeng, who took a sip of water, said calmly, as if all this was nothing. But he had to sigh in his heart that such unreliable things would happen everywhere, which was really speechless. After this brief heart-to-heart talk, Mufeng and Kishimoto lived under the same roof. Time passed little by little, and they had been living together for more than a week in the blink of an eye. That night, Mufeng suddenly felt a squeaking sound in his head. This feeling is clear to Mufeng, but this is the second mission to start. After notifying Kishimoto, who was still watching TV, Mufeng began to wait silently. Sure enough, the time was short and that wonderful power came next time. He and Kishimoto also reappeared in Black Ball's room. After their arrival, Shizhong, Zanyeji, Kato and Dog also appeared one after another. The old man from the last time was once again complete, but everyone didn't speak and just waited. They all knew that there would be new people coming, and it really didn't take much time. 4 men who looked like gangsters appeared in the room. After them was a grandson and grandson, followed by a handsome man and a woman with disheveled hair like Sadako, and then the Black Ball disappeared. It seems that this mission is also these people. After the newcomer was in a panic for a while, the 3 gangster-looking guys turned their attention to the shore itself. "Haha, I didn't expect there is a chick here. We want to have a good time. Come on, rock, paper, scissors to decide the order. There's still so much trouble. I'll come first and then give you a chance." A gangster walked toward Kishimoto. Some scared Kishimoto hurriedly ran behind Mufeng, stuck out his small head and looked at the coming person in horror. "If you don't want to die, go to the side." Mufeng, who was standing in front of Kishimoto, said lightly, "What are you talking about, kid?" In an instant, the 3 thugs surrounded Mufeng and were about to start. It seems that the staff will be reduced before before the mission starts. Haha, it's really interesting. Shijong pursed his lips and chuckled. 3 people or nothing at all. Shigen, finger pistol. Seeing the 3 people who didn't know what to do, Mufeng also took a shot. No matter how lazy he was, maybe only blood can make these people smarter. With a few soft sounds, the 3 thugs rolled over and fell to the ground, holding their chests and rolling back and forth on the ground. However, Mufeng stood there silently as if nothing happened, waiting for the start of the mission. After this bloody episode, Kato and Zanyeji began to tell the story here. The time is not long. The black ball rang again to show the mission this time. From now on, please go and defeat this man. Tanaka Hoshito, with strong characteristic, hearty, bird-like things, bird, chocolate ball, mantra, ha ha ha. After the introduction to play everything, the gun in the box containing the tight clothes also popped out, and everyone changed clothes and picked up the gun under the urging of Kato and others. Just at this moment, the sudden change, the 3 severely injured guys pointed at Mufeng as soon as they got the gun, as if they wanted to retaliate for the hatred they had just been humiliated. I really don't know whether to live or die. Since you all want to die, I'll give you a ride. Mufeng, who was cold to Isho, immediately started, but this time he didn't show mercy. Shade, iron nugget, whip leg. The leg danced like the wind and were unpredictable. Before the 3 thugs could understand what was going on, they were kicked by Mufeng, their brains bursting, and the dead body fell to the ground with a thud. Mufeng, who was looking at the corpse, sneered for a while. His eyes swept across the crowd like a knife, making everyone feel horrified. Remember them all, and Ku will end up just like these 3 bastards. P.S. It's his mother's, and the repairing of the line actually ended the electrical repair. I wrote it in the internet cafe. I feel very bad. I will update it today, and I will write it home when the line is finished. Depressed. These 2 days actually dropped more than 30 favorite crying. Figure Tanaka Starman. Fanwy 9 Weird Tanaka Hoshito 12 asked for everything. Mufeng's bloody method was startling, and everyone was dumbfounded. He didn't want Mufeng to kill him without mercy. Even Kishimoto behind him was trembling against the wall, and she didn't understand what made Mufeng become another person, and the amiable and sunny big boy who had been with him during this period of time was completely different. If she hadn't known that this person was Mufeng, she would definitely think that he was a fake. Yuhi Mao, who was with the 3 gangsters, was about to speak angrily when he saw Mufeng's icy eye, making him feel as if he was in the eternal ice cave. His whole body went cold. The breath of death surrounded him, making him dare not say a word. Why do you want to kill again? Can't you talk properly? The good old man Kato's expression changed drastically and his face was livid. Mufeng turned his head slowly and looked at Kato's face as plain as water. It's very simple. They're just damn, and I know what you think, and I want more people to survive, but you have to remember one sentence. Not afraid of god-like opponent. I'm afraid of pig-like teammate. Their garbage will never help you in any way, but will drag you down. Kato, who was about to say something, was suddenly pulled by Zanyeji, and the meaning was obvious, but he wanted to shut up quickly and not make Mufeng angry. Haha, I just found out that you were the smartest here. I can see the problem at a glance. Now I admire you, Mufeng, Shizhong said with a laugh, completely agreeing with Mufeng's point of view. HMPH, a true partner can sacrifice his life to protect others. You people don't understand it now. Mufeng, who glanced around, said firmly, human nature is terrifying, and some people you will never be able to influence. Mufeng's sonorous and powerful voice echoed in the room, making them suddenly confused. Mate, what is it like? This question kept popping up in their mind, and the room suddenly became silent. Suddenly, a loud cry broke the silence in the room, because Zanyeji found that there was no type for him. His sweat dripped from his forehead, and looked at everyone helplessly. What should I do? What should I do? I forgot my clothes at home. Quote, haha, it seems that another person is dead. Shizhong looked at 20G, who had no masters, and gloated. Fortunately, there are still 3 pieces left here. Zanyeji, who was extremely flustered, saw the 3 extra tight, and hoped again. Don't be stupid. Wearing someone else's clothes doesn't work. Just enjoy the process of dying slowly. Shizhong sneered again. Zanyeji, who was panicked again, finally set his eyes on Mufeng, ran over, grabbed Mufeng's arm and begged, you are the most powerful. You must protect me. As long as you protect me, and I will follow you in the future, willing to obey your order. Quote, looking at 20G who was begging so hard in front of him, Mufeng patted him on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. Even if you don't have type, you won't necessarily die. As long as you work hard and use your brain, there is still hope of surviving. Somewhat disappointed in Zanyi's plan, Mufeng said again, Isho, but I will still take care of you. Really? Thank you then. After listening to the second half of the sentence, Zanyeji saw hope again. It was also at this time that Gan's teleportation also started, and the top of it showed the mission time, and a person was teleported from the room to the outside. Mufeng, who was teleported to the outside, looked around blankly. This time it was an alley again, and he found that he seemed to be separated from others. He turned on observation hockey to scan the surrounding environment, and it took a long time to vaguely find that there seemed to be someone on the bridge in the distance. He quickly ran to the bridge. bridge. When he came to the bridge in a short time, he heard a harsh sonic boom. Along with the sonic boom, Shizhong was also smashed and flew out, while the other people stood on the bridge and didn't know what to do. At this moment, Shizhong, who was under the river, suddenly cried out for help. Who of you will save me? Hurry up and save me. My clothes are bursting, and the energy is about to run out. Everyone on the bridge looked at each other in dismay. The grandfather and grandson looked at Shizhong, who was calling for help, and shook his head and walked into the distance. The gangster with Yui hair also disappeared, and the rest of the people began to hesitate, not knowing what to do. Shade. Mu Feng's figure quickly appeared on the bridge, looking at the crowd and said indifferently, I'm right, you don't have to protect everyone, and you can't protect everyone. Sometimes your protection will only in exchange for their indifferent treatment. I won't have any gratitude. After saying that, his figure flew above the river. Although Shizhong's mouth was a little stinky, but he had to admit that he was still useful. Moon Step. Mu Feng, who stomped several times in the air, grabbed Shizhong in the water and threw it to the bridge. At this moment, Hoshido Tanaka, who looked like a puppet, suddenly jumped out of the water and opened his mouth, neighing, and then a sound wave blasted towards Mu Feng. Land lag. Tornado. The tornado kicked out by Mu Feng and the sonic impact of Starman Tanaka met violently in the air. With a loud bang, water splashed all over the plate, and the huge impact pushed Mu Feng and Starman Tanaka away. Yeah, the strength is pretty good. It has the strength of Kai Island's impact on Shellfish. Mu Feng, who was flipping in the air, muttered to himself, hey, is he still human? How can he be so strong that he can continue that sonic attack with his bare hand? It's not surprising, he's just that powerful. Don't look at him without tight clothes, but he's definitely stronger than us with clothes on. Even Kato, who had been at odds with Mu Feng, couldn't help but praise him. It's really powerful. If we were as strong as him, we would definitely live longer. Zan Yeji said enviously. Just as they were discussing on the bridge, Mu Feng had already started a fierce battle with Tanaka Starman, another sonic cannon attack, and was dodged by Mu Feng, but the riverbank behind him was hit by a sonic attack. A deep hit. Haha, isn't that right? Now it's my turn to attack, so let me die. Mu Feng let out a long whistle and stepped in the air to capture the trajectory of Starman Tanaka. Iron Nugget. Steel Fist. Mu Feng punched Tanaka Starman's chest with a heavy punch, denting him, and Tanaka Starman also flew out and slammed onto the heady. When he succeeded, Mu Feng immediately caught up and punched Tanaka Starman's head. Mu Feng's puppet-like skull was blown up by a punch, but just when everyone thought it was over, a big bird came out of Tanaka Starman's bosom, and after a soft cry, it quickly fled into the distance. Extra Chapter 10 Integrating the Team. 22. Bird. A bird ran out of that person's body. What the hell is going on? That's right, what kind of monster is this? It's so scary. Down pointing arrow. Down pointing arrow. Seeing such a strange Tanaka Hoshido, everyone on the bridge opened their eyes and whispered in disbelief. Yeah, what an interesting alien. Looking at the big bird running away like a duck, Mu Feng Vivi Isho, do you think you can escape from my palm? Land lag. A vacuum slash from the brush flew out quickly, cutting the big green-haired bird fleeing in the distance in half, and the court fell into the dust with a plop. After doing all this, Mu Feng flew over to the bridge and looked at Shizhong, who was lying on the ground in embarrassment. How about Shizhong? Are you dead? If you don't die, stand up for me. Breathing heavily, Shizhong, who felt that he had survived, climbed up from the ground and looked at Mu Feng in front of him and said gratefully, thank you for saving me. Tears flashed in his eyes. It completely different from the cold and arrogant he used to be, like a helpless child. In the past, sacrificing others to complete the task felt very despicable and very hateful. I didn't expect Shizhong to have such a vulnerable side. Could it be that he is the real him now? I know Shizhong, but I don't know why he has changed so much. After listening to Xuanyeji's words, Shizhong silently turned his head and roared at Xuanyeji, do you think I just want to become what I am now? I don't want to either. I hate the current messy society. I want to work hard to change, but in the end, it still can't change everything. After the loud roar, Shizhong seemed to be vented, and his expression became sad. I just want to live. I don't want to die. I want to live hard for my mother. Looking at the tearful Shizhong, Mu Feng also let out a long sigh, and his expression was a little lonely. He also thought of everyone in the pirate world, and couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes it's like this. People can't help themselves in the rivers and lakes, but even so, there's no need to sacrifice other people's lives. Isn't that too cruel? Kato said with some dissatisfaction. Although he also sympathized with Nishiho, he still couldn't agree with his point of view. Okay, don't talk about it. If you want to talk about the family, now is the time to hurry up. Mu Feng, who stopped such a nutritious conversation, turned cold again. If you want to survive, you must prove yourself. From now on I will only take care of those who can really face the battle. I think you all have reasons for wanting to live, so let's work together. Quote, silent. When Mu Feng finished speaking, the bridge became silent again. Everyone fell into contemplation, and no one responded to Mu Feng's suggestion. Why don't you have other ideas? I'm still saying that. I'm not your nanny, and I can't protect you forever. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself, and learn to kill and fight. No waiting for everyone in reply. reply, Mufeng directly issued the final order. From now on, everyone must fight. If you want to fish in troubled waters, please leave. It's not that Mufeng is ruthless, but that he must teach them how to survive in adversity. After speaking, Mufeng waited for a minute and found that no one left the team, and a smile appeared on his face. In the future, you will be very grateful for your decision. Then he glanced at Shizhong and said, turn on the radar. Find the location of other Tanaka stars. Since they have not been teleported back after killing one, there must be other monsters. After Mufeng's integration, several people on the bridge formed a small group and began to search for the whereabouts of other monsters. Fortunately, Shizhong's radar was not too difficult to find. The following people also began to fight under the supervision and guidance of Mufeng. Under the oppression of death, they also burst into amazing potential. In a short time, they cleaned up the scattered Tanaka stars around, and also discovered the ancestor, the bodies of the two sons. Then they came to the last giant Yuhi point, which was the last place where the monsters lived. This was a simple model house. In front of the model house, they also saw Yuhi's hairy gangster with a different head. Mufeng opened observation hockey, and initially noticed that there were 5 monsters here. One bigger was the final boss, and 4 smaller ones. There are 4 small ones and 1 big one. You deal with the small one, and the big one is handed over to me. After reminding everyone, Mufeng flew with a kick, and a 4 to 5 meter long vacuum chopped the model house. The 5 monsters inside also rushed out. The 4 puppet-like Hoshido Tanaka kept shouting, Yuzo-kun, Yuzo-kun, and the big one turned out to be a big green-haired bird 2 or 3 meters high. It stood up with a pair of ping-pong-sized. His eyes swept across the crowd, and there was a strong killing intent in his eyes. Seeing the 4 puppet-like dark people from Tanaka, without Mufeng's guidance, Zanyeji, Shizhong and others also rushed up, and handed the huge green bird over 2 meters high to Mufeng. Looking at the huge green bird, Mufeng, Vivi Isho, hooked his finger at it and joked, come on, little darling, let the young master take you to where you should go. Seeing the provocative Mufeng in front of him, the huge green bird let out a long cry. Its wings spread out into the air, and its sharp claws flashing coldly grabbed Mufeng, as if it was going to tear Mufeng to pieces. It good to come. With a good sound of Mufeng, he retreated and drew out the phantoms to avoid the giant bird's attack. At the same time, he kicked the giant bird with a lightning-like volley. Land leg. Although the giant bird has a tall body, it does not clumsily rotate in the air to avoid Mufeng's attack, and then the huge bird's beak slams open and shoots out a huge sonic cannon. Iron steel fist. On the side of Mufeng's body in the air, dodging the attack of the giant bird, he slammed a fist on the bird's head, and the sound of a metal wire sounded, remembering that the giant bird was smashed to the ground by Mufeng's heavy punch. With a bang, a big pit appeared on the street. Not bad. The feathers are as hard as steel, but it's still not enough to look at. Seeing the giant bird struggling in the pit, Mufeng said contemptuously, and his body spun at high speed in the air. Combination skill. Battle act. With a bang, the giant bird, who had no time to dodge, was kicked by the kick containing hockey, and the core fell to the ground. After they dealt with all the Tanaka stars, the transmission of the black ball also started again, and they also returned to the black room once in a short time. Extra Chapter 11 Score. Vampire Now. 13. The people who completed the task returned to the dark room again, and their wounds were miraculously healed again. This time, 2 more people survived than the first time, a man and a woman from the new group. Everyone alive cheered, and then turned their eyes to Mufeng. Proportional square root est proportional. Perhaps because of the teachings of the mission just now, they really understood Mufeng's painstaking efforts, so they unknowingly regarded Mufeng as the leader of the team. Even Shizhong, who had always been self-righteous. But Mufeng didn't say anything, didn't boost morale, and didn't blame everyone's inadequacy, but leaned on the wall and looked at the black fairway. Gantz has come back as well. Let go. Following Mufeng's voice, Gantz also started to run again to start the scoring of this task. The dog is 0 point. Completely unmotivated. You should do something. Hey, do something. It's just a dog. Okay. Seeing Gantz's evaluation, the surviving Zanyeji couldn't help but scold the dog. Gantz ignored the complaints about Zanyeji and continued to score. The big breasts are 10 points, and the performance can be finished with 90 points. Why are you big breasts again? Gantz, can't you change your name, you bastard? Kishimoto, who was very dissatisfied with his name, complained. Kato has 5 points, and there is still 95 points to end. Shikun scored 92 points. Wasn't the moment when he almost died that it was very exciting, and he was still 8 points away from finishing. Seeing his score, Vivi twitched the corner of Shizhong's mouth and scolded, bastard. Sadako has 0 points. Too much attention to gaze, too little appearance. Sadako. Who is Sadako? Kato asked suspiciously. That her. Mufeng, who was smoking a cigarette to relieve the pressure, said with a finger to hide in the corridor, and a half-length woman said, oh, she is Sadako, so who is gay? Seeing Sadako's 20 plan, he seemed to be interested, and Isho asked, who knows, maybe he's already dead. The new man said with a Yuhi expression, a little embarrassed, but as soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone changed immediately, and the new man who saw everyone's strange expressions asked strangely, what's wrong with everyone? Before Before he could finish speaking, he saw Gantz show his photo. 10 points for gaze, and 90 points to finish. Damn, did you make a mistake? Don't make such a joke. Okay. Seeing Gantz's display, the new man couldn't help roaring loudly. At the same time, he also looked up like everyone and wanted to exclaim, but all the men, including Mu Feng, all stepped back and pulled away from him. Don't come here, or I'll kill you. Shi Zhang, who was closest to the gay man, roared uncomfortably. In the face of Shi Zhang's accusation, the gay comrade blurted out, I want you. But after he finished speaking, he seemed to feel that something was wrong and waved his hands again and again. Yeah, it's not really gay, right? Mu Feng, who gasped for breath, looked at the handsome rookie man suspiciously. I think it's true. He said that he wants Shi Zhang. I really didn't expect that he is handsome and has such a different hobby. Zan Yeji, who shrank back, muttered in a low voice, but his tone quite short. No, it's not what you think. I mean, he wants me. No, it's right that I'm not gay anyway. Looking at the crowd retreating, the gay defended incoherently. Hey, isn't it nice to be gay? How come you are like this? Even Mu Feng, Kishimoto said with some dissatisfaction. That, I'm not discriminating, it's just a little hard to accept. Thinking of such a handsome guy getting together with another man, Mu Feng also felt a tingling in his scalp. Asshole, I always said I'm not gay. I'm not gay. Looking at everyone's distrustful eye, the gay man roared loudly and retreated to the corner with a low expression and muttered to himself, I'm not gay. Quote, forget it, it's someone's personal hobby. We don't care about it too much. Looking at the gay comrade with a low expression, Mu Feng waved his hand. After listening to Mu Feng's word, everyone stopped talking about this topic. The gay man let out a helpless wailing. At this moment, Gantz began to score again, and the photo of Zan Yeji appeared. The minion has 15 points, and there are 85 points to end. Hey, did you make a mistake, you bastard? Zan Yeji tapped Gantz, venting his dissatisfaction. Mu Feng has 31 points. You are still so unpleasant. I really hope you don't come back next time. There are still 69 points to end. Haha, whether you like it or not. To be honest, I don't like you very much. Gantz. Looking at Gantz's evaluation, Mu Feng haha isho. However, along with Mu Feng's laughter, Gantz was silent again, and everything was calm again. Seeing that the grading was over, Mu Feng said, okay, this mission is over. Now everyone can go back to their respective home, but I hope to see you all working harder next time. After saying that, he left with a smile. Go out. Everyone, look at me, and I look at you. And then they all told Mu Feng to leave Gantz's room. After going through this mission, it seems that everything has become calm again. Mu Feng is still living with Kishimoto, and the rest are living their own life. Time passed bit by bit like running water. It was a month in the blink of an eye. During this month, Mu Feng also made great progress. He finally controlled his own power and was able to use Haki hardening. He and Kishimoto got along well. It was considered harmonious, but Mu Feng still felt that Kishimoto sometimes liked to cling to him, but sometimes he was a little afraid of him, and he really didn't understand this woman. Mu Feng, who had finished training that day, walked towards the house, but suddenly he stopped because he felt that nearly 100 people were moving towards him, and it seemed that there was a tendency to merge him. Mu Feng didn't move but just waited silently. He wanted to see what these guys were going to do. It was not too long before 110 people surrounded Mu Feng, and it was really crowded. A strong man walked out with a gun and looked at Mu Feng coldly and said, you are one of those people in black with some secret. The man in black. What is the man in black? Mu Feng, who was holding a cigarette, glanced at the guys around him with a blank expression and said indifferently, with his skills, he naturally ignored these guys. You don't have to argue. We got some news that you are the leader of those weird guys in black tights. The strong man in the lead looked at Mu Feng, who was not afraid at all, and said with a displeased expression, haha, I said it's not that you don't believe it either. Since you don't believe it, what nonsense are you talking about? He probably understood that these people were talking about Gantz, so Mu Feng didn't want to explain anymore. You guessed it right. Even if you don't want to die here today, our vampires will take your life. The vampire Brawny with 2 Snow White Kiba laughed unbridled. Fanway 12 Enchanted 23. Vampires have been circulating their legends from ancient times to the present, and various books, movies and TV shows their figures constantly, but their descriptions are different, and their strengths are also uneven. I heard that their vampire ancestors can destroy the sky, the supreme powerhouse of the earth, but this time Mu Feng was fortunate enough to see a real vampire. Operator at a operator. Their appearance is not much different from that of human being, but the skin is a little pale, as if they have not experienced sunlight for a long time. If you don't see those sharp Kiba, it is difficult to walk across from ordinary people. Discover their true identity. Just when Mu Feng was looking at him with great interest, the big man opposite the leader didn't seem to have the patience to wait any longer. There was a ferocious look on his pale cheek, and the submachine gun in his hand was a shuttle of bullets at Mu Feng. The fire snake was sluggish, and the starlight was particularly dazzling in the dark night. With the sound of gunshot, dozens of vampires with knives, guns and sticks swarmed up like locusts, as if they wanted to smash Mu Feng to pieces. Haha, good, very good. Those who commit my majesty will be punished far away, so let your blood pay for the mistakes you made. Mu Feng, who was laughing, had blood in his eyes. A violent slaughter. Meant to move. Shave. Shigan. Finger pistol. Kaya. Mu Feng's body turned and his movements were like electricity. The ghosts evaded the attacks of the vampires quickly and just right. Since they had the heart to kill, Mu Feng naturally wouldn't keep his hand where he said it left the tragic wailing of the vampire. Mu Feng was like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. With a cold murderous aura, he swept away everything. In the blink of an eye, dozens of vampires whose heart had been smashed collapsed in a pool of blood. Why is he actually a Chinese warrior? Everyone, don't get close, but retreat quickly and use guns to attack from a distance. The big man who saw a large area of his companions was also shocked, and then shouted loudly. With a bang, the remaining 10 or so vampires retreated like a tide, and then there was a muffled sound, and a torrent of steel swallowed Mu Feng. Iron block, corundum, iron, steel fist, iron nugget, whip leg. Mu Feng, who was covered in blood, moved like the wind, and his fists and feet were unpredictable and frequently launched offensive. At this moment, he was already bloody Yuhi in his eye, and a tyrannical aura rose sharply, like a ghost from hell, killing him with thick blood. She did not evade, but instead rampaged, like a humanoid mecha constantly crushing, and I don't know what happened. Now Mu Feng seems to be very bloodthirsty. The screams continued to ring in Mu Feng's ear, like a melodious gale, which made him even more excited. Countless bullets hit his body that surpassed the steel, and were bounced out and sputtered to the surrounding wall. Above the tree, everything around them became riddled with holes in an instant. After more than 10 minutes, the big vampire left the world with a look of horror on his face. The entire dark place was covered with corpses in a blink of an eye, and a strong bloody aura lingered in the air for a long time. But Mu Feng, who was covered in blood and ragged, didn't notice it, but his face became a little distorted. The blood on his fingers fell to the ground, and there was a hideous smile on his face. Killing is the way. One thought becomes a Buddha, one thought becomes a demon. Although Mu Feng has experience in 3 worlds, but his heart seems to have not really been tempered. The killing of the pirate world, coupled with the bloody slaughter here, let the bloodthirsty demon thoughts he had hidden in his heart erupted. If Mu Feng couldn't understand his true heart, he might have another murderous demon king in the future. After doing all this, Mu Feng disappeared into the night with a long whistle and walked towards his home. There was a soft click, and Mu Feng, covered in blood like the god of killing, appeared in front of Kishimoto, which made her feel a burst of fear, and her face was pale, and she trembled. You killed again. Why are you so addicted to killing? Why the hell did that usually amiable Mu Feng go there? Can't you have a benevolent heart like Kato? The blood in his eyes. Yuhi hadn't retreated. Mu Feng, staring at Kishimoto in front of him, his expression became terrifying, grabbed Kishimoto's clothes and showed a penetrating smile. Kato, he can be compared to me for anything. And are you in love with that hypocrite? You say, you hurt me, let it go, and I don't. Kishimoto, who was caught by Mu Feng, shouted with a pale face. You're a woman who lives with me and still thinks about other men. It's really hateful. The somewhat demonized Mu Feng shouted and interrupted Kishimoto's word with a cruel smile on his face. Who are you to me? Can't take it away. No one can take it away. Saying that, he tore Kishimoto's clothes to shreds. No, you can't do this to me now. You can. Seeing such a mad Mu Feng, Kishimoto seemed to feel that she was struggling, but her feeble struggle was in vain, and it stimulated Mu Feng even more. Maple, haha, everything you own is mine. Mu Feng, who was somewhat delirious, managed so much. Now Kishimoto is like a peeled egg, showing her proud figure in Mu Feng. Before, but haha, there's nothing wrong with you. You are mine, and everything you have is mine. You can't run away, and you can't escape. Mu Feng, who had been enchanted, is now delirious, feeling that the devil is possessed. With Kishimoto grinning, go to the bedroom. The madness was followed by a crazy night. Mu Feng continued to work hard, and Kishimoto could only endure it silently. Only Kishimoto knew whether it was joy or sadness. Fanwai Chapter 13 Yuji Yingchusheng's Wish 44 For everything. In the early morning of the second day, the warm morning sun passed through the window and extended onto Mu Feng's big bed. Mu Feng woke up leisurely and looked at the beautiful woman in his arms. Although he knew that Kishimoto must be awake, since she was pretending to be asleep, Mu Feng was awake. He didn't bother her, just let out a long sigh, kissed her on the forehead lightly, then put on his clothes and got out of bed, took some money from his wallet and left the room, and went outside to buy some breakfast and some ingredients. All equal S. When Mu Feng came back after buying everything, he found that his room was empty, and there was only one note left on the table for his dinner, which was left by Kishimoto according to the handwriting. I need to calm down. Don't look for me for now. Although there were not many words, I could feel Kishimoto's complicated mood between the lines. Looking at the note in front of him, Mu Feng shook his head helplessly, then turned around and went outside to look for Kishimoto. This is also a matter of no choice. A woman has not taken money from Mu Feng's wallet when she goes out. This really makes Mu Feng I can't rest assured. But after searching for a day, I couldn't find it, so Mu Feng could only give up, thinking that she will take care of herself, and it is estimated that the transmission of the next mission is about to start, so let's talk about it later. Sure enough, Mu Feng's guests came came true. On the second night of Kishimoto's departure, Gan's teleportation started again. With an uneasy mood, Mufeng landed in the dark room again. According to Lilith's mission, as long as this was completed this mission, and at the same time gaining a woman's body and mind, his killing journey can also come to a perfect end. I really don't know how Robin is living on Sky Island, and I also don't know what will happen in this world after he leaves. What will happen to the other two women? Mufeng was the sick to teleport to the Gant's room, and Kishimoto was among the top 5. Seeing Mufeng's appearance, Kishimoto looked a little nervous. He also saw the haggard Kishimoto, and Mufeng walked away with a pained smile. He came over and hugged her in his arms. You stupid woman, the past 2 days have not been very good. If you want to calm down, you have to bring money. Saying that, Mufeng, who let go of Kishimoto, put all the money in his wallet into Kishimoto's arm, then took out a cigarette and lit it and walked into the corridor. He wanted to calm down. The moment he came to this room, there was an ominous hunch that this mission would not be so simple. Well, what about the newcomers this time? Looking at Mufeng, who was walking towards the corridor, Zan Yeji suddenly asked, you can deal with it as you like, but you'd better ask them about their strength, and make reasonable arrangements in future tasks to ensure that more people can survive. Mufeng, who stopped in his track, turned his head to look at 20. He and Kishimoto glanced at each other and said, maybe this is the last time I will come to this room. After speaking, Vivi Isho disappeared from everyone's eye. Hearing Mufeng's words, Kishimoto held the money in his hand, but Vivi's body trembled, and there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes, as well as a different kind of emotion. Zan Yeji was also stunned for a moment, scratching his head in confusion and saying to himself, could it be that Mufeng can get 100 points in this mission? But that's right, it's not impossible for him to be so powerful. At the same time, he looked again. Kishimoto said, do you live together? Yeah. Kishimoto just gave an answer with a soft hum. She held the money tightly in her hand and lowered her head, but she didn't know what she was thinking. Mufeng, who had just smoked a few puffs of cigarettes in the corridor, suddenly raised his head because he felt someone walking in, but saw a lady who was wearing leather shorts, a black vest and a light blue jacket appeared in Mufeng. In front of Feng. Before Mufeng could be, Sister Yu took the lead and said, I don't know if you still remember me, Mufeng. Mufeng, who glanced at Yuji's pretty face. Vivi Isho, I have some impressions. Yingchusheng, right. I remember you still owe me a coffee. Haha, do you have a good memory? By the way, do you have anything on your mind? Your expression is a bit complicated. Yingchusheng, who was also leaning against the wall, said indifferently, can I ask a question? Is it dead? Mufeng, who breathed out a ring of smoke, looked at the ceiling. You are indeed dead now, but if you can get 100 points, you can start a new life, but the danger here is self-evident. Quote, what do you mean? Yingchusheng Exiame stared blankly at Mufeng with a puzzled look on her face. It's very simple. This is a strange space. You are all replicas after death. As long as you complete the various tasks assigned by the black ball and get 100 points, you can really come back to life, but if you die in the task it's hard to have a chance to resurrect. Chatting with Yuji, Yingchusheng made Mufeng feel a little happy, maybe because she was Yuji and knew more about the world. I'm dead. I'm really dead. You are so strong and still here, so the task won't be easy. Yingchusheng, who got a positive answer, muttered to himself, and then his face suddenly became Yuhimoi. Looking at Mufeng madly, he said, while I'm still feeling it, can you fulfill my request? Request? What request? Tell me. As long as I can help, I will help you. After all, we have a relationship. Looking at Yingchusheng, who was a little shy, Mufeng also felt a little weird, curious to know what kind of request made her have such an expression. Then what can we do here? Yingchusheng, who was ashamed of Yuhi, looked like a Yuhi apple, but she didn't lower her head, and stared at Mufeng with her affectionate eye. This is the bold expression of a mature woman. It's hard for an astringent girl to do this. Ha, I heard right. Why do you have such a request? Mufeng was also startled after hearing Yingchusheng's word, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground unconsciously. This is too direct. Right. Are the women of the island country so unrestrained? Don't get me wrong. Am I still the same? Seeing Mufeng with such an expression, Yingchusheng felt the need to explain, and since I saw you, I fell in love with you, because I like heroes. This is also a heroic plot. I originally wanted to find you and date you, but when I found you, I found out that you are already living with that girl. She pointed to the Gant's room. The meaning is very obvious. She is talking about Kishimoto. I was very depressed at the time. I thought I had no chance, but now it's different, because I'm dead and I don't know if I have a future. So I want to give my first time to my beloved. I don't want to die before I die. I will regret it later. Before Mufeng could be, Yingchusheng continued. P.S. 4 is more of an outbreak. Do you want to be careful? Those who should throw flowers, and those who reward them should reward them. Haha. Fanlife 14 new task. Boxing people. 12. Perhaps because of Kishimoto's reason, Mufeng was in a low mood, so he fulfilled Sakura Chusheng's wish in a confused way. At the moment when their fierce battle was over, Gantz also began to sing again, and a new mission was about to begin. As versus as. After kissing Yingchusheng's forehead, Mufeng's evil Isho said, it's really strong. Yingchusheng, who smiled at Isho, Kato glared at Mufeng angrily. It's not all because of your enemy. If someone else I kicked out his second brother, believe it or not. The angry glance was a kind of temptation in Mufeng's view. At the same time, he also sighed that sister Yu also has a violent side. Don't look at her as if she is weak. But just now Mufeng felt that those jade legs are definitely powerful. The man was really kicked by her, and it is estimated that no one would feel bad. Haha, you won't treat me like this. Otherwise what will you do with your happy life in the future? Mufeng, who picked up the clothes, faced Ying Chusheng's weird issue, the meaning of which was not clear, and then took out a pill, handed it to her. This is a painkiller. It will paralyze your nerves and make you feel no pain for 2 or 3 hours. Make sure you complete your mission. This medicine was specially formulated by Mufeng to prevent pain during battle. Affect power play. Ying Chusheng, who took the medicine, raised his head and took it without thinking, and then put on his clothes and asked softly, if we are all alive in the future, can I still find you, even if I am your lover? Okay, are you my woman? Why can't you? She kissed her. Mufeng again touched her smooth cheek and said, I'll go outside to see the introduction to this mission, and then I'll give it to her. Just get some equipment and just wait here. After saying that, he turned and walked into the dark room of Gan. As soon as I entered the house, I heard Kato's persuasion. You all put on tight clothes so that you can better ensure a better life for you. Don't be fooled by his word, you idiot. He is the incarnation of the devil. I have already said that this is the place of judgment. Those who listen to his words are defeated by desire and will fall into the endless hell. A man in a monk uniform shouted angrily. Glancing at the monk who was sloppy, Mufeng walked up to him and grabbed him by the collar and lifted him in the air. Everyone was shocked when they saw Mufeng's action, and they didn't know what he wanted to do. What are you doing? You are disrespectful to the Buddha, and you will be punished. The monk who was lifted up by Mufeng in the air like a helpless child shouted, Mother's nonsense is too much. After saying that, he threw the monk to the ground with a bang, and then turned to look at Kato and the other. To deal with such a grumbling fellow, you still have to be so polite, since why does he need to explain why he wants to die? Quote, haha, the captain is indeed the captain. It's more realistic than that hypocritical guy. I wanted to beat that fly for a long time. Seeing Mufeng's action, Shizhong, who was standing on the side, laughed. Ignoring Shizhong, who was suspected of flattering, Mufeng just glanced at everyone coldly and said, I'm too lazy to say anything extra. If you want to survive, just wear tights and take up arms to fight. If you don't want to live at will, there's that guy who wants to find him. I don't mind sending him back to the west right now. Mufeng's words seemed to make everyone feel chilled by the passing of the cold wind, making them feel like they were being stared at by beasts, and all of them were silent and didn't dare to make a sound. Looking at everyone like a quail, I glanced at the mission introduction of Gan. Please go and kill this dear man. Naughty young star. Characteristic. Strong. Huge. Light. Narrow places. Tantrum. Catphrase. Bad-tempered star. Characteristic. Strong. Huge. Light. Narrow places. Naughty and wild. Catchphrase. Ha. Quote. Isn't this the humming general in the Buddha statue? Hey, it's a bit interesting. VV Isho. Mufeng picked up Ying Chusheng and his clothes and walked like a corridor again, leaving the rest they can handle things well on their own. Just when Mufeng disappeared from everyone's eye, Kishimoto quickly picked up her clothes and ran like a corridor. When she entered the corridor, her face was also Yuhi. She was no longer a little girl without experience, and naturally she felt long. There was still no confusion in the corridor, but she did not leave her arms and looked at Mufeng and Mufeng silently. Seeing Kishimoto's appearance, Ying Chusheng's mysterious issue pushed Mufeng outward. You go out first. Let's change clothes here. And at the same time, I have something to say to my sister. Mufeng also felt a little embarrassed, so he agreed with Ying Chusheng's suggestion and returned to Gan's dark room. Afterward, everyone started to change into tight. This is the first time that Mufeng has changed into tight. The ominous feeling of getting here made him have to be very careful. Although Mufeng's shock just now shocked everyone, there are still a few who still haven't changed their clothes. Since they want to find Mufeng, they will naturally not stop them, and everything will be safe. But this time there are still 3 more capable people: Ying Chusheng, Muay Thai master, a sniper, and a strong man who practices judo. The task seems to be more difficult. While everyone waited silently, Gan's teleportation started again. After the teleportation was completed, Mufeng and the others began to look at the surrounding environment. This time, the teleportation location was not on the street, but in front of a large temple. Hey, isn't it? Is this mission really going to kill the Buddha statue? Looking at the tall gay comrade in the temple, he couldn't help but say, it seems to be the case, but this time it seems to be a bit too much, or I will reach 100 points after completing the task this time, and I will leave this ghost place forever. Haha. Looking at the radar scanner in his hand, the Shizhong laughed out loud. Haha, you demons will be punished by the god. We don't want to be with them. Since we come out, we will leave. The monk who was thrown a somersault by Mufeng saw the outside world and came back again, crooked up, and then walked with a few people into the distance. Hey, you can't leave, or you'll die with your head bursting. Seeing the people leaving, Kato couldn't help but stop. Let them go. When they really feel the danger, they will naturally come back. No matter what you say, it's nonsense. Looking at the people who were leaving, Mufeng said coldly, "Isho, it's full of weirdness, and there's no difference between taking action without understanding it and sending it to your death. Is this okay?" Ying Chusheng, who pulled Kishiban to Mufeng's side, whispered, "There is nothing good or bad, only real blood can make those people understand." Looking at Sakura Autumn Saint Vivi Isho, then he waved his hand vigorously and looked up at the huge Buddha statue about 10 meters tall. Mufeng's face also changed. "Seriously, okay, now everyone is ready to fight. It seems that the opponent this time is not easy, and that sniper, you will find a commanding height and be ready to snipe at any time. P.S. The slaughter episode is about to end today and tomorrow. By the way, he needs to modify the line, so this time is unstable, so it will be 2 update. The picture Buddha star hum. Fanwai 15 Gate of Opening Yuhi 22, that welcomes the battle. Haha, it's finally time to start. My blood is starting to boil. Contour integral. Seeing the hope of a new light, Shijong also became a little excited, and the pulse gun in his hand pointed at the door and hummed. He added, "Just attack like this. It seems a bit simple. Prepare to attack. The old man will spread out a little, and then surround them in the middle to attack. It is best to solve it first." Looking at the 10-meter-high giant Mufeng, who had not moved yet, he also gave the order, and everyone stared at the giant's heart. It was also full of fear, but they still gathered around. Looking at Kishimoto, who was also rushing up, Ying Chusheng silently walked up to Mufeng and whispered, "Just let your little girlfriend go up like this. Aren't you worried?" Looking at Ying Chusheng, who looked a little joking, Mufeng looked solemn, without a trace of laughter. "In the mission, even my woman has to stand up. I can't protect anyone for the rest of my life, and you have to walk the road in the future." In the end, Mufeng's tone was a little helpless. He was just a passerby here, and he didn't know if he would have a chance to come here in the future. Sakura Chusheng, Vivi Isho, who seemed to have heard something, then squeezed Mufeng's big hand tightly, expressing her love. "I have already agreed with Sister Kishimoto in the corridor. If we can survive, we will live together." Quote, huh. Mufeng's expression changed when he heard this, but he didn't ask any more questions. His eyes were fixed on the front, because the battle had already started there. Just when Zanyeji, Nishijong, Kishimoto and the others were just besieging Hengha and Zhang, they also moved abruptly, with a loud bang, and as their bodies more than 10 meters high moved, the ground began to tremble. "Damn it, it's really alert." Shijong scolded lightly, and opened fire first. With a humming sound, the muzzle of the pulse gun flickered with white light, and a huge pulse wave shot out. Following Shijong's movement, the other old men also opened fire, and there was a buzzing sound. At this moment, the humming general jumped up, easily dodging the attack of the crowd, and then the weapons in their hands waved violently. Like the top of Mount Tai, it slammed down to the crowd. "Damn it, such a huge body can still be so agile." Seeing that he jumped to a high altitude to avoid the attack, these old people who had done 1 or 2 missions couldn't help but complain. "Are you all stupid? What are you still doing there? Do a quick lap." With Mufeng's loud shout, the humming sound also thumped from the sky. Like a magnitude 4 earthquake, the ground shook, and their weapons also smashed in front of the temple gate. Bang! The Yuhi wooden temple gate with a height of 5 or 6 meters was turned into shattered wood chip under the blow of their blow. With this gust of wind splashing everywhere, the people who avoided one after another were also embarrassed by the strong wind and the wood chip. Run down the broken gate to the inside of the temple. This is too strong." Looking at the broken door and the stairs at the entrance of the temple, the newcomers exclaimed, unable to believe the fact in front of them. "It's really terrifying. Do we have to face such a monster?" Ying Chusheng, who had some knowledge, was also shocked, and hurriedly grabbed Mufeng to get a little comfort. "Don't worry, everything is all up to me." Mufeng, who patted Ying Chusheng's hand, then pulled out his hand, roared at the frightened newcomers, "Are you standing there waiting to die? Go inside. You have 3 minutes to observe and study, and then give me all to fight. And that sniper, you haven't found a commanding height to prepare for sniping. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just arranged?" With Mufeng's roar like Hongzhang Dalu's giant roar, this new talent rushed into the temple. Although they were a little unhappy in their heart, they still did not dare to disobey Mufeng's instruction. At this moment, the green-skinned giant bowed his head through the gate of the temple and chased everyone inside, while the Yuhi-colored giant held a pestle. His giant eyes as big as a softball turned back and forth for a while, and then locked his eyes on him. Feng! The huge demon-subduing pestle slammed round and slammed, and a hurricane was also set off as the demon-subduing pestle fell. HMP8. It good to come. Mufeng, who snorted coldly, moved, shave, land leg, half moon. Mufeng, who quickly flashed a blow, jumped up and kicked out in the air, and a 5 or 6 meter flying shot came out. The Yuhi-colored giant also seemed to feel the danger, and quickly retracted the demon-subduing pestle to block it in front of him. With a bang, the Yuhi-colored giant was knocked back 2 steps by the huge impact force, and tripped over the wall of the temple with a loud bang. Battle axe. Combination skill. Sky cannon. Mufeng, who was spinning like a windmill in the air, turned into a battle axe and slashed at the Yuhi-colored giant. With a thud, blood spattered, and a huge arm was cut off by Mufeng. The heavy heavy punch also hit the Yuhi-colored giant's chest, and the bang was like a cannonball, making a sound of caca, and cracks extend into the distance. But that's it. The Yuhi-colored giant doesn't seem to be dead yet, and his giant hand more than 1 meter high slaps it horizontally. Iron block, corundum. With a bang, Mu Feng, who had his arms crossed on his chest, was also slapped out, rolled in the air, and landed inside the temple. Just when he was beaten out, Mu Feng felt that the tide seemed to have a mysterious power, dissolving the huge power of the Yuhi-colored giant, and he also felt that his physical fitness had been improved by 3 layers, making him stronger. Because his physical quality is super strong, and the increase is not much, if an ordinary person wears it, he will immediately become a Superman. Haha, yes, I didn't expect this clothes to have such an effect. Mu Feng, who was standing still, haha isho, he kicked his feet hard, and the whole person shot out, flashing in front of the head of the Yuhi-colored giant who couldn't get up. Armament hardening, whip leg. He kicked the giant's head with a kick full of hockey. The domineering hockey smashed half of the giant's head with a bang, and the blood splattered like firework scattered in the air. Is he still human? Even stronger than a giant? Really? It terrifying. Seeing Mu Feng take down a giant, everyone else was horrified, dumbfounded, and couldn't believe what was in front of them. The captain is the captain. It turns out that he didn't use all his strength for the previous mission. The old man who followed Mu Feng through the mission was also very emotional. This was too sharp and too powerful, but it also gave the other people a shot in the arm, allowing them to see hope and rush towards the green giants one by one, starting to attack continuously. Fanwhy Chapter 16 Teamwork. 3 more. Beautiful. Finally killed one. I admire that guy a bit now. He's really good. Za, one of the hip-hop duo among the newcomers, his arms clenched, fist waving in the air, he was cheering as if he had been beaten with blood. Yes, yes, we can defeat these monsters. As long as we have him, we have hope of victory. Another member of the hip-hop duo also said excitedly, but Kishimoto was a little hesitant, looking at the long hair fluttering. The blood-covered Mu Feng's heart also shrank. As long as he is fighting, he is still so bloodthirsty. Sakura Chusheng, who felt Kishimoto's chain, came to her side, pulled her trembling little hand, and comforted her in a low voice. This is also something that can't be helped. You must be cruel to the enemy, otherwise we will all die. He did nothing wrong, sister. Don't blame him. Also, he seems to be used to fighting. It can be seen that he is a person with a story. You just didn't discover it, and he must have a reason for him to live, which makes him so cold-blooded. Wong with Mu Feng's face as usual. Ying Chusheng went on to say that Ying Chusheng, who had some experience, seemed to see something from Mu Feng, which was a life experience that Kishimoto did not have. Yeah, someone with a story. Is it because I didn't really know him? Looking at Sakura Chusheng, Kishimoto silently lowered his head and thought for a moment, and seemed to understand. In fact, Mu Feng must have been right, but she was too young. It's hard to understand his painstaking effort because she has experience too little. She also nodded vigorously after she understood everything and finally smiled. I am going to fight too, and I will grow up and I will not hold him back. After that, he rushed up. Mu Feng, who had dealt with a giant, was not going to fight the green giant. Instead, he walked up the steps and came to Ying Chusheng to say thank you. Then, like an admiral army commanding thousands of troops, he stood there silently observing. Here's the battle of the crowd. He can't do too much, and he must let these learn to fight in order to ensure that they can survive in the future. At the same time, he is also paving the way for himself. He obviously feels that this task is not easy. It is just a giant 10 meters tall with 2 people at the beginning. He doesn't know what will appear later. He also needs others to help him. He is also a human being, not a god, not everything. Seeing that his partner was killed, the green giant's eyes were all recorded like a scan, and then he looked at the rushing people. A punch, a gust of wind, and the people who had just rushed to the front and had not waited to shoot were swept away by the gust of wind. She slammed into the surrounding, like garbage swept up by the strong wind. Looking at the wobbly crowd, Mu Feng, who stood as steady as Mount Tai in the gust of wind, frowned and said again, idiot, weakness. Observe his weakness. He is a tall giant. His feet are weakness. You must. People distracted him, while the rest of the men quickly interspersed behind him and attacked. Quote, although they heard Mu Feng's rebuke, they didn't mean to blame them. They knew that Mu Feng was guiding them to fight. After a brief discussion, Kato, Gay, and Kishimoto were in front of the giant to contain the attention of the giant, while Zan Yi planned to. Shizhong instantly activated the stealth function of the tights and ran quickly behind the giant. At the same time, everyone in front also shot and attacked the giant feet. The giant jumped up to avoid the attack and then fell with another punch, knocking the 3 people in front of them into the air. But at this time, Zan Yeji and the 2 also appeared behind the giant. At the moment when the giant landed, the trigger was slammed, and the gunshots rang out. Bang, bang. The left foot of the green giant, who had just landed and had not stood firm, suffered a violent attack, and his huge foot slammed and then bang. It burst open, revealing the white bones inside. Long live, we succeeded. Seeing the 2 who succeeded in the attack, they also appeared in front of the crowd and began to cheer. But at this moment the giant did not fall down. He slammed his left leg on the ground to maintain balance. Then the weapon in his hand swept back. Although Zan Yeji and Shizhong were also attacking constantly, but because of the negligence just now, they were still kicked out by the giant and slammed into the wall. You really stupid. You can't stop moving when you get your hands on it. You're still standing there and cheering. You've all got water in your head. He raised his right hand high and made an attacking gesture towards the sniper on the roof. The sniper in the room immediately understood and aimed several shots at the Hulk's huge body. Because his left foot was blown up, the Hulk's movements also became slow, and he couldn't dodge all of them. His right shoulder instantly burst into layers of blood mist. His body was shaking for a while. Everyone, attack all. Seeing this opportunity, Mu Feng shouted loudly. Both the newcomer and the old man saw hope, and rushed up again with a scream. On the left, there is a loophole on his left. Everyone is mainly attacking there, and there are a few on the right who wear tight for cover, and attack in two ways. Ying Chusheng, who was quickly interspersed, also quickly ran to the left of the giant with a coquettish shout. The giant swayed for a while and then stood firm again. With a sharp wave of the weapon in his right hand, he wanted to sweep away the approaching people, but because of the shoulder injury, his strength was much less, so he only swept away the people on the right, while the people on the left also took advantage of it. Such an opportunity, brought to his feet through the gust of wind, was a fierce attack. With a bang, the left leg that supported his body burst again, but the scene that everyone hoped for the giant to fall did not appear. He even used his weapon to prop up the ground, stood firm in the second, and swept his left fist to blow Ying Chusheng and others away. Go out. However, he also gave 20G and Shizhong a chance. They quickly shoveled under his body and shot at the giant's right foot. Bang! The giant's right foot burst, and his body was finally unable to support him. He fell to the ground with a bang, lying on the ground of the monastery. Haha, here's my chance. Here's my chance. Seeing the giant who couldn't get up, Shizhong also became crazy. He shot and smashed one of the giant's arms, and then smashed the head of the powerless giant. Haha, there are more points to earn. I finally take another step towards the freshman going. Although Zan Yeji's fighting consciousness is also good, he was still half a beat slower and failed to make the final blow, but even so he was very happy. We won. Victory. We finally defeated the terrifying enemy, and we can all survive. Seeing that the Hulk was dealt with, everyone was stunned and then cheered continuously. Yeah, it's not bad. Although it's not perfect, it's still in the path. Looking at the cheering crowd, Mufeng and Vivi Isho gave full affirmation to their growth. Fanwai Chapter 17 Thrilling 30-meter Giant Buddha 22. Mufeng is not the master of the dead dogma. He scolds when he should be scolded, and he is not too stingy when he praises him. Therefore, Mufeng also gave a certain amount of praise to everyone's growth. Intersection S. The people who won this victory also began to cheer, and their faces were filled with excited smiles. Whether newcomers or old people, those who participated in the battle have completed their self-growth and self-transcendence. Even if there is no Mufeng in the future, they will also a little bit of self-awareness of fighting will not be a mess like before. Ying Chusheng, who had completed the hunt, also pulled Kishimoto to Mufeng, sitting next to Mufeng, making Mufeng look like an emperor. That, you seem to be accustomed to killing. You are not afraid of killing at all, and you are not nervous to command Ruo Fix. Kishimoto seemed to be full of questions and wanted to seek Mufeng's answer. Mufeng, who held the two women in his arms, said without much concealment, since I was 15 years old, I had to face all kinds of enemies in order to survive, and it also made me a little numb. This is for the sake of survival. Now that I'm 19, sometimes I can't help myself. Just like you now, you can't survive without fighting. After listening to Kishimoto's word, Mufeng also felt a lot. Listening to Mufeng's remark, the two girls took a deep breath. They fought for 4 years in order to survive. Sure enough, no one was born a murderer. Transformation requires a process. At the same time, they can also experience the 4 years of hardships that Mufeng said. No matter what happened in the past, we have to live happily together from now on. Don't think about those unhappy things. Yuji Yingqiusheng wrapped her arms around Mufeng's waist and put her head on Mufeng's side. On the chest, although Kishimoto on the other side was not as bold as her, he hummed softly and took Mufeng's arm. Just as the three of Mufeng were talking, everyone after the celebration also turned their attention to Mufeng. They looked at him with envy and admiration. They were able to find the weakness of the monster in such a dangerous situation. Command everyone work together to fight, coupled with his superhuman strength, all made him the focus of the night. Of course, some people were also unhappy. A middle-aged man with glasses glanced at Mufeng and lowered his head and muttered, "He's so powerful, it's not because of his type. If you can't eat the grape, you will say that the grapes are sour. You are jealous of others. You are also wearing tight, and you were not being chased and running around just now." A person from the hip-hop duo was slightly sarcastic the way. "You're wrong, even without the tight, he is still as wrong. He didn't wear tights in the first 2 rounds of task, and he is also the one who killed the most monsters." Zan Yeji heard someone speak ill of Mufeng and couldn't bear it. Live to defend Mufeng. No matter if you say good things or bad things, Mufeng is now receiving the scorching gazes of everyone, which make him feel a little uncomfortable. "Why are you big men looking at me like this? I can say it. My second sexual orientation, but it's normal. I only like women, and if I don't like men, you can't play. I'm not gay." After Mu Feng's impassioned word, everyone was stunned for a short time, and then they all burst into laughter. The laughter of the crowd also softened some of the dark fog in their heart, but in the process of everyone laughing, an untimely voice came over. "What have you done? Killing is a sin. You will go to hell. Namo Amitabha." The monk who was about to leave just now ran back with newcomers one after another in a state of embarrassment. "Cut! The cat is crying and the mouse is pretending to be merciful. I ran there during the battle. It's really annoying to come here and yell." Shi Zhang, who scolded, shouted again, "Didn't you get out of here? Why? Come back. Did someone die? You were embarrassed and ran back again. You vicious fellow. You are the incarnation of the devil, and you will be punished." The monk shouted angrily. At the same time, he also saw Shi Zhang's surprised face, which made him a little satisfied. "Get down." Not only Shi Zhang, but Mu Feng. Almost everyone changed their faces, and then shouted, because they saw a 2-meter-tall Buddha with a weapon appearing behind the monk. But not yet when the monk understood what was going on. The foxing man behind him didn't know what to say. The spear in his hand had stabbed the monk in the opposite direction. The incident happened suddenly before everyone could react. The monk had already died, and at the same time, he saw more than a dozen Buddha star figures with a height of more than 2 meters above the tower appearing there, and then swooshing towards the crowd like a bullet breaking through the air. It's like an arhat descending into the mortal world. "Don't panic. Form a formation of 2 or 3 people to start a counterattack." Mu Feng, who was standing on the step, roared, shaking everyone awake, and then everyone began to fight under his instruction. At this moment, Mu Feng suddenly felt that the wind behind him was not good. He hurriedly took the 2 daughters and flew up and shot into the distance. Then he looked back and saw that a big hand of 4 or 5 meters smashed the place where he had just stood. Several steps of stair. It was smashed into pieces. The stones flew around. The smoke filled the air, and then there was a wave of mountains shaking, and a huge Buddha statue about 30 meters tall came out of the temple. His tall body is like a giant lifting the sky, giving everyone an infinite sense of oppression. In the process of his movement, he also made a metallic hissing sound, as if his body was condensed by metal, showing a hint of metallic luster. "Damn it, there is no end to a guy this big again. It's going to kill us." Shi Zhang, who couldn't see the face of the giant Buddha star, scolded angrily. "This is really terrifying. I feel that the second general is as vulnerable as a child in front of him." Zan Yeji, who swallowed his saliva, also agreed with the sound. "This guy who is about 30 meters tall is really amazing. Hearts are chilled. Everyone, don't panic. Don't be afraid." Shi Zhang, Tuan Yeji, Kato, Gaze, and Sniper, "You guys and I are besieging this giant, and the rest of you will take care of the small one. Be careful." The panic crowd, Mu Feng shouted loudly and began to assign tasks. After listening to his command, everyone began to get busy, looking for their opponent. "Hey, what are we going to do now?" Looking at the giant gay comrade in front of him, he was also sweating coldly, but at the end he muttered, "And I am not gay, okay? I'm the main attack. You should pay attention to your secondary attack. This big guy may be a little difficult to deal with." After filtering out the gay comrade's defense, Mu Feng also quickly made a decision. Fanwa 18 killing the giant Buddha 13. P.S. Today, there are 2 extra chapters. 1 pirate. Me reference mark me. 30-meter high guy, let alone Mu Feng, who has experience, shrank his pupils, and felt a little pressure in his heart, but he was the strongest in combat and a leader. If he appeared, any trace of emotional fluctuations will naturally make everyone uneasy. Moon step. Lan leg. Banyu. Mu Feng, who got up, immediately took on the main attack and the task of containing the giant Buddha, creating some opportunities for others, and a 5 or 6 meter long half moon slash quickly flew towards the giant Buddha. In the face of the slash in front of him, the giant Buddha did not dodge but slammed his huge fist in the air, and a heavy air pressure spurted out a gust of wind above the Buddha's tall body. Because of the strong wind just now, the power of the slashing has also become somewhat weak, leaving only a small, harmless wound on the giant Buddha's body. However, Mu Feng's attack also aroused the ferocity of the giant Buddha. He turned his fist into a palm and slammed it down like Mu Feng. Mu Feng, Vivi Isho, kicked hard under his feet and slid in the air to avoid the giant palm. With a loud bang, the ground of the temple trembled violently. The gravel splashed, the smoke billowed, a huge palm print appeared on the ground, and a gust of wind lifted the 4 of Zan Yeji out one by one. Like the ground gourd, it kept rolling in the monastery. If it weren't for the protection of the tide, it was estimated that he would not die or be seriously injured. Battle axe rolled down in the air, spun and kicked out like a flash in the sky, and slashed fiercely on the Buddha's head, which was 4 or 5 meters high, creating a deep wound. From his forehead to the bottom, blood spurted wildly. Such a blow caused the giant Buddha to roar loudly. His head slammed into the air and knocked down Mu Feng, who had no new energy in the air, and knocked him out. With a bang, Mu Feng's the body slammed into the wall of the temple, and the wall collapsed instantly, and Mu Feng's figure rolled through the wall and onto the street. Because Mu Feng attracted all the attention of the giant Buddha, it also created opportunities for the four of Xuanyeji. The four who rolled out also bounced to the ground and took off to the feet of the giant Buddha, and the pulse guns in their hands fired frantically, splattered with blood. What? How could this be? The four people who seized the opportunity exclaimed. Although the giant Buddha's feet were hit everywhere, the power of the pulse gun seemed to be weakened a lot, and it could only shoot half a meter deep. The giant Buddha, which is several meters thick on one foot, seems to be scratching the tickling, and it can't hurt the root at all, and an aura of despair grows in their heart. The four of Xuanyeji were like flies that disgusted the giant Buddha. He kicked the four people with his giant feet and flew out again, rolling into the distance, and the giant Buddha who kicked the crowd seemed to have become smarter, turning back and forth, and then staring at the three newcomers who were not wearing tight-fitting clothes and fighting against the small Buddha statue. The huge Buddha body flew over a distance of more than 30 meters, and landed behind the three newcomers with a bang. Hurry away! Looking at the giant Buddha leaping over, Kato, Sakura Chusheng and others shouted together. Along with their shout, the snipers on the roof also pulled the trigger again and again, trying to rescue the newcomer. Bang bang! 3 blood flowers burst out on the giant Buddha's head, which was already dripping with blood. Nita's huge palm still fell, and the 3 frightened and pale-faced newcomers were smashed to pieces like a watermelon. Why is this happening? Why can't we save them despite our effort? Kato, who saw 3 lives disappear in front of his eyes, thumped and fell to the ground, constantly berating himself. This is life. They brought it upon themselves. If they also put on tight, they can save their lives. Shizhong, who got up, said nonchalantly. Kato, don't be sad. These are things that can't be helped. Zanyeji, who was on the side, also began to comfort him softly. You 3 idiots still have time to talk nonsense, so hurry up and get out of the way. Suddenly Mu Feng's voice came, and along with his voice, the 3 of them felt dark in front of them. They looked up suddenly. Only the giant foot has fallen. The 3 suddenly acclaimed. The pulse guns in their hands fired again and again, and the buzzing sound was endless, but they still couldn't stop the giant foot from falling. The body temporarily resisted the falling giant feet, but this was also a temporary effect. Once the energy of their tights was exhausted, there was only death waiting for them. At the critical moment, 4 more figures appeared under the giant feet. It was Gai, Sadako, Kishimoto, and Sakura Chusheng. The 4 of them stood at the 4 corners and shared the pressure of Shizhong, and the 3 of them saved their lives. You guys hold on. I will solve this guy as soon as possible. Looking at the 7 people at the feet of the giant Buddha, Mu Feng's eyes were also burning with anger, and he let out a long whistle. Unblocked, shaving flat, Mu Feng, who was in an overloaded state again, suddenly increased his speed, and appeared in front of the giant Buddha's head across a phantom, and his arms that were thicker by 2 circles slammed out. Sicking spear, lion's roar cannon. The sound of the roaring giant cannon roared, and a shock wave with a diameter of several meters surged out. The giant Buddha felt dangerous, and a big hand slammed back in front of his head. The huge shock wave hit the giant Buddha's palm steadily, and with a sudden bang, a giant hole was punched by Mu Feng in his palm, and Mu Feng's figure also rushed out from the bloody giant hole. Steadily standing on the head of the giant Buddha, he pressed his hands on the open wound. Give me death. Sicking spear, lion's roar cannon combo. 2 huge roars resounded in the sky above the entire temple, accompanied by Mu Feng's roar. Haki shot vigorously. The strength of his whole body came out from his arm, shot above the head of the giant Buddha. Bang! As if a watermelon was severely hit, the giant Buddha's head suddenly rose twice, and then his eyes rolled, and the dead body fell to the ground. There was an earth-shattering loud bang, as if a hill collapsed, and the ground shook violently. Countless gravels were shot out like bullets, hitting the surrounding tree, making countless small holes. And Mu Feng, who used the lion's roar cannon 3 times in a row, quickly relieved the overloaded date and fell from the sky, and then landed on the body of the giant Buddha. He was also panting. His face was a little ugly, and his hands were shaking. Incessant consumption. The newly born Ying Chusheng, Kishimoto, quickly ran to Mu Feng to support him, and said with concern, "Are you alright?" Fanwai 19 Senju Guanyin. Immortal. 33. It's nothing. It's just a little too much force. It's not a big problem. You don't have to worry about it. At Zabiao Biao, Mu Feng said casually to the 2 women who cared about him. Vivi Isho. That good. You go to take a rest and recover your strength. Just leave these little ones to us. Seeing that Mu Feng was totally fine, Ying Chusheng let out a long sigh of relief. No, just stay with your head. Those little ones like us can solve all of them. Seeing Ying Chusheng and Kishimoto who were about to get up to fight, Zanyeji quickly persuaded them. After listening to Zanyeji's word, Ying Chusheng and Kishimoto both looked at Yuhi, and then looked at Mu Feng, who gave Xuanyeji an approving look and said, "This kid is on the road." Although he also wanted the 2 beauties to accompany him, it seems a bit inappropriate if he said it himself, and it would be very different for others to say. After listening to Zanyeji's words, Shizhong also stood up and said again and again, he is about to reach 100 points. Of course, he hopes that he can kill a few more in order to get more assurance. These small Buddha statues just meet his requirements and are not dangerous, and earning points is the best choice. Seeing Xuanye's plan, Shizhong said so to the other people, and nodded in agreement, and then went to kill the small Buddha statue. It's not good for us to do this, Ying Chusheng said with a bit of a twist on Yuhi. Looking at everyone who was going to fight. It's okay to let them go. There's no danger anyway. Mufeng kissed her on the cheek, then Kishimoto's mouth, laughing and pulling them down. The two women who experienced the raid were all ashamed and leaned on Mufeng's shoulder. Just when they were warm, a ray of light shot out from the temple, streaking across the night sky so abruptly and so gorgeously. But in the hearts of Mufeng and the three, it was as shocking as a talisman. The newcomer who was sniping on the roof just now was swept by the laser on his arm, and blood splashed immediately. The tights that had saved his life before were cut like tofu with ease. Fortunately, he was about to hide or he would die on the spot. What the matter? Ying Chusheng and Kishimoto both turned pale in shock. Acclaim. Even Mufeng's heart sank. Looking at the injured sniper, he also secretly screamed that it was not good. Just gave him the laser a sense of danger, as if death were calling again. However, he immediately reacted and galloped towards the place where the laser was emitted. After a few jumps, he arrived at the accident site. Looking at everything in front of him, his pupils ranked suddenly. Seeing that he could not survive, Shizhong hurriedly ran out of a small temple, and scattered the bodies of these people behind them. The gay man who survived the last round was holding the upper body showing the beautiful Sadako and weeping bitterly, because Sadako seems to have been fused by something for his life. What the hell is going on here? But in the blink of an eye, 3 people died and 1 was seriously injured. Seeing such a tragic state, Mufeng raised his head and looked into the temple, but saw a Buddha statue in the shape of Senju Guanyin facing the crowd. On the arm is a sword, a pagoda, a clean bottle, the wheel of time and other magical instruments. Captain, I don't want to die. I don't want me to live. I will definitely get 100 points this time. Mom, I don't want to die. Mom. Shizhong, who was seriously injured, whispered in a delirious voice, but in the end still unable to resist the call of death. The pupils became larger and slowly lost their vitality. What the hell is going on here? Seeing such a scene of separation between life and death, Mufeng also roared loudly. Although Shizhong was not very good, he considered himself the boss after all, but he didn't expect that life and death would be separated in an instant. This also brought a certain blow to Mufeng. Seeing Mufeng with Yuhi's bloodshot eyes, Zanyi planned to simply recount everything that happened. It turned out that they found that there were still 5 people from Buddha stars here. Because they didn't feel like giant, they didn't ask Mufeng to help. Thinking that the guy here is very strong, he easily took down the judo rookie who was not wearing tight, killed 4 small guards in their desperate resistance, and finally angered Senju Guanyin. The Buddha statue showed his power, and immediately caused 2 deaths and 1 serious injury. And for some unknown reason, he seems to be immortal, and no matter how it is destroyed, it will soon be restored to its original state. Just when this harsh scream came, Kishimoto, who had followed Mufeng, saw the bloody scene of the stump lying around, and he held his head in his hands and screamed again and again, "Will we die? We will die like them." Fortunately, Ying Chusheng held her in his arms in time to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, as long as we have him, we can live, we will definitely." Although she was also a little scared, but seeing Mufeng in front of her heart she was a little relieved. She was convinced that there was nothing that Mufeng couldn't solve. "Damn, I'm going to kill." The gay man who had just woken up from his grief and anger shouted and kicked Senju Guanyin with a kick, and then the gun in his hand was aimed at his head a few times. With a loud bang, Senju Guanyin's head exploded violently. It seemed that the blood that had been splashed out quickly returned to Senju Guanyin's body, and his head became intact again. The whole strange process was imprinted in Mufeng's eye. He suddenly knew why Senju Guanyin was immortal. It turned out that whenever he died or his body was damaged, the wheel of time in his hand would turn, as if going back in time is like returning to a time when there was no injury. Damn, there are such amazing skills. Even the well-informed Mufeng couldn't help but complain, but knowing his weaknesses would be much easier. As long as he destroyed the 2 wheels of time in his hands in advance, the rest is much easier. Tornado blew the gay man with his broken arm wailing away, allowing him to escape the mortal sword, but the sharp long sword still cut a wound in his lower abdomen and the blood flowed continuously. Lan Lag Banyu was another slash and flew towards Senju Guanyin, but he just waved the golden long sword in his hand and sent the vacuum slash flying out, and the slash flew to the roof and cut the roof in half. Ha! Hockey! No, it's not. Mufeng, who saw such a scene, was also surprised, but in a flash, Mufeng also recognized that the surrounding on the long sword was not hockey, but a kind of willingness to accept. The mysterious power accumulated by people's long-term pilgrimage has a similar effect with hockey. No wonder Tai can't defend against it. That's what happened. 20 Late Love 13. Although it is not hockey, it is obviously not weak. This is also a kind of mysterious power. It is like people often say that there are no gods and demons in the world, but there are more people who pray, so there are gods and demons. These illusory things are people. The condensed strength of the will has extraordinary power. Everyone be careful, and if you attack, first destroy the wheel of time in his hand. Mufeng woke up the dreamer with one sentence, let everyone understand what was going on, and revealed the mystery of the immortal body. Shave, Shigen, finger pistol, dodging and appearing in Senju Senju Guanyin. Mu Feng, who was in front of him, slapped Senju Guanyin heavily, punching countless holes. Just when Senju Guanyin was using the Wheel of Time, Mu Feng flew and kicked one, but his actions also succeeded in angering Senju Guanyin. He was short and two long swords stabbed Mu Feng in front of the chest. Mu Feng returned a step lower, and a sword cut a hole of more than 10 centimeters in his lower abdomen. Even with Haki's protection, he couldn't escape the reality of being hurt. "How are you doing?" Zan Yeji, who was on the side, asked nervously. Mu Feng, "It doesn't matter if the injury is serious or not." Ying Chusheng and Kishimoto rushed over and asked with concern in front of Mu Feng. "Small meaning, you all stay out of the way. This guy is a bit thorny." Mu Feng touched the wound. Vivi Isho said nonchalantly. Mu Feng is definitely someone who has experienced strong winds and waves, fighting endlessly. This is what he learned a little bit, and it has also become his motto. "That good, but what to do now? Senju Guanyin is really strong, and we can hardly reach." Kato on the side said worriedly, and there was a trace of panic in his eye. "It's not his fault. Only constantly tempering a person may reduce his fear of a strong enemy. He has only experienced 2 or 3 times of tempering, and obviously he does not have such a high level of consciousness. There is no other way for me to attack. You look for opportunities to knock down his Wheel of Time, or attack him to keep him recovering and reduce the damage to you, and I will immediately attract his attention. You all hurry to the courtyard inside. It's not good for us if it's too crowded here." After a quick thought, Mu Feng gave instructions at the same time. "Which is the best way now?" Just as Mu Feng was speaking, Senju Guanyin raised his eyebrows and Vivi seemed to have listened to Mu Feng's word. Tornado. A hurricane blew up and shot straight into the sky. The roof, which had been pierced, was instantly blown away. Rubble and sleepers fell sparsely. The smoke and dust filled the surroundings and blocked everyone's sight. There was a hint just now, so when this blow was struck, Sakura Chusheng pulled Kishimoto, who was in a daze, and rolled outside to avoid the falling debris. Kato and Zan Yeji also supported the seriously injured gay man and successfully came to the courtyard. A gust of breeze swept through. The smoke cleared away. Mu Feng stood proudly, holding the Wheel of Time inlaid with the heavenly stems and earthly branches in his hand, looking up at the sky. When the smoke was filled, Mu Feng also snatched the fallen Wheel of Time before Senju Guanyin, and Senju Guanyin, who lost the first move, jumped in the air angrily. His eyes the size of ping-pong balls flickered constantly, and quickly scanned the crowd, as if he was choosing a target. The tool immediately sent out a laser and swept it toward Kishimoto. His magical tools were all blessed with willpower. The amazingly powerful type could not protect him at all. At this critical moment, Mu Feng screamed badly, and a shave flash appeared at the fastest speed in front of Kishimoto, who had just got up but was still shocked, hugged her and flashed to the side. But Mu Feng's speed finally, it was half a minute later, the laser swept across his back, and instantly a scar with deep visible bone appeared on his back, and with a thud, blood spurted out like a high-pressure water gun. And Haki's defense will block it, and he won't be dismembered on the spot. And Kishimoto in his arms did take a small light, but her fragrant shoulder was still cut open. Although she could not die, she was seriously injured. Mu Feng, Kishimoto, Ying Chusheng exclaimed when he saw the blood gushing out of the two, and ran towards them desperately. But at this moment, the strange issue of Senju Guanyin, who succeeded in one blow, did not pay attention to Mu Feng, and then appeared beside Zan Yeji and Kato with a swoop, waving the long sword in his hand again and again. "Ah, too miserable sound." Yell. Kato was pierced by a sword in his lower abdomen, and Zan Yeji was not able to escape the bad luck. He was cut off by a sword and turned over and fell to the ground. Just when the three of them were about to die, with a bang, Senju Guanyin's head exploded again. It turned out that the injured sniper had been waiting for an opportunity. Just now, due to Senju Guanyin's position movement, he disappeared from the target. Now Mu Feng kicked the roof to destroy the obstacles blocking his line of sight and let him play better. This is also part of Mu Feng's plan. The sniper did not disappoint Mu Feng, and fully seized this opportunity to save Xueni. Count Kato, Gay 3. Mu Feng, who was in pain, immediately turned around and looked at Senju Guanyin, who was using the Wheel of Time to recover. Quote, "It's okay." Mu Feng, glancing at Kishimoto, who was only injured. Ying Chusheng's heart returned to Mu Feng's body again, and said with great concern, "Why don't you rest first? I'll protect you. Don't worry, I'm two Muay Thai masters. We will try our best to protect you. We will definitely go back. We will definitely have a bright future." Silly woman, your husband won't die. Just take care of Kishimoto. I'll deal with that guy." With a wave of his hand to stop Ying Chusheng, who wanted to continue talking, Mu Feng took a deep breath and used the return of his life to temporarily control his body to stop blood, and then stared at Senju Guanyin, who had just recovered. At this moment, the gay guy lying at the feet of Senju Guanyin suddenly jumped high. His feet clamped, and he locked the remaining gun in his hand around the waist of Senju Guanyin, who had just recovered, aiming at it. The only remaining arm of the Wheel of Time was to fire again and again. Bang! The arm holding the Wheel of Time suddenly burst. However, the gay man was also cut off by the angry Senju Guanyin. His upper body fell to the ground with a thud, but the gay man's face was indeed full of smile. At the moment of his death, 2 lines of tears tears flowed from his eyes. Silently staring at Sadako's court, he said, Vivi, slow walk. I'm here to accompany you. I'm sorry. I love you. Although there are some incoherent words, the sincere emotion is unmistakable. This is life and death, and never give up. At the end of life, the Gaia finally understood Sadako's love for him, and finally responded, although it was a little late. Fanfic 21 is over. Prepare for the return. 23 For everything. The parting of life and death was a song and tear, which made people feel pain in the heart, and made Mufeng more and more angry. His eyes burst into raging flame, and he roared, you bastard, I want you to die without a whole court. Intersection S. Shave lab. Return of life. Hair binding technique. Flash in front of the crazy Senju Guanyin, with jet black hair more than 2 meters long, as if countless big hands were wrapping Senju Guanyin's arms. Mufeng wanted to grasp the Gaia, the perfect opportunity for his creation to launch a surprise attack when Senju Cannon was careless. Give me death. Mufeng's fist, who bound Senju Guanyin, also landed firmly on Senju Guanyin's head, sicking spears. The largest round of Gaia cannon. Bang bang. The sound of the huge cannon roared again and again, accompanied by the strong strength of armament hockey. All of them smashed into Senju Guanyin's head. Bang. His head exploded like a watermelon. Senju Guanyin's body fell backwards at the same time. A laser also emitted from the tower, leaving 2 decars on Mufeng's body. Although he was seriously injured, Mufeng was still not shaken in the slightest. He did not leave Senju Guanyin's body. In order to ensure that his bottom test was resolved, Mufeng picked up Senju Guanyin's bottle full of concentrated acid, and he stepped back and splashed it with force. The bottle of concentrated acid was poured all over him, and instantly Senju Guanyin's arms and body began to melt, as if hot boiling water was poured on the snow, making the sound of Heba acid. Sure enough, Mufeng didn't get it wrong. Senju Guanyin really has a backing. A strange thing is trying to crawl out, screaming as it crawled. Don't kill me. I'm the new guy with glasses this time. Give me death no matter who you are. As Mufeng's words fell, his feet also kicked out the things that didn't look like a ghost or a goat. At the moment when Mufeng shot, Kato, who was seriously injured, said weakly, no, leave him. Before he could finish talking, Mufeng had already done everything. Looking at the unchangeable fact, Kato said, also aside, get out of here. Don't be kind to women. Remember a sentence for Lao Tzu, being kind to your enemy is cruel to yourself. Mufeng, who had blood on his face as if coming from hell, glared at Kato viciously, and then his body he fell to the ground with a thud, and he was also scarred from the battle just now. Mufeng, Ying Chusheng exclaimed, hurriedly ran to Mufeng, picked him up and said with tears in his eyes, you don't want to die. You don't want to die. Silly woman, what are you talking about? Your man is not so easy to die. Mufeng Vivi Isho touched Ying Chusheng's hair, but a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth along with his smile. Don't talk. Don't talk. You will be fine. We will all be fine. Ying Chusheng, who was holding Mufeng, said with a pale face and muttered, we will be saved. Yes, you have to hold on. Gan, teleport quickly. Hurry up. Pressing on his bleeding shoulder, Kishimoto also stumbled to Mufeng, shouting and drinking with tears in his eyes. Gan seemed to hear Kishimoto's shout and started teleporting again. After a short time, everyone finally returned to the small black room. 6 people in the original team of more than 10 people survived. Mufeng, Sakura Chusheng, Kishimoto, Zan Yeji, Kato, and snipers. Even the dogs who were always able to escape death in the past failed to escape the call of death this time. Fortunately, everyone who was sent back was also resurrected on the spot, and all the pains removed were as good as before. After completing the score statistics in a relatively depressing atmosphere, everyone left this strange place with heavy worry. At nightfall, when the lights are on, Mufeng brought Sakura Autumn Saint in the midst of the Yuhi wine green, and Kishimoto returned to his hut, but Kishimoto was a little embarrassed when he entered the house. He didn't know how to face Mufeng. Give her some shade. Seeing the unnatural Kishimoto, Mufeng Vivi Isho picked her up with one hand, and wrapped the other hand around Ying Chusheng and quickly came to his bedroom, because Mufeng didn't have much time left. On the way back, Lilith had already given him a hint that he would have to go back to the Pisces space in more than 10 hours, so he wanted to do the last madness, come with 2 girls flying together to feel the taste of not letting go, and then with Sari to lead. Under the eyes of the 2 daughters, Yuhi, who were shy and surprised, Mufeng had removed all their barriers, and then the 3 of them rolled onto the big bed. It was a crazy night. This night, Mufeng seemed to be an unstoppable hero. He was invincible. Then he calmed down and told some of his own story. Until dawn, he took the 2 of them around the playground. After the mall, he disappeared in front of the 2 girls with a faint golden light in an aerial tour bus. After another star shift, Mufeng saw Feiyu Lilith again, and it smiled and looked at Mufeng without speaking. It's just that the golden cards of the wings fell into Mufeng's hand. Harem card going class. You can build a huge harem. Send your women here. Let them experience all kinds of wonderful life, and make you happy like a fairy. This is. Looking at the card in his hand, Mufeng was also taken aback and asked in doubt. To meet your various needs. It is a variety of needs. You can understand it slowly. After that, Lilith disappeared into the space, but Mufeng returned again with a head full of confusion. To the Sky Island. P.S. It will be on the shelves tomorrow, and the episode will end. It feels a bit hasty. Haha. I hope my friends in the future will feel that this episode is good. I hope everyone will continue to support. I hope you can subscribe if you can. Chapter 51. Life and Death Are Impossible. A scar 2 more. Ask for everything. This day is destined to be an unsettled day. From the moment it was published in the morning paper, Mu Feng's name began to spread around the world. The first reward for a newcomer was 96 million Bailey, which also made many interested people begin to pay attention to Mu Feng's existence. Infinity N Airy summation infinity __. East Blue, as Goya Kingdom. A boy with a straw hat held the newspaper in his hand with a smirk, and happily waved the newspaper in his hand and said to the boy in front, "Ace, come and see my master. He was killed. There is a reward, 96 million Bailey. Wow, I am a big pirate. I am so envious. In a few years I will be as famous as my master." Quote, Luffy, don't talk nonsense. You bastard. You haven't promised to be your master. Okay, don't be too sentimental. Ace said angrily. You're jealous of me. Master taught me a lot of things before he left. Hehe. Unfortunately, the teachings are all about fruit development. You can't use it. Whether Ace wanted to pay attention or not, Luffy was very excited. You bastard. Ace, a little annoyed, threw a punch at Luffy. Bone hammer. Luffy bit one hand into his mouth, blew violently, and the other hand instantly became bigger and waved hard. Tut. Ace was kicked out by Luffy and slammed to the ground. Luffy instantly became smaller and burst into laughter. Ace, I have already become a master, and the trick taught by my master, I can already defeat you. Boom. Ace, who was hit and flew out, suddenly stood up from the ground, his eyes blazing with flames, and shouted, Luffy, you bastard, I'm going to be beaten all over the place today to beg for mercy. After saying that, he ran a few steps away. Luffy, who had run away from the trumpet, picked him up and beat him. On an island in the New World, on the boat, look at that little marine who defected and offered a reward of 96 million. Haha, what an interesting kid. Usopp laughed while holding the newspaper. Ha ha ha, yes, this is fate. Fate chose him. I also really hope to see this kid Mu Feng. I don't know when he will come to the New World. Shanks laughed aloud, and then held high the wine glass, shouted, cheers, we have a drink party tonight to celebrate the addition of a funny kid to our pirate. Cheers. Yuhifa pirate cheered enthusiastically. At this time, Mu Feng is calling all the captains of the pirate group for a meeting. The main purpose of this meeting is to see how many are willing to follow him into the Great Route. The atmosphere of the meeting was not high, but there was no feeling of depression. In the end, there were still 7 pirate groups who expressed their willingness to surrender. For the others who were unwilling to follow, Mu Feng did not make it difficult, just let them leave. Just when Mu Feng was having a meeting with the captains of the 7 pirate regiments under him, a pirate rushed in a hurry. Boss, your reward list is 96 million Bailey, and sister-in-law's new reward list is also 80 million Bailey. Lee, and Captain Buffy's 78 million Bailey. As he said, the reward list in his hand was scattered on the table. Haha, I just said that it's right to follow Boss Mu Feng. The reward will go up immediately after following the boss. Buffy picked up his reward list and giggled for a while. Yeah, we followed a supernova. There are 96 million before entering the Great Route. I believe that the boss must also be the role of the 4 emperors when he arrives in the New World. Maybe he can even aspire to the One Piece King of Pirates. One, the captain said very enviously. The other people also prayed, and the sound of flattery was like a wave, and Mu Feng's face was Yuhi for a while, but Robin beside her just covered her mouth and smiled for a while. In the midst of a burst of joy and anger, the phone on Mu Feng suddenly rang, and he waved for everyone to be quiet. Mu Feng answered the phone. Hey, that one. Oh, it's Mu Feng. Right, I'm a dragon. First of all, congratulations on getting out of the sea of misery. The majestic voice of the dragon came from the other end of the phone. Haha, Mr. Long is really joking. I can have such a great achievement, and your credit is equally important. I heard that 3 countries in West Blue have regained their independence. I want to congratulate you. For Long, Mu Feng is still more respectful, so his tone is also gentler. Haha, I also have your credit here. Your remarks have been better developed with my supplement, so our forces can develop rapidly. Or are you interested in joining us, as the old saying goes? Laughing, Long joked. Dao, from his hearty laughter, can feel that he is very happy. It's really a pity. I don't like restraint very much. A free-spirited pirate is more suitable for me. VV Isho. Mu Feng politely declined the dragon's invitation. Okay, pirates are also good, as long as you are happy. Long Yi, who seemed to have expected the result for a long time, was not disappointed, and then paused for a while and said very seriously, tell you some bad news. Marine has sent Admiral Kuzan after you. What? Hearing Long's word, Mu Feng stood up suddenly, and said with shock, aren't you kidding me? How serious is it to dispatch Admiral for a little guy like me? Admiral? God, how could this be? That's right, Admiral, we're not rivals at all, even if we're good. Dangerous, unprecedented danger. With a bang, everyone who was doing it suddenly talked about it, and a sad atmosphere spread throughout the room. Don't be too nervous, it's like this. Long softly comforted Mu Feng and the others, and then briefly introduced the fact that Big Shang and Kuzan received the killing order. I know what to do. Thank you for your call. After listening to Long's narration, Mufeng also calmed down and calmed down. Oh, is that so? It's smart enough. Then we'll see you later. After saying that, Long hung up the phone with a clatter. Brother, is it really Admiral who wants to kill us? Buffy said with an ugly face. Compared to others, Buffy is the closest to Mufeng, so it is appropriate for him to ask questions. Not bad. Mufeng looked at the crowd and said lightly, is this really the case? Buffy, who was whispering a word, stood up abruptly. His eyes became extremely firm and said, no matter what others are, I am with you, Brother Ding. Even if I die, I will die with my brother. Yes, Buffy is right. We also live and die together with Boss Mufeng. What the hell is Admiral? We are not afraid. The remaining six captains also stood up suddenly and said impassively, looking at the people who were willing to die together. Mufeng was also moved. To be honest, there were such a group of people who were willing to sacrifice their lives to follow him after fighting together. Mufeng's eyes were also a little wet, but he couldn't let these people sacrifice in vain, so he waved his hands hard for everyone to do well, and then Vivi Isho, I'm sorry everyone, but none of you can follow me this time, otherwise I will not recognize you brothers. This is my last order. Believe me, we will meet again in the new world. After speaking, Mufeng laughed and walked out. The little boat that Mufeng and Robin were on set sail for the sea, and the moment they went to sea, a song reverberated on the sea. Blood-stained clothes, I will kill with tears, and I will immediately see who falls. On, who is in the world, life and death can't be, a scar. The singing full of hockey is tactful and passionate, full of the chilling air of Iron Horse Jinjae, and everyone listening to the song burst into tears, waving goodbye on the shore. Among the Taoist crowd, a middle-aged man in his 30s, and a 10-year-old. The little girl who was eating and eating stared blankly into the distance, and their eyes were full of infinite yearning. P.S. The song is Chrysanthemum Stage. I like it very much, so I used it. It's my personal hobby. Everyone can listen. Chapter 52:12. Mufeng's boat has gone away, and the singing has also dissipated on the sea, but Buffy's people were in tears, and they were standing by the seaside blankly. They were not fooled. Of course, they knew the meaning of Mufeng's departure. Admiral Kuzan drew him away to create a chance for them to escape, and the danger was self-evident. After a long time, Buffy wiped away the tears from his eyes, turned around and raised his right hand and shouted loudly, guys, I must not fail Boss Mufeng's hope, and we must also fulfill his dream and let him be. He has become the world top powerhouse, so we have to work hard and make a breakthrough in the new world, and I firmly believe that the boss of Mufeng will definitely be there waiting for us. New world, marching to the new world. Hearing Buffy's words, everyone was encouraged and shouted wildly. The sky is clear, the sea breeze is blowing, and a few leisurely seagulls are also flying freely on the boundless sea. The boat driven by Mufeng was swimming on the sea, and the scorching afternoon sun shed a faint golden light and fell on him, making his dirty body incomparably taller. Robin, who was taking a nap on the deck, watched Mufeng's back silently with coffee, which made her feel peaceful, and gradually she became a little confused, and seemed to be overwhelmed by the golden Mufeng. What are you looking at? Do you think your man is a handsome guy, incomparably tall, so intoxicating? Mufeng hee Isho joked. Although he didn't look back, his observation hockey still felt the enthusiasm of Robin. Fire eye. The originally beautiful scene was shattered by Mufeng's cynical word, and Robin, who lightly twisted his dark hair, said with a little regret, if you're serious and don't talk, you can be considered a handsome guy. It's a pity that when I opened my mouth, I didn't feel anything. Her voice was so soft that it was chirping to the lark, tactfully and pleasantly. How is it possible? I am the embodiment of beauty and wisdom, a model of talent and the strong. Frivolity is only the appearance. In fact, my inner beauty is unparalleled in the world. Mufeng, who had a dozen rudders, silently turned back to Vivi Isho, revealing a pure white Malkiba tooth, which made people feel full of sunshine taste. HMPH. I haven't seen your inner beauty, but your face is so thick that you can't even break through a musket. You are truly admired by a little girl. Robin also endured the narcissistic Mufeng. He couldn't help but smile. What's wrong with being thick-skinned? I can eat with this face in the future. Of course, I need to practice more and protect it well. Mufeng, who was not ashamed but proud, said with a smirk. For such Mufeng, Robin also gently stroked his forehead. He was really defeated by Mufeng's rogue words. He shook his head and said a little seriously, why do you do this? Don't you know the danger of doing this? Hearing what Robin said, Mufeng also paused abruptly, put away his cynical expression, and said very seriously, I am very clear about the danger of Admiral's pursuit, and it is because I am very clear that I have to do this. Quote, why? Facing the rare and serious Mufeng, Robin also raised his own question again. Why? Mufeng, who burst out laughing, his expression became relaxed again. He slowly turned his head and looked at the boundless sea and spit out a few words. It's just a responsibility. Responsibility, Robin murmured. Yes, even if they don't sincerely call me the boss, or follow me through the world sincerely, but as long as they admit that they are my subordinate, I will take the responsibility of protecting them because I am a mature man. Feng did not look back, but his words were extremely sincere, without a trace of contrived charm. Yeah, mature. The maturity of a man is not whether whether he has ever had sex with a woman, but how he knows his responsibilities and can shoulder the responsibilities he should take. Silently chewing on Mu Feng's word, Robin's heart pounded for a while. He really felt how lucky he was. After years of ups and downs, he finally found his own rainbow. You are so stupid, but stupid and cute. Robin's happy isho. His bright eyes narrowed slightly, like two crooked moons, so heartwarming and charming. You're not stupid either. You know that I'm going to be in a lot of danger and you're not willing to follow me, but the more I do, the more I like. After hearing Robin's word, Mu Feng didn't refute anything, just hee isho. HMPH. I'm too lazy to care about you. Robin hummed softly. Yuhi's pretty face was like a big yuhi apple, making people want to take a bite. Haha, my face is yuhi. It means I'm still very attractive. Are you excited? Come on, promise yourself, or counterattack, push down or something. I'll accept it. Looking at Yuhi Dongtong's Robin, Mu Feng naturally would not miss such a great opportunity to joke. You are slick. There is no serious time at all. Robin hummed softly, stood up, twisted the willow slender waist and disappeared on the board. A woman who has already matured, but has the shyness of a little woman. Hee brother-like. Looking at the slender figure who was leaving, Mu Feng said with a smirk. Time flew by. The sun was setting, and the sky was full of stars. Mu Feng, who was a little tired, also silently returned to his room, and then took a shower and fell asleep. Because of the Pisces tattoo, he had something that ordinary people did not have. His super recovery ability. The injury he suffered in the morning is no serious problem. The long wound has been miraculously scarred, and it slowly falls off and grows fresh under meat. A little bit of time, a drop of time passed. Mu Feng, who was sleeping, felt that someone gently pushed the gate of opening into his bedroom. This is an instinct that Mu Feng has honed in life and death. No matter how deep he sleeps, he will keep it highly alert. He will wake up naturally once anyone enters his alert range. Mu Feng, who remained alert, breathed the same, but his observation hockey had been applied to ultimate, and silently felt someone coming. When he felt someone coming, he was done. It turned out that it was Robin who walked into his room. Mu Feng, who had some doubt for no reason, did not speak out, but waited silently to see what Robin was going to do. Mu Feng's brain crashed instantly, and a thought echoed in his mind. Could it be that Robin really wants to counterattack and push hard? P.S. Ask for flowers. Collect them. 53 Untitled. It has been deleted. I really can't change the title, but it does not hinder. I'm sorry everyone. Chapter 54 Mu Feng vs. Kuzan 22. Time is like running water, constantly passing by. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. At noon on this day, the boat that Mu Feng was driving came to an unnamed island, docked the boat on the shore, and shouted to the cabin, "My wife has come ashore. We are setting up camp here today. By the way, add some food and fresh water." Quote, "Okay, come soon," Robin replied, carrying a small line of Li in front of Mu Feng's eye, wearing a blue and white tight skirt, which perfectly showed her devilish figure that was bulging forward and backward. A pair of white leather boots under her tight jade leg, coupled with her sweet smile, brought a pure breath to her face. "Haha, my wife is beautiful. She's a beautiful woman who can change." Robin's outfit also made Mu Feng's eyes shine. "Hee Isho said. "Why don't you like it?" Robin squinted at Isho after looking at his outfit. "Yes, I like everything you wear. If you don't wear anything, I like it even more." Haha. Looking at Robin, who had changed to a different style, Mu Feng laughed. "You talk too much. Let go," said Robin, who stepped forward to hug Mu Feng's arm, and Isho was happy. Following the stairs, the two of Mu Feng strolled onto the island. After walking for 10 minutes, Mu Feng suddenly stopped and the smile on his face slowly faded, replaced by a serious look. Seeing the change in Mu Feng, Robin was stunned, and asked softly, "What wrong?" "Nothing. Just found a guy who is not very popular." Mu Feng pushed Robin's arm lightly away and walked towards a boulder on the edge of the wood. Robin, who was slightly stunned, also looked in the direction where Mu Feng was walking. Jian was a tall man, wearing a white suit vest and dark blue shirt, with a green blindfold on his glasses, and lay down on the ground casually. The middle-aged sleeping. Seeing the middle-aged in this attire, Robin was immediately startled, took a step back involuntarily, a cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and a name appeared in her mind: Marine Admiral Kuzan. In response, Robin took a step forward and stretched out her hand to hold Mu Feng, but her hand stopped halfway. She knew it was too late to stop now, because Kuzan, who was lying on the ground, had already stopped. The blindfolds on his glasses were pushed up to his forehead, and his sleepy, somewhat hazy eyes had already seen them. Contrary to Robin's fear, Mu Feng's expression remained the same. He walked slowly to Kuzan's eye, lit a cigar at will, took a breath and exhaled a smoke ring. "I didn't expect to be here with you." Encounter. Admiral Kuzan, Marine's highest combat power. "Are you here to catch me?" Kuzan, who stood up and sat quietly on the grass, leaned on his chin with one hand, sighed, and looked at Mu Feng lazily with his piercing eye. "Aiya. Ah, this, who are you?" "Ha ha." Mu Feng, who made a light hum, suddenly had a black line, and secretly said, "Kuzan is really Kuzan. He is as unreliable as ever. He really inherits the fine tradition of his teacher garb as carelessness." However, Mu Feng could see that Kuzan didn't seem to prepare, and his expression was a little more relaxed. Isho. so since you don't know me, can we go? Ah, let go, Kuzan said casually, scratching his head. After listening to Kuzan's word, Mufang's heart also fell, and he walked away like a frightened robin. At this moment, Kuzan, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly stood up and looked at Robin in the distance. Oh, please stop. Such a beautiful lady turned out to be Nicole. Robin, I didn't expect so many years. No, you're already tall and slim. Would you like to have a cup of tea with me? I didn't. Robin, who was frightened by Kuzan in cold sweat, stammered a little when he spoke. I'm sorry, my wife doesn't have time to drink tea with you. We still have things to do. Walking up to Robin and patting the frightened Robin, Mufang silently turned his head and said with a look of alertness, oh, it's a little tricky. Although I'm out for a walk, I can't let it go when I meet Robin. You have been sneaking around for so many years, and it seems that you still haven't found a real place to live. So, isn't it tiring to live like this? Come on, let me end your miserable life. Ignoring Mufang's word, Kuzan carried the grass on his shoulders and pronounced a sentence on Robin. I'm sorry, Robin has already found her home, and that's me. I will protect her and won't let anyone hurt her. Mufang, who took 2 steps forward, said with a serious face, she is a ferocious beast that no one can handle. Don't think that if you become your woman, you can follow you sincerely. She is just using you. By the way, who are you? That yes, right. Kuzan, who casually put Marine's uniform on his shoulders, mumbled, my name is William. Mufang, not that one. Please remember my name, because this name will be the name that will make the world tremble in the near future. Mufang said righteously, and then looked back. He glanced at Robin Mufang and continued, as for whether Robin is deceiving me, you don't need to worry about it. I trust my vision. Oh yes, it's a great ideal. Mufang, I remember it. Kuzan, who tilted his head, said lazily, but immediately he became bright-eyed and said, do you know why Robin used to live in the house? The pirate group or organization will be wiped out. She is the only one who will survive. This time, the place she chose to live is you. She is just using you to kill William. Mufang, the former member of CP9. It would be miserable as well. Quote, HMPH, stop talking nonsense there. Robin is my woman, and I will protect her to the end. Mufang, who moved his limbs, said very firmly, what are you trying to say? If you want to catch me, just do it. I won't sit still. The calm Robin snorted and put his hands around his chest. The arm of 30 rounds of flower, eagle claw, suddenly appeared on the important keys of Kuzan's body and fit him there. Ooh, it seems that I talked too much. I'm really sorry. I thought you became smart, Robin, but it seems that I overestimated you. With a crisp sound, Kuzan was instantly broken by Robin. Countless ice blocks are scattered on the grass. Ooh, Robin, you've done too much. If that's the case, then don't blame me. Kuzan, who instantly turned into a humanoid, jumped and grabbed Robin. Hey, what do you think of me? Didn't you hear a word of what I said? Comrade Marine Admiral. Mufang, who snorted coldly, immediately shot. Life returned. Shave flat. Iron nugget. Land leg. With the body of an iron nugget, launched the combination of Land's leg, kicking violently toward Kuzan's lower abdomen with the sound of howling wind. Oh, what a poor little guy who was deceived. Glancing at the kick that kicked himself, Kuzan didn't bother to pay attention to his figure and still grabbed Robin, but when he was about to grab Robin, his eyes snapped open and he said in surprise, armament hockey. The astonished Kuzan was also kicked out by Mufang. It turned out that Mufang did not use armament hockey when he made another move, and the strong armament hockey erupted only when his foot was about to hit Kuzan. Kuzan was Admiral, and Mufang probably didn't have many chances to hurt him, so at the moment of the shot, Mufang had already made up his mind. Seeing that the move worked, Mufang pressed his feet hard and hit the ground under his feet. When he stepped on it, he burst, and the whole person crossed a phantom to catch up with Kuzan, who was kicked and flew out. The double knives that had been prepared at his waist were also unsheathed in an instant, wrapping around armament hockey's blade, shimmering and stunning. The cold light of the soul slammed down. Ice shield. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in all directions, and a crystal clear ice wall appeared between Mufang and Kuzan. With a click, the ice wall was smashed by Mufang's double knife, and countless ice balls shot around. And Kuzan also took a short opportunity to distance himself from Mufang, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Iya, it's really careless. Mufang, you are really beyond my expectation. I thought you a newcomer would not using hockey. I didn't expect you to be so proficient in using it. It seems that you have learned it a long time ago, but you have been hiding it. It's a pity that I didn't get you seriously injured. It seems that Admiral is like Admiral. Even if you attack, it is not easy to be seriously injured. Mufang, who was holding 2 knives, looked regretful. I didn't expect you to use knives. And where did your hockey come from? Don't tell me it's from Gaia. I'm not that easy to deceive. Although he was kicked, but Kuzan still looked relaxed. What weird. Although I'm not a great swordsman, my swordsmanship is also the best in CP9. As for how hockey learned it, do you really want to know? Mufang, who was on guard, suddenly sneered at Isho. Then he continued, I'm sorry to wake up naturally. Shade, Shigen, finger pistol, sword and spear, condensed hockey's double knife, and it turned into a rain of flowers, attacking Kuzan's body violently. What a very bad boy. The reward of 96 million is obviously underestimating your strength. Kuzan jumped up and caught his hand. Ice block, double thorn spear. Countless ice spears instantly formed beside him, and then like arrows from the string, they shot towards Mufeng quickly. Crack, rumbling loudly, countless ice block flew out from the thick smoke and dust, lacing into the distant bushes, making a clinking sound. Kuzan, who suppressed Mufeng's offensive, didn't stop, just gently isho. His hands slammed forward, a bird-shaped ice jinchuriki column slammed towards Mufeng in the smoke. Ice block, pheasant beat. Some embarrassed Mufeng screamed badly, and his body spun rapidly. Sword art, whirlwind slash. There was a loud bang that shook the world, and the huge ice jinchuriki column was cut in half by Mufeng, and it flew into the distance and fell to the ground with a bang, splashing countless dust and grass clippings. Huh, where's the person? Mufeng, who was completely devoted to the fight, was startled. The Kuzan in front of him miraculously disappeared. With the observation hotkey fully open, Mufeng gasped, and then turned around to attack, for not knowing when Kuzan actually ran behind him. But just as his knives were rotated behind him, Kuzan's big hands grabbed him, and a regretful smile appeared on his face. Aitai, the biting cold wind passed, and Mufeng's double knives and himself were instantly frozen. P.S. Ask for flowers. Collect them. Don't delete them if your friends collect them. Even if you don't look at them, keep them without taking up space. Right. 55. Responsibility. Mufeng's decisive counterattack. 13. Ask for everything. Robin, who was watching the battle from the sideline, was always worried, but in these few short minutes, the thing she was most worried about happened. When Mufeng was frozen by Kuzan, she suddenly let out a heart-piercing cry. Mufeng, Aiya, it really caused some minor trouble, but fortunately, I finally solved it. Plus. Glancing at the clothes cut open by Mufeng with a knife, he felt a little regretful, then turned his head to face the angry Robin, who was full of tears. Came. Robin, you really met a good partner, but you are still your Robin, and it will not change. No, I really found my home this time. I won't be running away. Even if I die, I will die with Mufeng. Robin shouted with tears on his face. 60 flowers blossom. Spirited Robin. Silver Kiba bit his lip tightly. A trace of dazzling fresh Yuhi blood slowly flowed down. His hands around his chest clenched violently, and countless arms appeared on Kuzan's body. Rotating flower. Bang! The crystals of ice crystals scattered all over the sky, which were extraordinarily colorful under the sunlight in the sky. However, this was not so beautiful for Robin. She was full of powerlessness. Aiya, you are still so ignorant. You are far from that. Mufeng. Kuzan, who instantly transformed into a humanoid with ice crystals in the sky, was only one step away from Robin. Frozen hour. No. After a bleak green, Robin wanted to try to escape, but her feet seemed to rise on the ground, and it was difficult to move even a millimeter. Looking at the growing palm, Robin glanced hard at his head, and glanced deeply at the frozen Mufeng behind Kuzan, then closed his eyes in despair, waiting for the call of death. Isn't this very good? If I solve you here, the world will be a lot safer. Seeing Robin, who was staring affectionately with tears flashing, Kuzan also sighed softly, and his big hand was about to touch Robin's head. When he got up, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in Mufeng's direction. Kacha, kacha, there was a slight sound, and cracks appeared from the frozen tip of the blade, and then spread continuously to Mufeng's body. Bright eyes stared at Kuzan, and in those breathtaking eyes, there seemed to be a raging flame burning. He took a step forward and pointed the long knife at Kuzan with a flickering cold light, and said with a very cold expression, "Let go of Robin. I said she had to step on my body to move her." Robin, who fell to the ground with a thud, looked at Mufeng from a distance, and a shocking wave suddenly erupted in her heart. She was so complicated that it was difficult for her to say a word, and she stayed there quietly. Ooh, it's amazing that you instantly covered your body with armament hockey, and then got out of trouble with Rokushiki's move. Kuzan, who had withdrawn his hand, silently turned around, scratched his head and said very loosely, "But I think you are still hurt by my cold air. Why are you struggling like this?" His eyesight was so vicious, he could see at a glance the principle of Mufeng's escape. "I'm sorry, because I have a reason to insist, and this is also my responsibility." Mufeng, who had an extremely solemn expression, replied to Kuzan's sentence lightly, and then said to Robin on the ground, "You hide away. Pick up the battle coming down will be a little fierce." Quote, responsibility. Ooh, it's an extremely heavy word. Kuzan, who was rubbing his hair, sighed, as if he had a lot of feeling, and seemed to have thought of something and stood there silently. I want to be with you. Hide away from me. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Robin interrupted Robin's words with a broken drink, and then said to Kuzan, "Mr. Admiral should not object. Well, since you have made a decision with me with the determination to die, then I will fulfill you." Suddenly Kuzan's whole person's momentum suddenly changed, and he became very serious. Just now the laziness disappeared without a trace, and the whole person was like a calm mountain, and it was full of hockey. The majestic momentum that had been in the high position for a long time also burst out, setting off a whirlwind around him, and the grass was rushing. Make a sound. Looking at Robin, who was far away, Mufeng roared with his eyes wide open, and the momentum of the King of Beasts was full of momentum. "Come on, let's make a break." Return of life. Unblocking. Confronting. With Mu Feng's roar, his body changed violently in an instant. His body crackled, suddenly thickened, and his short hair instantly turned into flowing black. Long hair fluttered wildly in the air. This is Mu Feng's super form. It uses life to return the energy that was previously stored in each part of the body, and instantly bursts out in exchange for more powerful strength and speed. Of course, the consequences of doing so are also very serious, and the energy it stores is also it can only last for a maximum of 10 minutes. Once this time is exceeded, it will burn his own energy, that is, his life and potential. If he does not die, he will be half disabled. This is his last trump card and his life-saving trick. Do not use it out. Ooh, this is really a strange move, but it doesn't seem to have changed much. Kuzan asked with a little doubt. If there is any change, you will know immediately, Mr. Admiral. Mu Feng jumped up with a loud shout, and his speed nearly doubled. Shave lash. Swordsmanship. Triple slash. Mu Feng flickered. As fast as a cheetah, the long sword condensed with armament hockey in his hand slashed toward Kuzan with a dreamlike triple slash. Shave. Boom. A vacuum area of dozens of meters appeared in the woods where the three swords slashed and flew over. All the trees were strangled by Mu Feng's one move and turned into debris floating in the air. Ooh, it's really dangerous. Kuzan, who avoided him with a swipe, also sighed in admiration. At the same time, he also appeared behind Mu Feng. Ice block. Partisan stabbed Mu Feng with two ice spears with cold air. Feeling Kuzan's attack, Mu Feng slumped down, using his right foot as the pivot, and kicked out violently with the thick hockey's left foot. Lamb leg. Whirlwind kick. With a bang, Kuzan was kicked out by Mu Feng, drawing a bright arc in the air, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Flying more than 10 meters away, Kuzan slammed into a boulder, and the boulder was in the sky. Under the huge impact, it turned into gravel and splat, as if a big firework was set off, and Kuzan, who passed through the stone, also rolled on the ground. P.S. Ask for flower. Collect evaluation. 56. Did I win? 23. With a bang, the smoke filled the air, and Mu Feng's figure quickly passed through the smoke and shot towards the rolling Kuzan, taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Succeeded, but Mu Feng felt like he was kicking steel, which all meant that Kuzan had an extremely strong hockey that could defend against his kick. Plus or minus or plus or minus. Mu Feng, who was shot out, also sank in his heart. He didn't expect that he would still not be able to cause serious injury to Kuzan when he was overloaded. Admiral is indeed Admiral. The strongest blow I hope will hit Kuzan hard. Mu Feng, who was full of thought, came to Kuzan with a swipe, and turned the two knives to stab Kuzan's chest downward. Knife technique. Tiger hunting. Kuzan, who touched and fell to the ground, was a seasoned veteran after all. He held the ground with one hand and his feet seemed to spin like a windmill. One swept out and kicked Mu Feng's arm. Mu Feng's arms felt slammed by the steel whip, and immediately changed direction and stabbed the two knives on the ground. With a bang, the soil splashed, the smoke billowed, and two trenches were instantly formed, extending into the distance from the place where the blade fell to the ground. Iron nugget. Whip leg. Failed, and Mu Feng was not discouraged, but Admiral would be a ghost if he let him solve it so easily, so he used his two knives as a fulcrum, and flew up with a gust of wind. Kuzan's head. Mu Feng was faster than Kuzan. He had known for a long time that Mu Feng was attacking, and he instantly blocked Mu Feng's offensive with his arm. With a tut, the two people who collided violently each bounced out. Iya, I really underestimate you. Mu Feng, it seems that you really have potential. Kuzan, who was sliding a few meters away, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became a little dignified. If you grow up, it will also be a big trouble in the future. Fortunately, I met you today, so let me bury you here. Are you just talking about it? Let's be practical, please, Mr. Admiral. Mu Feng, who was also several meters away, chuckled lightly. Although he knew that he must not be Kuzan's opponent, he still won't lose. Hooray! Absolutely cannot be soft. Ice Saber picked up a piece of grass at random and blew it in the air, and a crystal clear ice blade appeared in Kuzan's hand. Iya, you really underestimate it if you don't come. Vivi Isho, as Kuzan instantly disappeared in the original plate. Land, suddenly appearing in front of Mu Feng. The ice blade in his hand launched a violent attack with a violent storm. The cold wind was gusty, and countless sword flowers shrouded Mu Feng. Clang! The metal hissed continuously, and the sword energy was vertical and horizontal. The two people fighting fiercely, like two destructive fighting machines, smashed the earth with a radius of 100 meters and was riddled with holes. Mu Feng, who had the strength to fight back just now, felt the pressure doubled after Kuzan really showed his power, and was beaten by Kuzan only with parry but not the strength to fight back. Bumping, booming, mushrooms and smoke clouds all over the place. Smoke and dust shrouded the entire battlefield. Long-term defense will be lost. A few minutes of fierce confrontation. Mu Feng has been cut all over by Kuzan, although Mu Feng tried his best to control, but a lot of blood is still yin yuhi off his shirt. Mu Feng, who was on the verge of splitting, also had blue veins bursting out on his head. His breathing became faster and faster, and his face became extremely ugly and exhausted. With a lot of energy consumption, Mu Feng felt that he had misestimated the combat intensity. He originally thought that he could last for 10 minutes to consume, but now it seems that that 7 or 8 minutes is too much. But although Kuzan on the opposite side was also injured, it didn't affect his fighting power at all, but stimulated his desire to fight. Mu Feng, who was gasping for breath, flashed an absolute color in his eye, and with a roar, he counterattacked as fiercely as a tiger descending from the mountain. Knife technique. Blitz. Mu Feng, who let go of his defensive, had red eyes, and countless bloodshots appeared in his eye. He slashed down with a strong hockey double knife. The fierceness of the momentum also made Kuzan frown, and withdrew the knife and moved back. Chang. An unexpected result appeared in front of Kuzan. He thought that the force was heavy, and the fierce move was just a fake, but Mu Feng's double knives were shot out by him at once, which also made Kuzan cry. Chingy. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes, as Mu Feng reaching the limit. Just when Kuzan's momentum slowed down a little, a smile appeared on Mu Feng's face. Return of life. Bun wrapped around Kuzan's right arm like a water snake, preventing him from being elementalized. Yeah, it's really a whim. I'm getting more and more optimistic about you, Mu Feng. Vivi Isho. Kuzan immediately changed his words and said, but in such a close combat, you are even more disadvantaged. Losing. It's even faster. With his right hand, he grabbed Mu Feng's long hair and pulled it into his arm, and his left hand, which was icy cold, pushed out violently. Icy buzz, and the surrounding air was frozen. Although I also know that this is not good for me, it is not as good as a protracted battle. Isho Mu Feng lightly. He still moved forward bravely. Kick Kuzan's left hand a little with his leg, and his whole body looking forward. There is a feeling of throwing a hug. Sicking spear. The biggest lion's roar cannon ignored the frozen leg, and Mu Feng, who was close to keep a pass, also slammed Kuzan's chest with his fist. Tut. Mu Feng's fist shook like a cannon, gathering all his strength and armament as fist to send out a strong shockwave. There was a loud bang. The mountain shook. Thick smoke billowed. Mud splashed, and Kuzan, who vomited blood with a puff, was punched and flew out by Mu Feng, and he kept rolling and fell to the ground dozens of meters. It hit a trench that was more than half a meter deep and 20 meters long. The smoke and dust dissipated, and a Mu Feng, who only exposed his upper body, was ferociously frozen on the ground. 100 meters around him was a piece of crystal clear ice, glowing with blue light, and his long flowing hair was only there are more than 20 centimeters left, and the rest has been frozen in the distance. Mu Feng, with a flushed face, spit out a large mouthful of blood. His trembling arms drooped weakly. His bloodshot eyes stared silently at Kuzan, who fell to the ground in the distance. A thought echoed in his mind. Did I win? P.S. Ask for flowers, collect, and evaluate. I would recommend a friend's book, One Piece King of Pirates. Thank you for joining the group if you have ideas. 57 If you want to travel, you want to go there. 33 For everything. Did I win? Mu Feng, who had been released from his super form, stared into the distance with questioning eyes silently, praying constantly in his heart, hoping that the gods and Buddhas in the sky would bless him. But the gods and Buddhas in the sky were all asleep. The snoring was so loud that he didn't listen to Mu Feng's prayer at all. Times contour integral time. With a bang, Kuzan, who was lying in the distance, stood up abruptly from the ground, carrying the gravel and dust on his body like no one else, and walked slowly towards Mu Feng. Step, tap, tap. The light sound of his leather shoes colliding with the ground, as if stepping in Mu Feng's heart, made Mu Feng's heart drank violently. Return of life. Unblocking. Mu Feng, who unblocked again, coughed a little blood from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the frozen ground. Iron, steel fist, condensed armament hockey, fist, and smashed into the ice that was frozen to the waist. With a clatter, countless pieces of ice were scattered, and Yuhi's legs were frozen, braving the cold air. In the air, he tried his best to take a step forward, but he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Mu Feng raised his brows and his face became extremely ugly, and secretly screamed, "Ooh, my legs are already frozen. A little numb." Just when Mu Feng insisted on fighting, a figure flew in front of him. Robin, what are you doing here? However, Robin in front of him suddenly stretched out two thin jade arms, like an old hen protecting the chick. He ignored Mu Feng, who was behind him at all, and just silently looked at Kuzan on the opposite side, and shouted with an incomparable expression, "Although I really want to live, if I exchange my life for Mu Feng, come on Kuzan, please do it." Quote, "You stupid woman, does your husband still need you to protect her? It's so cute and stupid." Vivi was startled. Mu Feng suddenly showed a gratified smile, and then pulled Robin behind him with all his strength, put his hands in front of him and made a fighting posture. "Please Mr. Admiral, let's continue." Walking to Kuzan, which is more than 10 meters away from Mu Feng, watching Mu Feng and the two suddenly standing there, scratching their heads helplessly, stretched out a hand and said, "Wait a minute." Yeah. Mu Feng suddenly shrank his eyes suddenly. He couldn't believe what was in front of him. Kuzan, who was opposite him, was lying on the ground with his head in one hand. Hey la la la. The exercise just now was a little too violent, and 2 ribs were broken. Right. The other hand scratched his head and said some mindless word. His expression became lazy again. Get up. The kind of guy who was full of hockey just now doesn't seem to have appeared. What is it? What are you trying to say? Mu Feng, who had withdrawn from the super form, asked with a questioning face. He really couldn't understand what was in this lazy head. The jumping of thought is too violent, and just now I had to fight for life life and death, but now I am lying there leisurely as if it is a leisure vacation. Hey la la la, although I received an order, it seems that your real opponent is not me, and I am actually very happy that Robin can really find a home, and my old friend Saren is not wasted in vain. His life, then I wish you happiness. He touched the rib that was broken by Mufeng and continued, that Mufeng is right, your opponent has already arrived, just waiting in the valley not far ahead. You, so what, this is it? What, could you please clarify? Mr. Admiral, how am I supposed to know what you're talking about? Mufeng said a little frantically, that, I didn't eat breakfast, and now I'm a little sleepy after such a vigorous exercise. I'll sleep first, you can go inside. Kuzan actually pulled down the blindfold and fell asleep in an instant, just snoring loudly. Mufeng and Robin were immediately stunned. They looked at each other for a long time, and both saw puzzlement and doubt in each other's eye, but no matter what, they escaped the disaster. As for why Kuzan let them go, only God knows. Mufeng, who was full of doubt, was still with Robin. Following Kuzan's instruction, they walked to the valley inside. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally came to the valley that Kuzan said. In the valley surrounded by green hills and lined with trees, a tall figure sat quietly on a boulder, holding a Bible in his hand and reading constantly. When he saw Mufeng walking into the valley, he closed the Bible with a snap and said, you are here. It seems that you have already fought with the guys outside, and your injuries are more serious. Haha, it's okay. It's lucky not to die. Looking at the incomparably sturdy appearance, Bartholomew was full of imposing position. Big Bear, Mufeng is always a little awkward. How can such a sturdy guy speak so softly, like a woman? So that guy let you go. The Big Bear jumped off the rock and walked towards Mufeng with his huge body. As Vivi trembled, he reached out to Mufeng and stretched out a hand. You, what are you doing? Don't blame me for being rude. Robin behind Mufeng snorted softly, his hands already on his chest, ready to attack. It's alright. Mufeng waved his hand gently to stop the nervous Robin, and then said to the Big Bear, did the dragon give you any instruction? The yin healing bomb touched the Big Bear, which ejected Mufeng's pain, and glanced at Mufeng. I'm sorry, but I have no comment. Oh, forget it. What are you going to do next? Are you going to exchange my head for Shichibukai's position? Said Mufeng Vivi Isho, who felt much more relaxed. If you want to travel, where do you want to go? Big Shang, who didn't directly answer Mufeng's question, asked back. Although he didn't answer directly, Mufeng already knew the result. I want to go to Sky Island. Gaia, you know, it's the Sky Island above him. Mufeng, who didn't even think about it, answered Shang's question. Long haul, Mufeng has his own plan. Since he wants to avoid the limelight, the best place is Sky Island, and if he is lucky, he may be able to grab Guro Guro no Mi before Enel. Rumble Rumble Fruit. Once you have Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, then his strength will be doubled. Sky Island. Big Shang was slightly taken aback when he heard Mufeng's word. There's no way. Then forget. Seeing the embarrassed Big Bear, Mufeng Vivi Isho said, no, that's fine. Are you ready? It might be a little long. The Big Bear thought for a while. It's ready. Thank you for returning, Mr. Long. Mufeng, who held the bewildered Robin in his arms, nodded. Remember, there will be no more troubles in the past 2 years. The Big Bear, who said a sentence, slammed his palm out and slapped Mufeng's body. In an instant, Mufeng was like a rocket lifted into the air, turning into a streamer, disappeared into the valley. P.S. Ask for flowers, collect them. If the condition is good tomorrow, I will work hard for the third shift, depending on the situation. 58 Unknown. Sky Island Landing. 12. Looking at the disappearing Mufeng's Big Bear, he stretched out. Bear's impact. Again, there was an earth-shattering bang, and the valley shook for a while, and the rocks and trees turned into fly ash in an instant. After glancing at the plain-like landform, the Big Bear walked out of the mountain without looking back. It's all. Is the movement fast? And the movement is not small. Just as the Big Bear walked past Kuzan suddenly opened his eyes and said lightly, yeah. Big Bear just hummed, answering more than he didn't. Where's the corpse? No corpses left for both of them, right? Kuzan, who stood up slowly, patted the dust on his body and asked very casually, it confiscated, and it flying. The Big Bear, who turned around, had his eyes as flat as water. His expression was the same, and there was no change in his emotion. Did it fly, or let it go? Kuzan scratched his head. His eyes were sharp like knives, and he glanced at the bear, and the atmosphere on the field became extremely tense in an instant. Whatever you think, it's just that I'm surprised that killing them both with your ability is just as easy as the palm of your hand. Why did you suddenly change your mind later? Big Shang spoke in a very relaxed tone, but he took off his gloves and leaked a ball of meat. The palm of his hand. His expression is indifferent, but he has the posture of making a big shot if he disagrees. Hey la la la, that fine. I'll report your situation truthfully. As for how to deal with it, it's the marshal's question. Kuzan didn't answer Da Shang's question, but just replied lightly, evading the seriousness, and his expression changed. He suddenly said coldly, but if you do anything to harm Marine in the future, don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless. After watching Kuzan silently for a long time, the Big Bear put on his gloves and walked towards the beach without turning his head. A faint voice came from afar. I'll be waiting at any time. Hey la la la. It's it's just troublesome. Why do I have to do this kind of thing? Kuzan, who was complaining, took out a phone and dialed, "Hey, is it Garp, Vice Admiral?" "It done, but I don't quite understand why you're doing this." Although Kuzan is Admiral, he still respect Garp very much. Ha ha ha, there is no way. The old man owes him a favor. He saved the grandsons of the old man on the mission 4 years ago, so please Kuzan. After a burst of hearty laughter, Garp said in a relaxed tone, "Oh, is that so?" After listening to Garp's answer, Kuzan seemed to understand the original, and sighed a little. But Mufeng is indeed a talent, because a nobleman's face forced him to defect. Indeed it's a pity, but forget quote. Haha, it seems that you are still very optimistic about that kid. There was a sound of slumber from the other end of the conversation. Kuzan Vivi Isho hung up the phone, and after reporting everything here to Sengoku, he silently looked at the distant sky and muttered to himself, "Mufeng, I don't know what the next time I will encounter it." Mufeng really has no way of knowing what happened on the island. Now he is a beauty in his arm, experiencing the thrill of being trapped in the air, and looking at the scenery that keep going backward. He has a feeling of flying. Sunrise and sunset. After 4 days of air travel, the outline of a sky island appeared in front of his eye. The towering trees towering into the cloud, climbing and growing like a horned dragon. An ancient and prosperous ancient city appeared in his eyes. The blue stone was broken. All tiles leave traces of history. Is this the sky island we're coming to? How can there be land? It's amazing, and I feel a strong atmosphere of history that makes me happy. Robin, who hugged Mufeng tightly, looked at the surrounding scenery as also a happy Isho. There is a feeling of looking back at Isho by my shun. Haha, Gaia is an ancient city with a long history. I think you will like it. Stroking Robin's hair, Mufeng Hihi Isho continued. As for why there is land here, it is very simple because it is not Gaia Island. The product of it was hit by rising ocean currents hundreds of years ago. Quote, "Oh, how much do you know?" Mufeng, who was watching with clear eyes like water, Robin's playful Isho said, "Tell me about it." Mufeng, whose vanity was fully satisfied, told the story of the big talker Rorandu that he knew, and it was really vivid. Are you talking about Gaia? Robin, who listened with interest, casually glanced around suspiciously. That's right, our destination. Mufeng, who had just finished speaking, was stunned for a moment, and then he roared, "You bastard, Big Bear, you clearly said that it was Gaia's Sky Island, but now his mother wants to send Lousy there." Mufeng, who was in a good mood just now, is now full of anger and tears streaming down her face. Gaia, who was still in front of her just now, is now the path. The farther away, the more Gaia can be seen now. At this moment, Mufeng finally understood why the Big Bear was hesitant a few days ago. It turned out that he was not very sure at all. Hee. Seeing Mufeng roaring loudly, Robin was not unhappy. Instead he covered his mouth and smiled. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Now we are wandering without a destination." Looking at the smiling beauty in his arm, Mufeng said hesitantly, "Nothing. If you don't say yes, if you don't say it, the family will serve you." "That's nothing. As long as I'm with you, I can go anywhere." Robin huddled in Mufeng's arms murmured, "Don't worry, I will give you more happiness in the future." Mufeng said with certainty, "Yeah, I know you will." Robin nodded lightly with a Yuhi expression on his face. But just when Mufeng wanted to communicate with Robin in depth, he suddenly felt the speed slow down, and the two of them rushed away like the white sea below. With a bang, a huge bear's paw fingerprint appeared on the vast white sea. The wave flashed, and Mufeng and Robin plunged into the white sea. P.S. There are some changes to the outline, so there are only 2 changes today. Sorry. Chapter 59 Sky Island Burka 22. The waves were surging and the sea of clouds rolled, and the huge waves lapped down one by one, rippling ripple. At the moment of falling into the sea of cloud, Mufeng turned his body down and used Haki to protect himself and Robin from the damage. Minimum reduction. Intersection Psi intersection. Gulu gulu. A series of blisters rolled up. I don't know how long it took Mufeng's body to dissipate the pressure, and then he started to swim to the sea. After all, this is the sea, so Robin, who has the devil fruit, has already lost consciousness, fainted softly in Mufeng's arm. After a few minutes, Mufeng finally came to the surface of the sea, but he frowned when he saw Robin in a coma. "It seems that we can find a place to treat Robin. It's not good to go on like this." Just as Mufeng was thinking, a huge wave rolled over and a giant lobster more than 10 meters long appeared in front of Mufeng's eye. The ping-pong ball's big eyes stared at Mufeng and the two of them, as if they had seen food. The lobster happily clacked the huge shrimp tongs twice, shook its head and waved its tail and rushed towards Mufeng, and the huge shrimp tongs slammed down to the ground. The clip seemed to split the tiny creature in front of him in two. "Oh, I'm really drowsy. Someone will give me a pillow." Mufeng, who was secretly happy, also had his eyes glowing, and he kicked up the whole person with his feet, and flew to the top of the lobster's head and kicked it down. With a bang, a volleyball-sized lobster popped out of its head, and the kicked lobster suddenly burst into tears, and was about to dive and escape. "If you dare to dive, I will pull out your skin." Mufeng, who was standing on the back of the lobster, snorted coldly, and Conqueror Haki also released a little. The big lobster immediately shivered and stood there, with a pitiful look on his face, looking at the guy on his back. It was extremely depressed at this moment, really went out without looking at the yellow calendar, and met Mu Feng, the killing god. Seeing the obedient lobster, Mu Feng finally smiled and placed Robin on the lobster's back, then stomped lightly and said, "Hurry up and take Lao Su to the shore, or Yuhi will cook the lobster." The big lobster, who probably understood what Mu Feng meant, dared to hesitate at all. With a slam, the shrimp tail swayed again and again like an arrow from the string, and it set off a white wave on the sea of clouds and ran quickly. Seeing the fast-running lobster, Mu Feng also nodded with satisfaction. "You are wise." Then he gently unbuttoned Robin's collar twice, took out the foreign object in her mouth, and placed it on her plump body. Squeeze the heart under the chest 5 times, and give Robin mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration. After more than a minute, Robin coughed and spat out a few mouthfuls of seawater before waking up leisurely, looking at Mu Feng in front of him. "Have we already landed? Where is this? I don't even know where it is. I didn't catch a coolie and let it send us ashore. When we go to the shore and ask someone, we will know where it is." He patted the big lobster Mu Feng Vivi isho under him. "That's right," Robin replied. Vivi leaned on Mu Feng's shoulder and began to slowly pay attention to the vast sea of clouds around him. About an hour later, Mu Feng, who had sent a few blind sea beasts away, heard rough singing in the distance. "When the sun came out, I climbed the hillside. When I got to the hillside, I wanted to sing. I sang to my sister, and my sister listened to it and became my wife." Mu Feng's eyelid jumped wildly when he heard the song, and secretly said, "Oh, it seems that I have met someone in the same way, and the lyrics are really powerful." Mu Feng, who had little emotion, patted the lobster who was sitting down. "It is rushing towards the singing. No matter how it encounters people, it is still necessary to ask the way to understand the situation." It was not too long. A small 3-tailed sailboat appeared in Mu Feng's eye. The shape of the boat was not much different from that of the blue sea boat below. It was just a little more power source of wind shell, and the speed was much faster than the normal boat. A sturdy middle-aged man about 23 meters tall, with a dark complexion and a full beard, was singing loudly at the bow of the boat, carrying a 1.56-meter iron plate on his shoulders, dressed in a light blue sailor costume and quilt. His sturdy muscles bound tightly, and a pair of small white wings kept flapping behind it. "Yeah, where did you get such a beautiful lady? She has a body like a devil." Beard straightened his clothes, and said with a solemn expression, "My name is Iger, hot beauty. By the way, could you let me take a look at your chest?" It stared straight at Robin with its bull's eye, and didn't even pay attention to Mu Feng beside Robin. "That won't work. My husband will be angry." First Robin was stunned, and then gently isho. "Hey, a guy with one ear. Look again there. Don't you see there's another person here? You've really eaten the guts of an ambitious leopard by molesting my wife in front of me." An anger, shave, iron nugget, whip leg. Mu Feng, who flew up, kicked out with one leg, and was blocked by Iger on the boat with the iron plate. With a bang, Mu Feng and Iger both retreated several steps. "Yeah, this guy is not easy." Looking at Iger holding a wrench, Mu Feng was also startled. He was able to keep up with his speed and fight evenly. He clearly felt that the other party was also a character. "Oh, so there's another person. I didn't notice when it appeared." Iger, who resisted Mu Feng's move, he isho, then looked at Robin and said, "Will the beauty marry someone like me, a rough, masculine man?" As he spoke, he waved his muscular arms vigorously, proving that what he said was true. "I refuse." Robin, who was full of black line, didn't even think about it, and answered neatly, "God, this is the number 1 failed marriage proposal, the 25th time. The wrong one is the 26th time. Oh my, I'm really ashamed of my ancestors." Sorrowful, but immediately recovered with a serious look on his face. "The revolution has not yet succeeded, and I still need to work hard." "Then you forgot to take your medicine when you went out. Where are you talking nonsense?" Mu Feng couldn't help asking when he saw Iger, who was chirping, "Oh, if you didn't remind me, you forgot. It's time to take medicine." Kabuto took out a bottle, took out a piece and threw it in his mouth and chewed it, while sending a vague message to Mu Feng. "I don't know. Would you like to take a tablet as well? It can add many trace elements and also have cosmetic effect." Mu Feng could see that this guy was a 250 at all, so he put away his move, waved his hands and refused. "Can I ask about this and that?" "Oh, look at your costume as a blue sea person. This is a great country in Sky Island Burka." Iger said he isho, who put away the bottle. "P.S. Ask for flowers, collect them. Poor, when the computer fails to write, Word will be automatically closed, and once it is closed, a part of the text will be lost, and I have to write again and be depressed." Chapter 60 Surprise Guro Guro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit 12 Burka, a great country. Hearing Iger's remark, Mu Feng suddenly had a question mark in his head. Where is this Burka? It sounded like a lot of background, but he immediately reacted. Did he have a background with himself? Mao's relationship. His destination is Gaia, obviously not here. ___. So Mu Feng was a little stunned and immediately said, "Yes, Burka is a great country, but can you tell us how far it is from Gaia? How many days will it take to go by boat?" "Gaia? What is that place? I've lived on Sky Island for nearly 30 years. I know a little bit about the surrounding Sky Island, but I've never heard of the name again." Iger heard Mu Feng's compliment, still a little happy, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, he immediately became full of doubt. What don't you know? He's clearly there. Halfway through speaking, Mufeng suddenly closed his mouth because he didn't know how to point the way. After all, he was sent flying over. It's really a bit inaccurate. Mr. Eagle, do you know that there is a continent on the nearby Sky Island? Robin beside Mufeng immediately found Mufeng's embarrassment and thought for a moment. He stepped forward and asked, "Ah, you mean the Sky Island that has a holy place? I know it, but it's not called Gaia, it's called Kaipia, which means the kingdom of God. Why do you want to travel there?" Iger, who pondered for a moment, suddenly realized and laughed. Hearing Iger's affirmative answer, Mufeng glanced at Robin with approval. He really had the urge to pick up and take a bite. This wife is too smart, and at the same time she feels a little ashamed. Gaia, that's the name of the blue sea below, and it's really stupid to ask people who are stupid to ask Sky Island. That's right there. How long will it take if we're going? Vivi Isho, Robin continued. Oh, if you're going to go somewhere, it will take 5 days to take the boat with the wind. If it is against the wind, it will take about 7 days longer. But if you are traveling, why don't you visit my hometown Burka? This is definitely a place to visit. It is a great country with a long history, and you are also very lucky. The first warrior competition is being held these days. It is very lively, so you might as well take a look and go. Iger, who told Robin everything, also strongly recommended his own to Mufeng. Hometown #1 Warriors Competition. Mufeng, who was standing on the side, suddenly glowed with excitement in his eye. Although he was not as keen on the word #1 inches Luffy and Zoro, he was still full of interest and couldn't help but say, "Yes, this is the largest competition in the past 100 years. It can be said that the masters gathered here, and I heard that the person who won the title of the first warrior this time will also receive a mysterious prize." Looking at the excited Mufeng, Eagle Hey Isho, "What is the grand prize? Is it a prize money? How much can there be?" asked Mufeng, who touched his nose. Now that he has come to Sky Island, there is not much bailey on him. If he wins the first prize, he will earn more money to buy a boat. Also a good choice. Haha, the grand prize is not a bonus. I heard that it is a devil fruit. Iger, who laughed for a while, said mysteriously, as if he was not talking about a devil fruit but an atomic bomb. Devil fruit? What kind of fruit? If it's a garbage fruit, it's not worth a lot of money. It's just over 100 million bailey. Looking at the secret Iger, Mufeng pouted and said with some disdain, "What do you know? Although I don't know if it's true, but I heard rumors that this devil fruit is definitely very powerful. It seems to be something like Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. Hey, it's a pity I am a if the boatman eat." Before Iger could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Mufeng's exclamation. What did you say?" "Logia, Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit." Hearing Iger's word, Mufeng suddenly exclaimed, and the cigar he took out from his clothes fell on the ground with a clatter. On the deck, he never imagined that the Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit he wanted to find in Gaia would appear here. "I really don't know what to say. This is really a turning point. The big bear made a wrong judgment on the location, but sent him to the place where he wanted to find Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. Could it be that the protagonist's halo is not enough? It's really an eye-opener." Now Mufeng suddenly felt that Comrade Big Shong was so cute, and at the same time expressed deep apology for the curse on Comrade Big Shong just now. "Is what you said true?" Robin beside Mufeng was equally surprised. "Hey, even though it's a Logia devil fruit, it's not like a landlubber after eating it. What the fun if you can't go to the sea?" Looking at the fussing Mufeng and the two, Iger said with a nonchalant expression on his face, "Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, that is definitely the existence standing on the top of the devil fruit." Mufeng, who was a little ecstatic, stared at Iger and asked, "I wonder if we can for your first warrior contest. I really don't understand you people. What's so good about that kind of thing?" Although Iger didn't understand Mufeng's feeling, he still answered Mufeng's question directly. "I don't know either, but I can go help you ask the gods now. After all, no blue sea people have ever competed before." Quote, "Really? That's really good, and I'll trouble you a lot." Mufeng, who was elated, had a happy smile on his face, and then said, "Don't worry, I won't let you help in vain. I'll give you 200,000 bailies as a reward." It's not that Mufeng is stingy, but he only has more than 1 million cash bailies in his hand, and the rest are silver card, and there is no place to pay cards on Sky Island. "Even if it's money, I'm not helping you for money." Iger, who waved his hand, said Isho again, "As long as you let me appreciate the breasts of this beautiful lady, and let me touch it, it will be even better." What? Mufeng, who was still smiling just now, turned his face like frost in an instant, and a chilling aura burst out from his body. Although he really wanted to participate in the competition, if this condition was the premise, Mufeng didn't mind killing and snatching it directly. "Just kidding, why do you have to be so serious?" Iger, who laughed for a while, looked at Mufeng with a murderous look, and then said, "Don't hold out too much hope. Can you participate? Say 2 more. This joke is not funny at all. I don't want it to happen again." Mufeng said coldly, and then jumped up. Lan Lag Banyu, a huge vacuum slash flew from the boat to the distance, and the sea of clouds that the slash passed through was easily cut cut in half. This is Mu Feng's declaration. Haha, the strength is good. If I can participate in the competition, it will be even more exciting. Iger, who laughed heartily for a while, didn't take Mu Feng's warning to heart at all, then turned around and raised the mainsail and said, Let go back to Burka. I think you'll love it there. One Piece The Infinite Powerhouse. Chapter 61-80. Chapter 62. The First Encounter with Enel. 22. Although Mu Feng felt a little uncomfortable, but for the sake of Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit, he was still going to take Iger's boat to Burka. Of course, before that, he still let go of the big boat that took him for half a day. Lobster. Scene. Iger is a very talkative, a little crazy guy. During the voyage, Mu Feng really knew this guy. He is simply a crazy boatman with a little abnormal head, very similar to that skeleton Brook style. Look, beautiful breasts and marriage proposals are also his mantras, but this person is still very good, so Mu Feng is no longer worried about all his previous action. In the chat with each other, Mu Feng and the others also had a general understanding of Burka. It turned out that the ancestors of Eagle were not the aborigines of Sky Island, but were forced to come to Sky Island from an infinite land. Hearing this made Mu Feng think of Enel. The crazy guy also said that his pursuit is the infinite continent. It seems that he is looking for the place where his ancestors live. That is the moon. Although it is not mentioned in the animation, but the manga still has an introduction. After he was defeated by Luffy, he flew to the moon and finally returned to his dreamland. After a period of sailing, the three talking and laughing finally came to Burka. It is a country built on the island Cloud. It has a unique European and American style of architecture. Shady, Shirakumo flutters a bit like a paradise. Iger, who is a friend, very warmly invited Mu Feng and the two to go to his small shipyard. Although the place is not big, it does have everything, and there are many kinds of boats. Passing through the small shipyard to Iger's home, in addition to the furniture, there is a large row of bookshelves, as well as many ship drawings. Mu Feng, who casually picked up a drawing and looked at it, said with some doubt, These drawings are all drawn. Of course, I'm a talented boatman. If I were second on Sky Island, no one would dare to say first. Iger, who was busy in the kitchen, replied proudly. Looking at these drawings and the exquisite boats outside, Mu Feng's eyes lit up. Although Iger has some shortcoming, he does not hide the flaws. He is not a very qualified boatman. If he is pulled on the boat, isn't it a lot more convenient? And besides, this guy's strength is still good. Thinking of this, Mu Feng's mouth leaked a strange smile. After eating a hearty dinner and resting for another night, Mu Feng and Robin also followed Iger to visit Maxim, the supreme leader of Burka, in the early morning of the next day. But before that, Mu Feng still paid 21 Baileys entry fee. He does not want to become an illegal immigrant. That will definitely be an obstacle to future action. After a short time, they came to a building complex that looked like a manor. After saying hello, Iger walked into the manor alone, although the people who saw Sky Island along the way didn't seem to be very friendly to Iger. But the guards of this manor were very polite to him. If he wanted to come to his super high shipbuilding skills, he still got Maxim's affection. Mu Feng, who had nothing to do, led Robin to wander around the shop to see all kinds of magical shellfish, such as shock shellfish, rose shellfish, sound shellfish, flame shellfish, and so on. Rin Lang full of variety. Just as Mu Feng walked out of the store with Robin, who had returned home, he saw three popular people hurried out of the manor. The first one was tall, with big ears hanging to his chest and holding a long stick. The two behind him were a man with a mustache holding a spear, and the other was a man who jumped like a ball. Seeing these three people, Mu Feng's eyes shrank suddenly, and three names appeared in his mind. Looking at the three of them, Mu Feng was secretly happy. It seems that this devil fruit is very likely to be Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit, otherwise Enel wouldn't be here. Hee what a piece, it's something to be happy about. Thinking to himself, a happy smile appeared on his face. Enel, who was approaching, suddenly stopped in front of Mu Feng, pointed at Mu Feng with a long stick, and said angrily, The humble blue sea man from below, are you laughing at me? Looking at Enel, who was looking for trouble, Mu Feng's smile did not change, but his eyes showed a hint of coldness. I'm happy, I'm willing, do you care? Since Enel was looking for trouble, Mu Feng was naturally not afraid of trouble, and at the same time I also want to try the depth of Enel to see if Enel has the ability to fruit now. If not, then the prize of the competition is 100% Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit. Enel was already so angry that he had nowhere to vent, but seeing Mu Feng, who was sneering at him, was even more angry. He raised the long stick in his hand. As soon as his body moved, he jumps high and covers his head with a stick. Iron, steel fist, iron nugget, whip leg. Since Enel took the lead, Mu Feng was naturally unwilling to be left behind. With the long stick that fell from the arm, he kicked out with his left leg. With a bang, Enel, who missed a move and immediately returned to the defense, was kicked out by Mu Feng. Enel, who stepped back 7 or 8 steps, stood firm and looked at Mu Feng with surprise. I never thought that a humble blue sea person would have such a skill. Ha, Lord Enel, you don't want to get angry with these two people or leave it to me, Dao. I promise that he will kneel down and beg for mercy so that you can forgive his crime, Dao said with a smile. Careful, Enel with flickering eyes said and stepped back. He really wasn't sure about Mu Feng's rank, so it would be good for Dao to be a test zone. Ha ha, I am Dao under Lord Enel. You better beg for mercy, Blue Sea people, or you will regret it for the rest of your life. You're talking a lot of nonsense, so do it as soon as possible. I don't have time to waste your saliva with you. Mu Feng, who was just as enlightened, glanced contemptuously, said coldly, Isho, you bastard, you will pay the price. Dao Wu, who shouted loudly, jumped up to Mu Feng and stretched out his right hand. Shock wave, a wave of air spurted out of his palm. I dare to show off even with this little skill, and let me go to the side. Observation Hockey, who felt Dao's movement, tilted his head slightly, and with a bang, the store behind Mu Feng was hit by the shock wave and collapsed. The sneering Mu Feng kicked out like lightning. Bang! Dao Wu, who was arrogant just now, immediately turned into a football, drew an arc in the sky, flew dozens of meters away and fell to the ground and vomited blood. Unconscious. P.S. I'm asking for flour. It's a new week, and I hope to be on the PK list of new books. Chapter 63 God. Maxim, please everything. What? How is this possible? Dao Mori, who is following Enel S.I., is a strong man with a heart network. How can he be defeated all at once? Angle plus or minus angle. Isn't, even though I followed the wrong person, my strength is still very strong. Couldn't it be possible without using the heart network? It's possible. He must be too careless. The people who were hiding on the sidelines were surprised at first, and then they talked in a low voice. HMPA. I know how many times I'm an idiot who told you to lose weight, but you just don't listen to this time. It's a shame for Lord Enel to be defeated by a blue sea man. Standing in Enel, Shira, who was beside him, let out a cold snort, constantly despising Dawu, who flew into the distance, and then swung the spear. The tip of the spear suddenly became Yuhi with a pop, and a scorching wave of air spurted out. Hey, the guy from Blue Sea opposite, let me, Shira, play with you. It will definitely make you feel the feeling of Yuhi burning. Ha ha ha. Shira, who was holding a flame spear, laughed confidently, and then said the whistle. A 5-6 long bird swooped down into the sky and stopped firmly in front of Shira. I just got out of a ball, and now there is another pilot. Why do you want to experience the feeling of that guy? Dao. Glancing at Shira, who was standing on the bird's back, Mu Feng dismissed Isho nonchalantly and said, you, what's the use of that burning stick? Don't you want to light a cigarette for Lao Su? Mu Feng actually took out a cigar from his body as he said that, using the power of Shira's flame spear to light a cigarette. What, you bastard, don't compare that scumbag Dao to me. Lao Su is much better than him. Shira, who was despised by Mu Feng, shouted angrily on the bird's back, and the big bird rushed towards Mu Feng. Come, as fast as an eagle swooping at a rabbit. When the big bird was 5 or 6 meters away from Mu Feng, but seeing the bird's beak spewing out flames and going straight to Mu Feng, Shira's face also leaked a smug smile, as if seeing Mu Feng being burned. General Scorter, Land Lag Tornado. Looking at the oncoming flame, Mu Feng didn't hide, and his right foot was the axis of the left foot. Flaming spear. Although Mu Feng's move to disperse the flame made Shira a little surprised, he still rushed over and stabbed Mu Feng's chest with a flaming spear. Shade. Iron Nugget. Whip leg. Mu Feng, who disappeared in place with a swipe, appeared beside Shira like the right leg of a steel whip, and slammed down on Shira. HMPH. Do you think I'm the idiot of Dao? I've already seen through your action. What? Just now? Shira, who was still a little proud, felt her arms sink, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on the top. With a soft sound, Shira and his mount turned somersaults and smashed into the street, and a large pit several meters deep suddenly appeared on the street of Shimai. Before Sura could stand up, Mu Feng came to him again and snatched his spear, then kicked him out, picked up the tip of Yuhi's spear and lit a cigar. Vivi Isho, I can tell that there is what a shit can you hold on to, and your cigarette lighting toy is really good. Haha. Quote, what? Even Sura was defeated. This blue sea man is too powerful, isn't he? Hubby, have you gone too far? Looking at the horrified crowd, Robin chuckled and joked, it's nothing, there are always some people who don't open their eye. If you don't teach them a lesson, how did they know who they shouldn't provoke? You're right, my wife. Mu Feng jumped up, Isho, and then threw the spear at Enel front. The guy with the long ears over there. Now it's your turn. You bastard, how dare you treat me like this? You will regret. Looking at the end of the spear that was trembling in front of him, Enel suddenly turned ashen, bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth. I'm so sorry, you can't come here. If you can't come, I can. Mu Feng glanced at Enel with contempt, and immediately shot Enel with all his strength. Just then a loud voice came over. Stop it all for me. Hearing a loud shout, Mu Feng frowned, then flipped his body and landed firmly on the street. He shook his face to look at the source of the sound, but saw an old man in his 50s appear in front of him. Although the figure is not burly, but the spirit of the old man is strong. His big eyes are bright, and at the same time, he also exudes a faint power that has been in a high position for a long time. Behind the old man followed more than a dozen magical soldiers with weapons, and Iger, who had been gone for a long time, was also standing there. Looking at such a pompous old man, Mu Feng could also guess how many points it was. The old man is Maxim, the god of Birkenau. Before the old man could speak again, Enel, who was furious by the side, spoke first. What? The great god Maxim? Are you trying to stop us? Although a modifier was added in front of Maxim, but it was obvious that Enel didn't respect the god very much. Enel, don't think that you are the son of the upper god. You can disrespect the current god Mr. Maxim. Believe it or not, you are full of flour. Before Maxim could be, Iger behind him was somewhat I couldn't stand it any longer and walked out quickly. You bastard Iger. Come on, am I still afraid that you won't succeed? Enel, who was holding a long stick, did not show weakness and stepped forward and replied loudly. Iger is coming back to me. It's none of your business here. Maxim, who stopped Iger, looked at Enel with a look of regret. I know. You are because I didn't get your father's devil fruit before he died delivered to you. You're angry, but it's all done according to your father's will. Bullshit. I don't believe it at all. I don't believe it. Enel with bloody eyes he growled. Son, I was also brought up by your father. How could I? Maxim, who wanted to say something else, looked at Enel who was a little crazy and shook his head helplessly. Whatever you think. You if you want to go to Guro no mi, rumble fruit, then you also go to fight for the first warrior. As long as you can get the first place, I will never hesitate to deliver Guro no mi, rumble fruit to you. Okay, you wait for Maxim and I will definitely win first. I will definitely get Guro no mi, rumble fruit, and you will all be punished until then. Enel, who held his weapon tightly, roared like a wild dog. You, the divine soldier and Iger, who couldn't bear to watch, were about to step forward, but they were immediately blocked by Maxim's hand, and the sad-looking old man sighed. Go away. Bar. P.S. I don't know if there will be a second update. If there is a problem with the machine, the document will always be closed automatically. I have written this chapter 3 or 4 times. There is no second chapter today, so I will make up for the third update tomorrow. Chapter 64. The mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. 22. After listening to Maxim's word, Enel was still the same. His eyes were wide open and there was a raging anger burning inside. He pointed at the crowd with his hand, and then snorted coldly. Okay, it's good. You wait for me. G said, dragging Shira and Dao, without hurriedly walking into the distance. As Enel passed by, everyone around, they all retreated like they were hiding from the god of play. Quote, I didn't expect Enel to be a second-generation official, but he doesn't seem to be very popular here. Looking at Enel who was leaving, Mufeng thought to himself, but Mufeng doesn't really care about whether Enel is popular or not. He only cares about one thing, and that is Guro no mi, rumble fruit. Through the conversation just now, he is also very sure that the prize of this competition is Guro no mi, rumble fruit. His heart was also beating wildly, and he was indescribably excited, but his face did not show it, and his expression was the same as before. You are the blue sea man Mufeng, that Iger said. Maxim, who was still a little melancholy just now, became dignified again, looking at Mufeng who was in front of him, and said indifferently, yes, I'm Mufeng. What I did just now caused you trouble? Mufeng nodded. VV Isho. Forget it. It's not your fault. I know everything just now. He waved his hand to signal Maxim, who was nothing, and his eyes stayed on Mufeng for a few seconds. I heard that Iger said that you want to participate in the first warrior competition. I'm really sorry. This competition is of great significance to our clan, so we don't want outsiders to participate. Please forgive me. Oh yes. Mufeng, whose expression remained unchanged, replied lightly, but his eyes flickered, showing that he was extremely uneasy. He rejected it again. Although he only met one, Mufeng fully felt that the opposite Maxim was a very principled old man. Even if he was captured now, it would be difficult to get Guro no mi from his mouth. The whereabouts of rumble fruit. It seems that everything has to be considered in the long run. Mufeng, who had thought for a short while, said with a calm expression, we also like the scenery of Burka very much, and we also very much hope to watch the competition. Haha, of course you are legal immigrants and have full personal freedom. If you want, you can also stay in our reception hotel. Maxim of Isho said. Haha, thank you very much, but don't have to be so troublesome. Let's stay at Iger's house. Mufeng politely declined Maxim's invitation. His mind was not enjoying the competition or the scenery, and staying in a hotel what an inconvenience. Alright, I won't accompany you anymore. I hope you have a good time. Maxim, who nodded silently, patted Iger's shoulder. Take care of the 2 passengers for me, then step back to the manor. For the next few days, Mufeng and Robin lived in Eagle's house. At the same time, they also had time to see the local customs and customs of the surrounding Sky Island. Not to mention, Burka is indeed a country with a long history. After a few days of wandering around, Mufeng also learned a lot of secret from Robin's mouth. It turned out that there were a lot of boulders scattered around, vaguely recording some things from 900 years ago, and what kind of artifact were mentioned in them. Although I didn't know what they were, they seem to be very powerful and highly praised, but Mufeng I don't really care about these. All he cares about is the Guro no mi, rumble fruit. He has not been idle these few nights, and he has sneaked into the manor to find the whereabouts of the fruit. Unfortunately, he has found nothing, but he is not discouraged. It is impossible. Then open the competition on the last day. Although this is not the best way, it is definitely the most direct way. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days passed, and the first warrior contest finally decided the final 6 powerhouses. Enel, Dao, Shira, Guy Daz and a priest member. This day is also the final. The crowd from Sky Island poured into the competition field like a tide, and Mufeng was among them, but Robin did not follow. Because Mufeng was ready to win the final fruit, he asked Robin to buy it. They took a small boat and waited secretly by the sea. Once Mufeng succeeded here, they immediately left Burka. Those who made big things were not careful, and Mufeng also planned for the worst. The people under the competition stage kept cheering and cheering for the people fighting on the stage, but Mufeng looked drowsy, and the strength of the guys above the competition was the same. It was difficult to make Mufeng excited. Suddenly the hazy eyes snapped open, because he found that Enel, who had just won the victory, suddenly left the competition stage quietly. Although the surface was no different from before, Mufeng still felt that something was wrong, so he gently followed behind Enel to see what he wanted. Do something. Out of the crowd, Enel was careful all the way. He came to the back of the god's manor in a short time, and then stopped in a corner. After finding no one else, he disappeared in place after groping for a while. Mufeng, who felt that Enel disappeared, was stunned for a moment, and then quickly came to the place where Enel disappeared, and found an entrance to a secret passage. Without thinking, Mufeng walked down. He was also nervous for a while. Enel was there. People come here when all their attention is on the game. There must be some unspeakable secret, and if you guess right, he must have got some news. And now go and steal Guro no mi, rumble fruit. Mufeng laughed secretly in his heart. This time it was really the mantis catching the cicada, and the oriole was behind. After walking in the dark secret passage for a while, Mufeng felt that there was a faint light in front of him, and at the same time, the figure of Enel also appeared. There, at this moment, he was holding a devil fruit, silently dazed as if thinking about something. Devil fruit. Guro no mi, rumble fruit. Haha, I'm so lucky. I never thought that God would favor me like that. Mufeng, who laughed for a while, no longer hides his figure, and is generous, appears behind Enel. Enel was shocked when he heard the voice, and when he turned around suddenly and found it was Mufeng, he roared, "It's you bastard again. I will definitely not let you go today." Feng's opponent, his face sang, as if he had made up his mind. He shoved the fruit in his hand into his mouth. "I'm sorry, that fruit is mine. How can I give it to you?" Mufeng sneered. Shave lash. Shigen, finger pistol. In front of Enel, who appeared at the fastest speed, Mufeng stretched out his right hand and pointed at Enel's head to stop him from moving. Enel was shocked and dodged Mufeng's finger, but he immediately knew that he was on the move, because Mufeng's attack on him was a false move, and Mufeng's purpose was the fruit in his hand. Enel felt with a light hand. The devil fruit has appeared in Mufeng's hand. Chapter 65 Unexpected Changes. 14. Devil fruit. This is the Guro no mi, rumble fruit that he has been looking for many days. Looking at the fruit with a strange thread like a pineapple in his hand, Mufeng finally issued a knowing issue. Fandom and Marine, wait for me to come to the sea again in the future, and make you tremble under my feet. Mufeng, who was holding the devil fruit in his hand, let out a long roar, venting the anger in his heart. Mufeng, you despicable blue sea person, give me back the devil fruit. Enel, who had been deprived of the devil fruit, was furious at this moment, and his eyes were splitting. You die for me. The stick danced like the wind, leapt forward and slashed down towards Mufeng, and a 1 meter long slash flew out from the front of the stick, as if it wanted to split Mufeng into two. Iron block. Corundum. With a soft clanging sound, the slash of the shell in Enel's stick cut through Mufeng's clothes, revealing his dirty skin. How is that possible? The slash of the slashing shell is actually ineffective against you. Enel, who saw that his attack was ineffective, was stunned and exclaimed, "Haha, this is strength. This is the gap between you and me. Enel's current you, in my opinion, is nothing but a mad dog, and I am the mountain you can't cross." Mufeng, who was laughing, stared at Enel. In front of him seemed like a giant dragon was looking at an ant. "But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Ha ha ha." He turned around and walked out. "You bastard, stop for me. That's my fruit for me." Enel, who was stunned just now, rushed up again frantically, waving the long stick in his hand, slashing the shell, and all the laser shells were activated, slashing and flying, laser vertical and horizontal. Kami E. Fulu. Mufeng, who swayed back and forth like a willow in the breeze, his face became gloomy. "Enel, don't be ashamed. Are you challenging my bottom line? Give me death. Give me death." Enel, who had already poured blood into his eyes, still listened to Mufeng's words there. Now he only has one idea, that is to kill Mufeng to get back the fruit, so there is no when he stopped. He attacked even more violently. Puff. The secret room was smashed with holes by Enel in an instant. "Since you were looking for death, I will fulfill you." Mufeng, who snorted coldly, dodged the laser attack, grabbed Enel's long stick with his left hand, and then stepped forward and slammed his right elbow on Enel's chest. Wow. Enel, who spat out a mouthful of blood, immediately arched like a prawn, but Mufeng, who made a successful move, didn't stop. His right leg was covered with hockey kick, iron nugget, whip leg. With a bang, Enel's eyes popped, and his body seemed to have been hit by a dozens of tons of truck. The whole person swept through a stream of light like a shooting star and hit the wall of the secret room. With a bang, the cloud wall collapsed countless pieces. The end. exploded and filled the entire secret room, and at the same time Enel's figure disappeared into the distance. Those who don't know whether to live or die, they all tell you to stop, and you have to make an in. Mu Feng, who spat at a word, threw Enel's stick on the ground, and walked out without turning his head. He has full confidence in his feet. Even if he can't kick Enel to death with one kick, he can still kick him to death, and he can't take care of himself. Mu Feng, who was out of the secret room in a short time, wrapped the devil fruit in a coat, and then took out the phone to call Robin. How is it, husband? Did you succeed? Before Mu Feng could beat, Robin on the other end asked first. Haha, who is your husband? And when you fail, don't worry, everything is planned. The fruit is already in hand. How are your preparations? Mu Feng, who was laughing, replied casually, it's ready here too, just waiting for you. Very good, I'll rush over right away, and leave this country before anyone here finds out. Mu Feng, who replied with a sentence, hung up the phone, and then ran off like a bee. After more than 10 minutes, I saw a small boat moored by the sea, and Robin was standing at the bow waiting anxiously. Moon step. After a few jumps in the air, Mu Feng landed firmly on the side of the boat, looking at Robin with a smile on his face and jokingly said, Iya, this beautiful lady, what are you doing? Yes, are you waiting for your husband? Me. Bah, your face is really thick. Robin, whose face turned from anxiety to joy, back, and then dashed forward like a little swallow, hugging Mu Feng and said with concern, you haven't been hurt. How could your husband be so wise and talented? Mu Feng Bibi Isho, who gently hugged the beauty in his arms, said, but I have to change 2 clothes. Yeah, it's good that it's not injured. If the clothes are broken, it's good to buy new ones. After observing Mu Feng for a long time, he found that he was really not injured, and then Robin smiled. Yeah, let's buy it together when we arrive at Gaia's Sky Island. To be honest, your figure is getting better and better now, and your clothes have become a lot smaller. Mu Feng, who was holding Robin Yangliu's slender weight, broke down for a while. Laugh, it's not because of you. He smacked Mu Feng's Robin lightly, and Yuhi murmured ashamed, his voice weak as if a mosquito was calling. If it wasn't for Mu Feng's ear, he probably wouldn't have heard it. Hee, that was developed by your husband. Looking at Robin's pretty cheek, Mu Feng pursed his lips. Isho, it's not a serious time. Robin glanced at Mu Feng and said, eat guro no mi, rumble fruit, in case you have too many dreams at night. Haha, come and show my wife a historic moment. Let's see how your husband turned into Thor. Mu Feng, who kissed Robin's forehead lightly, opened the package on his body to reveal the inside devil fruit, gently peeling off the outer skin of the devil fruit, revealing the snow-white flesh inside. Mu Feng, whose eyes flashed with excitement, took a bite. The moment the pulp reached his mouth, his expression changed, and then he swallowed the pulp with difficulty. Damn, this devil fruit is really unpalatable. Hee, it was originally. Looking at Mu Feng, whose face changed greatly, Robin covered his mouth and smiled for a while, and the smiling flower trembled. Hey, it's a bit unpalatable, but it's really good. I feel a force growing in my body now. Come on, let me see the ability of guro no mi, rumble fruit. Robin, who was laughing, shouted loudly from Mu Feng, who felt the change in his body. Following his cry, his body did not slowly change, but Mu Feng, who had seen the change, immediately stayed in place. Even Robin, who was laughing, stopped his voice immediately. His beautiful eyes were wide open, his face was incredible, and he stared at Mu Feng silently. P.S. The first update. There are 3 more. Ask for flowers, collect them. 66 devil fruit. 24. What going on? Why is it like this? Mu Feng, who saw his own changes, couldn't help but roar. N-airy summation element of N-airy summation. Because the lightning effect of guro no mi, rumble fruit, did not appear at all, it was the pieces of Shirakumo that appeared. At this time, Mu Feng seemed to have become a huge cloud, floating quietly there. This is not guro no mi, rumble fruit. Robin, who had been stunned for a long time, also questioned. Although the reality was in front of her, she still couldn't believe it. Fucking on Enel's ear. I didn't expect Lao Su Yingming I to be shaken by that bastard. After the roaring, Mu Feng gradually recovered his calmness, and then suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, it's really getting more and more interesting. Well, fate is fate. That husband, are you alright? Don't scare me. Looking at Mu Feng, who was angry for a while, then laughing, Robin suddenly became nervous and stretched out his hand to grab Mu Feng, but he couldn't understand Mu Feng's element. The body of the word passed through. Robin is really scared. How many people have become crazy because of accidental blows, as if they thought they had won the 5 million jackpot, but only finally found out that the lottery ticket was from the previous issue, which is very inconsistent with hope. The height difference can completely break a person's mind, make people become dementia, and even kill them. The current situation of Mu Feng is very similar to this situation. Guro no mi, rumble fruit, who has tried everything to find it, only finds it empty and happy later. Wake up, Mu Feng, wake up. Don't leave me alone. You must cheer up. Even if it's not guro no mi, rumble fruit, you are still very powerful. Mu Feng, who slowly turned back into a human form and laughed. Robin jumped into his arms and kept shouting, haha, you stupid woman, why do you think I'll be hit because I'm not guro no mi, rumble fruit? Mu Feng, with with a sunny smile on his face, gently stroked Robin's hair. Don't worry, although I didn't get Guro no mi. Rumble fruit. This fruit is not bad. It's also Logia. As long as I use it well, I believe it is better than Guro no mi. Rumble fruit. Rumble fruit is more powerful. Quote, are you really alright? You were angry and laughing really scary just now. Don't be like this in the future. Okay, I'm scared, really scared of losing you. He hugged Mu Feng tightly. Robin whimpered, I'm sorry, I made you worry. Mu Feng, who replied calmly, said apologetically, as long as you're fine. Robin, with tears in his eyes, raised his head and looked at Mu Feng, then suddenly said, you seem to have changed again. I've changed. Where have I changed? I'm still me. Mu Feng's face was the same as Vivi Isho. His smile seemed to be very comfortable with the warm spring breeze. No, you have changed. You have become more temperamental, giving people a different feeling. Robin, who was looking at Mu Feng obsessively, affirmed, haha, it's nothing, because at the moment just now, I seem to understand something. Everything in the world is impermanent. No matter what I have experienced, I must try to maintain a normal heart. Mu Feng, who suddenly stopped talking, wiped Luo with his hand. There were tears in the corners of Bin's eye, and his eyes were full of self-confidence. How big your heart is, how big your ability will be. What do you mean? It seems very philosophical. Robin, who seemed to enjoy Mu Feng's action, asked Vivi Isho. It's a matter of realm. If you don't have enough insight in your heart, it's like a child who can't use a pistol flexibly. It's like a beggar who waits for a huge fortune and can't think of any other use except wandering, Isho said indifferently. Road. Although he still didn't quite understand, Robin knew that what Mu Feng said must be correct, so he nodded silently. Let go back. Mu Feng also saw that Robin didn't seem to understand, but he didn't want to say more. Some things could only be understood. Go back to Burka. Aren't we going to Gaia? Robin, who was about to take action, was suddenly stunned and said at a loss, haha, I won't get Guro no mi. Rumble fruit. Naturally I don't need to escape, and there will be a good show here. Why should we miss it? Burka Mu Feng, who was not far away, was dripping with joy, of laughter. At the same time, the air in the secret room just now disappeared, and Enel, who had been beaten to death, slowly woke up, and when he fully woke up, he roared as he bit Kiba, gnashing his teeth. Mu Feng, you bastard, take it away. It is best not to let me meet you, otherwise I must kill you. Quote, Enel, who stood up with difficulty, glanced at the surrounding environment, then looked at the wall behind him. His pupils shrank suddenly. There was a portrait hanging there. The person in the portrait was so familiar to him, because it was the portrait of his father, although the person above is relatively young, but he will not admit his mistake. Enel, with a face full of anger, walked over and pointed at the portrait. It's all you. If it wasn't because you exiled me for 5 years, how could I have ended up in such a state? Not only lost my chance to get the devil fruit, but also let me that bastard from Maxim rides on his head and suffers humiliation and Byakugan, all because of you. Quote, Enel, who was talking about his excitement, strode forward and pulled the portrait down, threw it on the ground and stepped on it hard, and then he felt a lot more comfortable. When he raised his head again, he was done, and behind the portrait was a dark grid, with a fruit with a strange pattern placed in the dark grid. Devil fruit. Haha, it Guro no mi. Rumble fruit. It must be it. I didn't expect that the two secret rooms are only separated by a wall. It's God's infinite blessing to me. Maxim, don't you tell me where the fruit is. The location. I found it like I did. Haha. Enel, who was laughing, walked over quickly, picked up the devil fruit and ate it immediately. Crackling, the electric light circulated and countless electric snakes were strung on Enel's body, but he really enjoyed this feeling extremely. The continuous power filled his body like this, and the body that had been seriously injured by Mu Feng also began to slowly recover, although not fully recovered, but nothing serious. Power is the power of God. Maxim, Iger, Mu Feng, and all the ants on Burka Sky Island. The real Thor was born at this moment. I want you to pay the price of blood. The circulating Enel laughed wildly, like an evil ghost crawling out of hell, with a big hand waving an electric snake and flying, filling the entire secret room. God punishment. A huge thunder and lightning shot into the sky, piercing the entire secret room. The thick lightning shot straight into the sky, and then Enel of the element words also disappeared in the air. P.S. Favorite. And drop 2 or 3. Why? Give me a reason. Woohoo. Chapter 67. The show has begun. 34. Accompanied by the soaring thunder, a violent roar echoed over Burka, and a voice also came out. Haha, god of shit, Maxim, have fun. I will be here in a month, Enel, and that will be your doomsday. What is that? What a horrible beam of light. Hey, that direction seems to be the manner of the god. And did you hear it? It seemed that Enel was talking just now. What did he mean? I don't know what it means, but I always have an ominous premonition that something big is about to happen. The people who were watching the game happily just now were all in awe, and they were constantly discussing, Lord God, that beam of light just now, could it be? Iger, who was standing behind Maxim, changed his face and asked in doubt, yes, that's the ability of Guro no mi. Rumble fruit. I didn't expect to be found by Enel. It's a bad fate. Maxim, with an extremely ugly face, stared blankly at the place where the thunder light dissipated, said with a long sigh, "This bastard, Enel, actually stealing the devil fruit is unforgivable. I must bring him to justice." Iger, who bit Heba, as he clenched his fist, his eyes burning with anger. "I'm afraid it's too late. Once you get Guro no mi, rumble fruit, Enel's strength will skyrocket, and now you can't beat him." Maxim, who found that it was irreversible, was helpless, waved his hand to stop Iger. "It doesn't matter. I still have a chance to take advantage of the power of Guro no mi, rumble fruit, before he fully controls the power of Guro no mi, rumble fruit, and combined with the power of Seastone, I still have a certain chance of winning." His tone was unusually firm. "But I still need the help of Lord God. Give me information. Once I find Enel, I will definitely take off his head and let his blood atone for his sin." "No, if Iger can, he must be captured alive," Maxim said. "Why?" Iger looked puzzled. "After all, he is the only son of the previous god. We can't do it too much." Maxim looked into the distance and seemed to recall something, and then said, "Enel will be handed over to you in a few priests, and I have to go to appease the sun people." Maxim, who shook his head helplessly, got up and left. "Enel, you bastard, I will never let you go. I swear on my honor that I will catch you." Looking at Maxim, whose waist was slightly bent, Iger swore silently. At the same time, Mu Feng, who returned to Burka Sky Island, also saw the thunder light rising into the sky, but he was surprised, and he was not afraid at all. "Only VV's issue. Haha, what a good show, Enel. I hope you will give me a little stimulation the next time I see you, instead of being as unnerving as before. Quote. Aren't you worried at all? That Guro no mi, rumble fruit, it's the top fruit of the devil fruit. It won't be so easy to deal with." Robin looked indifferent. Mu Feng asked gently, "Worry? What there to worry about? Don't you think this will be more interesting and interesting? Union is right to Shanglei. Haha, I'm really excited to think about it." Robin glanced at Robin, who was worried about himself, and laughed confidently, and then walked towards the island. Looking at the extremely confident Mu Feng, Robin also smiled slightly, shook his head and muttered to himself, "I am so confident. It seems that there is nothing to worry about." Time flies, and a month has passed in a blink of an eye. During this month, Mu Feng has also been working hard on the Master's ability to master Union Fruit. Although it can't be talked about in-depth development, it can be used freely. As the time for Enel's speech was getting closer and closer, Mu Feng also felt that the atmosphere in Burka was getting more and more tense, and even Iger, who used to talk and laugh constantly, was now taciturn and preoccupied. After breakfast this morning, Iger silently watched Mu Feng, and said very seriously, "Mu Feng, you are the only person that I can't see through. I know that you are very powerful. You are playing against the current Enel. Are you sure you can beat him?" "Haha, why did you suddenly ask this question?" Mu Feng, who took a bite of bread, raised his head slightly. "VV, there is still a chance. Why do you need help?" "No, this is an internal matter of our Sky Island, and you don't need to intervene." Iger, who decisively rejected Mu Feng's suggestion, silently pushed open the door, looked at Yunhai in the distance, and said, "You are here too. You have lived in this world for a long time, and today you can leave and don't come back." Quote, "Hey, why do you feel like you're going to the execution ground? Don't you want this sensational? Would you like me to cry twice and shed 2 tears?" Mu Feng, who drank a glass of drink in one gulp, crossed Erlang's legs and laughed. "You bastard, I'm not joking with you anymore." Iger, who turned his head suddenly, was extremely serious and stared at Mu Feng. "Do you know why you haven't been home for more than half a month?" "How did I know you were fooling around there?" "And I..." Before Mu Feng could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a loud roar. "Don't talk nonsense." Iger, who was yelling, suddenly became depressed, bit Heba and smiled bitterly and said silently, "That's because I played against Enel. I lost very much. It's miserable. I haven't experienced it before, and I don't know the horror of Enel at all. So before you are implicated, leave here and run for your life. Since you say you have a chance of winning, then you will definitely be able to escape." After listening to Iger's word, Robin also put down the tableware, and after taking a look at Mu Feng, his eyes turned to Iger, watching silently. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the whole room became extremely depressed, and there was a sadness in the air. Step. The sound of footstep came to mind, and Mu Feng, who silently walked to Iger's side, patted his shoulder with a smile. "Don't worry, I know what to do." "Well, I'm leaving. I don't want to see you when I come back." Saying that, Iger turned and walked out, raising his arms at the same time. "We don't want to see you again." Looking at the somewhat desolate back, Robin took a sip of coffee. "What should I do now?" "Haha, the show is about to begin. How could we be left alone? Let's go and watch the show together." Mu Feng from Isho put on a coat and walked out. At this moment, a lightning flashed across the sky and landed in the direction of the Manor of God, and then there were bursts of shouts of killing. Chapter 68. The Source of Self-Confidence. 44. With a smile on his face, Mu Feng came out of the house and pointed at the ground. A car-shaped cloud appeared at his feet, walked to the seat and sat down, then patted the other vacant seat and said, "Come on, White. Let you pass the addiction of flying in the sky, and ensure safety and stability. This is really a strange thing. Did you come up with it?" said Robin, who stepped into the co-pilot pilot position, watching the cloud car back and forth with Novel. It's my invention. Mu Feng, who scratched his head and didn't know how to answer, had no choice but to bite the bullet and insist that he created it. Anyway, there are no cars in this world. There will always be some strange things in your head, but this thing is really good. What the name? Robin smiled lightly. The cloud car. Mu Feng, who replied, put the 2 wind shells on the back of the cloud car, and then said, hold on, it's going to start. After Mu Feng's word fell, the cloud car rushed into the sky. 2 air waves were drawn in the air. It's really good. First of all, he was surprised, and then Robin showed the appearance of a little woman and laughed happily. Of course, you don't even look at who your husband is. Mu Feng, who had a very stinky meal, controlled the cloud car to drive towards the manor of God, as if riding a roller coaster. Feng seems to have returned to the earth, back to the world before. There is a different kind of feeling. A few minutes later, Mu Feng, who came to the sky above the manor, stopped the cloud car and looked down at a large area of the manor. At this moment, it had become a ruin, with broken walls, rubble splashing, thick smoke billowing and blazing flame, plus it fell to the ground. People who were crying constantly. A scene of hell on earth was displayed in front of Mu Feng. In the raging fire, the 2 groups are still fighting fiercely. One is headed by Enel, and the other is headed by Maxim. However, from the scene of the battle, it is clear that Enel has the upper hand, and Maxim cannot fight. Only a few people, and everyone was injured. The most serious one was Iger, who was charred all over and smoking blue smoke, obviously under the care of Enel. Wow, ha ha ha. 5 minutes. 5 minutes have passed. How about Maxim and that stinky Iger? Do you feel hopeless? This is power, a force of you tiny human. I can't compete with the power. I am God, a real God. Looking at the embarrassed crowd, Enel laughed wildly. What kind of God are you? You are a bastard at all. With a roar, Iger rushed forward, and the board in his hand slammed into Enel. It's really an ant who can't see everything in the world. I thought you were smart, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid and so loyal. Enel, who didn't hide, stretched his fingers forward. 20 million volt discharge. There was a burst of electricity, and Eagle, who was hit, was shaken by the electricity for a while, and then he fell to the ground with a slamming sound, where he was gasping for breath. You should know very well, I am Lei. No matter how hard you struggle, humans can't beat Lei. Even if you grew up in the sky, you have seen Lei in the distance. You are really stupid. Glancing at Iger, who was still struggling on the ground, Enel said with disdain, Enel, stop. You want this position of God? I can give it to you. Don't continue killing people. Maxime, who was standing on the side, shouted, God position? Do you think I'm still interested in that position? Although that position should have been mine. After all the nonsense with you, I'm going to make this unpleasant sky island completely. The sinking, let Burka disappear forever. The condescending Enel said arrogantly, and his hand stretched into the sky along with his words. Stop, you bastard. Iger, who was lying on the ground, shouted desperately. Yeah, it seems that before destroying this island, you need to get rid of the noisy guy. As Enel's word fell, a lightning bolt shot towards Eagle. Bang! The cloud danced and swayed around. Mu Feng's figure appeared in front of everyone. Vivi Isho put down Iger in his hand. It's not dead, just we. With a plop, Iger, who was lying on the ground, suddenly raised his head to look at Mu Feng. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and then plopped and knelt in front of Mu Feng with tears in his eyes. Please, Mu Feng, save our island. As long as you help us get through this difficult time, my life is yours, and if you let me die, I will not hesitate at all. Please. There is going under the man's knee. It's really not a last resort. No man will kneel down for others, of course, except for relatives. Iger, such a loud man, actually made this step. Mu Feng's heart was shocked. Looking at Iger in front of him, Mu Feng's expression changed and Vivi stepped forward to help him up. You are tired. Leave the rest to me. Enel, we meet again. Mu Feng, who put down Iger, turned around and said with a sinking face, wow, haha, who I thought. It turned out to be you bastard. Although I wish I could tear you to pieces, but I still want to thank you. Without you I would not have found Guro no mi, rumble rumble fruit. Enel, after laughing up to the sky, smiled and said, how about your fruit's ability? I'm also very curious. Logia union fruit, a very good fruit. Looking at Enel Mu Feng in front of him, he said lightly, what? Logia S also doesn't seem to be very easy to handle, so let's do it. Are you interested in sitting under my subordinate and giving you the second in command position? Enel said after a stunned Vivi. I'm not interested, and I don't have the habit of attacking people. If you like to attack people, you can come to my ship and be a cadre. Although your strength is a little bit rubbish, I will reluctantly take you in. Looking at in front of Enel, Mu Feng just hurt his lips. Isho, you bastard, you know it's all Logia. If you don't restrain each other, you can't win. You and I are just wasting time. Enel said angrily after hearing Mu Feng's word. That's not necessarily true. Mu Feng's mysterious Isho. Damn bastard, your confidence comes from there. A roared Enel, stick in his hand slammed against the thunder drum on the right. 30 million volt Thunderbird. A phoenix-shaped Thunderbird rushed towards Mu Feng. The opposite Mu Feng was just Vivi Isho. Thunderbird shot through his elemental body into the distance, and at the same time jumped forward to Enel. Now let you see where my confidence comes from. indent armament hockey. Right fist hit Enel hard in the face. Just now, the mighty Enel was knocked out by Mu Feng, leaving a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 69. Enel's defeat. 12. Just now, the mighty Enel was knocked out by Mu Feng, leaving a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Plus reverse tilde plus. What? How could the aloof Thor be kicked out by the Blue Sea people? What the hell is going on? Isn't Enel immune to all attack? Why is this? Everyone around was horrified, and they were dumbfounded and didn't know what happened. This is understandable. After all, very few Blue Sea people came to Sky Island, and very few people can use armament hockey on Sky Island in the first half of the Great Route. It is difficult for them to understand the principle. Mu Feng, who knocked Enel away with a punch, stood with his hands behind his back, as if a king had a kind of shocking power. He smiled and looked at Enel, who was in a state of embarrassment in the distance. How about Enel? You know the source of my confidence. Don't think that Logia can be invincible in the world. There are many masters in the New World, not to mention the 4 emperors. Even if other people rely too much on the fruit ability, then you don't know how to die. Where is the New World? And the 4 emperors are the kings there. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'm a god. I'm high. I won't be defeated. I'll make you pay the price. Get up from the ground. Enel was stunned at first, then became a little irrational, and roared frantically, give me the fuck. Everything will kill him. Following Enel's order, his subordinates also reacted and charged towards Mu Feng. Although they were a little afraid of Mu Feng, they were even more afraid of Enel. The horror of Enel was deeply imprinted in their heart. They have a deep-rooted fear. It just trash. It happens that my chi has increased recently, so let's show you a more interesting thing. Mu Feng, who stood there and didn't want to move at all, Isho Conqueror Hockey all burst out. Thump Enel's subordinate, except for the 3 future priests, Dao, Shira, and Gai Daz. The rest of the people foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. This is Mu Feng, the Blue Sea man you know. How can he know trick? Is he a monster? Behind Mu Feng, Maxim was full of surprise, looking at Yi Zhe, who was leaning on the ruins beside him. I don't know either. To be honest, I haven't really been able to see through him. I only know that he is very powerful. Iger swallowed and said with difficulty, yeah, it's really too powerful. So powerful that it made people tremble from the heart, and people can't afford to have the courage to fight. Maxim nodded and muttered to himself, haha, there are still 3 relatively large trash fish left. Mu Feng with Vivi at the corner of his mouth lifted up, then waved, and Dao Wu, who flew into the air and wanted to attack him, slammed into the ground with a bang. What the matter? Why can't I move? Dao Wu, who fell to the ground, was surprised to find that he couldn't move at all, and a trace of fear filled his heart. Just when he was extremely frightened, his 2 hands suddenly moved and pressed violently against his chest. No, don't! With Dao's desperate shout, the huge impact of the shock shell in his gloves instantly burst out. With a touch, the cloud of smoke filled the air, and Dao Wu, who was hit by a huge impact, fainted in the cloud pit in an instant. What going on? Why did Dao attack himself? Gai Daz hurriedly stopped and exclaimed in a panic, Yunxian, that Gai Dao was controlled by Mu Feng's tenacious cloudy line, but those cloudy lines are so slender that they are almost impossible to see with the naked eye. If I hadn't used cloudy line, it would have been really hard to detect. The trembling Shira said in surprise, yo, there is another person who knows the good. Yes, I used the cloud thread just now. This is just a part of my fruit ability. To be honest, I would like to thank Sky Island. It is here that gave me countless inspirations and made me more good ability to develop fruit. Mu Feng, who glanced at Shira lightly, laughed, you bastard. Fuck me. What are you doing? Seeing the 2 subordinates who stopped, Enel immediately reprimanded in a rage. Haha, did you see Enel? You are now betrayed. Glancing at the timid 2, Mu Feng's eyes turned to Enel's contemptuous Isho again. It seems that Guro no mi, rumble fruit you have not made any progress other than a little stronger body. I am a little disappointed. Quote, shave. Mu Feng, who had crossed a phantom, came to Enel again, and slammed Enel's chest with hockey as fist. Teleport. Enel, who sensed Mu Feng's attack, suddenly dodged a punch, and his body appeared beside Mu Feng with a ferocious expression on his face. Even if I don't have those trash, I won't fail. I'm the real god. Lightning metallurgy. The crackling thunderbolt arm was inserted directly, and Mu Feng's body became elemental, and then a super high temperature broke out. There was a burst of harsh noises, and countless water vapors evaporated, and the entire manor was suddenly filled with fog. Mu Feng, who snorted lightly, quickly retreated and his expression changed. Yes, this trick of yours still caused me a little damage. It seems that you are really not useless. Mu Feng's body is a cloud, which is also formed by the condensation of a large amount of water vapor. The ultra-high temperature causes the water vapor to evaporate, thus causing a certain amount of burn. Haha, I've already found your weakness. Now it's doomed. Enel, who had caused damage to Mu Feng, seemed to have found an opportunity to defeat Mu Feng, and his expression became perverse. You underestimate me too much. This damage is just a tickling for me. It's too early to beat me. Mu Feng, whose eyes widened with a light drink, his blood began to boil, and the fierceness in his bones burst out. Come out. Let me lie down. Haha, no kidding. Can you keep up with my movement? I'm a thunderbolt. Enel laughed. Flash. Cloud burst. Shave flat. With the power of the elemental cloud explosion, Mu Feng's speed suddenly increased, and he instantly captured Enel's movements with the help of observation hockey. What? This is impossible. Enel exclaimed when he saw Mu Feng appearing in front of him. Maximum strength lightning metallurgy. Armament hardened iron nugget. Combination skill. Sky cannon. There was a violent roar, and Armament's hardened fist slammed hard on Enel's chest. Enel's whole body seemed to be out of a cannonball. On the street, the fog dissipated, and Mu Feng stood there silently like a god of war. P.S. It's a bit late. I searched for a lot of hockey and Logia problem, and discussed with my friends for a long time, but I am still confused. Ha ha. Thinks that hockey is an armor that can defend against fruit attack. It also removes and reduces the ability of devil fruit. Chapter 70. I want to become stronger. 13. P.S. This is a chapter from yesterday, and there are 2 more updates today. Thank you for your support. Omega filled circle S Omega __. The real god of war. In the eyes of everyone, Mu Feng is worthy of this title. The Enel group who swept everything just like chopping melons and vegetables just now is unimaginable to be defeated by Mu Feng in an instant. A dream. Victory. We're victorious. Yeah, we won. And Burka was finally saved. Everyone in Maxim cheered enthusiastically, and everyone embraced each other and cried with joy. People who have not experienced life and death do not know that feeling at all. It turns out that sometimes living is also a kind of happiness. It's as if you're about to lose a precious thing, but in the end you won't feel the value of that thing until it miraculously survives. After being happy for a while, Maxim suddenly felt a little sad, and silently looked at Enel in the distance. I didn't expect it to be like this in the end. I am really ashamed of the gods of the previous generation. Sir Maxine, don't be sad. Enel brought it all on his own. No one can blame others. Iger, who staggered to his feet, exclaimed, is it all light? With a long sigh, Maxim's mood gradually calmed down. No matter what, the deceased is dead, and now he still has to think about the living. No, Enel isn't dead yet. Mu Feng, who stood with his hands behind his back like an impenetrable mountain, suddenly said, how can it be? How can it still not die if you hit it so strongly? Recalling Mu Feng's powerful blow, Eagle burst into a cold sweat. Let alone a human being, even steel can explode. How could Enel still be alive? His heart should have stopped beating long ago. Nothing is impossible. You don't feel that your observation hockey is not at home. Let go and show you an interesting thing. Mu Feng, who wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth lightly, took the lead towards Enel on the street. As for Robin in the air, he was not in a hurry to let her down. In the absence of absolute safety, he was not in a hurry to let her down, and Shira and Guy Daz had already been trapped by Mu Feng's line. Time cannot escape. Everyone in Maxim supported each other and followed Mu Feng outside with a puzzled look on their faces. When they saw Enel on the street, they were also inexplicably surprised. Enel, who was lying on the street with blood all over his face, was undergoing self-electrotherapy, which made the heart that had stopped already stop. Regain vitality. Damn it, that's okay too. Seeing Enel's undulating body, Iger couldn't help but complain. If such a thing didn't happen in front of his eyes, even if he was killed, he wouldn't be able to. Can't believe such a thing would happen. Guro no mi, rumble fruit is really extraordinary. I didn't expect it to have such an effect. It seems that if you want to really kill him, it's still a bit unsafe to rely on blows. You can only do it by removing his head. It's a. Looking at Enel, whose heartbeat was gradually recovering, Mu Feng also frowned and said lightly, then picked up a steel knife and walked towards Enel, preparing to make up for it to avoid future trouble. Wait, can I keep him alive? The expression on Maxim's face changed in surprise, and he stopped him aloud. Yeah. Mu Feng, who stopped, stared at the old man Maxim silently for a while, nodded silently, and pushed Enel to the ground with his hardened arm. Forget it, it's your internal affairs. I am one. Outsiders don't step in, but you'd better bring him something from Seastone, or it won't be easy when he's fully awake. Understood, then thank you. Maxim, who was polite, had Enel tied up with something from Seastone. At that moment, Mu Feng also felt that his strength was rapidly fading, but it did not fade to the point where he was weak. It seems that armament hockey still has a certain counteracting effect on Seastone. Although peak root ability is banned, it's not that he has no combat power. It seems that hockey still needs to practice more. In the process of Mu Feng's contemplation, Enel also woke up from the bottom, and when he saw everyone in front of him, he yelled, you bastard, these humble guys, or you will let me fight, or you just kill me. If you call for help, you're not a hero. Looking at the Zongzi like Enel, Mu Feng couldn't help laughing. You're still fighting like this. You're a bachelor. Your skin is thicker than me. Let you go. You really are others being fooled. As he said that, he punched Enel in the head, and he immediately punched Enel in front of Venus, which made him obediently shut his mouth, and was taken to the abandoned manor by Maxim. After doing what he was supposed to do, Mu Feng also picked up Robin in the air, but Mu Feng immediately found that Robin seemed to be looking very bad. What's wrong? My wife. Her face is very bad. I want to work hard to become stronger. Is there any way you can make me stronger? Robin bit his lip. There is a way, but it may be a bit dangerous and and a bit hard. Mufeng thought about it and replied, now the only thing Mufeng can do is to teach Rokushiki to Robin. As for how to strengthen the constitution, Mufeng also has a general direction, but that is a development of the fruit that is still immature and cannot be applied to others. I'm not afraid of danger, and I can work hard. As long as I can become stronger, I'm not afraid of anything, Robin said with absolute certainty, and her expression was also extremely solemn. Why do you want to become stronger? Why do you have to endure hardship? Isn't it good now? Looking at the somewhat stubborn Robin Mufeng, he asked inexplicably. I don't want to be like today and can only watch quietly. I want to become stronger and fight with you. I don't want to be a burden to you. I don't want to. Robin's clear eyes were filled with tears. Flash again. Looking at Robin's tears, Mufeng nodded vigorously, then hugged her in his arms and said softly, I see. Mufeng really understood Robin's intention, so he couldn't refuse. Just as Mufeng and the two embraced each other, an untimely voice rang out. I will try my best to become stronger, that captain. I will definitely not hold you back. Iger, who had been bandaged limp, came over in a hurry. You guy, can't you pick another time? Didn't you see that I was comforting Robin? Mufeng said with a displeased look at the guy who was destroying the atmosphere. Hey, I can't do anything about that, captain. I've been waiting here for a long time, but you guys are still like this. I don't know how long to wait. Where is Iger? Isho said with a thief. Chapter 71. Enel's disposal problem 23. Looking at Iger, who was smiling like a thief, Mufeng had the urge to pull him over and stomped on his feet, but for the sake of his injuries, Mufeng still held back. Psi omega psi. Fuck off, you bastard. I'm in a bad mood just looking at you. Tell me if there's something wrong, or you should be lying on the hospital bed now, and you won't be here. Mufeng, who glared at Iger annoyed. That god, Mr. Maxim, has something to do with you, and halfway through, Iger's expression became a little weird. Anything else? What else is there to say? Half of it sounds awkward. Mufeng, who let go of Robin, waved his hand, motioning for Iger to finish the rest. And Enel, he wants to see you too. Iger, who had a weird face, finally expressed everything he wanted to express, but this time it was Mufeng's turn to be confused. When Maxim came to him, he could still understand that he saved their entire country after all, and they were considered their reborn parent. It was natural to be grateful, but what happened to that kid Enel? Enel, did I hear it right? Mufeng said suspiciously. He even felt that he had auditory hallucination. That right, Enel. Hey, don't ask so much. I don't know much more than you about the specifics. Just go in and you'll know. Iger, who looked like a mummy, looking at Iger's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Mufeng raised his brows, pulled Robin, and strode inside. He really wanted to see what was going on inside. Robin, who was pulled, also followed closely behind Mufeng, but she raised her vigilance to the highest level. This is not because she is a villain, Poon's belly, but to prevent it from happening. The heart of hurting people is indispensable, and the heart of preventing people is indispensable. This is the main reason why she can live in the dark. After a short time, Mufeng saw two people sitting on the ground in a relatively complete room. One was Maxim and the other was Enel, but what moved Mufeng's heart was that Enel was not tied and was still there, weeping. What the hell is going on here? Mufeng, who was full of doubts in his heart but didn't show the slightest hint on his face, sat on the ground casually and didn't say a word. Robin behind him also sat silently beside him without saying a word. She knew very well when to speak and when not to speak. Seeing Mufeng with a calm expression on his face, Maxim also admired him for a while, and then coughed lightly and said, I think Ni will question why she let go of Enel. Seeing that Mufeng and Robin didn't say anything, Maxim continued, actually, Enel was still a very good kid. He was smart and had potential since he was a child, but he was a little extreme when he was different from his father. His father is targeting him everywhere. In fact, his father is training him, hoping that he will support our entire country, but Enel can't understand, Maxim said with a sigh. Enel's the father left a letter to the child before he died. I don't know the specific content, but I think it solved the hatred between their father and son, which is why Enel did this. Quote, The power of a letter can do this, so why didn't you give it to him earlier? And it's so interesting to do it now. After listening to Maxim's word, Mufeng's expression changed. This, according to the instructions of the previous generation, if the Enel who came back this time changes, give him this letter and Guro no mi, rumble fruit, and if there is no change, a contest will be held to decide one person. Inherit Guro no mi, rumble fruit, to complete the mission of defending everyone in history. Maxim, who was asked by Mufeng, was also a little embarrassed, scratched his head and said, besides, I don't know who will believe it. It has such an effect. Quote, then what should I do now? Enel has made a lot of noise this time. I guess the whole Birkin knows about it now. Mufeng sat quietly and lit a cigar and said slowly, that's why I'm looking for you. I want him to follow you. I know you're not an ordinary person, and your future achievements are limitless, so I want Enel to polish it up and give everyone a relaxation period, etc. In the future, when Enel comes back and brings new hope to everyone will be able to accept him. Maxim said with a somewhat embarrassed expression. What? Let him follow me? I said What, old man? Aren't you confused? Hearing Maxim's word, Mufeng buckled his ears with a questioning expression on his face. What do you mean? My dignified Thor follows you, but you still don't want to. To be honest, I still don't want to. Why didn't you follow me? Enel, who wiped away her tears, said dissatisfiedly. What do you mean? You still want to be beaten, don't you? Mufeng glared at him and reached out his hand on Enel's head. Ooh, don't beat you to be the boss. Okay, Enel said aggrievedly, covering his head. Looking at the somewhat stiff atmosphere, Robin Vivi Isho said, Mr. Maxime is right. My husband should really consider his suggestion. Then he gently pulled Mufeng and said to Maxime hopefully, just now you said the mission of history, so it's not enough to say that there is a historical tech here. We don't know if that is the historical tech. It's just that the ancestors have been handed down from the infinite land to the Sky Island, and no one can understand it now. Maxim, who saw the drama, also cooperated with Luo Bin. He knew Robin's position in Mufeng's mind, so he said again, after talking about this matter, I can take you to see the stone tablet. Looking at Enel in front of him, and then at Maxim, Mufeng's brain, who was pulled by Robin, began to spin rapidly. Although this guy Enel is a little arrogant, he is indeed a powerful assistant. If he is willing to, efforts may not fail to become the same existence as Admiral. It seems that Robin's choice is true. Mufeng, who figured it out, immediately became amiable. He Isho, just do as you said. I will take good care of Enel for you, and maybe I can take you to live under the blue sea in the future. There is a lot of land there. This is true. When Mufeng has the ability to reach the status of the four emperors, or when the status is higher, it will not be a piece of cake to find an island for them. Haha, it's good. To be honest, our Sky Island is very hard, and we hope that day will come soon. Maxim also laughed cheerfully when Mufeng answered affirmatively. P.S. Maybe my friends feel that it is unnecessary to write like this, but I feel that if you want an organization to be more reliable, strength is one aspect, but feelings are still an indispensable part. Chapter 72 Heavenly King. Off to Gaia. 33. In a short meeting, the decision on whether to leave Enel or not, Maxime also had a heart attack, so he was very happy to bring Mufeng and others to the seal that recorded important historical information. This is a huge stone tablet. I don't know what material it is made of. It's extremely strong. Everyone came close and watched silently, but here only Robin knew what was written on it. The rest of the people had black eye. Can't understand the text above. What is written on it? We need to protect it from generation to generation. Enel knocked on the huge stone tablet and said a little unhappily, not knowing what's written on it is not necessarily a bad thing. Maxim said with a smile, there is no need to say anything here. We record history, and we are also the people who have witnessed history. Let this history be with the world. Ignoring the crowd, Robin, who was extremely enthusiastic in his heart, began to read aloud. Can you decipher the text on it? Maxime was startled, staring at Robin with a sharp look. Haha, no, Robin is an archaeologist, and he can also be called a historian. He can interpret ancient text left over from the past. After answering Maxim's question, he glanced at the excited Robin, and Mufeng didn't fight. Cut her off, although he knew it must not be the text of history. Uranus, the divine weapon held in the name of God. Robin, who read this, sighed helplessly, and said with a little disappointment, it turns out that this is just a stone that records weapon information, not the historical text. Quote, Tianwang, what kind of thing is that? Does it record his manufacturing method? Hearing the name of Tianwang, Mufeng also became interested and asked softly, why are you interested in these large murder weapons? Robin silently turned her head to look at Mufeng. Her face was a little unsightly. Although she used to be a killer, she hated those large murder weapons from the bottom of her heart. The aftermath of the Hera tragedy. No, I'm not interested in resurrecting these weapons. I just know what's different from Pluto and Sea King. Mufeng, who waved Vivi Isho, said indifferently, that's true. If he wants to find two artifacts other than Heavenly King is too easy. Oh, Robin smiled again, and then said, the above just said that it is a weapon that can fly in the air. As for the manufacturing method and location, there is no specific description. After listening to Robin's answer, Mufeng nodded silently and thought to himself, is it a flying weapon? It feels a bit like a spaceship. It seems that the three artifacts have their own merit. What kind of situation? So our historical mission is relieved. Hearing Robin's word, Maxim burst into tears. That's great. I won't have to fight to protect this seal in the future. Yeah, if anyone wants to see it in the future, let him see it. Anyway, it's some irrelevant information. There's no need to fight for confidentiality anymore. Mufeng glanced at Maxim and comforted him. What does this sentence next to that mean? Enel, who walked to the side, pointed abruptly to the side of the stone tablet. I've been here to guide this tech to the last place. Pirate D. Roger. What One Piece King of Pirates Roger? Seeing the tech next to it, Robin exclaimed, Roger. A man named Roger came here more than 10 years ago. I didn't expect him to write here. Maxim said, wiping away his tears. Guide this tech to the last place is the historical text in Laugh-Hail. Ignoring Maxim's word, Robin muttered to himself with a dull expression. One Piece King of Pirates. Is the king of that country very powerful? Can he be more powerful than me? Enel on the side pouted nonchalantly, as if he was a world overlord, ignoring Roger at all. It's really not on the same level. He glanced at Enel's Mufeng with the eyes of an idiot and snorted softly. Let me just say it. How can that Roger be better than me? Enel laughed. You idiot, I mean that you are far worse than him. He wants to kill you is no different than crushing an ant. Mufeng, who gave Enel a gluttonous meal, said a little depressed. It seems that there will be more in the future. Supplement knowledge to this little white. Why do you always hit me? Enel said dissatisfiedly. Oh, I'm sorry that it went smoothly. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Mufeng also felt that Enel was quite cute. Wait, when I'm better than you, I'll hit you 8 times a day. Enel, who glanced at Mufeng secretly, muttered softly. What did you say? Do you think I'm deaf? Mufeng, who stared at me, raised his fist again and said viciously. I didn't say anything. Seeing Mufeng, who was a little ruthless, Enel waved his hands again and again, indicating that he didn't say anything. He wasn't stupid enough to go up to the point where he knew he couldn't beat him. Let go. It seems that there is nothing worth interpreting here. Seeing the last sentence of Robin, the flame in his heart burned again, and he saw hope again, and a happy smile appeared on his face. After Robin said this, everyone also felt bored, and the stone tablet that left walked towards the manor. Burka has experienced the great catastrophe of Enel, and has regained his calm again. Because of Enel's submission, all his subordinates have become Mufeng's subordinate. There is no way that these guys who have committed crimes will stay in Burka. Maxi Mu was also worried. After 10 days of training, everyone's injuries have recovered as before. At the same time, Maxim also built a medium-sized ship for Mufeng to express his gratitude. It is not a problem to carry 100 or 80 people. In the early morning, Mufeng and the others also quietly left Burka and started to go to Gaia. Although Burka is good, but because of Enel's reason, he can't stay any longer, and Mufeng also wants to go to Gaia to search for some going, and it is ready. Using Blue Sea. Another point is that he is not used to the life on the Cloud Island. He still likes the feeling of stepping on the mainland, and at the same time, he also goes to Gaia to make a front stop, which can be turned into a base for himself to cultivate. When Mufeng and the others left, Maxim also came to the shore and looked at the departing ship in a silent trance. I hope Enel can grow up faster in the future to inherit his father's legacy and let Burka's people live better. P.S. I hope you will continue to support. At the same time, I hope you will join the group. It is in the introduction. Give me some opinion. Thing. Chapter 73. Musician Kana 12. Riding the wind and wave, the Chuyun cruised towards the Gaia Sky Island. The name of the Chuyun ship was Mufeng, who had acquired a Chinese style. It was a bit of nostalgia for the past. Sitting on the cloud chair, he looked up at a skeleton on the ship. There is a pirate flag with clouds below, and his heart is also full of pride. This trip to Burka was quite rewarding. Not only did he regain Enel, but he also found a good boatman, Iger. As for the remaining 4 priests who were originally under Enel, Mufeng was a little bit lacking in interest. They are all good players in the use of shell, and their own development is too poor, and there is still a lot of gap between Iger and Iger, so there are only 4 cadres on board for the time being. The Chuyun is 45 meters long and 18 meters wide. There are more than 100 wind shells on board. Even if it is not downwind, the speed of the boat is quite fast. In the early morning of the 5th day, Mufeng's fleet arrived at Angel Island in Gaia. Originally, there were only a dozen or so troops with more than 80 people. Some of them could appear on the Chuyun, while the rest were thrown onto the boat by Mufeng. Facing the rising sun, the portal of Gaia Sky Island has appeared in front of Mufeng and others. At the end of the long sea of clouds is a huge cloud gate that is more than 10 meters high. There are more than 10 white shells on both sides of the cloud gate. Member of the Thunder Hat Squad, equivalent to a police officer. When Mufeng saw them, the members of the White Berets also noticed Mufeng's fleet. It was hard not to pay attention. The huge fleet of 1 big ship and 5 small ships was something they had never seen before, and the pirate flag was hung high, which also made them extremely nervous. Just when the Chuyun arrived at the gate, a guy who seemed to be an officer stepped up and shouted loudly, I'm Captain McKinley of the White Beret. You have to hand in the island before you enter Skypia. Expenses, 1 person and 100 million hectol. Stepping. The sound of stepping footsteps reminded me that Mufeng's figure slowly appeared in front of McKinley and others, standing on the bow and looking down. Mufeng Vivi Isho. What did you say? Pay the money. Yes, this is our rule here. If you don't pay, it is illegal entry. McKinley said, trying to calm down. Illegal entry is a big name, but I like it. Mufeng, who lit a cigar, protruded a smoke ring. His eyes showed too cold light, and continued. Regulation. Those are your regulation, not our regulation. The key is that what I say in the future is the law. The regulation, everything before is bullshit. Quote, you. McKinley, who was choked to death by Mufeng, didn't say a word for a long time. It's really nasty. Mufeng, who sneered for a while, flew out a few cloud lines in his right hand, tied McKinley tightly, and then waved his arm. It seems that you need to wake up. What kind of trick did you use? Hurry up. Before McKinley could finish his word, he fell into the sea of clouds with a plop, splashing a cloud of water. You dare to shoot. After the other White Berets were startled, They all took up their weapons and shouted loudly, "Haha, this should have been done a long time ago. What nonsense are you talking about with these bad-ass?" Enel, who was standing beside Mufeng, looked at the people on the opposite side with contempt, and then stretched out his hand. God punishment flash, and with a loud bang, Cloud Gate was smashed by a blow. At the same time, the surrounding White Beret members didn't understand what was going on, and they foamed at the mouth and turned black. They fell to the ground. "Hey, I said you shouldn't be so violent." "Okay." Iger frowned and said, "Why don't you agree? Do you still want to try what it's like to be struck by lightning?" Enel, who snorted coldly, glared at Iger and said dissatisfiedly, "Enel is definitely an arrogant guy. Except for Mufeng, he did not treat anyone at all. Keep an eye on it." "Damn, what did you bastards say?" Although Iger knew that he was not Enel's opponent, he was also a stubborn guy. "Okay, let's say a few words to stop the tit-for-tat two people." Mufeng also scratched his head. "These two guys are on the right track." HMPH. Enel and Iger both snorted, glared at each other and closed their mouths. "Okay, continue sailing to target Gaia." Seeing the two calm down, Mufeng ordered the fleet to start, and entered Skypia through the door opened by Enel. After they had gone far, McKinley emerged from the water, looked at Mufeng and the others in horror, took out the phone and reported everything to the island. As for whether McKinley reports or not, it has no effect on Mufeng and the others. In the comic, Enel and the others can easily solve all the armed forces on the island, not to mention that Mufeng is a robin now. Chuyun fluttered in the wind, and Mighty bypassed the coastline of Angel Island toward Gaia going. Suddenly, a beautiful sound of music came from the shore of Angel Island. Although I don't know what song it was, the music was gentle and melodious. It is refreshing, intoxicating, and has a wonderful effect that seems to make people feel calm. Well, who can play the piano? He is very talented in music. Robin, who was wearing the cloud clothes specially made by Mufeng, also sighed with emotion. What? It's just moaning for nothing, and there is no miserable wailing sound that made people comfortable to listen to. Enel, who curled his lips, said nonchalantly, "For Enel, the most beautiful music is the wailing of others. He is a typical man of strength. Violent maniac. You know what? A guy with no musical skill." Mufeng, who glared at Enel, looked in the direction of the incoming music. A 17 or 8-year-old girl wearing a Yuhi-colored jacket appeared in front of Mufeng's eyes. She was holding a harp and playing it with all her concentration. The two golden balls on her head also followed her movement, swinging back and forth. Her cuteness is even more brought out, and she has an angelic taste with her pair of white wings. Seeing the girl, Mufeng had the name Canis in his mind, a small character who didn't make many appearances in the animation. He didn't expect her to play the piano so well. Looking at Canis, who stopped playing, Mufeng's heart moved. Secretly said, "If you develop it, it will be a good musician. It just happens that there are not enough musicians on the ship." "Who are you? Are you traveling from Blue Sea?" Canis, who walked slowly with a harp, said with an innocent smile, but he wasn't afraid of Mufeng at all. Before Mufeng could speak, Iger, who was behind him, came out first and tidied up his clothes. "Can Miss Beauty have a look at her breath?" "You bastard, get away from me. You are really a guy who never leave his line for 3 words." Mufeng's mysterious Isho, who kicked Iger aside with one kick. "No, we are not here to travel. We are here to bring new life to Skypia." Quote, after chapter 74, I called a shot 22, and seeing the scene on Mufeng's boat, Canis was not frightened, but covered his mouth and let out a laughter like a silver bell. "You guys are really funny. That uncle is also very interesting." Female sign $S female sign. "Uncle, who is she talking about? Is she talking about you, Captain?" Iger, who got up from the deck, glanced around and finally set his eyes on Mufeng. "What a nympho. That girl is talking about you, you idiot." Enel, who was sitting on the cloud chair motionless, said that he had never dealt with Iger, so there was such a chance to ridicule him naturally. "Hold it firmly in your hand." "What? Are you talking about me? I look like an uncle there. I'm only 29 years old. Am I that old?" Iger, who was battered, squatted down on the boat and muttered in a low voice, "Hee, if you shave off your beard, maybe people won't think you're old." Robin, who was standing beside Mufeng, smiled tenderly, her eyes narrowed like 2 crooked moons. "How is it possible? This beard is a sign of maturity. How heroic. How can it be shaved off?" Iger, who was squatting on the board, touched his beard and retorted, "Okay, don't act cute there anymore. It's disgusting to look at." Mufeng, who grinned again, turned his head and said seriously, "My name is Mufeng, and I'm the captain of this pirate group." "Hasso, my name is Canis. Please give me more advice." Canis, who bent over and saluted, smiled. "Haha, it's okay to give advice." Mufeng, who waved his hand, showed the smile that the big bad wolf tricked the little Yuhi into. "You play the piano well. Do you want to join our ship and become a musician?" That Canis shook his head, shaking his head. "I have no desire to go to sea, nor do I want to leave my father." "Oh, that's fine. If you don't agree now, you will agree later." Mufeng from Isho turned around and waved his hand. "Let us set sail for the little one. Target Gaia. Gaia, Gaia." This group of guys who were desperate for the mainland also shouted frantically, "Where are you going?" Looking at Mufeng and the others who were about to set sail, Canis couldn't help but question. Mufeng, who didn't look back, pointed at Gaia in the distance and said, "That's right there. What? You are going to the Holy Land of Apayado, a place where only gods and divine soldiers can live. Canis, who was startled, kindly discouraged. It is also very dangerous there. Haha, now it's the place where the gods live, but it won't be anymore. It will be a place where you can all step on. Mu Feng, who laughed loudly, glanced at Canis. Danger is for you guys. For us, there is no danger at the root, and I said that I am here to change your life. I am not just talking about. After saying that, Mu Feng walked to his seat and ignored Canis again. Changing your life, ushering in a new light. Lie. He stared blankly at the fleet and said in disbelief, whether Canis believes it or not, what Mu Feng said is the truth. After the episode of Canis, the Mu Feng fleet finally came to Gaia after a voyage of more than 10 minutes. Looking at the mainland in front of him, Mu Feng was also very emotional. This is Gaia, the ancient capital with a long history, and his first territory. Not only Mu Feng, but the rest of the people are also very emotional. These residents living on Sky Island have also never seen such a large piece of land, and everyone has a happy smile on their faces. At the end of the Sea of Cloud, due to the narrowness of the river, the Chuyun could only be temporarily abandoned. Mu Feng left behind Gai Daz, Dao, and 50 men. When you walk into Gaia Mu Feng, you can feel the fragrance of the earth and the ancient trees in the sky. Because of the climate of Sky Island, the plants here are extraordinarily lush, giving people a feeling of returning to nature and changing their mood. A lot of pleasure. After sailing for more than half an hour, everyone heard the rumbling of gunfire and shouts of killing. Haha, is this a welcome ceremony for our new owner? Come and see. After that, they flew in front of the cloud car, and the others also opened their cloud shoes and drew several waves of air in the air. In a short time, I saw the scene of a fierce battle of more than a dozen people. The cannons rumbled, bullet flew, blood splashed, and people were injured and fell from the air to the ground. Mu Feng also finally understood why the people who entered the country illegally, were not blocked when they swaggered into Gaia. It turned out that the god of Sky Island was just co-leads the team of gods and the inhabitants of Shandia in a battle for control of Gaia. Both sides of the fierce battle also found Mu Feng and everyone, and they all withdrew to their camp. Suddenly a team of 30 or so people appeared, which put a lot of pressure on both of them. Who are you, and why are you here in Sandora? A young man in his 20s with a cannon in his hand shouted sharply, obviously at the same time very unwelcome. Mu Feng and others. Oh, Blue Sea people, it seems that you are the illegal immigrants mentioned earlier. What is the purpose of your coming here? An old whitebeard looked at Mu Feng and the others quietly. Haha, why don't you fight? Wasn't it a lively fight just now? Haha, Isho. Mu Feng silently glanced at the two who were talking. If I guess correctly, you should be Gang, Cole and Weber. Okay, since everyone who can talk is there, I will have a lot less trouble. Quote, what do you mean? The two questioned. My meaning is very simple. I will be the master here in the future. After speaking, Mu Feng's eyes flashed coldly and he continued, anyone who does not cooperate will be killed without mercy. What? After hearing Mu Feng's word, the other two teams burst into a rage, and then each held a gun and glared at Mu Feng and the other. It seems that you are not very cooperative. Let's let you see our strength and give you a warning. After scanning the crowd with sharp eyes like a blade, Zion Shengche suddenly got up, and his elemental right fist slammed violently. Out! Cloud blast fist. Two cloud balls with a diameter of more than 10 meters shot towards them suddenly, and then there was a violent explosion, and the trees flew horizontally. The smoke filled the air, and the figures rolled. The smoke is gone. Just now, Cole and Webb were both in disarray and scarred. Damn! Weber rolled out and shouted, rushing towards Mu Feng, and the cannon in his hand was aimed at Mu Feng. Hey, you're a young and energetic guy. You're not as good as anyone else. Cole knows a lot. Mu Feng, who scratched his head helplessly, said to Iger that Iger will give you 3 minutes to subdue him, as long as don't die, if you are sure. If not, I will let Enel shoot. At the same time, Weber's cannon also passed through Mu Feng's elemental body, knocking down a big tree behind him with a bang. Haha, Captain, don't worry. It doesn't take 3 minutes to deal with him. 2 minutes is enough. Iger, who was confident, laughed and flew towards Weber. P.S. Cast a vote and see everyone's choices. The new era of Gaia Sky Island 12. P.S. I will write a side story soon. If everyone likes it, I will continue it in the future. If you don't like it, I will talk about it and try my best to write it well. N-Airy product divided by N-Airy product. Looking at the oncoming Iger, Weber was not to be outdone. He controlled the cloud shoe to move continuously in the air, and the shock wave of the cannon in his right hand was constantly thumping. Fast back, away from their battlefield. Gang. Cole's face was calm, and his eyes flashed with light. He completely felt the powerful momentum of Mu Feng and others, and he was also worried about the future. Iger VV Isho under the rumbling artillery fire completely ignored Weber's attack. Observation hockey gave full play to its advantages to perceive Weber's attack. People all come and go, wrestling with each other, and fighting again and again. Iger waved the board in his hand again and again. The wind was blowing, and the attacks were continuous. It was like a surging river surrounded Weber. Although Weber was weak, he was full of blood. Dodge fatal injuries at all times, showing years of combat experience. Standing on top of the cloud car, Mu Feng also also saw that Iger had taken the initiative since the melee battle, and it was only a matter of time before he defeated Weber. It's not good that Weber is in danger. After watching for a while, the soldiers of Shandia also found that Weber was somewhat inferior to Iger, and they all wanted to come forward with weapons to help. Seeing that the Shandia people are going to attack all, a soldier is in the gang. Cole whispered in his ear, "Sir God, are we also attacking together? The other side is very strong." "Yeah, don't move yet. We'll wait for the moment to watch the fire from the shore." Gang. Cole was not willing to give up Gaia Island like this, holding the spear tightly in his hand to observe the changes in the battlefield. Looking at the crowd that was about to move, Mufeng raised his brow, stretched out his right hand, and a cloud of cloud quickly shot out, appearing above the heads of the Shandia warriors, and then fell suddenly before they could react, and quickly tightened to bind them all. "Get up. Tell you that Lao Su is not a good talker. Just be honest with me. Don't force me to kill." Although Mufeng spoke slowly, his language contained a strong murderous aura, which immediately made people feel cold all over, like falling into an ice cave. They could also see that Mufeng was definitely not trying to scare them, but really moved. Kill hard. What happened in the blink of an eye made Gang, who has always been calm. Cole's expression also changed greatly. He had already placed Mufeng in a very high position, but he did not expect to underestimate Mufeng's rank. A sense of powerlessness grew from the bottom of his heart. "I am afraid that these people will also be like the Shandia people, tied like Zongzi. Hey, your strength is not as good as mine. You dare to be distracted." Just when Weber heard everyone shouting for distraction, Iger kicked his cannon away, and the board in his hand smashed violently to Webb's belly. With a crackling sound, the shield in Weber's hand shattered into countless pieces and ejected. At the same time, Iger's board also slammed into his abdomen. With a bang, Weber sounded like a baseball that was knocked into the air, booming. With a slam on the ground, a deep pit was smashed. Webb, who was hit by the double blow, suddenly vomited blood and was seriously injured. HMPH for 1 minute and 30 seconds. It takes a long to play such a trash character. If it wasn't for the captain's help to distract Weber, I still don't know when the fight will be. Looking at the victorious Iger, Enel snorted. He snorted coldly, pouted and said contemptuously, "You irritable guy, even without the captain's interference, I can defeat him in 30 seconds. Iger, who won the victory, jumped on the ground and retorted loudly, "Okay, just be quiet." After Mufeng shouted in a loud voice, the noisy scene instantly quieted down. "Okay, now you go back and tell your chief, let him come to the current shrine tomorrow for a meeting to decide on Gaia." "Oh, it's the integration issue of Shandora you said." He waved his hand and let go of the mountain. Mufeng, the warrior of Dia, suddenly turned cold and said, "If he doesn't come tomorrow, I don't mind letting your Kumogakure village disappear on Sky Island." The liberated Shandia warriors looked at Mufeng in fear, and then with the seriously injured Weber, he disappeared into the vast jungle in a flash. "Okay, the problem on Shandia's side has been solved, and now it's your turn, Gang. How about Cole struggling?" He glanced at Gang, whose face was calm again. "Cole, we are willing to cooperate, but I hope you don't kill the people on the island." Gang. Cole nodded. Mufeng suddenly admired Isho. "It seems that God is God. It's not bad to see the world, and to deal with things without fear. I admire you as a person who knows the general situation. Don't worry, although I kill people, I will not kill you indiscriminately. With you, you will be one of the main cadres of this island in the future." What do you mean?" Hearing Mufeng's word, Gang, Cole questioned. "Tomorrow you will know. Let go and take us to your shrine, which will be regarded as a main office in the future." Without further explanation, Mufeng gave an order indifferently, although a little suspicious, but just. Cole still obeyed Mufeng's orders and took him back to the shrine. After a night rest, the chief of Shandia also arrived on time the next day. He was also a person who knew the importance and knew when to bow his head. The meeting lasted for a long time, although there were some minor conflicts among the chief during the meeting. After Mufeng said that he wanted to recreate the ancient city of Gaia and look for the going bell, he readily agreed, and finally the entire Sky Island integration meeting ended successfully. In the end, Mufeng took over as the king of Gaia Island. Robin also became the princess. At the same time, Enel was appointed as the Minister of Punishment, in charge of the punishment of Sky Island. Iger managed the development of ships and weapon manufacturing, and the chief managed the people's livelihood. Just Cole manages the guard. At the same time, the Gaia Sky Island was redivided, and the residents of Sky Island were allowed to settle in the outer area, and the interior was turned into a restricted area. Except for festivals, no entry was allowed. After Robin's search for many days, the ancient buildings in Gaia were finally brought back to life. At the same time, the going bell was also found and placed on the clock tower again. After reading the words on the going bell, the residents of Shandia finally returned to Mufeng. After picking a good day, everyone gathered at the bell tower and rang the bell that had not been ringed for more than 400 years. The bell was crisp and melodious. Its sound echoed over Sky Island for a long time. From a moment on, it also represents the arrival of a new era of Sky Island. Because of his gratitude to Mufeng for bringing a new life to the residents of Angel Island, Hannes was also convinced to become become a member of Mu Feng's boat. Chapter 76. The Awakening of Pisces and Jade Pendant. 22. Time seems to pass bit by bit as the quicksand in the hourglass. In the blink of an eye, Mu Feng has been in control of Gaia for more than half a year. In the past 6 months, Gaia has also undergone tremendous changes, becoming full of vigor, and people's faces are also beaming. In the past 6 months, Mu Feng has also increased the pressure and training of his opponents so that they all have some growth. Although they are not satisfactory, they are helpless. Mu Feng is not in a hurry to achieve success. Woo woo. In the corner of the renovated square this morning, Mu Feng was beginning to further cultivate his fruit ability, transforming the state of the cloud into a thundercloud so as to slowly control the power of thunder and lightning. For development, he hopes that Master Thunder and Lightning can create a lightning pool and improve everyone's strength through different levels of thunder and lightning. This is a lofty and arduous task. Although Enel is Guro no Mi, rumble fruit, but he doesn't have the patience to pay attention to others, and the subtle control is not enough. What he has been pursuing is the powerful. No matter how strong the thunderbolt, let him do the task of the body. Mu Feng is really afraid that he will send all the members to hell, and there will be nowhere to cry. The color of the elementalized Mu Feng's body slowly changed from white to black. At the same time, electric flowers were flying, continuing to condense. The rushing lightning struck the ground beside him, and suddenly wisps of green smoke rose, and pieces of scorched earth continued to be produced. Just when Mu Feng felt that he was reaching the limit, his chest became hot, and a mysterious suction force was generated out of thin air, sucking the lightning power he evolved into it like a bottomless black hole. What going on? Surprised, Mu Feng slammed his head down to watch, but saw that the Pisces rune on his chest was constantly moving as if alive, and every time he moved, he was swallowed up by a lot of lightning power. After discovering the incomparably strange situation, Mu Feng wanted to exit the thunder cloud state, but he found that his efforts were all in vain. Seeing that everything could no longer be changed, Mu Feng just let it go. At the moment when all the lightning power of Mu Feng disappeared, there was a crisp sound like an egg breaking an eggshell, and then a black hole appeared in front of him, and a huge suction force sucked him in. After a short period of dizziness, Mu Feng felt a bright light appear in front of a fast continent, and then his body sank suddenly, feeling a pressure. Yes, super gravity. The gravity here is at least 1p, King of Pirates 15 times the gravity of the world. With a dignified expression on his face, Mu Feng opened observation hockey with all his strength to perceive the surrounding environment, but his observation hockey seemed to be suppressed by something, and he could only perceive the biological consciousness within a radius of 100 meters, and he had not seen it with his eye. In the distance, Mu Feng, who had no choice but to take back hockey, looked far into the distance. The fog in the distance seemed to cover the mainland with a veil, and he could only faintly hide the floating shadow of the mountains in the distance. Damn it, what the hell is this place? Mu Feng, who really didn't find anything, couldn't help but complain. At this moment, a tender voice came from above Mu Feng's head. Little girl, get up early in the morning, carry your trousers to the hut. Who? Mu Feng exclaimed and jumped back 4 or 5 meters away. He was on guard. He was still very confident in his hockey, but he didn't feel the breath of the other party. It was obvious that someone was coming. Powerful. But when Mu Feng looked up and saw what appeared, he was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but say, Dizzy, why is there a flying goldfish here? A 20-centimeter long goldfish has 2 snow-white wings flying in the air. The young boy's singing stopped suddenly. The goldfish in the sky stared at Mu Feng with the dead fish's eye, and his eyes showed an unhappy look. You are the person chosen for the Pisces jade pendant this time. Since I have chosen you, I will too. Nothing to say, and my name is Lilith, not a flying goldfish. That Lilith, can you tell me what's going on now? Mu Feng, who stood up again, said politely. He had a strange feeling that Lilith would not hurt him, and he also felt that this guy was incomparable. The strength made his heart tremble. Have you never heard of the legend of Pisces jade pendant? Lilith asked with her fish head tilted. At first, Mu Feng, who was stunned, suddenly thought of the words of the liar and Taoist priest, and Isho, embarrassed. The one who has heard a little bit. It seems that the one who gets the jade pendant can become an infinite powerhouse or something. Right or not? Lilith said. What do you mean? It's very simple. As long as you survive all the difficulty, you will naturally become an infinite powerhouse. If you crash and die, everything will be avoided. Lilith said rudely. Can I not accept the test? Send me to Sky Island. Mu Feng, who felt the slightest air conditioning, Isho discussed. Yeah, no problem. Lilith didn't even think about answering it neatly. But it's your court when you go back, and your soul will be imprisoned in a dark age forever. That's fine. Tell me about this jade pendant. Mu Feng, whose head was covered in black lines, said helplessly. Yeah, that's good. Here is a space for you to keep honing and becoming stronger in the universe, but I'm not a nanny. Don't think I'll help you, no. And your strong recovery ability is just a feedback, not a help. It depends on your destiny. Lilith shook her head and waved her tail. Well, can I bring someone in? Mu Feng asked. Yes, but those who die during the trial are truly dead. Of course, if you get some high-level item, you can revive the dead in the transformation pool. Lilith said with a wave of her little wing. One can have tens of thousands of square meters. The swimming pool appeared in front of Mu Feng, and the pool was tumbling with pitch-black liquid, as if countless unjust souls were wailing in it, making Mu Feng feel cold all over. Of course, you can choose to let your subordinates enter another dimension, or you can not let them enter, and only cultivate in this god's domain, but the effect must not be as good as going to other dimension, and there is no reward here. Death is the same as death, Lilith said proudly. Hearing this, Mu Feng also had a headache, asked a few more questions, and probably knew something. There is also a repair pool here, which can repair personal injury, but the cost is quite expensive, and the stump repair is 100 million shell. For the benefit, the repair of injuries ranges from 10 million to 100 million. At the same time, the injured people outside cannot be repaired inside. The props obtained here can only be used in this base. Of course, this is not all. There are many things Lilith didn't say, just said that Mu Feng's authority is not enough, and at the same time told him to kill the city face to complete the task, so as to obtain the use of Jade Pendant. P.S. The Slaughter City extras will start tomorrow. If you don't like it, don't delete it. You can give your opinion. Thank you for your support. 77 3 years ended. Headed to Blue Sea. P.S. Today began to update pirates and killing at the same time. If you like to watch it, just watch it. Thank you for your support. After a month of fighting in the Killing City, Mu Feng's finally returned to the position of One Piece King of Pirates. When he reappeared in Gaia, his heart was full of ups and downs. Looking back on the past, there are many emotions, but this time the harvest is still not small. Except for the fruit ability, the rest of the hair has been greatly improved. When he saw Mu Feng appear in front of him, Robin was like a flying swallow returning to his nest. He flew into his arms and wept like Izumi. He tapped his hands on Mu Feng's thick chest. Finally back. I can finally watch it next time. It's your turn. Don't cry. Didn't I come back well? Holding Robin's face to dry her tears, Mu Feng said softly. Looking at Robin like this, Mu Feng was also inexplicably moved. It feels good to be concerned. Yeah, next time you have such a task, you must take me with you. Waiting like this is really a torment. Looking at Mu Feng, who seemed to have become more calm, Robin murmured in a low voice, okay. Mu Feng, who replied, hugged the beauty in his arms and felt her body temperature, which made him feel at ease. He hugged him quietly for a long time, and then Mu Feng asked some things about Kai Island. Robin also told Mu Feng everything about the time when Mu Feng disappeared. Fortunately, he didn't go for a long time, so everything was normal on Sky Island, and there was no change. Now that everything is normal, Mu Feng is relieved, and then gathers all the cadres and prepares to pull them into the Pisces space for experience. Those who have not really experienced death will not experience that feeling, and there will be no huge improving. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Enel and his 4 generals, Iger and Canis, all appeared in Gaia's refurbished temple. Looking at the gathered crowd, Mu Feng stopped talking and told them not to resist and then pass through a mysterious arch, pulling them into Pisces space. That arch is a prop that Mu Feng got from the space. A portal can be added anywhere to allow people who Mu Feng allows to enter the space. However, it cannot be used during combat. When everyone comes to Pisces space, it will be a wild surprise. Here is there. Why do I feel the abnormal pressure? Enel, who had just landed, was full of doubt. It's just a different dimension. We will practice here for a few years to ensure that your strength has been greatly improved and you can better face future challenges. Mu Feng, who called out Lilith, replied lightly, and then let Lilith explain the instructions in the space. It doesn't matter to others, but Enel's arrogant guy said with disdain, I'm a god in any space and any task, and I'm always aloof wherever I go. Lara, he's really not cute at all. A guro no mi, rumble fruit person is so arrogant. It's really annoying. Looking at the arrogant Enel, Lilith was very dissatisfied with little wings with a wave. Enel, who was still high and mighty just now, fell to the ground in an instant, like a toad, unable to move, even elementalization. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked when they saw the powerful Enel, who didn't even have the strength to resist. They looked at Lilith with fear, as if they were looking at God. They really didn't want to understand how this little goldfish has such unimaginable ability. Okay Lilith, let this guy go. This guy just stinks a little bit. Just teach him a lesson. Looking at Enel, who was lying on the ground, Mu Feng couldn't help but plead. HMPH. How can that be? If he offends me, Lord Lilith, he will be punished. Just punish him for lying here for 3 days. Lilith said angrily in the air. Since Lilith is a small punishment, Mu Feng is not good at making too many demands. Enel, someone should educate him well. Let him have a better memory, and change his arrogance and arrogance. Right. There is no harm in him. Thinking of this, Mu Feng patted Enel's head. He isho. Shall I? You can reflect on it here. We will start training first. Then, in Enel's leading eye, he led the crowd to go far. Because Mu Feng has already initially mastered the control of Pisces space, there is also an activity space with a radius of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. There are also countless beasts and strange creatures in this space, such as Sky Island Cloud Wolf, Killing Space, the Onion Star, Tanaka Star, as well as the Buddha Star, Vampire, etc. These are good trial opponents. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Mu Feng lived on Sky Island for 3 years. Of course, during these 3 years, they spent most of their time in the Pisces space to hone. Later, he also brought some Sky Island soldiers in batches. After training for a period of time, it can be regarded as improving the overall strength of Sky Island. Even if you take Enel and others down to the Blue Sea, you can still ensure the safety of the Gaia Sky Island base. 3 years outside, 6 years in the space, although it can't be calculated like this, but the important cadres have experienced more than 5 years of tempering, and they have experienced several life and death trials and battles. The strength of everyone has also improved rapidly. The increase in strength of Mu Feng's money is also like running water. In recent years, Mu Feng has spent 1.5 billion Bailey. Fortunately, Gaia Going has a relatively rich reserve, otherwise Mu Feng would be so poor that he would have to pawn his pants. Mu Feng can now transform into Tianlei Pond and give everyone a new body so that everyone's potential can be further improved. Of course, his haki is also more powerful and condensed, which is also due to the trial of killing space. At the same time, his union fruit the ability has also been further developed, and it can transform into many forms. Enel has also become a lot more obedient. Although he is still a little arrogant, he has improved a lot compared to a few years ago, and he has also developed the ability of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, to a certain extent, reaching the level of the comic. The most gratifying thing is that this guy has finally cultivated armament haki, which can reach the initial hardening. Enel, S4 Priest, and some of the preliminary master Rokushiki also developed armament haki, but because of their potential limitation, they can only reach the primary winding. The little girl who has made the most progress is Hannes, who has learned all about Rokushiki. Although her overall strength is generally at the level of Fukuro in CP9, her unpredictable musical attack strength should not be underestimated. Iger's own strength is not bad. Coupled with Mu Feng's pressure, his growth is also fast, and he has also become a double hockey character. Robin's growth is relatively poor. Although she is also a double hockey, she is all in the primary stage, but she has greatly improved her fruit ability. Of course, she mainly gives advice to Mu Feng, and it is not a problem if her strength is slightly weaker. In the early morning of this day, Mu Feng convened everyone again. Looking at the increase in strength, he was also satisfied with Isho. From today onward, we will leave Gaia Sky Island, where to go to the endless blue sea. Let the people below know about a strength. Let the world tremble in shock. Quote, haha, I finally don't have to go to that ghost place in the Pisces space anymore. My name of Thor, Enel, will be resounding throughout the blue sea. Hearing Mu Feng's declaration, Enel was the happiest one. Such a fighting maniac finally has his place. Yeah, blue sea, blue sea. The rest of the crowd cheered enthusiastically, and they were also full of longing for the unknown blue sea and endless adventures there. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Mu Feng and others took the Chuyun boat with more than 30 men, left Gaia Sky Island and took the octopus to the blue sea, which opened a new chapter in the myth of a cloud god. 78 coming to the G8 fortress, 2 more asking for everything. PS2 updates of One Piece King of Pirates are over. Today, Pirates will not be updated. There will be a chapter of killing in the afternoon. In the future, it is estimated that both comics will be 1 chapter a day, and now they will be cracked down again. 2. All equal S. With the help of 2 octopuses, a special product of Kongda, the Chuyun number fluttered from the sky like a leaf wandering in the wind. At the same time, the vast and clear sound of the going bell also spread throughout the sky. This is for the king to see. The ringing of the bell is also the blessing from the heart of everyone on Sky Island. Because of the appearance of Mu Feng, Gaia Sky Island has returned to the calmness of more than 400 years ago. There is no war here, and people can live on land. Although they live on several high-rise buildings, they also feel satisfied. These old guys are still a bit human. They know they will see us off. Next time I go back to Sky Island, I won't bother them, otherwise they will look good. Although Enel's tone was very rude, but his cheerful eyes really betrayed his heart. Although it was only a few years, he still regards Gaia as his second hometown and has a kind of nostalgia. Yeah, goodbye Burka, goodbye Gaia, Iger said, hugging a person beside him, hugging his head and crying as a farewell. You bastard, my dignified Thor is not gay, let me go quickly. It turned out that Iger and Enel were hugging each other. You're the bastard, I'll be sick for half a year when I hold you. Iger, who was merciless, also made a vomiting expression. You bastard, I'm going to burn you Yuhi. Enel raised the long stick in his hand and smashed it towards Iger, banging the 2 of them together. Hasso, the relationship between the 2 of them is really good. Enel, who was punching, and Kanat, who was holding a harp, also covered their mouths and smiled. Yeah, although they don't forgive each other, their relationship is really good. Robin, who was watching with a history book, couldn't help joking. Bastard, who has a good relationship with this guy. I can't wait to cut this lascivious guy into pieces to feed the fish. Enel, who was flickering with electric light, caught Iger's foot and said with some dissatisfaction, I feel the same way. Iger also said unhappily, haha, I don't care how you make trouble, don't break the boat or you will look good. Mu Feng, who was watching the trouble, also pursed his lips and warned Isho, by the way, husband, I'm going there. We seem to have encountered an air current and drifted in an unknown direction. It doesn't seem like another part of Gaia is below below the pirate flag. Robin's sweet issue. Haha, it's the same everywhere. Anyway, we don't have a nautical point. I only have a permanent pointer for the Ennie's lobby. I will wait until I find an island in the sea or rob a point. Haha, this feeling is also very good. Haha, big, the smiling Mu Feng said indifferently, as if he didn't care about everything. Hee, yes, it's the same everywhere. As long as it's not the marine headquarters, we shouldn't have any problem. Looking at Mu Feng, who hasn't been so happy for several years, Robin also showed a happy smile. It doesn't matter where he goes, as long as it can be with Mu Feng. Yeah, Hannes will play a song to make everyone happy. When Blue Sea finds the island, let's have a banquet together. Mu Feng, who was standing on the bow, looked at the sun in the distance and was very happy, laughing, discarding all unhappiness in the wind to usher in a new light. Accompanied by Mu Feng's laughter, the melodious sound of the piano also fluttered in the air. The morning sun turned into a setting sun, and the faint Yuhi halo disappeared in the eyes of everyone, replaced by a starry sky. Just as everyone was looking up at the starry sky, the hull suddenly shook violently, and then began to accelerate its descent, and the octopus in the air began to shrink continuously. Hey, don't be so funny. Okay, we haven't reached the sea yet. Looking at the rapidly descending Chu Yun, Mu Feng's expression changed and he shouted to the crowd, "Little one, turn on the wind shell emergence. The system slows down the hull's descent." With his word, Luo Mu Feng waved his hands and a large cloud appeared around the hull to temporarily slow down the descent. Understood. Everyone shouted and moved. Power System 1 activated. The number 2 power system is ready and can be activated at any time. Everyone on the deck ran quickly, moving quickly amid the constant shouting. Hee, I didn't expect that landing would be an adventure. It's really interesting. Robin, who heard the shouting, also came out with 2 cups of coffee, handed a cup to Mu Feng and said, "My husband wants a cup to refresh himself." Haha, that's fine. I'm just thirsty. He picked up the coffee and drank it, looking as usual, very leisurely and elegant. Dozens of wind shells started to operate together, and the Chu Yun number also became calmer. After another half an hour, a vague outline surrounded by mountains appeared in everyone's eye. "Captain, there seems to be a lake surrounded by mountains below us. Do you want to activate the number 3 super power system to fly over this lake?" Iger looked down for a while and said somewhat uncertainly, "Don't worry about it. Just go straight down and find some fresh water food by the way." Mu Feng, who was not worried at all, replied casually, "Okay, everyone listen and prepare to land." Anyway, everything is according to Mu Feng. Since he has made a decision, everyone on board will naturally execute. But just 2 or 3 minutes after landing, the scene below became clear. This is a lake surrounded by mountain. It is simply a large fortress surrounded by mountain. Hey, Iger, is there something wrong with your eye? Where is this freshwater lake? It seems to be a military base. Enel, who was lying on the side of the ship, looked at everything in front of him with dissatisfaction. Haha, it doesn't matter. The base is the base, and the military fortress that will trap me. Mu Feng has not yet been built. Looking at the clearer and clearer fortress in front of him, Mu Feng continued, "It just happened that we went inside to find something useful. If it is Marine's base, I don't mind leaving something for him. First, also tell Marine that Mu Feng is back." Ha ha ha. Accompanied by Mu Feng's hearty laughter, the Chu Yun number also banged into the lake surrounded by mountain, and at the same time, the sound of sirens also rang through the military fortress. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! An unknown ship appeared at 9 o'clock. Turn the lights on there. A person who looked like a marine officer shouted. At the same time, countless lights flashed towards the place where Mu Feng's ship landed. Mu Feng also saw a big G8 under the huge light, and some marines on the fortress were also illuminated by the light, and also saw Mu Feng on the Chu Yun number. Chapter 79 The Great Crisis of the G8 Fortress 12. A dozen or so lights illuminated the sea like day, and everyone on the Chu Yun was in Marine's field of vision. Mu Feng, Robin, Iger, and Enel were normal people in the past, but they were normal people. Hannes, the 4 priests, and dozens of Sky Island combatants all have a pair of snow-white wings behind them, like angels. Hey, my eyes don't have flowers. I actually saw an angel. Did I go to heaven? I saw it too. Or is it a ghost ship? Or an angel ship? Many marine soldiers wiped their eyes and said in confusion, "Don't talk nonsense. It's obviously the pirate ship that didn't see the pirate flag on it. But I haven't seen this pirate flag. Is it the pirate group? Look out. These bastards are looking at us like monkeys. I'm going to make them tremble under my punishment." Looking around at Marine, Enel took a step forward and raised his long stick to launch the Guro. "Guro no mi, rumble rumble fruit. Wait, this is the G8 Marine Fortress. We don't need to confront them now. We'll find something useful first." Mu Feng, who stopped Enel's word, gently waved Isho's hand. Clouds and mist shrouded the sea, and the figure of Chu Yun disappeared in front of Marine's eyes in an instant. This was Mu Feng's development of the fruit's ability. Although he couldn't transform the fruit form to fight, it changed. Some cloudiness is not a problem. Looking at the rising cloud, Mu Feng Vivi Isho instructed everyone, activate the second form of the Chu Yun. Dive into the bottom of the water to find a place and hide it. Following his order, The huge Chuyun immediately became a submarine, dived into the water, and then gave birth to 2 huge wheels spinning rapidly, sailing fast under the sea. What going on? Why is the sea foggy all of a sudden, so I can't see everything on the sea? A marine shouted. The 3rd detachment. The 4th detachment immediately sent a ship to investigate the place just now to see if there were any traces left. Officer Marine was also taken aback and made a quick decision. After he had arranged everything, he picked up the phone and dialed the commander's office. Hello, is this the commander's office? I'm Major Drake Ray and I have something to report to Commander Jonathan, Vice Admiral. I'm sorry, Major Drake Ray. Commander Jonathan is not here now. I don't know where he went. An office staff on the other end of the phone answered in a panic. What? Immediately. Go find the commander immediately, and I will rush to his office immediately. Drake Lay, who hung up the phone with a snap, said angrily, what's the matter with the commander? I can't find it for no reason. 2 people. Quote, just as Drake Lay was rushing to the commander's office, Mufeng and others also found a relatively hidden place and stopped, and then Mufeng, Robin, and Iger went ashore and sneaked into the base. Stay on board. After more than half an hour, Major Drake, who was waiting anxiously, finally saw that Jonathan, Vice Admiral, walk in with a fishing rod and a fishing basket. Looking at Jonathan, who walked in, Major Drake gave a salute and then said with some dissatisfaction, Your Excellency Commander, you still have time to go fishing at such a critical time. Hey, today's harvest is very bad. I didn't catch any fish at all. Jonathan, who seemed to be very dissatisfied with the fishing tonight, sighed and said, Yo, Major Drake is watching you. Very anxious. Is there anything important? Commander, RG8 Fortress has been invaded by a pirate group. Drake was a little startled, and then directly filtered out the first half of Jonathan's words and said nervously, The pirate. Oh, I remembered. I seem to have seen a ship, but it became foggy and couldn't see clearly. Jonathan BB Isho, who was sitting casually in his seat, continued, said, Have you found anything? No, I've investigated a lot of people and they all said that they saw an angel in a trance, and they found nothing when they searched. Now there are rumors that it is a ghost ship. Drake Lay, who was scratching his head a little, immediately became firm again. I clearly saw the pirate flag, and I don't know why the pirate ship can't find it now. Oh, then from the logo on the pirate flag, can you tell which pirate group it is? Obviously, Jonathan also agreed with the view that a pirate group appeared, and he didn't believe in ghost ships at all. Signed, Drake Lay, who was stunned for a moment, shook his head helplessly. I haven't seen it. It seems to be a newly formed pirate group, but I saw a guy with long hair fluttering and wearing a captain's costume in a trance. His image was drawn, he said, and placed Mufeng's image in front of Jonathan. Really? I still compare your painting talent. Jonathan, who looked indifferent, stopped halfway, and looked at the image in his hand, and his face became serious, not as casual as before. He raised his head and stared at Drake with piercing eyes and said in a stern tone, You really read it right. Is it really the person you pictured? Looking at the serious commander, Drake Lay was stunned for a moment. It has been more than a year since he came to this fortress, and it was the first time he saw Jonathan with such an expression. Wrong. Isn't he some great character? Jonathan, who frowned, put Mufeng's image on the table lightly, then stood up and looked at the starry sky outside the window, and said in a dignified tone, You know why there are more and more people from the West Blue pirates now? More. Before Drake could be, he continued, It's all because of this guy. Everything is because of him. Is he the man who caused the West Blue frenzy 3 years ago? After listening to Jonathan's words, Drake Ray suddenly turned pale. That's right, he is the guy who had the legend of the king in West Blue 3 years ago. William Mufeng, the most powerful warrior in the Marine Espionage Department, has a bounty of 96 million berries. Jonathan, who turned his head, said with a firm expression, Didn't he die 3 years ago? How could he escape under Shichibukai's hand? Drake Lay, whose eyes were like beanbags, said in disbelief, No, it wasn't just Shichibukai, but also Admiral Kuzan. I heard that my friend Akainu Admiral said in private that Kuzan Admiral also had several ribs broken by him. Jonathan looked at the table with a solemn expression. The image, if you read correctly, our fortress is really facing the biggest crisis since I took office this time. P.S. The second one is the killing scene at night. I want to watch Pirates tomorrow morning. Thank you. Chapter 80 Sengoku S. Layout 12. Drake Lay, who originally had strong confidence in Jonathan Vice Admiral, was sweating on his head after hearing Jonathan's words. He injured Admiral Kuzan. Although I don't know what the situation was at that time, even if Admiral didn't do his best, it also shows that Mufeng is really strong. So how strong will he be in 3 years? Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, Drake Lay said very nervously, Your Excellency Commander, what should we do now? This time it seems that Mufeng is not alone. This time it is a whole pirate group. We are now. Isn't the military strength of the army a little weak? If he never said such a thing before. The entire fortress has thousands of marine soldiers and a vice admiral who can be said to be invincible, but today he suddenly disappeared. Emboldened. Divided by S integral S divided by underscore underscore. You don't have to be too nervous. Since Mufeng and the others didn't attack the fortress directly, it means they must have some plan. As for what plan, this is really annoying. Jonathan, who was sitting in the chair. At the moment, I also have a headache. I really don't understand how this guy Mufeng appears here. Although he also wants to find a chance for everyone to try, he is definitely not a powerful person like Mufeng. Jonathan, who was knocking on the table, thought for a while before saying, now let's start sending orders. Let's say emergency training for a week so that all departments can cheer up and strengthen patrol. Once if you find a suspicious person, report to me immediately. Follow my orders and act, and there will be military law for private actors. Jonathan, who suddenly stopped, added, if you encounter an invincible enemy, you can issue weapon. Life-saving is the #1 priority. Quote, why do you do this? How can we, Marine, lay down our weapons on the pirate? Drake asked inexplicably. No, we have to ensure the safety of the lives of our family members, and Mufeng is not a murderer. As long as he put down his weapon, he will naturally give him a way to survive. The base can be rebuilt if it is destroyed, but if there are no people, there will be nothing left. Jonathan, who was banging on the table, sighed and said, go down and give your order. Yeah. Drake Lay hurried away with a salute. Seeing Major Drake Lay leave, Jonathan picked up a silver-colored phone from the desk, dialed it, and was connected after a brief busy tone. Hello, this is the Marine headquarters. Please reply when I hear you. A voice came from that paragraph in a hurry. Hello, this is the G8 Fortress. I'm Commander Jonathan. Please help me connect to Marshal Sengoku's phone. Jonathan said calmly. Yeah. The other party was stunned for a moment, and then immediately responded respectfully. Yes, Lord Vice Admiral, I'm here to inform you. Time is short. Sengoku's majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. It's Jonathan. What's the matter? Report to the Marshal. An enemy attack from the pirates appeared in our G8 Fortress, and it was initially identified as William Mufeng, who disappeared for 3 years. Jonathan said politely. The Mufeng pirate. He didn't die, and he even formed a pirate. Sengoku's voice also made weight, and then he said, what kind of people are in his pirate, and how strong are they? It's not clear yet, but according to preliminary estimate, there are 4 or 5 cadre, dozens of fighters, and the combat capability is unknown. Jonathan, who thought about it, replied that although he didn't really see it, he listened to the reports of his subordinate. He also guessed that 1 is close to 10. Hearing Jonathan's answer, Sengoku suddenly paused and asked, what do you mean? My subordinate means that I hope that the headquarters will provide support so that we can be sure to capture Mufeng. After pondering for a while, Jonathan still said the words to ask for support. Okay, I get it. I'll take Onagumo Vice Admiral with 2 Rear Admiral and 3 warship to quickly support you. I hope you can hold on for 3 days. After saying that, Sengoku hung up the phone. 3 days. I hope this guy Mufeng doesn't make any big moves in these 3 days. Looking at the hung-up call, Jonathan also let out a long sigh of relief, and the stone leaves in his heart finally fell down. Marine Headquarters Rinfoder. Sengoku, who had just given the order to Onagumo, seemed to have thought of something, took out a phone and dialed. Hey, is it Crocodile? Oh, Sengoku, you immortal. It's really annoying to receive a call from you. Crocodile on the other end of the phone laughed and said lazily, his tone full of disdain. Do you think I would like to hear your voice? Sengoku asked back, and then said in a stern tone, now I will issue a Shichibukai compulsory recruitment order for you. Compulsory recruitment order? Hello, you can only use it twice a year. Why are you Marine going to fight the 4 emperors? Crocodile was also stunned when he heard the compulsory recruitment order, and people became serious. People also come to the spirit. No, your mission this time is to rush to the G8 Fortress to help Marine hunt down the pirate William Mufeng. Sengoku didn't have a good mood and directly issued the final order to this guy who was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Mufeng, that little guy who offered a bounty of 9,600 3 years ago, is he still using such a big battle? Isn't that exaggerated? Crocodile immediately felt a lack of interest when he heard that he was going to hunt down a newcomer who did not exceed 100 million. Sengoku's attitude of fighting mosquitoes with anti-aircraft guns really made him unhappy. If you're not careful, you might fall into his hand. I can tell you that he can escape under Kuzan in 3 years, and his strength is no longer yours. Sengoku, who was too lazy to talk nonsense, hung up the phone. 3 years ago, I managed to escape from Kuzan's men. Haha, it seems that he is really the last character. Crocodile, who was laughing, suddenly became interested, and walked out in a big glow. Think about Mufeng for a while to see how much he weighed. But at this moment, Mufeng didn't know that Marine had already revealed their kiba and opened an invisible big net to catch them all. Now Mufeng and Robin simply disguised themselves into the G8 base. He wanted to find navigational pointers and food. By the way, he made some extra money. He robbed the small vault of the G8 base to supplement his financial problem. Now he really didn't have that much money. Iger wants to touch the firepower distribution, staffing, etc. of the fortress so as to minimize his own danger once the war begins. One Piece The Infinite Powerhouse Chapter 81 181 Mufeng asked Jonathan 22 for everything. The G8 fortress has been built for many years, and the facilities inside are quite complete. It was not long before Mufeng came here for the first time. He was a little confused and couldn't find the destination he was looking for. Soldier Marine asks again about the location of the infirmary, warehouse, and canteen, then knocks them out and throws them in the tunnel of the air vent. Mu Feng's force control is quite precise, ensuring that the soldier will not be able to do it within 12 hours. Away. Now that they knew the approximate location, Mu Feng and Robin avoided the intensive search, and then ransacked the warehouse of the G8 fortress to get the navigational pointer he wanted, as well as materials and medicines equivalent to hundreds of millions of Bailey. Fortunately, there was space for Jade Pendant. Otherwise, if Mu Feng uses the fruit ability Swamplow Dorad, the combat ability will also be affected. The biggest fear of sailing at sea is getting sick. If you get sick without timely treatment, it is definitely a big problem, so medicine is indispensable. As for the money and food reserve, those are just raking grass and beating rabbits to carry their feet. As soon as he came down from Sky Island, he had already made a preliminary decision, that is to find a ship doctor, and the preliminary idea was the chopper of Magnetic Drum Island. That little guy is a very cute guy who can kill all handsome men and beauties in seconds. When the morning finally came, Mu Feng finished everything, but he did not leave the fortress, but let Iger, who knew the firepower distribution of the fortress, go back to the ship to join Enel first, while he and Robin swaggered towards the fortress. When I walked to the restaurant, I heard that the food here is good, so I just ordered breakfast and even saved breakfast. Mosquito legs are also meat when they are small, so we must be diligent and thrifty. Fortunately, when he was in the espionage organization, in order to facilitate the task, Marine gave each of them to it. Mu Feng directly took out another ID and took Robin into the restaurant without being questioned too much, because the first two it happened that two heavily damaged warships were docked at the G8 fortress. Just as Mu Feng and Robin were eating and drinking in the restaurant, Major Drake Lay also rushed to Jonathan's office in a panic, and as soon as he entered the office, he said urgently, "Report, Commander. Our medicine warehouse in the warehouse was looted, and the initial estimate of the loss of more than 600 million Bailey." Quote, "What? Mu Feng, this bastard, is he poor and crazy? He actually did this." Jonathan, who had just taken a bite of breakfast, threw the tableware on the cup and plate with a slap, and his face suddenly became ugly. "Have you found a suspicious person? And have you found Mu Feng's pirate ship?" The pirate ship hasn't found it yet, but two suspicious people, a man and a woman, went to the restaurant just now. Although the documents they took are real, I just asked the commander who docked at the fort the day before yesterday, and they said they didn't agree. Without these two people, Drake Ray said nervously. Seeing the commander's face was extremely ugly, he knew that the commander was really angry now. Okay, this Mu Feng has really eaten the guts of a bear's heart and a leopard. He dared to blatantly eat in our restaurant after looting our thing. Very good, I will go to meet him now, and let all the troop prepare for battle. Even the well-mannered Jonathan was angered by Mu Feng, who was ignoring his presence. He kicked the door open and hurried to the restaurant. Jonathan, who had just walked to the door of the restaurant, heard a burst of hearty laughter from inside, and then a man's voice. "Haha, Jessica, your breakfast is good. Come and make it for me. Hundreds of pack to take away." Quote, hearing this, Jonathan almost fell to the ground. Shameless, really shameless, robbing finances, wanting to take out breakfast for nothing. How can Mu Feng be so shameless? With a crunch, Jonathan strode into the restaurant with a livid complexion and hundreds of soldiers, and saw a long-haired man in a colonel's uniform sitting at a dining table eating and drinking. He muttered, "Hey, you can't stop eating a meal. There will always be some unsightly guys disturbing yakking, which is really disappointing." Looking at the man in front of him, Jonathan also felt a dangerous aura. He had already determined that this shameless guy was Mu Feng, and the woman beside him was probably Nicole. Robin. Before Jonathan could beat the head chef in the restaurant, Jessica spoke first. "You bastard, why did you bring this soldier to the restaurant so viciously early in the morning? Don't you know where this place is?" "You." Jonathan interrupted Jessica before she could finish her sentence. "Don't talk. Take the chefs out of here now." The serious Jonathan glanced at Jessica, and then his eyes fell on Mu Feng and Robin. "I want the wanted criminal Mu Feng and Nicole." "Robin, you won't object." Although the words were a bit controversial, their tone was extremely cold. "Haha, yes, of course. If Jonathan Vice Admiral, the commander of the G8 fortress, wants to give some thin noodle." Mu Feng, who was laughing, swept away the food on the table and faced Jessica with a shocked face said, "Thank you for your breakfast. To be honest, it's really good. You bastard turned out to be a wanted criminal." Jessica, the beautiful chef who finally understood the taste, shouted angrily, "I'm going to kill you bastard." He was about to rush over with a wok in his hand, but immediately he was stopped by the people behind him, dragging her, who kept shouting, and ran out quickly. Looking at Jessica and everyone who left, Jonathan also put down his heart and stared at Mu Feng. "I didn't expect Mu Feng, who hasn't appeared in 3 years, to come back to my realm. I don't know what your purpose is, and how did you get into the fort?" "Haha, there is no purpose. Coming to you is purely a mistake." Mu Feng, who was laughing, moved his limbs to stand up, pointed up with his hand and said, "I'm sorry, I came from the sky." "Heaven." "Yes, it is heaven." "Nonsense. Since you don't tell the truth, then don't blame me for being rude." Jonathan flashed his cloak with the characters of Justice as he spoke. I had to leave you behind and shoot. As soon as it fell, the gunshots were loud, and the bullet flew and smoke filled the entire restaurant. Haha, believe it or not, it's up to you, and I can leave anytime I want. Haha, Isho, Mu Feng. His eyes widened and his hands waved. Cloud shield. A cloud wall 3 or 4 meters high appeared in front of Mu Feng and Robin, blocking all the bullets. PS don't update the killing today, so 2 comics together is really tiring. I am going to release the extra killing tomorrow and end a comic. Thing. 82 Intense Collision. 23 Devil Fruit Ability. She down pointing arrow she. Looking at the snow-white cloud wall in front of him, Jonathan's eyes rank suddenly. Without the ability and strength of Devil Fruit, it should not be underestimated. It is estimated that his strength will be even higher with the ability of Devil Fruit now, which is undoubtedly worse for G8 Fortress. Damn, why did this bastard Mu Feng come here? Looking at everything in front of him, Jonathan secretly cursed in his heart, but he tried to keep calm. He would be brave, but if he made any mistake he would definitely affect all soldiers. But at this moment, a powerful conqueror haki enveloped the audience, and the marine soldiers who were still alive just now fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. What conqueror haki? You guys still have conqueror haki? It seems that even if I fight my old life today, I will leave you behind, otherwise there will be endless trouble. Jonathan, who felt the impact of Mu Feng haki, suddenly became gloomy and terrible, as if water could drip, and armament instantly hardened. Haha, if you want to keep me, then you have to see if you have that ability. You can't talk about it with your bare mouth. You have to show some real skill. Xiao Xiao satirized Jonathan. Mu Feng gave Robin a wink and told him to hide away. The battle right now was not something she could participate in. Robin, who understood Mu Feng's meaning, knew the sweet Isho. She appeared by the window in a flash, and she was ready to fight at any time with her arms around her chest. Although she also knew that she could not participate in such a level of battle, she made a block. Supported Marine is still not a problem. Good boy, it's arrogant. Don't think that you can be invincible if you have natural fruit. He glanced at Robin with squinted eye, and then his eyes returned to Mu Feng again. Come here today. I want to see the past 3 years. What kind of height have you grown to? Did you just hone your mouth? Jonathan retorted, and acted as his voice just fell. Shave. Jonathan's figure flashed across the cloud wall and appeared in front of Mu Feng, full of haki, fist hanging on the wind, slammed down at Mu Feng, and knocked Mu Feng to the ground with a punch. In this situation, Jonathan moved quickly, but Mu Feng was not slow and made corresponding countermeasures. Cloud Blast Fist. A huge cloud fist shot out and walked towards Jonathan. A bang sounded. Jonathan's heavy punch hit the cloud fist, and the cloud fist exploded and set off a whirlwind. The tables and chairs where they passed were instantly shattered, sawdust fluttering, and smoke and dust evaporated. In the violent explosion, Jonathan was also forced back by the airwave. At this moment, Mu Feng, who was elementalized, seemed to expect that Jonathan would appear in the same position as his body. Yuntetsu's long sword pierced Jonathan's back with a strong haki. The experienced Jonathan is not an ordinary person. He knew it was not good. He tried his best to twist his body. With a soft thud, a wound was cut on Jonathan's waist by Mu Feng's long knife, and blood flowed out instantly, but he ignored it, and with the help of the twisting force, he flew and kicked Mu Feng's head violently. Iron block, hardened whip leg. Mu Feng, who succeeded in the blow, flashed a cold light in his eye, and the round left caster was thrown horizontally like a whip, and slammed into Jonathan's leg in the air. There was a violent collision, and a strong wind was generated between the two. The strong wind blew everything around them, and at the same time, the huge impact force caused the two to back away, and then approached again. Fight fiercely together. Haha, Jonathan, you are getting old. The old man can only talk about his mouth and skin now, but his strength is not very good. The brush attacked again and again, and the tacit transformation of the fruit ability and haki suppressed Jonathan's Mu Feng. Haha. Isho continued sarcastically. This was Mu Feng's intention, disturbing his mind to make him angry and revealing his flaws. In fact, Jonathan is in his prime, that is, around 40 years old, and his strength is at the peak, but he is an intellectual vice admiral. Compared with Onagumo's force-type vice admiral, there is still some gap. Don't talk too much there. Do you think you've decided on me? Tell you that justice is invincible. Of course, the old and strong Jonathan was not fooled, and he was careful when switching between offense and defense. Haha, whose justice is justice? Is it Marine's justice or Pirate's justice? It seems you are really confused. Justice can only be written by the victor. Haha, Isho's Mu Feng said disdainfully. Hearing Mu Feng's words, Jonathan was also speechless for a moment. He just tried his best to hold back Mu Feng, hoping for a miracle to happen. The violent collision sound. I kept thinking in the restaurant. The rubble and the sawdust were flying. The smoke and dust dissatisfied the entire battlefield, and the restaurant was constantly moaning during their battle, and they would experience a 10-minute fierce battle. Jonathan was cut 4 or 5 times by Mu Feng, and he was kicked, and Mu Feng also hit him with 2 punches. The loud noise caused by their battle also attracted a lot of Marine, but they were all solved by Robin. She seemed to be an impenetrable high wall that blocked the Marines who came to support them. Jonathan, who was at a disadvantage, felt the marine who kept falling down, and his heart was also anxious, and his face became even more difficult to look. With his roar, it seemed like a bee suddenly awakened. Fire fist. With the strong Hockey's arm, a raging flame suddenly burst out, calling Mufeng with the power to destroy everything. Okay, since you want to decide the outcome with one move, I'll accompany you to the end. Mufeng, who snorted coldly, also flashed 2 rays of light from his tiger's eye. The thunder fist elementalized Mufeng's body, shook with thunder, and the silver snake danced wildly, and then a basketball-sized thunderball appeared on his fist, and then slammed into Jonathan's strongest blow. There was a loud bang, the ground was shaking, and the strong energy shot out. The restaurant of the fortress also collapsed in a large area under their violent blow, as if a huge caliber artillery shell exploded in the restaurant, and the gravel rolled. The smoke boiled and rushed outside from the cracked wall. With this violent sound, Jonathan's arm was also fractured by Mufeng's punch. His thunder fist hit his chest fiercely. A fist mark appeared on his chest, and then there was a violent lightning strike. Jonathan, who was blacked out by the electricity, seemed to be shot through the wall and flew outside. Chapter 83. Haha, Jonathan, I will say that you are old. Your era has become history, and the new era will be in our hand, but unfortunately you can't see that day. Goodbye, Jonathan. Mufeng, who was laughing, jumped out and appeared outside through the thick smoke, and his elemental hands flickered to form 2 lightning spears. Using the principle of Rokushiki Shigen, finger pistol thunder gun, threw a lightning spear at Jonathan, who could not afford to be seriously injured. Jonathan, who saw the breath of death approaching, tried his best to turn over and avoid the fatal position, but everything was a foregone conclusion. The last trace of hockey could no longer protect his body. The spear of lightning, it pierced his thigh, and he was also electrocuted by the crackle, and then fell to the ground again with a bang, with a look of despair in his eye. Looking at Jonathan, who was already at the end of the crossbow, Mufeng was cold and isho. The thunder spear in his left hand was about to stab out. Once this blow hit Jonathan, it would definitely be fatal, but at that moment a woman ripped apart. The heartbreaking cry made Mufeng's actions relieved and saved Jonathan's life. No, please don't kill him. With the sound of shouting, a beautiful woman in a chef costume ran out. It was the chef Jessica, who was just pulled out. Her face was full of dust and tears. There were even more scratches on his body, which were obviously affected by the fierce battle between Mufeng and Jonathan just now. Looking at Jessica, who looked like a helpless child, Mufeng frowned and said expressionlessly, "Give me a reason not to kill him." "There is no reason. There is no reason. If you really want to kill him, please kill me too. If I don't have my dear, my life will be meaningless." Ka is so helpless and so pitiful, but she reveals a hint of determination, and she has the potential to live and die together with Jonathan. Looking at Jessica in front of him, Mufeng looked at Robin, who came out of the corner, which made him feel a little bit, what could life be like? Then he scattered the thunder spear in his hand and looked at Jonathan, who was dying. Isho with some envy, "I didn't expect you to have such an amorous lover." Then he glanced at Jessica, leaving him alive as a thank you breakfast. After saying this, he smiled at Robin. "Go and stretch out your arm." Robin just laughed lightly from Vivi, and then put his hand on top of Mufeng's big hand, with the imposing manner of a noble lady, and her life on Sky Island in recent years has made her a little more noble. Mufeng, who took Robin's little hand and hugged her in his arm, glanced at Jonathan, who was hurriedly picked up by Jessica. "I said that I can't stop you from leaving. Bye, Jonah. Send Vice Admiral. Don't meet you on the battlefield in the future, or you won't be so lucky today." After saying that, he put his arms around Robin and flew up, drawing a long rainbow in the sky to the place where Chu Yun was hiding. Go. Looking at Mufeng, who was leaving, Jonathan gave a wry smile. "I didn't expect Mufeng to be so strong 3 years later. It's really Marine's misfortune." "Stop talking. Please don't talk. Medic, medic, come." Jessica, who was crying and crying in front of Jonathan, yelled. Just as Mufeng and Jonathan had a decisive battle, the Chu Yun ship, where Enel and the others were located, also surfaced and clashed with the 3 warship that Marine was inspecting. Under the attack of Enel's violent thunder and lightning, all 3 warship were hit by them. When Mufeng arrived on the Chu Yun, Enel also flew back from the last warship that sank to the bottom of the sea with thick smoke, looked at Mufeng, and said, "I said, Captain, you are fighting. It's quite enjoyable, and we can only deal with these scumbags. It's really boring and cruel, and next time there is such a fight, I will also give me a chance to perform." Looking at Enel, who looked like a violent madman, Mufeng's mouth twitched for a while, then he waved his hand helplessly. "Okay, next time I have such an opportunity, I will give it to you." "Okay, that's it." Hearing Mufeng's affirmative answer, Enel was instantly elated. Although he became less arrogant, he became more violent and eager to fight. "Okay." The little ones set off to leave this fortress like an endless sea. Mufeng, who nodded his head, shouted, and then said to Enel, "Knock down the firepower of the fortress at 9 o'clock, and make sure we sail less. Some flies in fest. Haha, just look at me. Let these humble guys tremble at the feet of my Thor." Enel, who had a stinky face, stood on the bow and stretched out his arm. God punishment. Several huge thunderbolts formed in the sky and violently hit the fort in the direction direction of 9 o'clock. What is that? Is it a thunderbolt? It huge. Ah, it terrible. Run away. Marine, who was at the place where the huge thunder and lightning attacked, suddenly shouted. All of them were pale and panicked. Boom. With a few loud noises, the dozen or so fort bases were hit suddenly, steel flying around, rubble rolling, and thick black smoke rising. Haha, what a wonderful voice. It really made people feel relaxed and happy. Marine Enel, who looked at the screams and screamed, laughed wildly. What a violent guy. I don't know how to keep it. Looking at Marine, who was in chaos, Iger pouted. How can you bastard full of women, know such a wonderful feeling? Enel sneered, glaring at Iger. Okay, everyone, let's start the boat. We will break through the front gate of the fortress, and all the forces that dare to resist will be destroyed. Seeing Mufeng, who had relieved some of the interfering firepower, he waved his hand, and the Chuyun quickly sailed towards the G8 fortress. If you don't make a breakthrough, if you want to make a breakthrough, you need to be fair and open, swaggering out and slamming Marine's face. However, Mufeng did not expect that the gate of the fortress was closed, but since Enel destroyed more than 10 forts, they had not been attacked at all. After breaking the gate, they miraculously got out of the G8 fortress. It turned out that when Jonathan was in a coma, he issued an order to passively resist, only besiege and not attack. Although he knew that this would be a shame for his life, he still insisted on issuing such an order, and he wanted to guarantee to the greatest extent possible the safety of the people at work. Just when he left the fortress, Mufeng also let out a long roar. The situation in the world is beyond my generation, and as soon as I enter the rivers and lake, the years will remind me of the emperor's tyranny, chatting and laughing, and I will be intoxicated in my life. It is like a bird flying in shock. The dust is like the tide and the people are like water. I only sigh that a few people in the rivers and lake return. I am coming to Mufeng in the great era of the pirate world. P.S. I'm sorry, my hometown is busy on the 6th, the day after tomorrow, and the update is unstable. It is very likely that the update will be interrupted. I can only come back on the 10th. I'm sorry everyone. Chapter 84 __. At noon on the second day after Mufeng broke through the G8 fortress, Marin Foder, the marine headquarters, marked the marshal's office with a roar. William. Parallel times Kai times parallel Mufeng. You bastard. The ugly-looking Sengoku slammed open the carved Yuhi wooden door and said to the teleporter, go and gather all the officers above the vice admiral rank in the headquarters, and there will be a meeting in conference room 1 in half an hour. Yes. He slapped a soldier with a military salute and hurried out. Half an hour later, Sengoku pushed open the door of meeting room number 1, looked at Admiral Kizaru, Vice Admiral Garp and 7 or 8 people. Sengoku walked in with a bad expression, then sat on the main seat, and threw the information in his hand to Commodore Branu. Said, tell everyone about this information. Yes. Brano Commodore, who agreed, picked up the information and came to a blackboard, and then said, yesterday, Colonel William Mufeng, the former spy organization who disappeared for 3 years, appeared again, and then led the pirate group to break me G8 fortress, badly wounded Jonathan Vice Admiral, and hundreds of soldiers. It is reported that the main force of the pirate group is initially 4 people. He said and took out 4 photos and pasted them on the blackboard. Captain William Mufeng, Logia, Union Fruit ability, Combatant Enel is suspected to be Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit capable staff Nicole, Robin, and Combatant Iger. The report is complete, because Canis has not shot, so there is no photo of her. After Brano finished reporting, Sengoku knocked on the table and added, also, Mufeng is the owner of the 3 hockey. Well, everyone can express their opinions now. The conference room suddenly became quiet, except for Garp, who kept eating senbei. Everyone was silently looking at the blackboard and pondering. The owner of the 3 hockeys is also a Logia fruit person. I never thought that Mufeng, who had not appeared in 3 years, would be so strong as soon as he appeared. Suru Vice Admiral took a sip of tea, glanced at the information and said, 2 Logia capable people, the strength of this pirate group should not be underestimated. Quote, yes, the newcomers are getting more and more powerful now. It's a headache. Kizaru, who was sitting on the side, also interrupted. Not bad. Everyone nodded in agreement with Kizaru's point of view. These people are above Vice Admiral's level. Naturally, they know Jonathan's rank. Although he is not the most powerful in Vice Admiral, he is not the bottom. Everyone, you said what I said, and expressed your opinion. In the end, it was decided that Kizaru should stay at the marine headquarters and wait for orders at any time. After all, Mufeng and others always go to the New World. Once they get their news, they will attack at any time and give a devastating blow. At the same time, a new bounty was issued. On the afternoon of the 3rd day after breaking through the G8 fortress, the Chuyun was heading toward Gaia. Since he wants to go to the New World, he must first have a real doctor. Although Mufeng has a little medical skill, his method he is not qualified for the position of ship doctor, so he is going to Drum Island just to pass the other half of Jaya Island. But fortunately, he took a look. Fortunately, he captured the navigation pointer from the G8 fortress. Of course, a perfect navigator is also what they need, but there is no suitable candidate right now. Mufeng thinks of Nami, but now he doesn't force to look for it first. It's not too late to go to East Blue. To be honest, it great Mu Feng, who has been on many missions on the route, still has some experience in sailing. The afternoon was sunny and bright, so Mu Feng simply sat on the cloud chair and basked in the sun, and Robin, who was reading today's latest newspaper, suddenly let out a light murmur. Husband, get up and read today's latest newspaper. Here is the latest bounty from our pirate group. Quote, yeah, when did Marine become so efficient? Mu Feng, who stood up lazily, picked up the latest reward and glanced at it with a smile. Captain of the Mu Feng pirate, Yun Kamui Lim. Mu Feng offered a bounty of 335 million Bailey. Combatant, Thor Enel offers 220 million Bailey. Chief of Staff, Nicole. Robin offered a bounty of 100 million Bailey. Fighter, Eagle offered a bounty of 46 million Bailey. Looking at the smiling Mu Feng, Robin sat gently and handed a cup of coffee. It seems that we have made a lot of noise this time. Your bounty comes directly to 300 million. Haha, I didn't expect Comrade Sengoku to look at me like this. I thought it would be about 200 million, but I didn't expect it to be so high. It seems that we will not be very peaceful when we go to the new world in the future. There will be an attack by Admiral, but the total amount of the 4 people will reach more than 700 million, but the above only mentions breaking the G8 fortress, but Jonathan is not mentioned. It seems that Sengoku is still the same and wants to save Fate. Mu Feng took a sip of coffee, and Vivi smiled smugly at the corner of his mouth. Since there was no mention of seriously injuring Jonathan, but this gave Mu Feng a reward of more than 300 million, it did not rule out that Sengoku wanted to kill him. The higher the bounty amount, the more people will pay attention to. If you don't show your strength, you will have more trouble in the future. It is estimated that it has already been paid attention to by the people who are interested in the new world, and there will definitely be a bloody storm in the new world. Hee, this is Marine's usual style, but what you said is not bad. It seems that we have to be careful of Admiral's attack in the future. After hearing Mu Feng's word, Robin also raised his brows and agreed with Mu Feng's point of view. What does the amount of the bounty mean? Iger, who had just finished inspecting the Chuyu, also walked to the table, picked up the reward order and glanced at. He is a primitive resident of Kai Island and naturally does not know how much the reward order represents. Meaning, oh, how many bounties are offered can also reflect a person's strength from one side. Mu Feng said lightly, oh, it shows how strong a person is. Iger, who muttered softly, suddenly changed his face and shouted, what going on? With a sudden shout, Mu Feng shook his hands and almost spilled the coffee on his body. He glared at Iger. Why are you so surprised? You swindle the court. Captain, why is the long-eared bastard offering a reward of more than 200 million while I only have 46 million? This is too much. Am I that weak? Iger pointed at Enel's reward and said angrily, quote, ... Well, it's not a big deal. In the future, your outstanding combat performance will naturally increase the reward amount. Don't worry about this small problem. You see, Canis has nothing at all. She is still not very happy. The stunned Mu Feng had no choice but to say something to comfort him. If Iger's injured heart is calculated by strength, he is definitely a strength of over 100 million. Okay, next time I fight, I must work hard, and I must surpass that bastard with long ear. After hearing Mu Feng's word, Iger regained his energy and made up his mind. 85 tour bounty order. Subtle changes in the world. 1. Hearing Iger's word, Enel surprisingly didn't make a run, but he was eating apples with a face full of spring breeze. Yes, he was smiling smugly. Between the lines of Mu Feng's word, he also heard something. That is, he is also a rising supernova, and now he is world famous. This feeling makes him a little satisfied. Proportional square root s proportional. And the other people who were not rewarded also made up their mind silently and secretly, and they must redouble their efforts in the future, and they must make a name for themselves in this world and become famous in the world. Looking at the people with different expressions, Mu Feng also laughed and said happily, the little ones will have a banquet tonight to celebrate the first shot of our pirate team and create a good start. Oh, banquet. Hearing Mu Feng's decision, there was a burst of cheers, and even Ohm's dog barked happily. East Blue, a guy who looks like a bandit, quickly ran to the little guy wearing a straw hat with Mu Feng's latest reward. Luffy, come and see. You often mention it. The master finally has a new action. This is a new reward order. What? Hurry up and bring it to me to see. Luffy exclaimed. His arm stretched violently. He grabbed the reward and looked at it. Haha, as expected of my master. Now there are more than 300 million bounties on offer, and I have also formed a pirate group. I am really envious. I must also learn from my master and work harder to go out to sea as soon as possible. By the way, Ace, they have already gone to sea. I don't know if they will meet. Luffy laughed out loud, and then suddenly said weakly, meet, I want meat. In the first half of the Great Route, a teenager in a cowboy hat grinned when he saw the bounty in his hand. Little one, let's have a banquet today to celebrate. Hey, does Ace have anything to celebrate today? I found that you were very happy when you saw the reward order. Do you know that person named Mu Feng? His reward is much higher than yours. One with a cross hat, the man asked. That's right, even though you've been offered a bounty of 200 million Bailey now, you still don't have as high a bounty as the Thor on his ship, which means they're very powerful. Another Another crew member also agreed, although this was a bit inconsistent. It sounds good, but it still has a bit of a pragmatic meaning. Haha, of course I know this guy. He is my foolish younger brother, the master who never forgets. I didn't think he didn't show up for 3 years, and he was so domineering as soon as he appeared. I really hope to see this guy in the new world. For my younger brother. Greeting. Ace, who was laughing, pointed at Mu Feng's reward order, and said happily, quote, I didn't expect you to know such a big man. It seems that we will have another strong support in the future, but also a terrible competitor. An opponent. It is more challenging to have an opponent, and no matter how strong he is, I will definitely defeat him. I am the man who wants to win the One Piece King of Pirates, and I will never give it to him. Ace, who clenched his fist, showed an extremely determined look in his eyes, and then fell asleep suddenly. Hey, this guy Ace's old problem has been repeated again. Looking at Ace, who was sleeping soundly, his crew shook their heads helplessly. A question was formed in their mind. Can Ace really defeat Mu Feng now? Alabasta, a beautiful woman, looked at Nicole. Robin's bounty. The corner of Vivi's mouth curled up, revealing a charming smile. I didn't expect that she would find such a powerful guy. She should be very happy. So it's right to the master spirit in the sky. On Beidao on the Great Route, Long kept sorting document, and suddenly he was stunned when he saw Mu Feng offering a reward. Why do you know this newcomer named Mu Feng? It's not bad, but he has some strength. Breaking the G8 fortress is a slap in the face of Marine. A young staff officer said with little interest. Rookie, you were wrong. For him, you are a newcomer. You just got promoted to the headquarters and you don't know much about him, so that's why you treat him like this. Without this guy, our current power would not be so strong. Long, who patted the young staff officer on the shoulder, strode outside and looked at Shirito Vivi Isho, who was in the endless horizon. 3 years. I didn't expect you to be silent for 3 years. Haha, what a world situation that surpasses my generation. What a royal picture. Do you want to prove that a new era is coming? So go ahead and see if you can really make a new wave. Quote, on a certain island in the new world, 3 people were sitting in a fairly spacious and bright conference room. Above the main seat was a middle-aged man with short yellow hair. His naked chest was covered with various scars, which proved that he had experienced many times in the battle of life and death. He also had a faint power. Although this man was full of momentum, his brows were furrowed, his face was sad, and his fingers tapped on the beam of the chair to make a rattling sound, showing that he was extremely uneasy in his heart. With his drooping hand, 2 men in captain costumes sat on the left and right. They also looked sad, and the whole conference room was filled with a sad atmosphere, which made people feel depressed. Finally, the man on the left was the first to speak to break the silence. Buffy is now in our West Blue Alliance, and it's already at stake. If we don't think of a way to do it, it's really dead in name only. That's right, the 7 of us fought all the way from West Blue to the death of the New World, those who defected from the Alliance, and now the islands we control have shrunk by more than half, and only the control of the last 2 islands is left. If this goes on, we will really become the ghosts of Kaido's subordinate. The big man on the right also agreed. I can understand what you are saying. It was because we followed Boss Mu Feng that we got some shelter from Yuhi, and we exchanged food for Ant's short-term maintenance, but now the new world is a little unstable. Kaido and Ant friction constantly escalating. We non-staff became the target of their mutual temptation. After listening to the words of the two, Buffy, who was sitting on the main seat, nodded, and he also felt that the situation was grim. 86 Tour Bounty Order. Subtle changes in the world too. On the Baby Island, under the influence of Zai Mufeng, the West Blue Alliance was very high-spirited at that time. After entering the Great Route, a powerful organization composed of 7 pirate groups has overcome all obstacles and broke through all the way. Layers of obstacles. Buffy even became the representative of the supernova 2 years ago, leading the way with a huge reward of 194 million, and brought the remaining 5 captains to the new world. All equal. I thought I could show off my strengths and build a world for the boss of Mu Feng, but I didn't expect that there would be many setbacks in just half a year, and even 3 people defected to the organization. With the help of Yuhifa, I finally gained a firm foothold and used delicious food to please my aunt. I tried my best to gain control of the 5 small islands of the New World portal, but I didn't expect that the friction between the 2 four emperors would cause my control to be lost frequently, and now it is time to make a choice between life and death. Either disband the West Blue League and join one of the 4 emperors, or become a victim of friction between the 2 four emperors. Now Buffy is also scratching his head abnormally. He doesn't know what to do. The atmosphere in the room has become more dull and depressing with Buffy's words, which made people feel irritable. At this moment, one of Buffy's subordinates broke into the door happily, forgetting the most basic etiquette. Well, Vasco, don't you know we're having a meeting? Why did you break in so rashly? Buffy, who was in a very bad mood, stood up suddenly and scolded very severely. Vasco, who ran in, also seemed to know that he was a little rude. He was stunned for a moment and then replaced by an expression of joy. Tears flashed in his eyes, and he held a newspaper in his hand and waved it vigorously, sobbing, Captain, good news, great news. It seems like news. What good news? Is it the reconciliation between Kaido and Ant. The man on the left asked, and he was also praying secretly in his heart. If this is the news, it would be great. Let we escape. Ah, it's not this news, but it's definitely great news for us. Mu Feng's boss has made a comeback, and he's finally reappearing. Vasco shouted with great excitement, his arm also because of excessively excited and shivering constant. What? The three people who were sitting again all acclaimed. Some couldn't believe their ears. They all thought that they had auditory hallucination. Has the boss Mu Feng, who hasn't appeared in 3 years, really reappeared? But Buffy reacted in an instant, and appeared in front of Vasco in a flash, grabbing the newspaper's excitement, and when he saw Mu Feng's latest news and the new reward order, he burst into tears. Finally, after waiting for this day, boss Mu Feng finally came back. Seeing Buffy's expression like this, the captains of the other two people also knew that this was probably true, and quickly came to Buffy and stretched their neck to watch. Haha, the boss is the boss. If you don't speak, you will be a blockbuster. After 3 years of silence, you will break through Marine SG8 Fortress, and the bounty has directly passed 300 million. As expected, it is still as admirable as always, not as incompetent as me. After working hard in the new world for nearly 2 years, the bounty is only 288 million Bailey, which is really embarrassing for the boss. Buffy, who is a tough guy just now, is also tearful and excited. Yeah, the boss finally appeared, and we also have a turnaround. As long as the boss comes to the new world, I believe he will definitely lead us to rebuild the glory of the West Blue League. The other two captains who read the report were also a little excited. Yeah, okay, before the boss arrives, we have to fight to the death to keep control of these two islands. Upon hearing the news of Mu Feng's comeback, Buffy was instantly refreshed. His eyes glowed like electricity, and he said to Vasco, now take it out. 300 million Baileys to get through the level of Kaido's men. Let them give us at least half a year to consider, and send someone to Fishman Island immediately, and contact us as soon as they find the arrival of boss Mu Feng. Understood the captain. I will immediately instruct someone to do it now. Vasco, who agreed, hurried out of the meeting room and looked at Vasco, who was leaving. Buffy and the other two captains finally showed their long-lost smile. Mu Feng is full of confidence that as long as Mu Feng arrives, their predicament will be solved. A certain winter island in the new world, where the Uhifa pirates are eating and drinking, but Mu Feng's latest reward order broke the cheerful atmosphere. Vivi Isho, Shanks holding Mu Feng's reward order, said, I didn't expect that there would be no movement for 3 years. As soon as it appeared, there would be a lot of movement. It seems that this little guy will come to the new world soon. Haha. Yes, but his younger brothers from the West Blue Alliance are not having a good time now. Ben took a sip of wine. Beckman said slowly, by the way, Beckman, what do you think of the friction between Kaido and Ant? Will it affect the general situation of the new world? Shang, who put down the reward, looked at his think tank. On the surface, it seems that the two of them are fighting fiercely, but the final result is still similar to now, and there will be no major changes, but the rest of the small groups will still be hit a lot. Beckman, thinking about it, slowly express your judgment. Oh, that good. The new world that has finally calmed down. I really don't want to have any major changes. By the way, send someone to send a letter to Kaido. Ask him to control a little bit and don't make things too much. Otherwise everyone, it doesn't look good. Shankston said here after a while. Add a little bit more. Let him let those people in the West Blue League go, and give them a 1-year buffer time. Captain, do you think Mu Feng will be able to come to the new world within a year? And will he still have the strength to fight Kaido? Beckman, who had twinkling eye, looked at Shanks silently. Haha, who knows? Shanks, who said vaguely, picked up the wine jar and shouted loudly. Everyone continue to drink. The banquet is not over yet. Let drink happily. Ha ha ha. With his order, the surrounding people resumed the excitement just now. On the great route of Jaya Island, Crocodile, who stayed for a day, looked at the phone in front of him and showed a meaningful smile. Mu Feng. He is really an interesting guy. It's a pity that I didn't meet him. It's a pity. Chapter 87. Without Mu Feng's knowledge, his reward order has traveled all over the world, and the world has undergone new subtle changes again because of his appearance. After receiving the new reward order, Mu Feng was also very happy. He drank happily with everyone on the boat until the stars were full of stars, and some of the people who were a little drunk left the scene. Mu Feng also had a drink with Robin under the influence of alcohol. After a happy half night, perhaps because of their happiness, they also tried many new things. After they were satisfied with each other, they fell asleep in a deep and peaceful sleep. In the early morning of the next day after receiving the new reward order, Mu Feng, who had just woken up, was still using breakfast, and a minion on the watchtower had already started shouting, reporting that the captain found an island. The initial estimate is that Jaya Island was left in the Blue Sea. Another part. What did you see about the island? Everyone who got the report was a little excited. Anyway, they have lived on the Gaia Sky Island for several years and have a soft spot for it, and the other half of the island that has appeared now also make them full of interest. Want to see the masterpieces of nature. After a loud roar, Iger jumped on the observation deck first, and with the help of the height telescope he grabbed from the G8 base, he looked in the direction and saw the outline of a shadowy island, and then he happily said, the captain really is a small island, but it's estimated to be a half-hour flight. Haha, really is Gaia's other half. The little ones are speeding up the going to the island that Gaia left in the sea. Mu Feng, who got an accurate answer, took another look at the sailing pointer wobbly pointing to the sky, and also issued the order. Originally, it only took 2 days to go from G8 to Gaia when there were excellent sailors, but they were stunned for a long time because Mu Feng was not a grandmaster, and he also encountered some small troubles at sea, so the flight was delayed. Hee, it's really a miracle of creation. I didn't expect Gaia Island to have such a strong magnetic effect, forcibly depriving the pointer record. It seems that our country will welcome other pirate group in the future. Looking at Mu Feng, the pointer in his hand, Robin Vivi smiled. Don't worry too much. The military strength above is still relatively strong, and ordinary pirate group don't want to get any cheap, and it is not so easy to get to Sky Island from here. Mu Feng pointed to the sky. What is that? Why did it fall from the sky? Everyone exclaimed when they looked in the direction of Mu Feng's finger, and finally Enel, the strongest of observation hockey, gave the correct answer. There's nothing to panic, it's just a boat that fell from Sky Island. Enel, who had bitten off a small half of an apple, pouted in disdain. Haha, that's right, it's the shipwreck Mukuro. There is only one way for anyone who can't successfully land on the Sky Island pirate, and that is to fall from the sky. Only death awaits them. Mu Feng, who ate the last breakfast, added. Just as they were talking, a large ship was also speeding towards them, accompanied by the salvage and salvage horn. Captain, we have reached the approximate location of the disembarkation. Commander, are you talking about me? Yes, I'm the commander Masra. This sunken ship will also be owned by our Suruyama combined army. Then he looked at Mu Feng's big boat and said, what are you doing here? Any place where a sunken ship falls is Lao Su's territory. You should leave immediately. What did you say? You boring ass. Do you want me to get rid of them, Captain? Enel asked angrily, looking at Masra with a stinky face. Haha, it's totally unnecessary. Mu Feng, who replied lightly, said to the gorilla in front of him, hey, monkey, are you trying to salvage the sunken ship? Ape, hearing Masra, who called himself an ape, pulled his monkey face extremely narcissistically, and said narcissistically, ape, am I really that handsome? That means I mean very manly. Do you think so too? Hee, you ape is really interesting. Hannes, who rarely speaks, also came out from behind Mu Feng and said with a smile. After whistling, expressing his happiness, he said with a happy face, ha, it's really embarrassing, even though you are telling the truth. He is really a narcissistic orangutan to a certain extent. After hearing Masra's word, everyone sighed for a while. The creation, how could such a person appear? Hey, hurry up if you want to salvage it. Mu Feng, who couldn't stand it any longer, waved his hand to interrupt Masla, who was still going to continue stinking. Oh, are you interested in salvage? Then let us show you what is the strongest salvage fleet in the world. Let you watch and learn. Ha. A smug smile. Masla, the monkey, waved his arm. Salvage. Start salvaging. The little ones are watching. Don't screw it up for me. Yes, Captain. With Masla's instruction, his crew also took action one after another. Things like salvaging land, sonar detection, etc. that Mu Feng and others had never seen before appeared in front of them. Just as his men were salvaging, Masra suddenly stared at Canis and the many natives of Kai Island with Snow White wing. Pretending to be contemplative, he suddenly said simply, are you angel? Why do you all have wings? Hey, do the reflex nerves have to be so long? After talking for a long time, did you realize the difference? Iger interjected on the side. Well, are you talking about me? Are you saying that I'm as smart as a fool? I'm really embarrassed. Ha. Hearing Iger's slightly sarcastic word, Maslow was not only not angry, but was extremely happy. This is really an outlier. Hee, we are angels who came to the blue sea from the Sky Island in the sky. Compared to the others, Canis returned relatively unsuspecting. What? Sky Island? Did you say there is a Sky Island in the sky? Masra suddenly said solemnly. Yes, we came here from Jaya in the sky to see the other half of Jaya Island left in the blue sea. Canis nodded. What are you talking about, the other half of the island in the sky? Masla, who was startled first, pointed at Mu Feng and everyone with a dignified expression and said, none of you are allowed to move. What? Do you want to go to war with us? It's what I want. Looking at Masra on the opposite side, Enel stood on the bow of the boat and glared at him. P.S. It is estimated that the update can only be interrupted on the 9th, and the replacement will be made on the 10th, or on the 11th. 88th. The King of Big Talk. Mogu Town Landing. 12. Asked together. Call it. Is this the gorilla Masra calling it? Following his word, the surrounding air was condensed, and there seemed to be a faint and dangerous aura flowing. Who is Mu Feng? It is a large pirate group with a bounty of over 700 million. Although most of them are still, I have never seen the flowery world below Sky Island, and I have never met a peerless powerhouse. But everyone is not a good man or a woman, and they all look at Masra with a smile, as if they are looking at an idiot. The fighting maniac Enel even flashed the electric light in his hand, and Mu Feng gave an order to send Masla's crew to see the Sea Dragon King immediately. This is not an exaggeration. Enel does have such strength. Feeling the murderous aura on Enel's body, Masra's cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He waved his hands again and again. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to fight you. Oh, then what do you mean? Mu Feng, who waved his hand to signal Enel to stop, faintly isho, smoking a cigar and looking at Masra the gorilla lazily. It's like this. Seeing Mu Feng and the others taking up their attacking posture, Masla started his story with some excitement. It turned out that there was a man named Montblanc, cricket middle age. He is the North Blue Big Talker Montblanc, descendants of Rolando. He came here a few years ago and started to set up a salvage team. He always thought that his ancestors were not lying. Gaia definitely has a mountain of going. In recent years of seabed salvage, they have indeed found many goings with historical site, and it also proved from the side that there is also a sad and weeping story here. Hearing Masra's word, Mu Feng also raised his brow. He seemed to have thought of something and exchanged glances with Robin. Yes, he told Robin the story of the big talker Rolando 3 years ago. Still persevering in the search, his perseverance is admirable. Enel and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they all looked at each other. Of course they knew where the going incense in the story was referring, because they came down from above. It turns out that the holy place we are in is the going capital that cricket is looking for. Hannes, who heard the story, also had Yuhi in his eye, feeling infinite pity for Rolando. Indeed, it's really a creature. I didn't expect that when he came again. The other half of Gaia had already arrived at Sky Island. Iger also sighed and sighed. Really, you really saw the capital of going, so can I ask you to come with me to meet Boss Cricket and tell him about the things there, please? Masla said with tears in his eyes. He bowed deeply and begged. Well, okay, I'll go meet Cricket. Mu Feng, who hesitated for a while, agreed to Masla's request. In any case, he was also the current king of Sky Island, and naturally he also had to take some responsibility for Sky Island. Prove for Cricket that his efforts were not in vain, that his ancestors were not liars that everyone laughed at, and fulfilled a wish for the former aborigines on Sky Island. Although Mu Feng wanted to visit Cricket, Enel and the others didn't have that in mind. Instead, they went to Mogu Town in Gaia to see the world of flowers on the blue sea and see if they had anything to do with Sky Island. What is the difference? So Mu Feng decided to split up. He, Robin, and 2 other priests took Masla's salvage boat to the east blue shore of Gaia to visit Cricket. Enel, Iger, Hannes and others, with the help of several of Masla's men, drove the Chuyun to Mogu Town to appreciate the scenery and humanities there. Compared with Rolando's story, Mogu Town, the ancient town, is more attractive to them, and there is no need to worry about having Enel escorting Mu Feng. If there is really trouble looking for them, I can only pray for those guys. I hope their lives are hard enough. Mu Feng took a boat to visit Cricket, not to mention Enel and the others. After 20 minutes of sailing, they finally arrived at the port of Mogu Town. Wow, it's really a different town. It's a little different from the world below, what the captain said. The little girl Canis jumped happily, holding a pergola in her hands to look at the town and the various pirate ships in the port. It's really not the same. The captain said Blue Sea. Pirate generally don't swagger to moor their ship in the port, but there are such pirate ship here. This is a weird place. Iger hugged his arm. I glanced the same ship with different styles of pirate flags at indifferently. Of course, this is an illegal zone and a place without marine jurisdiction. This is a pirate paradise. As long as you have money, you can live a very comfortable life, and it can be used as a resort. A Masra subordinate exclaimed. Illegal zone. Enel, who heard the word, first snorted, then his eyes flashed, and he laughed. I like illegal zone. Haha. Now my hands are starting to itch. I hope you won't let me down. Mogu Town. Masla's subordinates all looked at Enel's rising momentum in horror, and they couldn't help shivering, thinking to themselves, this guy with long ears is really a restless bomb. We say it's an illegal zone. It's a be careful not to get into trouble, but now it seems the exact opposite. Well, be careful. There are a lot of powerful pirates here. Iger interrupted him before he could wait for Masra's subordinate to persuade him. Haha, don't worry about our sense of proportion. As long as we don't provoke it, we won't be free to clean up them. Iger, who was eager to try, also wanted to say what Mu Feng said. As long as he made a famous bounty, it would be natural it will improve, and others also understand the meaning of Iger's word, and they are all excited and screaming. Quote, Who are these people? Forget it. It's useless. Don't care about them. Seeing these extremely excited guys, Masla's subordinates also closed their mouths with interest. Leaving behind a priest, Enel and the others also swaggered ashore after more than 20 soldiers and walked into Mogu Town. As soon as they entered the town, they saw 2 or 3 mummified corpses hanging at the entrance of the town. What is this thing? Is it unique to the Blue Sea? Enel pointed at the mummy in confusion. No, we don't know either. Masla's subordinate replied timidly. Haha, it looked like something has sucked the water out of the body. Oh, it's still very fresh. It seems that this is what happened in the past 2 days. Iger walked to the mummy and poked Ruo thoughtful way. P.S. The book has been written nearly 250,000 words, and it is also fast-forwarding to VIP. I hope that friends who like it will continue to support it and support the First Order. This is to make up for yesterday. 89 The undercurrent of Mogu Town. 22 Ask for everything. Is it new? So there seems to be a good opponent here. I'll look for it now. Open hollow corner bracket miscellaneous. Close hollow corner winner bracket. Enel, who laughed excitedly, immediately expanded observation hockey to the maximum extent. Start scanning all the characters on Gaia. His powerful observation hockey coupled with the ability of Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit make him like a radar. Hey, don't you leave him alone. Isn't it dangerous? Whispered one of Masra's men to Iger and Kana. Don't pay attention to that guy. He's very tough. It's not that easy to make him die. Vivi chuckled Iger, waving his hand casually. Hee, you don't have to worry. Enel is very powerful. Kana, who was smiling coquettishly, agreed. It's really a bunch of guys who don't know what they are called. Although Masra's subordinates were very worried, but seeing that everyone was not in a hurry, they didn't say much, but asked a little strangely. Look, come on, you are all very confident. I take the liberty to ask if you have a reward. Oh, there is a bounty. Captain Mu Feng, who went with your regiment commander, offered a reward of 335 million Bailey, and the captain's wife Robin's sister 100 million Bailey. Canis, who said here, pointed to Enel again. He offered a reward. The gold is 220 million. The reward of Big Brother Eagle is 46 million, and the rest are not available for the time being, but we will work hard, and I believe we will have them in the near future. Kana said with certainty. What? After an exclamation, Masla's younger brothers all fell to the ground. Their eyes widened like teen bun, their mouths wide open. I don't know how to describe it. Shocking, too shocking. These dozens of people, there are 3 big pirates with over 100 million in it, which is really amazing. No wonder they are so arrogant. It turns out that they are really powerful. Well, sign me a name. The guy who reacted first ran up to Enel, with countless stars popping out of his eyes, with an envious look on his face. Ah, autograph. I never sign for anyone else. Enel, the mysterious Isho, who seemed to sense something, said arrogantly to the guy in front of him. Come on, I'll sign for you. Ignore that guy with long ears. Iger Vivi, Isho said when he saw the guy who was hit a bit. I don't want it. Your bounty is only 46 million. What use do I want your signature for? The battered guy rejected Iger. Hearing the guy's word, Iger's face darkened suddenly. He lifted him and shook it vigorously. You bastard. You say I'm not as good as that guy with long ears. You say. Seeing that frustrated people don't touch it, that guy who doesn't know interest obviously said about Iger's pain point. He was originally a nameless guy. How can he be compared with me? Thor? Enel glanced at Iger and said with a stinky face. PFF. Dropped the guy in his hand. Iger turned his head and said to Enel, you bastard, what are you talking about? Do you want to fight? Okay, you two, don't lose face of our captain in front of outsiders. Hurry in, maybe you will see something interesting. People. Hannes hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him, but changed the subject to focus everyone's attention on Mogu Town. Enel and Iger snorted angrily, and then walked towards Mogu Town, but not long after they walked, they saw a few guys with their bodies cut open and being held by others, shaking their head. Ran out. The devil, that right, that guy is a devil. Run. Ah, someone stepped on my foot, it hurt. A guy with only the upper body shouted profusely. I'm sorry, Captain, I didn't pay attention. A pirate said apologetically, and the 2 legs ran out from behind him and galloped forward quickly. What going on with these people? How can they be cut in half and still not die? It's really strange. Iger, who was puzzled, grabbed a guy who looked like a pirate captain and asked, what's wrong with you guys? Thing, let go of you bastard, or I'll kill you, yelled the pirate who was caught, pointing a gun at Iger's head. But as soon as he pointed the gun at Iger, he was thrown to the ground by Iger over his shoulder, and stepped on his feet again. He felt relieved before he said again, come on, or I will tear you apart. Throw 8 pieces into the sea to feed the bastard. And the guy under Iger's feet was immediately stepped on and squeaked, almost making Iger bubble up. I said, bro, be merciful. We met a guy with a long knife and a Madara hat in it not long ago. He stretched out his hand and a strange circle appeared, and then the knife waved in the air and we were, it's really terrifying like this. The pirate captain who was beaten and vomited blood seemed to have thought of something and added, by the way, that guy also brought a talking white bear. Oh, it seems that there is another interesting guy. Hee Isho. Iger raised his foot and kicked the pirate. Go away. The pirate, who was kicked and rolled a few times, jumped up like Mengdad, didn't dare to look at Iger, and ran to the beach with his tail between his tail. Hey, am I dazzled? Isn't the guy who was knocked down in one blow not Annie with a reward of 35 million Bailey? Looking at his logo, it's that guy. I didn't expect to be knocked down by that big guy so easily. Who the hell is he? And you look at the wings on those people's back. It rained. That is. I haven't seen their bounty at all. Are they all newcomers? How can they be so powerful? Don't talk about it. They've come here. As the man's word fell, all the people watching the crowd shut their mouth, but the corners of their eyes all silently glanced at Iger and everyone, and they kept praying in their hearts not to cause trouble. Upper body. Enel, Iger and the others would not have the same knowledge as these heady citizens, but their eyes were full of gleaming expectations for Mogu Town. At the same time, in a bar in Mogu Town, a strong man put the money on the table in front of him, facing a young man with yellow hair and a big cloak, smiling proudly. Little brother, did you lose? Come on, why don't you use your pants for 2 coins? That yellow-haired guy is really lucky. He lost to the cold-blooded Sandra with a bounty of 40 million Bailey. Although he lost, he still has his light. That's right, that Sandra was deadly cold-blooded, killing people without blinking an eye. A small group of people in the bar whispered. What people did not expect was that the yellow-haired youth suddenly grabbed a strong man opposite him, his eyes gloomy, and sneered, "You bastard dares to smoke the old thousand." Following the yellow-haired youth's word, the surrounding air also became cold. A bit. P.S. It will be on the shelf soon. I hope you will continue to support. As for the sideshow, it will end tomorrow. Sorry for not having time to go home some time ago. 90 Bellamy and Crocodile 33. After a short silence, Sandra was extremely angry. She suddenly stood up with another finger and pointed at the yellow-haired youth's nose, and asked with a bad expression, "Bastard, if you lose, you lose. Stop talking nonsense here. When will they been pumping the old thousand. Hash woo woo ha." With Sandra's questioning, he was also angry, and he was very ready to shoot, but the arm that made him unable to get rid of it for a while surprised him, and suppressed the anger in his heart a little. He knew the opposite the guy is not easy. He doesn't want a fierce conflict as soon as he arrives at Mogu Town, but secretly, luck has begun, and he is ready to do it at any time. This guy just smoked the old man. Did you see it? The yellow-haired youth sneered, as if he didn't see Sandra's angry face at any time, and shouted to a corner of the bar, "Oh, do you smoke Lao Qian?" "Yes, I saw it. That guy did smoke Lao Qian." Among the dozen or so people at the table in the corner, a young man with blue long hair pursed his lips isho, carrying Sandra and the two behind his back. The true way. That's right, that guy just kicked the old man. The men and women sitting around the blue-haired youth all laughed and coked. "You bastard, I will send you to see King Yama." Sandra, who saw that this matter could not be better, could no longer hold back her anger, and took out a pistol and shot. The bang of a gunshot immediately attracted the attention of all the people in the bar. They all shook their heads and looked at Sandra. The small group of people who were pulled also began to regret. That young man is too restless, and this time he probably lost his life. Isn't it still too young? Just as they were muttering, the form of the two of them suddenly reversed, and the situation of Sandra, who they thought would have the upper hand, was reversed. Sandra, who had just fired a shot, was now kicked by the yellow-haired youth with a pistol, and then a heavy punch knocked Sandra to the ground. Following the unbridled laughter of the yellow-haired youth, Sandra fell to the ground. Della had been kicked away by him, and with a bang, he broke through the wall of the bar and flew outside. How is this possible? That is Sandra with a reward of 40 million Bailey. Haha, a group of guys who haven't seen the market. Sandra is a fart. Do you know who this is? He is a new star Bellamy who has only recently come to Mogu Town, and has a bounty of 50 million Bailey. After the sound, the blue-haired Thatches laughed proudly. What, he is Bellamy? No wonder he is so powerful. Hearing Thatch's report, everyone around took a breath. Although this is an illegal zone, there are more than 50 million pirates. Rare. Haha, it's much more refreshing now, and I finally let out a sigh of relief. Bellamy, who kicked Sandra away, enjoyed everyone's gaze, and moved his limbs to laugh. Bellamy, you don't have to be too upset, although that Trafalgar Luo is very appreciated by that lord, but we believe that you will also get that lord's attention in the near future and board his big ship. Thatches stood up and walked over to Bellamy, and said with some comfort, "We are saying that we will provide the lord with information about Luo lie here, and the lord is expected to arrive soon." That unpleasant Luo. If it wasn't for that adult's appreciation of me, I would have killed him long ago. As soon as he mentioned it, he would be angry. Bellamy snorted coldly. From the wall that was smashed just now, leaped to the outside. That threw down some money. They also followed him out. They kept muttering, "Haha, it seems that Bellamy is going to perform for us again this time." That's right, I can see Bellamy's performance again, and my heart is full. You said a word to me, and they also came outside while joking. Spring jumper, spring blocker, just jumped outside Bellamy. At this moment, his feet turned into spring shape, and he kept jumping in the air. As he jumped, the streets and surrounding buildings were riddled with holes, as if by shell, as if it had been blown up. Bellamy, who was getting faster and faster, came to Sandra instantly in front of Sandra's fearful eye. "What, Sandra? What, a reward of 40 million Bailey is all bullshit." With Bellamy's long howl, he punched Sandra in the lower abdomen. Sandra was immediately arched up, and then it was as if a cannon had been fired and shot to a distance of tens of meters. But before Sandra landed, she was waved by a guy with 4 sinew hook drums on his back, and he slapped Sandra out again like a fly, and with a bang, Sandra fell on the street. Is already dying. Seeing this strange man with a pair of snow-white wings on his back suddenly appeared in front of him, Bellamy also said with a light yawn, "Who are you?" "It's the Enel people who just landed." Kai Islander. Enel, who was at the forefront, glanced at Bellamy disdainfully, not bothering to say a few more words. Silent, and then a short silence followed by a burst of laughter. "Haha, did you hear that? They say it from Sky Island. It just made me laugh. Do you really think that with wings is an angel?" The people around laughed mockingly. In front of Enel, Bellamy couldn't stand up with a smile. "Sky Island. It's so ridiculous. It's a group of poor people living in dreams. Sky Island shit. Sky Island, you should wake up." "What do you say? If you have the courage to say it again, I will let you accept the punishment of Shinlei." Enel, who slammed his eyes, snorted coldly, and everyone around stopped smiling. smiling as he said, as if looking at an idiot, the same look at Enel. Everyone seemed to say it again, to show the grandfathers a divine thunder, but the divine thunder they hoped for never appeared, because Enel's eyes were fixed on a man wearing a plaid shirt and a cloak. His left arm was a going hook. On the man, he sat on the high ridge, with a cigar in his mouth and a faint smile on his face. The man above the roof took a leisurely sip of a cigar, and was very dashing. Isho. Haha, poor Enel. I'm really lucky. Although I didn't arrive at the G8 fortress, I didn't expect to meet you Yunshin pirates here. It's a pity I didn't see your Captain Mu Feng style. This man is Shichibukai Crocodile stranded in Mogu Town. P.S. This should be the last free chapter. It will be on the shelf soon. I hope everyone will subscribe for the first time. There are still rewards available. Let the subscription and rewards be more violent. 91 Riot Mogu Town 14. P.S. On the first day, the first 4 updates were put on the shelf, which is considered to be powerful, and I hope everyone will work hard. Plus reverse Hilda plus. Although Crocodile was sitting on the roof ridge whispering, but Enel, who had a strong hearing, listened to it without losing a word. His eyes were also full of light and excitement. Although he didn't know the identity of the other party, I can feel the power of Crocodile. Just when Enel was looking at Crocodile, Iger and the others also discovered Crocodile, but they immediately looked back and looked at Bellamy and others in front of them again. They all understood from Enel's eyes. Room the guy at the top belongs to Enel, and they know the reason why the owner's dry food can't be touched. Who are you? You have the gut to speak. I don't know if you have the guts to come down. Enel, who silently watched Crocodile, pointed at Crocodile with a long stick in his hand and said excitedly, you can't see our captain because of your ability. It is also a kind of luck for you. Come and let me teach you this guy for the captain. Oh, the tone is not small. You are a newbie with such a big tone. It's not good. Besides, you should deal with these little guys first. Crocodile, who was not angry at all, reminded with a smile, also I am also Logia's fruit power user. We don't seem to be comparable. Is there any comparison? We'll know after playing it. Hearing Crocodile's word, Enel snorted coldly, and suddenly remembered the scene where he fought against Mu Feng before. Vivi Isho on the corner of his mouth pointed at Iger and said, these all leave the chop to you. I'm going to meet that guy. Enel, who was about to jump up into elementalization, was suddenly interrupted by a hysterical exclamation, and he frowned at the person who shouted, ah. After an exclamation, a pirate-like guy sat on the ground and shivered, pointing at Crocodile on the roof and stammered, 7 Shichibukai Crocodile. His exclamation was like a bomb exploded in the crowd, and with a buzzing sound, most people were shocked, and then looked up and saw Crocodile standing in the wind, like an admiral army who was worshipped by everyone. Shichibukai Crocodile, hasn't he left Mogu Town yet? That right. A day ago, several pirates with over 10 million died in his hand. They all turned into mummified corpses and are still hanging outside. He is a devil-like existence. Then he looked at Enel and the others with some regret, and seemed to have seen their tragic end. Shichibukai Crocodile, you're not here to catch me, right? My boss is the great pirate Doflamingo. Bellamy, who was also surprised, took a few steps back and said in a stern manner, go to the side. You can let me shoot any onion. Your boss Doflamingo is about the same. He glanced at Bellamy, who felt good about himself. Crocodile pointed at Enel and others with his right hand. This time the purpose of coming here as their captain Mu Feng. A person like him is worthy of my shot, and of course that guy with long ears is also a good opponent. Why do you look down on me? No matter what. I offered a reward of 5 or something, and was pulled back by the men behind me. Gag. Captain, stop talking. That's Shichibukai. His strength is very terrifying, and you will be killed if you continue. Haha, Shichibukai. I heard our captain say that you still have some strength, so that I can first experience whether you have real material. After knowing the true identity of Crocodile, Enel was even more excited. Deep down, the uneasy factor also began to agitate. God's punishment. With the sound of Enel, a thick lightning appeared out of thin air, and slammed into Crocodile's location. After a loud bang, Crocodile and the house he was in disappeared from everyone's eye, leaving only a piece of scorched earth and burning ruin. A burst of yellow sand swept across the ruin, and then Crocodile reappeared in front of everyone. What this guy said is true. Lightning can really be used. It's terrible. Will we be affected? Devil, that guy with long ears is also a devil. Run away. With the roar of thunder, everyone who was still watching the excitement immediately panicked, shouted incessantly, and then the birds and bees dispersed, hating their parents for having too fewer children. One leg, all the way to run out of town. But the people who just wanted to take Bellamy away were blocked by Iger and others. Iger laughed weirdly. It's so easy to want to leave. Why did you laugh at us just now? And you, this yellow hair seems to offer a reward of 5,000 Bailey. Right. I'm only 46 million higher than me, so I'll just practice with you and see if you're worth the price. Bastard, are you provocative? You even dare to run wild in front of me with a reward of 46 million. Well, today, I really didn't read the almanac when I went out, and I always encountered people who made Lao Su upset. I'll take you today. With a shake, Bellamy, who shook his subordinate, was also angry. He was very upset when he met Luo yesterday. Today, he met Crocodile. crocodile who was scorned by him, and now he meets another who has less bounty than him. The guy is provocative. He is really angry to the top. Spring jumper. Spring blocking. Bellamy, whose legs were transformed into spring, started again, hurrying around to start accumulating power. It will jump around to finish the child trick, and it has no practical value. Looking at Bellamy, who was jumping back and forth, Isho, who was mocked by Iger, and then said to everyone behind Bellamy, "You guys, who is the doctor?" And the navigator stands up. Listening to Iger's word, Murray and Eddie moved subconsciously, revealing their identity. Very good. I'll leave those two people as far as possible not to hurt them, and the others don't need to pay attention. Iger Vivi Isho told everyone behind him. Navigator, you don't need to be so troublesome now. You can just grab it. It's simple, clear, and convenient. He also feels a little admiration for his whim. You bastard, don't take my Bellamy seriously. You start trying to grab my men before you beat me. It's so shameless to die for me. Bellamy, who finally finished charging up, a phantom passed through the air, and Iger appeared in front of him, and the huge fist slammed into Iger's chest. This is a screeching fellow. Do I have to ask your opinion on this man who is about to fall? Iger, the contemptuous Isho, raised his right fist and slammed it in front of him. 92 thunder and lightning as for everything. 24 iron nugget riveting fist hit Bellamy firmly with a fist as hard as steel. A huge fist print appeared on his chest, and then there was a bang. Bellamy, who was vomiting blood, was killed by Iger hit the ground with a punt, and Bellamy, who was hit hard, rolled his eyes and passed out. Equals parallel equal. Bah, the current marine is really generous. Such a piece of garbage can be worth 5,000 Bailey. I glanced at Bellamy in the pit with contempt, and Iger said with emotion, and at the same time, he was only 4,600 for himself. Bounty offerings feel unfair. Wow, why Bellamy was beaten down by someone with less bounty than him. It's not true. Hello, Bellamy, get up. Start your show. Get up. Looking at Bellamy in the pit, Thatch couldn't believe his eyes, and screamed helplessly there, like a monkey. Shit, now it's your turn. Although he defeated a Bellamy who surpassed his bounty, Iger was still upset and glared at Thatch and roared, "Bastard, let go together and kill them." Thatches, who pulled out his big sword, rushed towards Iger and the others with the crowd. They have not been able to accept such a reality until now. Brother Iger, leave them to me. Looking at Iger, who was about to shoot, Kana said suddenly, "Oh, I will obey the request of the beauty Kana." As if the Sichuan opera had changed his fate, Iger immediately said with a wide-eyed smile, like a dog-tail flower swaying in the wind. Looking at the infinitely cute Iger, the people behind him all looked ugly for a while, and they all felt uncomfortable and turbulent in their stomach, and they kept retching. "You bastard, what kind of expression is this? Am I not handsome?" Iger's expression changed immediately after drinking angrily, and he patted his chin proudly. "I just need the care of a lady. Let you guys go to hell, guys who don't understand style." Hee. Kanas, who smiled coquettishly, took a few steps forward to look at Thatches and the others who were rushing over. The onion fiddled on the harp with his fine fingers, and a beautiful note reverberated in the air. Angel's lead song is accompanied by the melodious sound of the piano. Thatches and the others, who were still fierce just now, suddenly stopped, as if they saw countless angels flying in the sky, and then suddenly felt their eyelids sink. Thumping one by one, they all rolled over, fell to the ground, and fell asleep. Haha, Kana's sister's piano sound has improved a lot. Looking at the dozen or so people who fell down, Iger applauded, laughing at big brother Iger. "I still have to work harder to follow Captain Mufeng's pace." Kanas, who was holding the harp, had a longing look on his face. Seeing Kanas with such an expression, Iger covered his face in a very depressed manner, and sighed. "It's another beautiful woman who was bewitched by the captain. Why doesn't any beautiful woman look at me? Why is this?" However, no one gave him the answer. Just as Eagle and the others were taking down the Bellamy pirate, the battle between Enel and Crocodile also started. Salon, 60 million volt thunder beat, a huge, high-speed rotating sandstorm, and a giant thunder beast flashing with electric light all over the body, tit for tat and not letting each other meet violently in the air. A violent explosion sounded in the sky above the town, and a violent shock wave swept down. Dozens of buildings were instantly destroyed like paper, and turned into ruin. Electric light, yellow sand scurried around, and thick smoke billowed with flame. Transpiration, gravel flying, and the fallen sleepers crackling in the fire. What a tragic scene. "Hey, the two bastards above, can't you take care of our feeling? Go outside and fight." Iger, who repeatedly waved his hands to disperse the dust in front of his eyes, jumped and roared. In a flash, he came to the sleeping mule, put his shoulders on his shoulders, and said to the priest, "Oh, that animal husbandry scientist, go and bring the guy with the navigation pointer. Let go outside and avoid it. Mother's food." A mouthful of ashes. Iger, who coughed lightly, took the lead and ran out of the town. "That navigator's life and death have nothing to do with me. This is his destiny. Maybe death is his best redemption." Oh, who was sitting on the big dog pet, pushed the sunglasses on his nose and pretended to be inscrutable. "You better go. I think big brother Eagle still has his intention, although he is a little unreliable sometimes." Kanas, who was smiling for a while, persuaded Ohm and then quickly ran out of town. "Okay, just look at your fate." Ohm with a pouted mouth directed the big dog to lift Eddie and joined the retreat. Haha, all your mates have left. You don't seem to have any help now. It seems that you have been abandoned. Crocodile, who played a tie with Enel, laughed comfortably. You are wrong. This is not abandonment. They trust me enough to take you down. Of course, the most important thing is that this god doesn't need the help of others at all. Enel, who appeared in front of Crocodile, looked arrogant as he said, at the same time his arms stretched out and a huge electric light shot out from his hand. God punishment. Desert sword. The thick lightning penetrated Crocodile's body, destroying all the houses, and Crocodile's desert sword also divided Enel in two, and the desert sword was castrated, cutting the street abruptly. Crocodile, who was elementalized and restored to the original form again, said indifferently, Isho, sure enough, you are Guro no mi, rumble fruit, worthy of the title of Thor, but I am also a rustling fruit of natural fruit. We will not fight like this. What will be the result? How will each give up? Quote, haha, isn't it? I don't think you can stand on the same level as me. If you only have this ability, then the god will have to send you back to the west. To be honest, Shichibukai has only this ability. It really makes me a little bit disappointed. Enel shook his head, slightly disappointed, as if dissatisfied with Crocodile's performance. You arrogant guy, stop talking big. Show me your skills and let me see. Crocodile, who was finally well kept, also snarled angrily. Desert King Knight galloped towards Enel with a few sand knives. Since you want to take a look, this god will satisfy your request. Enel, who laughed, wait, thunderbolt, thunder kick. A teleport quickly appeared before Enel appeared Crocodile, and swept out with armament Haki's right leg. Melee attack. You, what Haki? Crocodile, who was negligent for a while, was kicked and flew out by Enel. He spat out a mouthful of blood and drew an arc in the air with a bang. Smash into a house. P.S. Ask for subscription. Ask for reward. Ask for flowers. Ask for support. Haha. 93 The Dust Falls in the Alliance. 34 He kicked Crocodile's Enel and landed on the street. With a disappointed expression on his face, he looked at the dusty house and snorted coldly. Is this the strength of Shichibukai? It just and it really disappointing. Z contour integral. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the town arrogantly. I thought it was an evenly matched battle, but I didn't expect it to be such a one-sided scene. This kind of battle has already made Enel lose his mind to fight. To be honest, I despise the so-called Shichibukai, and at the same time, I began to question Mufeng. The word said, is this the unfathomable blue sea high-end combat power? With a bang, sawdust black, yellow sand filled the sky, and Crocodile, who was a little embarrassed with blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, walked out in a rush, and the yellow sand around him became thicker and thicker as he walked. The serious eyes on his face also became serious. Enel, right, don't underestimate Lao Su. Do you think you can beat me like this? Enel, who stopped in his track, didn't even look back, and said contemptuously, go away, you humble, there's no need to fight you anymore. Fighting with you will just get my hands dirty. Hearing Enel's sarcastic word, Crocodile's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Okay, you ignorant guy succeeded in angering me. Let you see my true strength. Don't think you can click hockey. Can beat me. I'm Crocodile. Salon. What a guy without self-awareness. An ant like you will never be able to defeat me who exists like a god. Enel, who turned back suddenly, looked impatiently at the whirling yellow sand whirlwind, and scorned. He pouted, but since you want to court death, then as a god, I will give you a ride. God punishment. The thunder and lightning and the yellow sand collided violently in the air, causing a turbulent flow. One white and one yellow, two huge energies shot straight into the sky. Even everyone who fled outside the town could see it clearly. These two people are monster-like beings. It is estimated that the entire Mogu town will be destroyed by their hand. Isn't that guy named Thor? Enel is so powerful. He is not weak against Shichibukai. I really don't know how powerful their captain is. It's really strange. How come there is no bounty for people like pervert? The people outside the town stared at the turbulence in the sky and talked about it. In Mogu town, in the air filled with yellow sand, Crocodile's instantly elemental body appeared in front of Enel. What a big tone. Do you really think you are a god? You are really a self-righteous fellow. In the new world, a newcomer like you is simply not worth mentioning. Today I will give you a good lesson and teach you to be arrogant and arrogant. Quote, as his word fell, his right fist hit Enel's face like lightning, but Enel, who thought he could dodge by elementalization, was kicked and flew out, rolling over and over on the street. What, you also armament hockey? Enel, who jumped up, also looked surprised. Hockey? In the new world, even the characters on the bad street will be a little bit better. Do you really think that I am inferior to those stinky fish and rotten shrimp? Crocodile, who punched Enel with one punch, said with a proud face, haha, it seems that I underestimate you, but it made some sense. Enel, who was puzzled for a while, laughed, but you still can't beat me. You are just a primary hockey entanglement. That's enough. You're not much stronger than me, and it's just that you can partially harden. Looking at the arrogant Enel Crocodile, he snorted coldly, and then jumped up and slammed the golden hook in his left hand at Enel. Go, it's good. Enel, who shouted loudly, began to get excited again. Dodge Crocodile's attack on one side, and kick Crocodile with his left leg. Lightning kick. Sand wall. A sand wall wall appeared between the two of them. Bang! The sand wall shattered under Enel's foot, but the short block had given Crocodile enough time, and he twisted a sand knife. It appeared in his hand, and then swept out laterally, cutting to Enel's weight. With a light sound of clang, Enel's long stick appeared in front of him in time, blocking Crocodile's attack, and then the two of you came and went. One-time fruiting ability, one-time hockey attack. You come and I go back and forth in a fierce battle. Together, the sound of the roar was incessant, and the small town of Mogu was also reduced to ruins in their battle. After a few hundred moves, Enel's advantages gradually emerged. Although Crocodile's defense was ever-changing, Enel's speed was faster, although it was only a dozen or so. A brief fight of minutes, but both were scarred and out of breath. Giant sandstorm, maximum 200 million volt thunder dragon. The incomparably huge sandstorm whirlwind collided with the thunder dragon that was several meters long in the sky above Mogu town. There was a loud noise that shook the earth. The earth was shaking, the sky changed color in an instant, and the huge shock wave reached the sky. They were all penetrated by the huge energy and disappeared into nothingness, and most of the Mogu town was also reduced to ruins under the violent impact. After the smoke cleared, Enel, covered in blood, stood indifferently in a huge pit, while Crocodile vomited blood and fell to the ground. I have to admire your courage, and I have to admit that you have some strength, but the final victory still belongs to me. Goodbye, Crocodile. Enel's going long stick suddenly turned into a going trident. The sharp point of the halberd is ruthless. He stabbed Crocodile hard in the heart. A metallic squeak sounded, and Enel's trident was blocked by a clouded iron sword. You came back so fast, and why didn't you let me kill him? Although he didn't look up, seeing the armament hardened cloud iron long knife, Enel already knew who was coming. Haha, Enel, haven't you already defeated him? You don't need to kill him, and he has some uses. Vivi Isho said, gently picking Mufeng, who blocked Enel's trident. Whatever, you're the captain anyway. What you say is what you say. Glancing at Mufeng, Enel pouted and put away his trident, retreated and sat down again, and began to recover his strength. You are Mufeng. Why did you save me? Crocodile, who was lying on the ground panting heavily, asked suspiciously. Nothing. I just want to negotiate a deal with you and form an alliance, Mufeng said with a smile as he crouched in front of Crocodile. P.S. I set Crocodile to be a junior hockey, which is a butterfly effect. 94 Reach an alliance. Luo's appearance. 44 Ask for everything. Crocodile, who was lying on the ground, narrowed his eyes and said suspiciously, deal. Alliance. What do you mean? The three questions in a row fully showed his confusion, and he didn't know what medicine was sold in Mufeng's gore. Section S section underscore 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 underscore. It's very simple. We formed an alliance in private. I want Mogu town here, but under your name. I need a timely information on all the newcomers who have entered the Great Route, and also want to know some of Marine's movement. Mufeng took out. He threw a cigar to Crocodile, lit one and blew a smoke ring and said, I'm going to build this place into an underground trading place that radiates to the surrounding island because I need money. What? Crocodile raised his brows after hearing Mufeng's plan, and looked at Mufeng blankly. You start planning now, and your ambition is to absorb potential pirates as much as possible to enrich your power. Your goal is to what? The target. Haha, who chuckled lightly. Mufeng touched his chin. The nearest target is the 4 emperors, and I want to bring down one of them. But now I can't compare with them in terms of strength or financial resources, so I have to prepare. The new world is now the territory of the 4 emperors, and it is difficult for me to step in, but I have to occupy one of the 7 routes in the first half of the Great Route. Quote, the ambition is not small. I want to pull one of the 4 emperors off the horse. Who is it? Whitebeard. If he is, I would be a little interested. Crocodile, who moved his body and tried to lean against the edge of the pit, looked at him with bright eyes. Mufeng said again, the short-term goal is the 4 emperors. What is the long-term goal? One Piece king of pirates, or the world government? You don't have to worry about who it is, and you don't have to worry about my long-term goal. Mufeng from Isho shook his fingers and said mysteriously, can I say no? I'm Shichibukai, and I don't want to mess with you. Crocodile, who seemed to feel that something was wrong, said with an ugly expression, haha. After a burst of laughter, Mufeng looked at Crocodile silently. Why do smart people tell lies? You have to be really a lackey of the government. You won't go to Alabasta to find something to complete your kingdom, the revenge plan, and do you think that after hearing me say so much, I will easily let you go? You, what do you know? Crocodile, who had always been relatively calm, suddenly changed his face and looked at Mufeng with horror. He chuckled. Mufeng leaned his head and whispered in Crocodile's ear, Your Highness, I know more than you think. Don't forget that I used to belong to that department. Of course I am the only one in all this. People know. Hearing Mufeng's word, Her Royal Highness Crocodile's eyes widened. The cigar in his mouth fell to the ground with a clatter, and he pointed at Mufeng tremblingly. You didn't say anything for a long time. In a word, don't worry, I won't tell you everything about you. It's not good for you or me. After saying that, he distanced himself from Crocodile again. Haha. Isho looked at Crocodile's changing expression and already knew his decision. Mufeng slapped him. After a moment of his outstretched hand, he said, "Then I wish us a happy cooperation, Mr. Crocodile." However, the word Mu Feng said was particularly heavy. Crocodile, who had been thinking about it for a long time, finally surrendered, either to survive or to take revenge for the disappearing country. No matter which one, he can't die now. Only surrender. He reluctantly lowered his hand. "It's okay to form an alliance, but it's a partnership, not a subordinate relationship." Quote, hearing Crocodile's word, Mu Feng was stunned. He knew that this was Crocodile's decision to preserve his final dignity. If he did not agree, he would choose to die. For such a talented person with brains and strength, Mu Feng really reluctant to let him die. Therefore, Mu Feng rolled his eyes and thought, "Yes, but I have one condition." "What condition?" Crocodile said. "If one day in the future you are in prison, if I can let you out, then I hope you can submit to become my subordinate. How about that?" Mu Feng said strangely. "Isho, okay." Although Crocodile was nervous, he really couldn't imagine how he would end up in prison, so he agreed more happily. Crocodile is not a god, so naturally he would not have imagined that in less than 3 years, that hairy boy from Luffy would appear and send him to impel down. "Haha, that good. This is the phone we secretly communicated with. Take it and we'll be in touch in the future." Mu Feng, who threw a phone to Crocodile, said again, "By the way, you can go, you can leave if you can." Quote, "Okay, there will be a period in the future." After saying that, Crocodile endured the pain and disappeared in front of Mu Feng's eye. Looking at Crocodile who was leaving, Mu Feng Vivi Isho, and then said to a dark corner of a house in the distance, "My friend has watched the play for a long time. Is it time to come out now?" Following Mu Feng's word, a sturdy young man with a Madara hat and a long sword with a cross on his shoulder led a shivering white bear from the back of the house. Not only did he not frighten, he smiled instead, as expected of Yunshin's head. "It is really admirable. Although I don't know how strong you are, but there is a subordinate who can defeat Shichibukai. If you think about it, it will not be too bad." Oh, it turned out to be Trafalgar. Luo. Seeing the man coming out, Mu Feng's eyes flashed and he showed a relatively sunny smile. He was also very excited. He originally wanted to go to Drum Island to collect choppers, but now it seems there is no need for that. As long as Luo is accepted, the problem of the ship doctor will be solved, and Luo is a strong guy. 5 years later, he will be a big pirate with a reward of more than 400 million, and his fruit ability is really against the sky. "Oh, I'm really honored that the head of the cloud god knows me." Although he said it very politely, Luo kept the long sword on the ground with his entire body on guard, holding the handle tightly in one hand and reaching out with the other. In his hand there is a small circle of energy shield, ready to fight at any time. "Haha, don't be so nervous. Relax, we are not enemies." He waved his hand to Mu Feng, who was relaxed, and then said, "I can appreciate your medical skills and your potential. How can you come to my captain as a ship doctor?" "How?" The person in charge of the god of cloud is really hard to figure out, and the news is beyond imagination." Luo, who was stunned by Mu Feng's sudden word, immediately reacted and removed the fruit ability in his hand, shaking his head with a smile. "Thank you for looking at me, but I still can't agree to your invitation. P.S. Crocodile used to be male or female, and everyone may have guessed that he is a woman and a princess with a story. Thank you, don't brag." 95 Conquering Luo Yuhui's mistake. 12 Hearing Luo's refusal, Mu Feng didn't show any surprise, as if it should be so. Luo is definitely a thoughtful, ruthless guy who can bear the burden, and he himself is also ambitious and powerful. The more such a person is, the more the harder it is to conquer. The scene where everyone is obsessed will only appear in fairy tale. This is a real world. Everything can't be so simple. Luffy conquering Zoro is still a story, so Luo did not agree. Mu Feng naturally, it is not surprising at all. If Luo agreed, Mu Feng would think about whether he had any conspiracy. Vivi nodded. Mu Feng, his mind turned and began to recall all things about Luo. He needed to find a breakthrough, but when he saw Bellamy lying on the ground not far away, his eyes suddenly lit up, like Isho enjoying the spring breeze. "Don't refuse so simply. I can help you fulfill the wish you have always wanted to fulfill. What are the conditions for you to join us?" "Haha, the head of the god of clouds is joking. I have a wish that I can't fulfill by myself." Luo, whose eyes flickered, smiled unnaturally. "Doflamingo." Mu Feng, who narrowed his eye, didn't say much, just named a person's name, but Luo, who heard Mu Feng's word, was like a thunderclap, stunned and dumbfounded. Seeing Luo with such an expression, Mu Feng is also a proud Isho, and secretly said in his heart, "I am a traveler. The biggest is knowing the past of many of you. I see if you are convinced by the sample." "How did you know?" After being stunned for a long time, Luo asked in confusion. He couldn't understand Mu Feng more and more. "Haha, don't care how I know it. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that you want to deal with Doflamingo. It's just a dream. You know his power best." In order to further disintegrate Luo's defense line, Mu Feng continued, "How long does it take you to take revenge yourself? 5 years, 10 years or 20 years? Only if you find a big tree can you complete your revenge plan as soon as possible." Mu Feng's voice was not loud, but he said every word. Luo's heart made him speechless against it. Luo, who was holding the handle of the knife tightly, looked a little painful and seemed to recall some unhappy past event, but after After tens of seconds he came to his senses Bikiba and said, okay, as long as you can help me deal with Doflamingo, I will. I promise you to be a doctor on the ship. This is the result of Luo's careful deliberation, and he himself completely agrees with Mu Feng's point of view. At the same time, Mu Feng's mysterious sense of knowing everything is also deeply attracted to him, and he also wants to see why does Mu Feng know so many other people's secret. Haha, welcome to join Luo. Mu Feng, who was laughing, took a few steps forward and then extended his hand. Luo also reached out and shook hands with Mu Feng to complete the invitation ceremony. Mu Feng, who accepted Luo, was quite happy. He patted Luo on the shoulder and said, don't worry, see that Bellamy is not there. He should be Doflamingo's subordinate. We beat him here. He naturally come back to find a plate, and then I will naturally stand up for you. Quote, really? Luo said excitedly. Don't worry, others are afraid of Doflamingo, but I'm not afraid of him. Mu Feng curled his lips into a confident smile, then pointed at Enel and said, meet me, Enel Guro no mi, rumble fruit capable person. Just when Mu Feng introduced Enel's acquaintance with Luo, Iger and the others also returned to Mogu town again, and when they saw Mu Feng, they let out a snort. Why are you here, Captain? You didn't go to see that cricket. Haha, you guys made such a big commotion here. I felt it on the other side of the island, so I came here to see what happened. Mu Feng said. It turned out that he and Robin and others went to another place. On the one hand, unfortunately they didn't meet cricket. Just when they were about to wait there for cricket, Mu Feng saw the vision caused by Enel and Crocodile, so he left Robin and others to come over alone. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to two new partners, Luo and Baishang Bibo. Mu Feng, who explained a little, also began to introduce Luo to everyone. Wow, what a cute white bear. When he saw Babo, who was shy and a little inferior, Hannes suddenly ran up to Babo and hugged him, while rubbing his choppy chest against Bebo's body. Luan, the fur is so warm and comfortable. All women have a tendency to like cute animal, and Hannes is no exception. Bastard, beast on that side, quickly let go of your paws and let me come. Looking at Beppo with a look of enjoyment and blurred eyes, Eagle on the side was instantly furious and shouted, ah. After hearing Iger's shout, everyone was stunned, and then looked at Iger with contempt. But Eagle didn't realize it, jumped on his feet and shouted, if you don't let go of your claws, I will poke your fur now. Beppo, who felt threatened, quickly got out of Kana's embrace, bowed deeply, I'm sorry, then quickly ran behind Luo, showing a big head and looking at Iger with some fear. I'm really proud of myself, and wow, even Ohm's pet boxing dog barked a few times, as if to say something. It's so inferior, but it's so cute. Only Canis was still happy, looking at Beppo like a little girl who saw candy. Haha, don't pay attention to that guy Iger. He's just talking about it. It won't come true. Looking at Bebo, who was hiding behind Luo, who, Mu Feng said lightly, interrupted by Mu Feng, who was passing by. Iger suddenly slapped his forehead and said, by the way, I almost forgot about them, and I stole a beautiful girl just now. He waved his hand behind him and said, come on. When his word fell, Mu Feng saw two divine soldiers driving out a beautiful woman with long orange hair in a pink dress. Looking at the beauties who were framed, Mu Feng immediately said with a serious face, the beauties you robbed. Comrade Iger, I really criticize you. How can you blatantly grab the beauty? Although every normal all the men want to have a harem, but speaking of which, Mo paused for a while, then looked at the people who admired him and said righteously, but you do it right. If you see a beautiful woman, you will grab it. Don't be soft-hearted. I am very optimistic about you. Originally, people who admired Mu Feng and thought that what Mu Feng said made sense suddenly seemed to be choking, and they were in a cold sweat. Yes, I knew that the captain would definitely support me. After hearing Mu Feng's word, Eagle was moved to tears and then seemed to think of something, and his expression changed. No, Captain, it has nothing to do with the harem. If I rob her, I rob her because she is a doctor. P.S. Turo and Beppo the White Bear. 96 The descendants of the King of Dahua. 22 What? It's not for the harem. Mu Feng, who was stunned for a while, immediately reacted without any embarrassment and said, yeah, you've done a good job. You found a personal doctor for me. You are very promising. I optimistic about you. Reverse Hilda. Quote ... Captain, you can't do that. She's our doctor. Okay. Iger, who was almost crying, prayed loudly. Walking in front of Iger, Mu Feng patted his shoulder with a stern face and said, how can you be so wrong? Everyone's future doctor is Luo, and Luo is more advanced than medical skill, completely ensuring your safety. Ah, I'm not wrong. I strongly request the beauty to be the second doctor for everyone, and the captain, you have to let me drink some soup when you eat meat. Iger said bluntly. Drinking soup? I'm sorry. When I eat meat, I usually drink soup with it. Mu Feng from Isho swept the rest of the female crew members who followed Bellamy's on the ground and said, of course, I'm still very to take care of you. Isn't there still one here? As long as they are willing, you can choose whatever you want. Have they always been like this? Why do I feel a little out of tune? Luo asked Hannes in a low voice, looking at the pair of living treasures. Hee, just get used to it. Isn't this very interesting? In the captain's word, this is called self-entertainment. Hannes, who was just teasing Babo, Beppo smiled for a while. While everyone was chatting and laughing, they took everyone from Bellamy's C group back to Chuyu, and then drove east of Mogu town. Although Mufeng didn't mind laughing, he did it while laughing. A preliminary plan. Although this guy Bellamy is not very good now, he still has potential to be tapped. As long as he can conquer it, he will be a good subordinate if he is trained well. Of course, if Bellamy didn't give in, he wouldn't mind using him as a bait to lure Doflamingo into appearing. People like Doflamingo wouldn't let go of his humiliating subordinate, and then life and death would depend on Bellamy's own destiny. After a period of sailing, a relatively majestic castle was revealed in a faint mist. Wow, that's amazing. Isn't this just a palace? Many people on the Chuyun ship couldn't help exclaiming when they looked at the castle in the mist. Yeah, this Mont Blanc Cricket must be a very rich man. Beppo, who had become accustomed to the atmosphere of the ship in just a few minutes, ran to the side of the ship and pointed at the castle and shouted, "Take a closer look at you horny bear. It's a fart castle," Iger said dissatisfiedly, feeling that he had robbed him of the limelight in front of the beauty. "I'm sorry, but isn't that a castle?" Beppo, deeply apologetic, pointed at the castle again. "It's a guy who liked to pretend, and a poor person who lives in his dream." Enno glanced at it lightly and said disdainfully, "A facade." "What facade?" Beppo widened his eyes in confusion, but he still couldn't see why. "Bibona is just a giant plank depicting the castle. I really don't know what kind of hobby Cricket has, and he's not afraid of a strong wind blowing his plank away." Luo Vivi Isho leaned against the side of the boat. Bored. Many people on the boat were surprised again, but when the boat docked, everything finally appeared in front of them. It turned out that the castle was really a huge board, and behind the board was a small house of about 20 to 30 square meters. "That it. What a dreamy and stingy person." Kai Knight Shira jumped ashore, glanced at the small house and said, "Haha, to pursue the dream of our ancestors' hometown of Going, and to come here to find the legendary Going buried in the ground, it is still courageous." Mufeng, who landed on the shore, still gave a pertinent evaluation. "Going? Is there Going buried here? I have to dig some out quickly, and then I must find a beautiful female bear." Bebo immediately showed his sharp claws and started digging. "What? Digging for Going for the sake of the female bear? What an amazing story. It really moved me. Come and I will help you too." After listening to Beppo's word, Iger felt that he had met a confidant, and he also began to help Beppo mining. Bang bang, two soft noises. Iger and Bebo were knocked to the ground by Mufeng's two punches, and said indignantly, "Don't destroy the bastard. What going on here and there? Shame, what a shame." "Haha, that's right. The capital of Going is on Sky Island. I almost forgot." Iger, who was knocked to the ground, suddenly realized a smirk, and then Bebo went to the side and started talking loudly, talking about each other regarding the female appearance. From time to time one person and one beast also let out lewd laughter, like two longtime confidants. At this moment, the ape Masra and another orangutan shouted to the people who were lying at the window, "Boss, the boss Mufeng mentioned earlier is here with someone." "Oh, is that right?" With a strong man's voice, the door was opened with a creak, and a middle-aged man with a chestnut head came out. Because of the long-term diving, his skin was a little different, rust color. Behind him were Robin, Priest Guy Daz, Priest Dao. Their faces were full of expression, and it seemed that they must have had a good conversation just now. "Hello, I'm Mont Blanc, Rolando's descendant." "Mont Blanc Cricket." The middle-aged man who walked out nodded politely. "Haha, hello, I'm the current king of Gaia's other half of the island, William." Mufeng. Mufeng also politely returned a salute. At this time, compared to his status as a pirate, his status as a king is a more suitable choice. "The current king." Cricket glanced at Mufeng with some doubt, then looked at his pirate ship. Why didn't you tell him about Gaia's Sky Island?" Seeing the questioning Cricket, Mufeng glanced at Robin and asked, "Not yet. Of course it's best for you to say such a thing." Robin chuckled. "She is a very reasonable woman. She knows when and who is the most reasonable." "Okay, then let me tell you, Mr. Cricket, your ancestor Rolando was not a liar. The real hometown of Going exists, but he has reached Sky Island now." Mufeng pointed to the top and tell Cricket everything about Sky Island. Just when Mufeng was telling Cricket the story of Sky Island, Bebo, who stopped digging Going, suddenly froze for a moment and pulled Iger and said, "Beauty, it's so beautiful to think that there is such an intellectual and beautiful royal sister on our ship. Yeah, that's what I think too." Iger hugging Beppo like a pair of brothers is also Isho. Chapter 97 Going bell is ringing. The dream era is not over. 13. The sound of playfulness on the side did not affect Cricket after listening to Mufeng's beat, but after listening to Mufeng's beat, he did not say anything, just stared at the sparkling blue sea in the distance in a trance. Contour integral. Why are you still thinking about something? But that is in the past. You don't have to go to the bottom of the sea to salvage any Going, and you don't have to clean up the shame of any family, because your family has no shame. Cricket. Mufeng comforted a little, but what everyone didn't expect was that Cricket, who had been calm all the time, didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, he raised his hand and fired a shot. With a bang, the bullet hit Mufeng's body and flew out again, but the sudden sound of gunshots made everyone's faces change drastically, and they all looked at Cricket with a bad expression, as if they were about to tear him to pieces. Humble is a humble guy who never knows gratitude. Enel glared. How dare you do something to the captain and kill him? The crowd was really enraged, and they glared angrily, taking Mu Feng's last order. However, in the face of the extremely excited Cricket, Mu Feng waved his hand indifferently, signaling everyone to step back, and then silently listened to Cricket's venting shame, anger, ridicule, and the pain of the family members who had been infamous for more than 400 years. It was incomprehensible, so Mu Feng didn't want to pursue anything, but Cricket, who shot the gun, paid no attention to the angry crowd, and just roared madly, "Don't talk nonsense, you bastard. It doesn't matter whether Rolando is a frank person or a great explorer. What does this have to do with me? I just have the blood of that bastard, and you have no idea how I survived under the mockery. You're right that there are many people who set foot on this area for the sake of shame and to revive the honor of the family, but they never come back, and I only did it because of the shame and to escape from Rolando's shackle. Come to this area." Cricket continued with a sad expression. It turned out to be just a coward who couldn't bear the responsibility of the family and chose to run away. Hearing that, Enel looked down on Cricket even more, and sneered. He was also the one who carried the family mission, and his mission was to let his own the tribe returns to the moon, or finds a vast continent in the blue sea for the tribe to inhabit. "No, our boss is not a coward. He." Cricket's 2-8 defended. After listening to Enel's sarcasm, Cricket, who calmed down a little, was just silent issue, and the 8th brother who stopped talking continued. "Yes, I was a coward 7 years ago, but until I came here, I didn't know that I had no way out. Escape, so I'm going to block my life here. Whether there is going here or not, I just want to have a duel with Rolando who ruined my life here, just to figure it out before I die. It doesn't matter what the honor is." Hearing that everyone here has a sense of awe, what a great act, what a terrible decision, and what a manly act to block his life just for one yuan. "Then what happened to those 8? Is there also a story of a man's blood?" Kana said, wiping the tears that he shed unconsciously. "No, they're just comic book fans," Cricket said calmly. "Haha, yes, we're comic fan. Rolando's story is really good. So 2 or 3 years ago, we came here and started to salvage the sunken ship with the boss. We are convinced that the going that Rolando said must exist." The slapstick 8 brothers nodded. "It's that simple." "That's right, it's that simple." After hearing such an answer, everyone felt regretful and stunned. "A few days ago, didn't you hear that wonderful sound? That's the sound of the going bell that your ancestors have been looking for." Mu Feng casually lit a cigar and took a breath, spit out a smoke ring, and then took out of the phone continued. "In order to prove that what I said is true, and also for the sake of your family's 400-year relationship with the Shandia people, I will let the voice of going bell ring again today. The capital of going, the big talker Rolando. Isn't the era of dreams over yet? Is what we've been pursuing all the time illusory?" Bellamy's face was unbelievable when he was rescued by Luo, and then he tried hard. He shook his head and laughed wildly. It's all a lie. Years of belief and pursuit for many years are about to be broken at this moment, which is really difficult for him to accept. "You prisoner, be honest with me. There is a place for you to talk here." Iger, who knocked Bellamy down again with one punch, said very dissatisfied. But Mu Feng didn't stop him. He just answered Kai Island's phone and told the chief of Shandia about everything below, and then asked him to ring the going bell again for their 400-year-old warrior Calgar. Law's friend Rolando saw him off. After 10 minutes, dong dong sounded in the sky, echoing over the upper and lower islands of Gaia. The melody that resounded in the heart is the ending song of a sad story 400 years ago, and also the end of Cricket's duel with his ancestor. "Bell, did you hear it? The descendants of Rolando who are waiting hard under Sky Island and pursuing hardship. This is the bell of the 400-year agreement, conveyed in the same way. The great warrior Calgara, Mont Blanc. Did you all hear Rolando? I hope you can also hear the voice of the Shandora light in another world. May your friendship last forever." Standing silently, the chief of Shandora next to the clock tower also silently blessed with tears streaming down his face. Is this sound really the movement my ancestors were striving for? What kind of bleak romance is this? It's over. Everything is over. My ancestor Rolando, he didn't lie. This is the evidence from Sky Island. The voice of the going bell. The ancestors of the boss didn't lie. The capital of going really exists, and the dream has no end. The monkey brothers also held their heads and burst into tears. Despite hundreds of years of vicissitude, Going Zong's voice is still so beautiful, as if the earth is singing. Mu Feng said with emotion, Sky Island really exists, and the capital of going really exists. Is the era of dreams really not over? Bellamy, lying on the ground, was speechless at the moment, staring at the unreachable sky in a daze. P.S. Cricket with the monkey brother. 98 Real man Bellamy 23 for everything. Haha, the era of dreams will never end, because there will be people who have dreams and those who pursue them. Then there will be an era of dream. Contour integral proportional contour integral. Mu Feng, who laughed, rolled, walking to Bellamy and standing still. He looked at Bellamy with a smile like an emperor looking down at his people and said, "How about Bellamy? Do you want to get on my big boat and find your own dream?" "What? Are you inviting me?" "Stop joking." Bellamy, who tried to sit up, looked at Mu Feng, who was tall and fluttering with long hair. He felt like he saw an insurmountable mountain, but he's still biting Kiba to withstand the pressure. He rejected Mu Feng and shouted loudly, "Even if the era of dreams does not end, then the place of my dreams is not with you. The place of my dreams is on the ship of the great pirate Doflamingo. Where is it? This is where I live, and where is the end of my life?" His voice was loud and impassioned, and it was impossible to tell that he was a seriously wounded person. Just in Bellamy's shouting, Bellamy's men were stunned. They didn't expect that Bellamy, who was hit hard, still had such determination and courage. Enel and others were also stunned. They also didn't expect to be a prisoner. Bellamy, they still had such courage, dared to face life and death calmly, and resolutely refused Mu Feng's invitation. Only now did they discover this little person in their eye is not as useless as they imagined, and still has an admirable side. "Well, are you not afraid that I will kill you?" Mu Feng was not angry, but asked Isho indifferently. "Life and death are nothing but a scar. If you want to kill, you can kill. From the moment I answered you, I already had the consciousness of death, but I have no regret," Bellamy said with a firm look, but he immediately felt leaning down to kneel for Mu Feng. He said sincerely, "It doesn't matter if I die or not, but I hope you can let my subordinate go and give them a way out." "Captain, don't kneel down for him. Get up, we'll be with you even if we die," Bellamy's men shouted excitedly. "Bastard, you all shut up. From now on I am no longer your captain, and you are no longer my crew. The Bellamy pirates are disbanded. You no longer have the right to accompany me to die." "No, I'll never have that right," Bellamy said with a stern expression when he turned around. Then Bellamy resolutely shook his head and looked at Mu Feng. His lip trembled a few times, and he said a sentence, and finally closed his eyes with tears in silence. Although he didn't make a sound, Mu Feng still knew what he said. "Goodbye my friend. I hope you all work hard to live." "Haha, good, very good. Just say this to you. I will keep you, and we will see how the boss in your mind treats you. Whether he will save you, or will he abandon you like trash. Let's wait and see." Mu Feng, who was laughing, nodded silently. At this moment, Mu Feng also felt that Bellamy was also a real man, a very responsible captain, and made Mu Feng determined to recover him. Idea. Looking at Bellamy's bewildered face, Mu Feng raised his right hand and cheered loudly, "Feast for the little one. In order to celebrate this historic moment, let's have a bonfire party tonight. Eat as much as possible, drink as much as possible, and play as much as possible. The pleasure." Quote, banquet. After the passion, everyone cheered and began to prepare together. A large banquet was launched on the east blue shore of Gaia in a short time. A harp music of "The World is Full of Love" by Canis in the middle of the banquet. Everyone was talking and laughing, pushing the cups for a change. Even just joining Luo was convinced by Mu Feng, and he began to admire Mu Feng's bearing and his style of doing things a little bit, and suddenly felt that his choice did not seem to be wrong. The bonfire party has been open from midnight to late at night, and everyone has a good time. Afterward, everyone scattered to find a place and fell asleep. As for Bellamy and others, only Ohm's big dog and a few soldiers took care of them, as long as they running away, and not particularly abusing them. In the deep sleep, Mu Feng felt a weak body and hugged him. Mu Feng, who was in a daze, also hugged his body and began to grope around her. At the same time, his mouth was also very accurate to her red lip. Kiss hard, feeling the softness and tenderness of this little bit. The body in Mu Feng's arms first struggled, and then began to respond jerky. "Haha, why did you become unfamiliar? But it's really unique." Mu Feng, who said vaguely, started to siege the city and plunder the land again, but at this moment, Mu Feng was suddenly stunned, because he felt his hand touch a pair of wings on the smooth back. Mu Feng, who stopped his hand, suddenly opened his eye. A shy and flowery girl appeared under him. It was not Robin but Canis. How could this be? When he was done, Robin's laughter came from his side. Robin threw himself on Mu Feng's back and whispered, "This is Canis' own choice, but no one forced." Yeah. He glanced at the strange Isho's Robin, and then looked at Canis, who was shyly encircling him. Mu Feng's thoughts seemed to find the answer. All this was controlled by Robin. Without Robin's advice and encouragement, the little girl Canis would never have the courage. It seems that they have reached an unknown agreement. I felt the crisis. It was from Khalifa, or other women around Mu Feng appeared in the future. Therefore, she is now starting to pull a group of people who have a good relationship with her, forming a front to fight against another force. She is really a black-bellied and thoughtful woman who has won a lot of power to pull a group and suppress a group of power. Of course, Robin also knew that Mu Feng would guess these things, but she also knew that Mu Feng would not punish her. Everything she did not exceed Mu Feng's bottom line. This was a woman's expression of jealousy, and it was also to maintain her status. Do plan ahead. P.S. Maybe the Bellamy I wrote is different from the comic, but I still hope to write it this way. As a response to the last book, Bellamy. 99 The war is coming. 33 But now Mu Feng, who has to send the bow on the string, can only go. If he pushes Canis away now, it is estimated that this little girl will immediately want to die. Mu Feng, who is a little uncomfortable in her heart, stretches out her hand. Robin squeezed hard on his buttocks as a small warning. Sigh. But now that this is the case, Mu Feng is naturally definitely not a fakeun. If it is wrong, then it will be wrong. And Mufeng of Isho hugs Robin's second daughter. Amid the screams of the two women, they rolled onto the bed together, and after the rustling, there was a panting sound that filled the entire room and started their crazy night. The next morning, Mufeng got up from the two women who were wrapped around him like octopuses and went outside to start a simple morning exercise. At the same time, he also began to instruct the two new members, Luo and Babo, to let them do their best as soon as possible. Getting stronger is only the first half of the great route. Maybe Luo's strange fruit ability can still stand, but once he reaches the new world, it will not be enough to see. How can the doctor on his ship be so weak? So he must strengthen. After waiting for a day, I didn't see Doflamingo's figure, but waited for a message about Doflamingo, who was the successor of Shichibukai, and Marine finally filled Shichibukai's vacancy again. Seeing such news, Mufeng was cold to Isho. Whether he was Shichibukai or not, it had nothing to do with him, but another news from Crocodile moved Mufeng's heart. It turned out that Crocodile received Sengoku's order again, and asked him to cooperate with Doflamingo to encircle Mufeng with Onagumo Vice Admiral, but because Crocodile was injured, the mission was over. One thing is for sure, in order to prevent Mufeng from escaping, so in the past 2 days, the combined forces of Doflamingo and Onagumo will soon arrive in Gaia, which also gave Mufeng a wake-up call. It seems that this time Marine really moved now. They have dispatched 2 powerful battles of Wuhai, Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral, and a new battle is inevitable. Since the battle was so big, Mufeng had to deal with it carefully. He made a careful defense, and moved Cricket and the Monkey Brothers to Mogu Town, leaving the East Blue Shore as a battlefield. This was a world-shattering battle, and it was also the first shot of Mufeng's entry into the Blue Sea. At the same time, Cricket, after all, had some connections and could keep them from being implicated, which is what Mufeng should do. Finally, in the early morning of the 4th day when Mufeng and others came to Gaia, a medium-sized warship, 3 small warships appeared on the East Blue Shore of Gaia, and another small warship landed in Mogu Town on the West Blue Shore. It seems that they wanted to attack from both sides to cut off the retreat of Mufeng and others. Mufeng VV Isho, who felt the coming, and then made a reasonable allocation for Marine's combat deployment so that Mori Dao, who had been in Mogu Town leading to the East Blue Shore Forest, had his subordinate ball trial and rope trial, and the Sky Knight Shira gave those Marines a head-on blow. The East Blue Shore left all the fighting members ready to face the coalition forces of Doflamingo and others. It was not too long. Mufeng and others also saw the main coalition forces on the medium-sized warship. When they saw the people above, Mufeng also frowned. The good guys are not small. The warships include Shichibukai Doflamingo, Vice Admiral Onagumo, and others, Marine Rear Admiral Drake, and an unknown Rear Admiral. Since they are still standing beside them are the White Hunter Smog, and the Black Ragged Tina and more than 1,000 Marine. It seems that Marine has added Smog the Smoker after losing the powerful combat power of Crocodile. This is the mid-range combat power of adding a Logia Devil Fruit. Of course, there are other backup, but I can't see it now. Just come out. After briefly introducing Marine's combat power to his subordinates and the characters they need to pay attention to, Mufeng stepped onto the island cloud that he had created, and laughed loudly. First didn't expect Marine to look at me so much. Band of thieves. His voice was as loud as Hong Zhang Dalu resounded above the sea. Mufeng's sonorous voice seemed to travel across the sky, conveying an indescribable sense of casualness and contempt in the ears of Doflamingo and Onagumo's coalition. This is not something to look down on. It is your worst disease and must be punished by justice. Vice Admiral Onagumo, who stood against the wind, took a step forward with a calm look, holding a large knife in his hand and looking gloomily at the man in sky blue trousers and a cloak on his back. The imposing Mufeng continued. Pirate Mufeng, you are all ready to stay at Impel Down and live the rest of your life. Standing on the cloud head, Mufeng looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His hearty laughter sounded extremely contemptuous and mocking to Onagumo, which made him feel extremely unhappy. What are you laughing at? Are you really that ridiculous? Or are you scared? Onagumo, who occupies the leading position of Marine, said indifferently. He is also a seasoned veteran. Infuriated by Mufeng's mockery. Haha, it's not only funny, but it's dinky. Mufeng, who had a sinister expression on Vivi's lip, turned around and said to his brothers. Everyone said yes. He fanned back and forth in front of his nose, as if it really sting. Haha, it really sting. It really sting. Isn't? I didn't expect a Marine Vice Admiral to speak in a dignified manner. How could it be like a fart? It really sting. Everyone who knew it couldn't help but laugh wildly. HMPA. Pirates are pirates. They are really so vulgar and despicable. In my opinion, I shouldn't talk so much nonsense with them. Just start fighting and catch them. Smog was covered in smoke. Some dissatisfied whispered. This guy with a strong sense of justice. The most hated pirate. He can't wait to wipe out all the pirates. And many Marine soldiers are also gearing up, eager to try, want to make achievement. These Marine, who were irritated by Mufeng's word, just wanted to move but were stopped by Onagumo. Although he was also upset, he still had a calm face. He glanced at Erlang's legs sitting on the side of the boat, and looked at E. Doflamingo said, "How about it? Do you also show your attitude?" Chapter 100 Doflamingo 13. Onagumo knew a little about the strength of the Mufeng pirates, so he did not blindly order the attack, but wanted to see the attitude of the new Shichibukai Doflamingo before the general attack, and wanted to provoke the relationship between Doflamingo and Mufeng, and let them there is a spark of hostility between them, so as to ensure that Doflamingo can show all his strength, and prevent him from working too hard and fishing in troubled water. In any case, Doflamingo is a key and powerful fighting force. Of course, from a certain aspect, he's also a little less trusting of Doflamingo. Reverse Hilda. Fur. Doflamingo, who burst out laughing strangely, glanced at Onagumo with deep meaning, and then said to Mufeng confidently, "Mufeng, right, since Onagumo Vice Admiral said so, then our grievances let's talk about it first." Quote, Doflamingo is definitely a shrewd rogue leader. He naturally understands what Onagumo means, so no matter what kind of mentality he has, he must speak up at this time. Haha, that's okay. We do have some small issues that need to be resolved. Mufeng, who also Isho, waved back and brought Bellamy out. "Let dart with him. Doflamingo, save me." Bellamy seemed to see hope and shouted as soon as he saw Doflamingo, who is this?" Fur. So it Bellamy. I didn't expect you to be alive." Doflamingo, who was crouching on the side of the boat, cast his eyes at Bellamy playfully. "I'm ashamed to discredit my flag. Yes, I'm embarrassing you, but I'm still your loyal subordinate. I don't want to betray you. Please give me a chance. I will definitely follow in your footsteps. This is my style of doing things," pleaded a sincere Bellamy. "Yes, Doflamingo, although we were defeated by the Mufeng pirates and captured, but what Bellamy said is true. He would rather die than betray you. Please save us." Thatches and others also joined shouted, Fur, you are really loyal subordinate. I'm so moved that I almost cried. Bellamy, I like you." Doflamingo, who was smiling, suddenly raised his hand, and then said, "The new era is coming soon. Come on, do whatever you want, but my subordinates don't need little people and scumbags like you anymore. Just die for me." However, Bellamy didn't seem to believe his ears. His eyes were wide open, and he shouted in disbelief, "Doflamingo." Before Bellamy finished speaking, Doflamingo waved 5 silk threads with his right hand, instantly forming and cutting to Bellamy. Seeing Doflamingo's action, Thatches and the others felt the danger and shouted hard to save Bellamy's life. Just when Bellamy was about to be solved by Doflamingo, Mufeng Isho, who was standing aside, stretched out one hand. Cloud wall. A cloud wall more than 1 meter thick appeared in front of Bellamy. With a bang, the cloud wall was cut into pieces by Doflamingo, but Bellamy's life was saved in time. Fur, the cloud god Mufeng really has some mean. But what do you mean? Doflamingo raised his head and smiled, looking at Mufeng and said, "Haha, it's very simple. You don't need Bellamy to want to kill him, and I want to protect him. Bellamy will be my subordinate from now on." Mufeng, who pulled Bellamy to his side, smoking a cigar indifferently, Isho, Fur, you are also a big pirate with a bounty of more than 300 million. I thought you were a wise guy. It seems that I overestimated you. I didn't expect you to even have such a minion." Doflamingo laughed, suddenly stopped his laughter and pointed at Luo Dao behind Mufeng. "Many years ago, I regarded you as a younger brother to cultivate, but I never thought that you would dare to betray me and choose such a captain. I'm so sorry for you, Lo. I feel that the current captain is pretty good. At least he can help me understand the grievances between us." Luo Leng snorted, trembling with the sword in his hand, and Mufeng ignored others, but patted Bellamy, who was in a daze, and said, "From now on you are my subordinate. Remember my word. 30 years Hidong, 30 years Hexi. Don't bully young people poor. As long as you are willing to work hard, little people can also counterattack and even become an existence beyond." Doflamingo. Quote, after listening to Mufeng's word, Bellamy's eyes were bright again, and she looked at Mufeng with a clenched fist and said, "What you said is true. You are really willing to take me in and let me follow in your footsteps." Recalling how Mufeng treated himself these days, and how Doflamingo treats him now, Bellamy's mind finally changed. "Yes, work hard. In the future, your bounty will exceed 200 million at least." After this sentence, Mufeng did not lie at all. 2 years after the war in the comic, Bellamy's bounty was 198 million won. Now a few years ahead of schedule. If you hone Bellamy well, his strength will definitely increase, and it will not be a problem to exceed 300 million by then. Fur, it's a fool's dream. You will have a future in the future. Doflamingo, who was crouching on the warship, smiled, leaning back and forth, his tone full of sarcasm. However, Bellamy didn't say anything more to Doflamingo, just took a deep look at Doflamingo, and then grabbed his chest. Suddenly, the flag pattern of Doflamingo was cracked, and then a look of determination, pointing to holding the Mufeng pirate flag with all his strength. He shouted loudly, "From this moment on, I, Bellamy, swear by the flag of the Cloud God Pirate. Even if I die, I will never betray Captain Mufeng." In the end, Bellamy with bloody Yuhi eyes faced his subordinates and said, "No matter what you choose, I have left Doflamingo anyway. You follow me, I welcome you. Don't follow me to join Boss Mufeng, and I hope you will stay for a while. Find his way out of the battle." Quote, Thatch and others, after a brief silence, all shouted, shouted Bellamy. We will all follow, fight together, and follow in the footsteps of Boss Mufeng. Is it all right? Bellamy turned to look at Mufeng after hearing everyone's answer. Of course. Mufeng nodded. Thank you, Captain. After saying thank you, Bellamy turned around suddenly, raised his hand and aimed a shot at Doflamingo.